Upon vanquishing the Burning Legion, the prophet Harry returned to the age of 11. The suddenly manifested wizard, with his unconventional magical prowess, finally illuminated the source of the enigmatic power within Harry that even the mages of Dalaran could not comprehend. Shamanic prophet or wizard? For Harry, these distinctions held little significance. The hammer and shield remained as instruments for safeguarding the world, perhaps now supplemented by a wand. Furthermore, I possess the ability to summon the spirits of my ancestors. Yet why does the potions professor at Hogwarts incessantly seek my mother's spirit for inquiries? The following dialogue is excerpted from the Prophet's Daily regarding the greatest wizards of the 21st century, the conquerors of 2 Dark Lords, and the founders of prophetic and soul magic. An exclusive interview with Harry Potter, the pioneer of the modern elemental magic system. What compelled you at such a tender age to rise and resolutely shoulder the burdens of the entire British magical community? I couldn't restrain myself. What do you mean? I couldn't help but not strike them. Chapter 1. Concrete. Are you considered an earth element? Prophet? Prophet Harry, please awaken. We require your guidance. As if surfacing from the depths while diving, the calling voice around him felt as though it were separated by an expanding bubble, vague yet distinctly audible, sending a shiver through Harry. He abruptly opened his eyes, yet in the next moment, he questioned whether he was still asleep, lingering in a dream. Beneath him was not the soft embrace of animal pelts, nor did he hear the crackling of firewood igniting in the brazier. The familiar scent of burnt spices that often lingered in the room was entirely absent, replaced instead by a musty odor. There was no sunlight, or perhaps the only illumination in Harry's field of vision emanated from the slender gap in the wooden door beside him. After a few moments of acclimatization, he began to discern his surroundings. The space was cramped and dim, barely allowing him to stand upright. His outstretched arms reached the boundaries of the confined room. Above him loomed layer upon layer of steps, constructed of deep gray cement. Wait, steps? Fragmented memories, some long forgotten and dismissed as mere childhood fantasies, began to resurface in his mind, remnants of experiences he had buried and forsaken. So is it real? He had returned to what he once believed to be home, his aunt and uncle's residence? What was it called? Earth? Is it real or not? Harry stared blankly at his frail hands, so thin that he could clearly see the bones beneath the skin, as if a mere fall could fracture them. The muscles he had honed over the years had vanished completely. Harry instinctively squeezed his arm, deeply skeptical that he could even best a small leopard by the roadside. Adopting a posture of trepidation, fearful of inadvertently breaking an arm or leg, Harry carefully stood up and pushed open the door beside him to step outside. The walls were white, and the corridor led to what appeared to be the living room, or perhaps the dining room, where numerous photographs adorned the mantel of the fireplace. Harry scrutinized the images, noting one of a chubby boy riding a bicycle and another of himself on a carousel. But conspicuously absent was any photograph of himself. Harry rummaged through his memories, recalling that this seemed to be his cousin, and that his presence in this household had been meticulously erased, as if he had never existed. Everything within the house gradually awakened Harry's long-buried memories, each detail aligning with a striking authenticity, so genuine that it felt as if all he had experienced were merely the fabrications of a dream. Whispers of elements murmured at his ears, secrets hidden by souls, the temptations and wails of demons, and the blood spilled upon the battlefield, along with the cries of comrades. Were those vivid memories, the ache in his body, and the powers he wielded merely a dream? A dream astonishingly real? Harry found it difficult to dismiss such doubts, for his physical form resided here, capable of feeling pain, and his consciousness was acutely alert. Yet he remained utterly convinced that everything he had experienced in the realm of Azeroth was indeed genuine. Because Harry raised his hand, and within his outspread palm, a delicate stream of translucent water coiled, akin to a serpent, gracefully weaving through his fingers. Though it exhibited minimal activity, as if in slumber, the elements of this world still responded to Harry's summons. Moreover, he could still perceive the magical essence within him. Though even Jaina could not discern its source, Harry found it quite effective when channeled into the shamanic practice. The elements seemed to respond favorably to this approach. Additionally, beyond these overt transformations, his acute sense of smell and perception, the remnants of elemental influence, and the scars of war remained intact, all unchanged from his experiences in another world, except for the fact that he had regressed in age, returning to the tender age of 11. I certainly do not recall traversing any unstable portal, Harry murmured under his breath. In Harry's recollection, he harbored little fondness for the portals conjured by wizards, especially considering that some of the more sadistic mages would open them over the already devastated pit of Dalaran, allowing one to experience the true meaning of falling from great heights. I can only say that on that occasion, Harry unleashed his survival instincts and subsequently delivered a severe reprimand to that wizard. Given that the creations of those eccentric wizards are often fraught with unexpected consequences, it is hardly surprising that he found himself inexplicably returned to this world, seemingly with a reduction in age as well. After all, traversing time is hardly a novel experience for Harry. Within the intricate temporal web of Azeroth, he has grown quite accustomed to it, having returned to the past on multiple occasions and participated in celebrations hosted by the Bronze Dragons, where maintaining composure is essential regardless of the circumstances. For instance, in an entire realm composed of fishmen, every individual familiar to Harry could be found in that aquatic domain. Harry nodded, yet a pressing question arose. How was he to return? He longed for his modest abode in Thunderbluff, constructed with the assistance of his father, Cairn Bloodhoof, and his brother Bane, a snug little dwelling suited to his stature, for that was truly his home. When the once frail and ignorant Harry found himself cast into Kalimdor, it was Cairn Bloodhoof who took him in, nurtured him, and imparted the values of life, teaching him the ways of the Tauren. Despite Cairn Bloodhoof being a Tauren and Harry being human, there was no discernible difference in their treatment of one another. In fact, Harry preferred to believe himself a unique Tauren, merely one yet to sprout his horns, his fur somewhat sparse. So, where might he find a wizard to open a portal? Harry found himself deep in thought. Suddenly, as he pondered, a cacophony erupted behind him, sounding as if someone had tumbled and collided with a series of objects. When Harry turned to investigate, he beheld a plump middle-aged man struggling to rise from the ground, his eyes wide with panic and fear. And rage. "You little brat! I warned you long ago!" the man bellowed, his face flushed crimson with fury, making him appear as though he had swelled in size. "No, absolutely not. Do not dare perform such disgusting and wicked tricks in my house." After several stammered attempts, the man finally found an appropriate term to describe what he had witnessed. "Are you referring to this, uncle?" Harry raised his hand, and correspondingly, the water serpent coiling through his fingers began to swim with greater fervor. He recalled who this man was, his uncle, Vern. "I told you not to," the uncle shouted. The water serpent, now animatedly writhing between Harry's fingers, was perceived as a provocation by Vern, who charged at Harry like a battle chariot, one hand reaching for the boy's hair. With a loud thud that would make one wince, the sound of flesh colliding with something solid echoed through the air. Vern's face turned an even deeper shade of red. Yet this time, it was not from anger or fear, but from pain. However, he could hardly berate his timid nephew now, as his eyes had shrunk to mere dots, akin to a beetle's, staring in terror at whatever had thwarted his attempt to punish Harry. A shield? Or had the wall itself come to life? As Vern reached for Harry's hair, Harry instinctively repelled this malicious act, subconsciously employing the shaman's most commonly used spell, the Earth Shield. His consciousness was intact, and the spell functioned properly. The sole issue lay with the material of the shield. The corridor wall where Harry and Vern stood had been rent asunder, leaving a gaping hole, or rather, it could be said that there was essentially nothing left that could be referred to as a wall. Too many things had vanished. Concrete and bricks surged as if imbued with life, coalescing into a shield ample enough to envelop Harry entirely. "Monster!" Vern instinctively screamed, reminiscent of the shriek emanating from the kitchen. As Harry, still contemplating the situation behind the shield, turned his head, he beheld a woman, his Aunt Petunia, clutching a frying pan and unable to suppress her own screams. Clearly, everything was orchestrated by his rather unlikable nephew, the dilapidated home, and the inevitable ridicule of the neighbors. When Petunia realized this, she nearly fainted on the spot. "Harry, what on earth are you doing, Harry? Today is Dudley's birthday. The neighbors will see us." "Ah, what a splendid mother," Harry mused, noting the lack of panic. At least she remembered her child's birthday in this moment. It was a testament to her profound maternal love. Yet, none of this was particularly consequential. The most pressing matter at hand was that if Harry's estimations were correct, this house was on the verge of collapse. After all, the Earth Shield had directly siphoned the structural support from this very dwelling, not merely creating a hole in a load-bearing wall, but entirely removing it. What sort of game is this? It is abundantly clear that this is not a game, Harry sighed. His ill-tempered yet playful cousin was indeed just as he remembered. In a certain sense, the now 30-something Harry had long ceased to care about those past grievances, especially those stemming from childhood squabbles. Just a mere calf. My house. The pristine white walls were already marred by shattered cracks, and the edifice was teetering on the brink of collapse, while Aunt Petunia's shrieks, Uncle Vernon's shouts, and Dudley's bellowing overhead were giving Harry a splitting headache. How many years had it been since he had endured such a cacophonous environment? The last time he encountered such a situation was during a meeting of orcs, where loud voices clamored and yelled. Nevertheless, one must ensure that no one gets hurt, right? Thus, in England, Surrey County, Little Whinging 4 Privet Drive, a plume of dust-laden gray smoke shot skyward as the little house, which had stood for over a decade, succumbed to the enveloping cloud of debris, transforming into a wasteland, though one could not say it was entirely a wasteland. Vernon's, Petunia's, and Dudley's forms sprawled on the ground, bracing themselves as the torrents of water swept them all to Harry's side in the final moments before the house's collapse. Now, they gaped in astonishment at their nephew, whom they had never truly regarded before. More accurately, they were gazing at the colossal rock that loomed over the four of them like a titan. The house? In any case, it was a giant composed of shattered fragments of the dwelling, interspersed with concrete and steel debris. Were this set in Azeroth, this giant would undoubtedly bear a fitting name: Concrete Elemental, or perhaps Concrete Block Giant, depending on the whims of its discoverer. It was this rocky behemoth that shielded them from the collapsing structure with its broad arms and massive body, ensuring that none of the four sustained any injuries in the disaster. "I apologize, Uncle Vernon," Harry sighed, turning to his still dumbfounded relatives. "I had no idea that the spells here extracted earth elementals directly from the vicinity rather than from the elemental plane. I shall compensate for the damages incurred." Uncle Vernon, he did not respond, exhibiting neither anger nor fear. Perhaps he was simply still processing the surreal events. A deer caught in headlights would be the most apt description. Crack! There was no time to offer further comfort to his aunt and uncle. With a series of sharp explosions resonating, Harry traversed the ruins of the house and beheld numerous robed figures materializing in the street beside the dwelling, truly manifesting out of thin air, rather than emerging from a pre-existing portal. Chapter 2. The Enchanting Magic and the Extraordinary Dumbledore. The sudden appearance of these individuals on the street captured Harry's attention, particularly the manner in which they materialized without any forewarning. Most of them, upon landing, were astonished and pointed in his direction. Harry keenly sensed that their focus was actually on him, or rather, that they were already acquainted with his existence. Yet, he had no recollection of them. Was it due to his biological parents, or some other reason? Harry felt he was on the verge of uncovering the truth. A truth intertwined with the peculiar magic he possessed. The catastrophic collapse of a house was undoubtedly a spectacle that drew the attention of the residents of the street, who began to peek out, eager to ascertain the cause of the commotion at number 4 Privet Drive. However, among those who had appeared out of thin air, a segment separated itself and approached the onlookers, brandishing small wooden wands roughly the length of their arms. Immediately, those curious individuals seemed to forget the disturbance and nonchalantly retreated, as if the chaos had dissipated entirely, with even the traffic ceasing to flow. In stark contrast to the ordinary attire typical of the world as Harry remembered it, these newcomers were predominantly clad in robes, some adorned with pointed hats, reminiscent of the wizard from fairy tales. Time for Harry to observe and ponder was limited, as a venerable old man with a white beard suddenly emerged onto the street, his presence seemingly easing the tension among the onlookers. Many of those who had regarded Harry with trepidation now appeared somewhat less anxious. A man wearing a top hat hurried towards the old man, his face betraying a sense of urgency. "Not quietly, Dumbledore. Thank goodness it isn't you. Stay calm. Cornelius, leave it to me." The whispers carried by the omnipresent breeze reached Harry's ears, and he noticed that the old man seemed to acknowledge the peculiar wind, turning to glance into the empty space before approaching Harry. "May we have a word, child?" The old man inquired with a genial smile. "Do not be afraid. We harbor no ill intentions. In fact, it would be wonderful if you were unscathed." He scrutinized Harry meticulously, then glanced at the concrete giant that had shielded him and his companions from the collapsing house, his eyes filled with wonder. "Of course, sir," Harry replied softly. As he spoke, the concrete elemental gradually curled in upon itself, disintegrating into a genuine pile of rubble within mere seconds, appearing as though it had always been that way. The previously settled dust began to rise once more, yet this time, Harry witnessed the old man similarly wave his wand, causing the dissipated dust to vanish without a trace. "So this is the magic of this world? Quite clandestine. It seems exceptionally useful," Harry mused, his eyes gleaming. The world of his birth no longer appeared as tranquil as he had remembered. The power of magic lay hidden for reasons unknown. Remarkable magic, the old man marveled. "Forgive this old man's curiosity, but how did you accomplish such a feat?" "I do not know, sir," Harry replied, maintaining his composure as he fabricated a response. "I did not anticipate this outcome." However, it was not entirely a lie. After all, Harry had never imagined that casting a spell in this realm would involve drawing elemental power directly from the surrounding environment, leading to the destruction of the Dursley's home. Truth be told, he felt a pang of guilt. Extraordinarily fascinating magic indeed. The old man chuckled warmly. "At least I have never encountered such a peculiar form. Might you demonstrate it once more?" He playfully winked, displaying a knack for engaging with children. Any typical 11-year-old might have quickly forgotten their fears and concerns, eager to showcase their abilities. Yet Harry was far from an ordinary child. "I'm afraid I cannot, sir," Harry said, casting a glance at his palm. "They're no longer responsive." This was the truth. The elemental activity in this world was even lower than Harry had anticipated. His earlier summoning of a giant had seemingly further diminished the elemental vitality in this area, rendering it impossible for him to conjure anything anew for the time being. The elemental had not revealed to Harry the reason for this dormancy. He planned to investigate further once he regained his strength. For now, he felt too weak and vulnerable. "Is that so?" The old man sighed regretfully, appearing to accept this explanation. "What a pity. However, life is long, and encountering diverse vistas is always a joy. If you, a monster—" It appeared that after a prolonged period of calm, Vernon had finally regained his senses, letting out a sharp scream. "It's gone. My house is gone. The house turned into a monster. The monster saved me from being crushed by the house. They're all monsters." Overwhelmed by shock, Vernon's capacity for coherent speech seemed to unravel, his words tumbling out nonsensically before abruptly halting, not because he had suddenly calmed, but due to the old man waving his wand once more. Indeed, it wasn't only Vernon. Petunia and Dudley also suddenly fainted. Without uttering a word, Harry quickly turned to check their breathing, only to confirm that they had merely succumbed to slumber before he pivoted back. "Do not worry, child. They simply require a moment of relaxation." The old man reassured him with a kind smile, clearly pleased by Harry's concern. "Rest assured, when they awaken, all unpleasantness will have vanished." "What do you mean?" Harry glanced around, sighing. "I doubt Uncle Vernon will ever forgive me, and he might require some time to accept my restitution." Just looking at the wreckage made Harry believe that his uncle and aunt's spirits could not possibly improve, especially Petunia, who would likely faint at the thought of the neighbors gossiping about them, not to mention the financial loss they had incurred. Oh, it is not as dire as all that." The old man burst into hearty laughter upon hearing Harry's words. "You share a blood bond. Family cannot harbor everlasting animosities. As I said, matters have not reached an irreparable state. You have already demonstrated wondrous magic to me, have you not?" The old man, with a twinkle in his eye reminiscent of a child, added, "And now it is my turn." With that, he waved his wand once more, an instrument adorned with multiple joints that Harry recognized as the signature weapon of the wizards in this world. Yet, the nature of the weapon was not the focal point. Rather, it was that, under Harry's watchful gaze, the surrounding ruins began to move not through elemental forces, but as if they possessed life of their own. No, more accurately, it felt as though time itself were reversing. The fragments of the collapsed wall were meticulously reinserted into their original positions, and the concrete and brick, which had been crushed and reshaped into elemental forms, reverted to their former appearances. The wall regained its pristine whiteness, and even the artwork painted by Dudley returned, with a few stains and marks of time remaining unchanged. The furniture in the room, tables, chairs, shattered dishes, and damaged electronics, appeared as if a rewind button had been pressed, transforming everything from its broken state back to the pristine condition it had once been in. In the end, what stood before Harry was a complete and intact house, identical to what he had seen when he stepped out of the cupboard that morning. The people on the street outside had vanished. The flames in the fireplace crackled cheerfully, and everything seemed utterly normal, as if nothing had transpired. Indeed, nothing had occurred. Clap, clap, clap. Unable to contain his excitement, Harry applauded. Truth be told, even in the eyes of one who had ventured into another world, the magic demonstrated by the old man with the white beard was astonishingly profound, akin to magic within magic. Had the mages of Stormwind possessed such abilities, they would not have faced the arduous task of rebuilding their city, nor would they have incurred debts with the Masons Guild that led to a series of subsequent events. "Remarkable," Harry exclaimed, clapping fervently, "truly remarkable." The old man, whose lively personality surpassed his outward appearance, covered his abdomen with one hand while bowing gracefully with the other, as if taking a bow in response to the applause. Thank you. It is quite a strain on my old back." "Well then, Harry," the old man chuckled, sheathing his wand and gesturing toward the nearby sofa, "please forgive this old fellow for being a bit overly enthusiastic. My recent activities may have exceeded my physical capabilities. If you don't mind, shall we sit down and converse?" Harry sensed that this elderly gentleman was rather familiar, or at least seemed to know one of his relatives quite well. As he observed, the refrigerator door in the kitchen opened on its own, and several desserts that Dudley had left uneaten flew out. The kettle filled itself with water and settled onto the stove, boiling in mere seconds. Teacups danced their way to the table, already filled with tea leaves and hot water, the sweet aroma of milk mingling with the fragrance of tea wafting into Harry's nostrils. Impressive, Harry sincerely marveled. With such magical prowess, it far surpasses what the mages of Dalaran could enjoy. Please take a seat, Harry, the old man said amiably. Oh, do not worry about your family. When they awaken, it will be a splendid day, and all unpleasant memories will vanish, much like a bad dream. Have you tampered with their memories? Harry furrowed his brow. To him, memory was a sensitive subject. He would never wish for others to see his cherished recollections, nor would he allow anyone to meddle with them. Do you truly believe they would wish to remember everything that transpired today? The old man countered, reflecting on the chaotic state of Vernon. Harry remained silent for a moment before nodding, relinquishing his insistence on the matter. Although it may seem a tad late to mention this, I believe the fundamental etiquette of introducing oneself upon first meeting is essential. Wouldn't you agree, Harry? The old man said with a smile. Allow me to introduce myself. Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Leaning slightly forward, Dumbledore extended his hand. Harry Potter, as you already know, Harry replied, somewhat surprised by the old man's perceptiveness and the respect that transcended his years. He reciprocated the gesture, shaking Dumbledore's hand. A school of magic? Similar to the original Dalaran? An academy for teaching magic? Or perhaps like Kenrith? Indeed, while referring to it as a magic school may sound excessively boastful. I must assert that Hogwarts is unquestionably the finest school of magic in all of Europe. Dumbledore replied playfully, winking as he settled back into his seat. The finest in Europe, which implies there are other magical schools, suggesting that it does not bear a political stance like Dalaran. Harry mused internally, though he displayed no outward signs of his thoughts. Oh, by the way, Dumbledore exclaimed, as if suddenly recalling something, and began rummaging through his robes. To be honest, Harry had long wished to comment on Dumbledore's attire. The purple robe adorned with numerous silver moons and stars. Was this the aesthetic of wizards in this world? Yet, it seemed inconsistent, as the other individuals he had seen on the street were not dressed in this manner. Found it, Dumbledore exclaimed triumphantly, pulling out a letter sealed with red wax from an inner pocket of his robe. Fortunately, I brought a letter with me. Otherwise, it would be a pity for a young wizard. Wizards? Harry raised an eyebrow as he took the letter. Aren't you referring to mages? Indeed, wizards, Dumbledore chuckled. Just like in Muggle fairy tales, wizards, male and female. I assume you're familiar with those tales? By the way, Muggle is the term we use for those who cannot wield magic. Perhaps, Harry replied, non-committally, lowering his gaze to the letter in his hands. For Privet Drive. Little whinging, Surrey, Mr. Harry Potter, C.O. the coffee table in the living room. The letter revealed his current location, and Harry found it difficult to assess the wizards' sorcerers in this world, considering that just moments ago there had been no coffee table in 4 Privet Drive. He opened the letter. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. President of the International Confederation of Wizards. President of the Wizarding Association. First-class wizard of the Order of Merlin. Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been granted permission to attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. The term will commence on September 1st, and we shall await your owl's reply by July 31st. Deputy Headmistress, Minerva McGonagall. Await my owl? Harry inquired, looking up. Is that the messenger for wizards? Oh, owls are highly intelligent creatures that have served as messengers for wizards since time immemorial. As far as I know, they rarely make mistakes, Dumbledore explained leisurely. You might even wish to acquire one as a pet in the future. But for now, you need only provide me with your answer. After all, I am still the headmaster, am I not? Ha ha ha. Having amused himself with his own jest, Dumbledore laughed heartily. I had expected you to utilize some more magical means of communication. Harry recalled seeing messengers in Dalaran, either incorporeal servants, arcane minions, or even beings with wings that soared through the skies. In comparison to the enchanting delivery by owls, it indeed requires a greater degree of magic. Reflecting the esteemed position of the wizarding world, it is certainly feasible, yet overtly conspicuous messengers have been prohibited by law. Dumbledore shook his head, commenting, just as you have never heard of the existence of wizards, the Society of Wizards has concealed itself. Those who violate this tenet will face legal repercussions. What about me today? Harry recalled the commotion he had caused earlier. Oh, you are merely a young wizard, yet to be enrolled, Dumbledore said with a smile. No one would penalize a little wizard for instinctive behavior, so there's no need for concern. That is most reassuring, Harry nodded, feeling an inner eagerness to attend the school, though he had 2 questions that might require Dumbledore's insights. Were they? Dumbledore inquired, lifting his teacup with keen interest. I fear I may need to add a bit more sugar. First, I presume your school is not free of charge. As you can see, My aunt and uncle would likely be unwilling to spend money on my education at a magical institution. He gestured toward the three unconscious figures nearby. Moreover, they hold a considerable aversion to all things magical. Well, reflecting on Dudley's prior behavior, Harry mused that Dudley was at least not entirely opposed, though during such critical times. Even his indulgent guardians would not allow him to take charge. Oh, you need not worry about such matters. Dumbledore waved his hand dismissively. To ensure you have a delightful experience while exploring the wizarding world, I shan't overwhelm you with too much information. You merely need to know that wizards possess their own currency, and Hogwarts provides scholarships for muggle-born wizards, particularly those from underprivileged backgrounds. His demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as Dumbledore straightened and gazed into Harry's eyes, continuing, of course, you needn't concern yourself with such aid, as you have an inheritance awaiting you, a legacy from your parents. In any case, that fortune will suffice for your 7 years of schooling. Indeed, it will far exceed your needs. My parents' inheritance? A familiar yet strange term suddenly flashed in Harry's mind, distracting him momentarily. Indeed, your mother was the sister of Miss Petunia. Dumbledore nodded. For reasons I cannot yet disclose, it is this blood connection that has led you to reside here all these years. Please forgive my reticence. Some matters are simply not meant to be shared with a child. Noticing Harry's intent to inquire further, Dumbledore preemptively shook his head, saying, the key to your parents' inheritance and the vault at Gringotts is currently in my possession. In due course, I shall arrange for someone to bring it to you and guide you into the true magical world. Until then, let me maintain a little secrecy, he added with a cheerful demeanor. After all, it would be quite unkind to spoil a child's adventure into the unknown. Very well, Harry replied, acknowledging the limitations of his youthful form. Then I have one more question. Does Hogwarts accept non-human students? Dumbledore's body stiffened as he held his teacup. What do you mean? He questioned, suspecting he had misheard. For instance, werewolves? Giants? Vampires? Or perhaps other beings like mushroom folk or fungi beings? Harry tilted his head and asked, would they face discrimination? Or be outright barred from enrollment? I do not quite understand your inquiry, Harry, Dumbledore responded, genuinely puzzled. If it pertains to werewolves or vampires, I believe Hogwarts would not permit such dark magical creatures to enroll. As for mushroom folk or fungi beings, perhaps they exist somewhere in this world. Yet we have yet to discover them. I see. Harry's face fell in disappointment. Then I suppose I cannot enroll. Dumbledore, despite his extensive experience of over a century, found himself bewildered. What do you mean? I am quite certain, to my knowledge, both your parents were human. Harry, he said sincerely, setting down his teacup. Human wizards? I am confident. No, I am a minotaur, Harry asserted with unwavering conviction. It is just that my horns have yet to grow in, and I am somewhat lacking in fur. Having encountered humans from the Eastern Kingdom, he understood that, factually, he was indeed human. However, for Harry, the most significant aspect was his own self-identification. His true home and family lay with the Minotaur tribe, and he chose to embrace that identity. Very well, Dumbledore sighed, having learned over decades of teaching not to argue with children. Then Minotaurs are indeed permitted to attend Hogwarts. That is splendid news. Harry beamed for the first time. Dumbledore did not linger for idle chatter. After presenting Harry with the acceptance letter and assuring him that someone would come to escort him into the magical realm, he departed from number 4, Privet Drive, stating that there were numerous matters to attend following the day's events. Harry understood this, as, if Dumbledore was correct, the commotion he had caused today was indeed rather excessive in a society governed by secrecy laws where wizards concealed their existence. Most importantly, there were many unspoken truths in Dumbledore's words. He had not clarified why the initial wizards he encountered seemed to know him so intimately. Their conversations filled with astonishment and wonder, as though they had encountered a rare individual. Yet Harry was resolute in his belief that he had made no name for himself in this world. He could only embark on a gradual exploration in the time to come. Adding a log to the fireplace, Harry returned to the tea table, cradling his teacup and sipping delicately. The tautness in his nerves began to ease. To be frank, aside from battlefields, this was the first time he had encountered so many humans in private over the years, inevitably causing him to feel anxious and agitated, particularly in his weakened state. Harry Potter, the tribe's shaman and prophet, was not a mere human, but a minotaur, a fact known to all. Are you awake? He called to his aunt. Breaking the sound of crackling firewood, he looked toward the 3 individuals sprawled on the sofa. How are you feeling? Petunia had since propped herself up, her face contorted in pain as she clutched her forehead. It seemed she had experienced a nightmare, surrounded by mocking neighbors who laughed at their family's embarrassment. Or perhaps the house had collapsed. Petunia gazed around, bewildered, Everything appeared so normal. Indeed, dreams are ultimately but dreams. This thought lingered until Petunia's eyes fell upon the envelope resting beside Harry on the table. Oh no, she instinctively groaned, covering her eyes. As though that would shield her from the emblem, a shield crest encircled by a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a serpent, with a prominent letterhead at its center. Can we talk, Aunt? Harry gently inquired. About everything concerning my mother. As if she had not heard Harry's words, Petunia stared blankly at the letter and then at him. You too, I knew it. I just knew it. Penny murmured indistinctly to herself, and after a prolonged moment, she let out a deep sigh. Very well. For Harry, life had momentarily settled into a semblance of tranquility. He no longer felt the irritation that came from the presence of too many humans around him. Nor did he have to worry about their intentions, which for his tribe often meant scornful words or even drawn swords, culminating in bloodshed. Such was the reality of Azeroth, where the flames of war between the Horde and the Alliance never ceased. Since that day, no one had intruded upon his existence. Even after Aunt Petunia candidly recounted tales of her mother, in the days that followed, the demeanor of both Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon towards him inexplicably softened. Harry even found himself liberated from the confines of the cupboard under the stairs. He was curious about the alterations Dumbledore had made to their memories. Had he transformed the collapse of the house into mere nightmares? Or had he done something else? Yet, he ultimately relinquished that line of thought. At least for now, things were rather pleasant, were they not? As Harry's circumstances gradually improved, the magical world outside remained anything but serene. A deluge of howler letters inundated the Minister of Magic's office. And even the headmaster's office at Hogwarts was not spared from the barrage of these furious missives, with Dumbledore himself facing the wrath for neglecting Harry Potter's care. For instance, at this very moment, the one berating Dumbledore was not a howler letter, but rather a man clad in a black robe, his features dark and foreboding. You promised me. Dumbledore, he exclaimed, slamming a newspaper down forcefully on the desk in the headmaster's office, spittle flying on a Dumbledore-esque beard. You promised me you would look after him. And what is the result? Oh, Severus, calm down, Dumbledore replied, a phrase he seemed to find himself uttering frequently of late. Would you care for a spot of treacle tart? Muggle desserts possess their own charm, he said, completely ignoring the black-robed man's outburst, even cheerfully sliding a dessert across the table. The next moment, however, the dessert was sent crashing to the floor by Severus's furious hand, his anger raging uncontrollably within him. Residing with his unkind relatives, appearing like a house elf, emaciated and nearly reduced to a mute by their mistreatment. Severus, known to Dumbledore as Severus Snape, was on the verge of shoving the newspaper into Dumbledore's face. Is this what you promised me? Oh, my tart, Dumbledore lamented, casting a sorrowful glance at the dessert now lying on the floor. He sighed and said, I must admit, there is some truth in this report, Severus. But we both know what kind of person Rita Skeeter is. I do not wish to say this, but her reporting is likely to be of questionable authenticity. How did she even acquire this information? Fascinating, Dumbledore mused. On the front page of a newspaper before him, apart from the bold title of the Daily Prophet, the most eye-catching feature was a large photograph. In the image, a boy stood amidst the ruins, with a rock giant formed from the debris supporting the collapsed structures. And the boy's expression was remarkably serene, devoid of fear or panic. Accompanying this was a prominently displayed headline, Harry Potter, the next Dumbledore? Chapter 4, Snape's Fury at Dumbledore. According to the author's investigation, the boy who survived the Dark Lord's curse, who directly caused the Dark Lord's demise, had not fared well over the years. He was not only physically frilier than his peers, but also dressed in a manner that might be described as resembling a pitiful house elf. From a very young age, he had to rise early each morning to prepare breakfast for his Muggle relatives, burdened with various chores that fell upon this unfortunate child, often subject to scoldings and punishment. The prolonged abuse from his Muggle relatives had forced the boy, the one who survived, to exist in a profoundly oppressive environment. As he approached his 11th birthday, everything finally erupted. However, from the interviews conducted with ministry officials, we learned that our little boy had not become a mute. The magical outburst, at least that was how the ministry officials interpreted it, was akin to the way every young wizard would unleash their powers in moments of peril. As the child who had vanquished that man from birth, Harry Potter's magical outbursts surpassed those of his contemporaries, and this seemed entirely reasonable. It must be said that the rock giant appeared indeed magnificent. Perhaps many adult wizards could not achieve such a feat, we must reflect, for so many years. While we have enjoyed a life of peace and stability, what kind of environment has our hero, who brought us this life, endured? Is it all worth it? Or, during these 11 years, has the ministry truly shouldered the responsibility following the sacrifice of the Potters for peace? Has Dumbledore fulfilled his obligations towards the boy who survived? This is certainly a matter for contemplation. The entire article, while seemingly positioned from a neutral and objective standpoint, subtly hints at exonerating the ministry, an insidious suggestion woven throughout. Well, Rita's prose is rather adept, Dumbledore remarked after a moment of silence. At the very least, her story is quite captivating, and, oh, the photograph is splendid. Especially the moment when I shared a gaze with young Harry amidst the ruins. I wonder how she captured that. I care not for the image that woman has constructed for herself, Dumbledore, whatever claims she makes about being a courageous journalist or unveiling the truth. I care not. Snape retorted vehemently. What concerns me is her depiction of Harry Potter nearly becoming a mute under the cruelty of his muggle relatives. If this is the extent of your promised care for that child, then you should have entrusted him to me 11 years ago. Let me take him to Spinner's End. Spinner's End was Snape's home, implying he would take responsibility for Harry's care. It was evident that Snape was furious. The so-called mutes, or more accurately, the murmurs, are unique dark magical beings that emerge from young wizards. When a young wizard suffers physical or psychological abuse, harboring trauma associated with magic usage, and consciously suppresses their powers out of hatred, murmurs will be born. A young wizard who becomes a murmur is then referred to as a mute. Mutes experience extreme emotional pain, and when they reach a breaking point, they transform into a murmur, unleashing a nearly invisible yet destructively powerful wind that can obliterate everything in its vicinity. Murmurs are not controlled by the mutes. Their lives are intertwined. Yet murmurs relentlessly drain the life force of their hosts until they perish, taking the murmur with them. Very few children who become mutes live past the age of 10, which explains the Ministry's heightened anxiety upon detecting Harry Potter's extraordinary magical outburst at number 4, Privet Drive. The Ministry cannot accept the potential future of Harry Potter becoming a murmur, for it was the sacrifice of the Potters that ended the Dark Lord's reign of terror, restoring peace to the wizarding community in Britain. Even Harry himself remains oblivious to the fact that, in this world, he is not merely an inconspicuous figure. In reality, he possesses a remarkably extensive reputation. It is this very reputation that has instigated a state of acute tension within the Ministry of Magic and its minister. For should Harry truly become the Silent One, not only would the minister be compelled to resign, but some individuals might even find themselves incarcerated in Azkaban amidst the clamor of the wizarding community. Indeed, this is the very reason why Dumbledore, too, might be subject to vociferous outcries, for he is undeniably more than just a headmaster. Steady yourself, Severus, Dumbledore reiterated, I have been watching young Harry. While his life has indeed been fraught with hardship, it is by no means at a level that could precipitate his transformation into the Silent One. Harry cannot exist within the wizarding world. Such renown and accolades are burdens that no child ought to bear, lest he be spoiled. This was the wisdom of an elder. We both understand this, do we not? Dumbledore gently inquired, gazing into Snape's eyes. He is not dead, like a bucket of cold water doused upon a fervent flame. Snape's impassioned demeanor abruptly stilled. Instinctively, he covered his left arm. The mark remained there, unchanged through the years, merely faded but never vanished. Rita had proclaimed in the newspaper that it was the newly born Harry who vanquished Voldemort. Dumbledore continued. But we both know that it was Lily's magic that truly defeated him. Do not utter that name. Snape interjected brusquely, gritting his teeth. It was unclear which name he so vehemently wished to avoid, yet somehow, Snape regained his composure. Perhaps, for him, that earlier display of fervor was the true aberration. Very well, Dumbledore acquiesced with a slight nod. Ultimately, it is due to that magic that young Harry must reside among his blood relatives. You know, many have escaped judgment, and no one can predict their actions. Moreover, we are not in a position to condemn the Dursleys, are we? I hope you refrain from taking any private actions, particularly against Petunia. Dumbledore scrutinized Snape's countenance. We have sent them a child without their consent, without informing them of the potential dangers that might ensue. You have never raised a child. Perhaps you do not comprehend, Severus, the considerable challenges of nurturing a child from infancy to maturity. Enough, Snape retorted darkly. As far as I am aware, you have not either. Oh, I certainly have not, Dumbledore shrugged. But I have lived many more years than you and have seen quite a bit. Promise me, will you? Snape inhaled deeply. Very well. The word was reluctantly extracted through clenched teeth. So what did you observe this time? In a bid to divert the topic, Snape snorted, that Potter, much like his father, is arrogant, unruly, and recklessly flaunts his power. Humph. Oh, you were not so unyielding earlier, Severus, Dumbledore chuckled just moments ago. You expressed concern for young Harry's tense circumstances, suggesting it might have been better to take him away. All right, All right, I shall say no more. Might I have a bit more sugar in my potion this evening? Dumbledore's words faltered under Snape's frigid, murderous gaze. Offending a master of potions is never a wise choice, especially when he requires substantial amounts of sweets daily. In truth, young Harry's condition surpasses my expectations, Dumbledore mused. Disregarding Snape's protestations of disinterest, to be frank, when Cornelius suddenly relayed that Harry Potter had turned silent, I was truly taken aback. Just like his father, always seeking attention, Snape scoffed. And how did he wield that magic? It does not appear to be transfiguration. Skeeter's assertion was not without merit. The vast majority of adult wizards are incapable of such feats. I do not know, Severus, Dumbledore admitted candidly. That was magic I have never encountered, and it does not belong to the realm of transfiguration. It is extraordinary, remarkably extraordinary. It is difficult to fathom that a young wizard could unleash such power in a moment of crisis. Do you expect me to believe that? Snape replied impatiently. There is no need for such pretense, Dumbledore. How could there exist magic of which you are unaware? Oh, Severus, you overestimate me. I am merely an old wizard who has lived long enough. Dumbledore waved his hand dismissively, then suddenly chuckled. At least the mushroom people and fungi that young Harry spoke of are entities I have neither encountered nor conceived. The world is indeed fascinating, is it not? Do you truly believe such tales? Snape retorted scornfully. If he has not been poisoned by something he ingested, he has likely become lost in a plethora of Muggle storybooks. Why not believe it? Dumbledore countered. As I mentioned, young Harry's estate is far better than I had anticipated. After causing a mishap, he displayed neither panic nor fear. I could tell that his calmness was genuine, emanating from a deep-seated tranquility, Dumbledore asserted earnestly. He has even begun contemplating recompense for his uncle and aunt, a thought that hardly crosses the mind of a child. Clear-headed, possessing formidable logical reasoning, and his statements maintain internal consistency. Most importantly, he possesses extraordinary talent, remarkably exceptional talent, Dumbledore emphasized. Initially, I approached young Harry as one with child. Yet his demeanor swiftly dissuaded me from that notion. Dumbledore stroked his beard. It felt akin to conversing with a mature soul. I am adept at discerning such subtle shifts. Were one unaware, they might presume you spoke of the Dark Lord, Snape remarked after a moment of silence. Certainly not. Young Harry remains deeply concerned for his relatives, not only regarding their physical safety in times of peril, but also their emotional well-being, Dumbledore chuckled. Yet this time, Snape felt utterly silent, frozen in place. For from Dumbledore's words, Snape was astonished to realize that Dumbledore had indeed compared Harry Potter with that man, even arriving at a more favorable conclusion. By the way, Severus, Dumbledore, disregarding Snape's stupor, casually inquired, have you ever encountered a centaur? Snape? For reasons unknown, he sensed an insidious malice lurking within those 3 words, sending a chill down his spine. Is this another of Potter's delusions? After rifling through his memories, Snape bit down on his teeth. Unless you have become quite muddled in your old age, I can assure you that such magical creatures do not exist within the wizarding world. You would do well not to take his lunacies seriously, or have you finally discovered a kindred spirit among the mad? Indeed, Dumbledore's gaze sparkled, murmuring, given young Harry's display of rationality, it is quite peculiar. Might I provide you with a potion to stimulate your mind, Dumbledore? Snape remarked with pointed sarcasm. No matter how highly you regard him, he is merely a child who has spent 11 years growing up in a Muggle household. As a child, it is hardly surprising that he entertains fanciful thoughts. Perhaps, Dumbledore mused, shaking his head slightly. Are you interested in becoming the guiding light for that child as he enters the magical realm, Severus? In response to such an invitation, Snape executed a swift turn, his black robes billowing dramatically as he retorted, I have no interest in how a little madman ought to walk. Do not disturb me with such matters, Dumbledore. With a resounding thud, the door to the headmaster's office slammed shut, leaving Dumbledore in solitary contemplation. He waved his wand, causing the sugar pudding that had fallen to the ground to vanish, then retrieved another bag of sweets from a nearby drawer, cheerfully popping one into his mouth. Such disingenuous children, he murmured, casting a glance toward the door. What do you think, Fox? A soft trill from the phoenix answered him. Fox, though a majestic creature, rolled his eyes and buried his head in his wings. Everything remained unsaid. Chapter 5. Hagrid and Birthdays. In a magical society shrouded beneath a veneer of the mundane, it would be impossible for Harry not to feel a sense of curiosity. Yet, a seasoned adventurer knows how to quell their inquisitiveness. One should never tread into perilous territories without ample preparation. After all, life is but a singular journey, and often, one only has one chance. The immature adventurers have largely met their demise. Harry was bewildered by his sudden return to the world of his birth, perplexed as to why he had reverted to his former frail body. The muscles he had painstakingly honed over the years had vanished, and his elemental powers lay dormant. Scarcely responsive, he felt little sense of belonging in this world. However, wallowing in self-pity was futile. Upon confirming that a seed of power still resided within him, he resolved to resume his training. For the short term, he aimed to investigate the reasons behind the elemental dormancy in this realm, while his long-term aspiration, if attainable, was to return to Azeroth, to the home he cherished in Thunderbluff. On that day, after Uncle Vernon's awakening, he observed his wife recounting stories of her sister to Harry, particularly those concerning the Potter family, tales that had long been considered taboo in their household. Understandably, Vernon was not in the best of spirits. Yet, with Harry's assistance in recalling that something unpleasant related to magic had transpired that day, Vernon's ire quickly subsided. This was undoubtedly linked to Harry's explanation of a Hogwarts professor visiting, but Harry suspected the greater reason lay in his promise to Vernon that, upon inheriting the Potter estate, he would compensate them for their years of guardianship. Harry did not perceive this as a loss. Anyone who has genuinely raised a child understands how easily young ones can fall ill and the troubles that ensue. He vaguely recalled his early days in Azeroth, beset by ailments, whether due to frailty or unfamiliar surroundings, which had rendered him a source of great concern for the Cairn family and all of Thunderbluff. Fearful that this peculiar little creature might perish. It was during that period of illness, under the tender care of the shamans of the Dalaran tribe, that Harry found his path to becoming a shaman rather than following in his father's footsteps as a warrior. To be fair, Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia had indeed raised him for many years instead of abandoning him to an orphanage 11 years prior, and Harry considered that commendable. Regardless, it was infinitely better than life in an orphanage. Furthermore, this promise served to ease the relationship between the Dursleys and himself, even prompting them to intervene when Dudley attempted to bully him as he once did. In this light, Harry found his uncle and aunt rather endearing. At least they understood the concept of accepting favors with gratitude. Consequently, Harry's culinary standards had seen a notable improvement, with an abundance of food, including meat, which pleased him immensely. After all, to regain his former strength, he needed sustenance. Having concluded his morning run, Harry was wiping away the sweat and replenishing himself with water when he heard a knock at the door. "Go answer it, boy. If it's a salesman, remember to tell him we need nothing and to stop bothering us," came Uncle Vernon's voice from the living room. "Understood," Harry replied, making his way to the door. As he opened it, he instinctively took a step back, his right hand instinctively reaching for his side to grasp his war hammer, only to find nothing. His other hand, reaching behind him for his shield, met with emptiness as well. Indeed, his weapons had not accompanied him back. "Who are you?" Harry asked warily, eyeing the colossal figure before him. He was wise enough not to shut the door and pretend the intruder did not exist, given the man's stature. It would take but a single blow to shatter the door. Harry's instincts stirred. It was clear that the individual standing before him was not human. With a physique that defied human limitations, he towered, surpassing even the ogres of Harry's memory. No, he was much taller, standing over 3 meters, verging on 4, and could easily be classified as a giant or a giant subspecies. Harry found himself dwarfed by this being. Typically, ogres and giants are not synonymous with intelligence or benevolence. Rather, they're often brutish and cruel. "Oh, hello. I am Hagrid, sent by Dumbledore from Hogwarts, an employee and one of Dumbledore's most trusted allies." The giant stammered, revealing an intelligence that exceeded Harry's initial assessment. "You must be Harry, yes? The last time I saw you, you were just a wee tyke." Not only was he more intelligent than Harry anticipated, but Hagrid's emotions were also more nuanced, as he became visibly moved after just a few exchanges. "My goodness, you resemble your father so much," he exclaimed, his voice thickening with emotion. "But your eyes, they're so like your mother's. How time has flown. You've grown up, Harry." Thank you," Harry replied, sensing that Hagrid might be a connection to his parents. Relaxing slightly, he asked, "Are you also a professor at Hogwarts?" "A professor? Oh no, I could never be a professor," Hagrid replied in a flustered manner. "I am the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, and also the keeper of the Forbidden Forest. How could I forget to introduce myself? Rubius Hagrid, at your service." Striving to form a smile, Hagrid's face was nearly obscured by his wild hair and tangled beard, yet his beetle-like eyes radiated warmth. "Harry Potter, you already know me." Harry nodded in acknowledgement. He recalled that Dumbledore had mentioned he would arrange for someone to bring his parents' inheritance, while also introducing him to the Wizarding World. Harry never anticipated that the lively old man would send a giant. This was indeed quite a shock. Boy, why aren't you coming in? After a prolonged silence at the door, Vernon's voice drifted from the living room. Hurry up. Breakfast is ready. Don't keep us waiting. Coming right away, Uncle. Harry shouted back, turning to see Hagrid. Oh, I'm not a professor, Hagrid mumbled, but Harry's attention had already shifted towards the living room. After Hagrid's words, a commotion erupted from the room, as if something had been knocked over. Within moments, Dudley thundered down the hallway to the porch. Goodness, he's enormous, Dudley exclaimed, gazing up at the towering Hagrid, his eyes wide with astonishment. Following closely behind was Vernon, who, upon seeing Hagrid, appeared tempted to fetch a shotgun, but ultimately refrained, muttering a few hasty words under his breath. The delightful breakfast time for the Dursleys was effectively ruined. With considerable effort, Hagrid managed to squeeze through the doorway without damaging the frame, and subsequently settled onto the sofa under Aunt Petunia's pained gaze, causing it to emit a distressed groan as it sank considerably. Out of a sense of propriety, Aunt Petunia hastily brought out a pot of red tea for their guest. Though that was the extent of their hospitality. In record time, the family scrambled upstairs, leaving Harry alone in the living room. Dudley, unable to contain his curiosity, peeked around the corner from the top of the stairs. After all, giants were creatures he had only encountered in various video games, typically as adversaries. This was his first encounter with one in reality. Sorry, my uncle and aunt are a bit afraid of magic, Harry said with a hint of resignation, averting his gaze. By the way, didn't T. Dumbledore tell me that Hogwarts doesn't allow magical creatures like werewolves and vampires to enroll? Or do giants and centaurs fall under special exceptions? Harry considered it reasonable to treat different species from different worlds differently. Oh, a giant. Even with most of his face obscured by hair and beard, Hagrid's face flushed crimson. I'm not a giant. Although I am indeed taller than most, I am certainly human. If I weren't, I would have been allowed to attend Hogwarts. True giants are much larger than I. Is that so? My apologies for the misunderstanding. Although Harry sensed some ambiguity in Hagrid's demeanor, he chose to feign ignorance. After all, it was not his place to pry into someone else's personal matters. And the kind-hearted centaur would never want to embarrass another. It's quite all right, merely a misunderstanding. By the way, what do you mean by centaur? Upon hearing Harry's nonchalant acceptance, Hagrid visibly relaxed, only to realize what he had just heard. As you can see, I am a centaur, Harry calmly stated, never shying away from this fact and even eager to share it with anyone. I am delighted that Hogwarts allows non-human species like me to enroll. Huh? Hagrid appeared increasingly perplexed, his mind nearing overload. Non-human species? He scrutinized Harry closely, recalling the infant he had held 11 years prior. Right, Harry? Hagrid tactically skipped over this detail and laboriously retrieved a wrapped box from his pocket. I haven't wished you a happy birthday yet. This is a cake I made myself. I hope it hasn't been squished. Birthday? Harry paused momentarily. Truth be told, he had long since designated his birthday as the day he arrived in Azeroth, having forgotten this world's date. No wonder it took Hogwarts a few days to send someone. Harry suddenly realized. Of course, your birthday. Hagrid sat up, placing the cake on the table and nudging it forward with a smile. I remember it clearly. Go ahead and unwrap it. I hope you like it. A gooey chocolate cake adorned with green icing that read, Happy birthday, Harry. Dipping his finger into the frosting and tasting it, Harry found it excessively sweet for his palate, but said, Thank you, Hagrid, I truly appreciate it. As the saying goes, kind-hearted centaurs respond to goodwill with equal kindness. Oh, that is wonderful. Hagrid wiped away tears that had unexpectedly flowed, his eyes filled with nostalgia. Cake. Upon noticing something on the dining table, Dudley shouted as he rushed down, grabbing a piece with his hands and stuffing it into his mouth. This child, currently under strict dietary control due to his weight, had not had sweets in days and seized this moment when his parents were absent. Slow down, cousin, Harry remarked, though his gaze was more akin to that of an indulgent guardian observing a mischievous child, which struck Hagrid as rather peculiar. Dudley's actions abruptly halted upon hearing Harry's words. He glanced at the cake in his hand, then at Harry, then back at the inscription. After a few seconds of hesitation, he charged back upstairs like a wild boar, only to return shortly after. Here, let us swap. He shoved the item he had in his hands into Harry's embrace while continuing to devour the cake, mumbling a garbled happy birthday as his mouth was full. Taken aback, Harry pulled out what Dudley had thrust into his arms. It was a game cartridge for Wizarding Adventures. Perhaps I'll need to borrow your game console, Harry chuckled softly. Dudley continued to munch on the cake, but Harry felt his intent was clear. Perhaps it was a silent agreement. An unexpectedly delightful birthday. Harry found himself rather pleased with the turn of events. Chapter 6. Where are my warhammer and shield? Where's my chainmail? After indulging in the cake, Hagrid took Harry to London. Harry was genuinely curious as to why, as a fellow inhabitant of the magical world, Hagrid didn't simply appear elsewhere as those he had seen on the street that day, but instead had to escort him like a non-magical person to take the subway, what wizards referred to as muggles. However, when Harry inquired about this, Hagrid became flustered, struggling to articulate a coherent response, clearly unskilled in the art of deception. But Harry understood that Hagrid was facing difficulties. Given that, he chose not to press further. So, why do wizards keep their gold stored with goblins? Harry was meticulously examining an ancient key, a relic bequeathed to him by his parents through Hagrid. With a look of puzzlement, he inquired, "From your description, their avarice for money seems to mirror that of goblins. Any sane individual would hesitate to entrust their wealth to goblins, for retrieving one's funds from them is often more arduous than taking their life, even if that money rightfully belongs to you. Indeed, Azeroth is not devoid of banks. However, neither the Alliance nor the Horde would ever allow goblins to oversee their finances." From Hagrid's account, it appeared that in this world, goblins had effectively seized control of the wizard's economy. Goblins? Hagrid momentarily faltered, shaking his head as he replied, "Fairies are not the simple-minded nuisances that merely threaten your garden. They have instigated rebellions on several occasions." Well, Harry mused, it's quite perplexing that wizards would entrust their economy to a faction so disparate and avaricious. He sensed that his understanding of wizarding society was still lacking, necessitating a degree of humility. There must be a rationale behind the wizard's choices. "Rest assured, Harry," Hagrid reassured him, "although I share your disdain for the goblins and Gringotts, retrieving your money should pose no issue." "Very well, that would be most agreeable," Harry nodded, though a flicker of worry crossed his mind. "By the way, Hagrid, did my parents leave me a substantial inheritance? I require a suitable warhammer and a shield, if possible, a set of chainmail tailored specifically for me. Speaking of which, I T inquired whether the blacksmiths of the Wizarding World craft armor that adjusts to the wearer's physique. Otherwise, creating armor would be quite challenging." The mere thought of acquiring new gear filled Harry with excitement, a pure joy that never seemed to wane. Yet, when he glanced at Hagrid, he was met with a bewildered expression. "A warhammer and a shield?" Hagrid stammered, "Little wizards don't need such things, Harry. Wasn't there a list of items that young wizards need to purchase? I don't recall those being on it. I saw 3 sets of black robes, a hat, a pair of protective gloves, and a cloak." Harry sighed. "These cloth garments offer me no sense of security, Hagrid. I wear chainmail. Donning fabric would only diminish my combat efficacy. In terms of defense, plate armor surpasses chain, which in turn surpasses leather, and leather outmatches cloth. In Azeroth, shamans, though spellcasters, don chainmail to reap its benefits, for during battle, they must not only heal and empower their allies, but also protect themselves while engaging in combat, a cultural hallmark. There are none." Hagrid's face flushed as he exclaimed, "Why would you harbor such peculiar notions? There hasn't been a blacksmith in Diagon Alley for ages. Don't speak of such things at school, lest you invite mockery from the other young wizards." Hagrid bore the look of one who had suffered greatly, indicating he had many tales to tell. "Let them say what they will," Harry calmly replied, "I shall pursue my own path. The Mother Earth shall safeguard me." The ridicule of young wizards? How could the jeers of a gaggle of children compare to the hardships he had endured? A human steadfastly allied with the Horde, he had become a hero among the Dalaran, even though the Horde and the Alliance had collaborated numerous times against world-ending crises. Harry remained viewed by the Alliance as a traitor to humanity. Aside from a select few human friends, most humans and members of the Alliance regarded Harry with hostility, their words laden with vitriol, branding him a betrayer. Even the Ministry of Magic had orchestrated several assassination attempts against him, intent on erasing the stain of his existence. Within the Great Horde, a small faction of radical orcs also harbored disdain for Harry's humanity. But what of it? The Greater Horde did not equate to the Dalaran tribe, and the Dalaran had always embraced Harry as one of their own, rendering his concerns trivial, truly inconsequential. From a young age, he had learned to disregard venomous words and to ignore enmity, provided these individuals did not intrude upon his personal space. Otherwise, Harry would wield his storm-infused warhammer with vigor, delivering a resounding blow to their heads, perhaps yielding results come the next year. "Oh, very well, Hagrid muttered, gazing at Harry with a mixture of awe and concern, recognizing that Harry's composure was genuine, not a facade. "You possess a remarkable courage, Harry. You shall undoubtedly be sorted into Gryffindor." "Gryffindor?" Harry mused. "In truth, I believe Hufflepuff might suit me better." He recalled Hagrid's descriptions of Hogwarts' 4 houses. I must admit, Hagrid's assessments were rather steeped in personal bias. Gryffindor is brave, Hufflepuff is foolish, Ravenclaw is bookish, and Slytherin is rife with dark wizards. Absolutely not. Hagrid interjected with newfound fervor. If you were to be sorted into Hufflepuff, it would send many into a frenzy. Well, let me be the first to go mad, then. Harry retorted, I know you want to care about that, but nevertheless, welcome to the Leaky Cauldron. Before Harry stood a rather antiquated wooden door, unremarkable at first glance, devoid of signage or peculiarities. To the left was a grand bookstore, while to the right lay a record shop, and there stood the wooden door, wedged in the narrow space. Harry keenly observed that the muggles who noticed him and Hagrid, standing there curiously, did not cast their gaze upon the door. Was this yet another manifestation of wizarding magic? Before we enter, I must inform you, Harry, Hagrid said, gripping the doorknob, you are far more renowned than you realize. Remember to maintain your composure. Without waiting for Harry's response, he pushed open the door to the Leaky Cauldron. It was a cramped, filthy establishment, truth be told. Regardless of Hagrid's prior embellishments, Harry's initial impression was one of disappointment. The dimly lit space was not only confined, but also rather dirty. With various robed individuals gathered around tables, some drinking in small clusters while others engaged in smoking and conversation. It was somewhat better than the worst adventurer's tavern Harry had ever visited. After Harry surveyed the bar, which was said to serve as a bridge between the wizarding and muggle worlds, Hagrid seemed to have exchanged pleasantries with the proprietor. However, that was not the focal point. The crux of the matter was that Harry noticed the patrons rising to their feet, rushing toward him, their faces alight with enthusiasm. In all honesty, Harry felt a tinge of relief that his warhammer was not accompanying him. For the last time, he had been surrounded by such a throng of humans. It had not been a friendly encounter. Thankfully, Hagrid's broad frame shielded him from the eager individuals clamoring to shake his hand, forcibly escorting him away. There are simply too many humans. I understand you're feeling a bit anxious, Harry, Hagrid said, patting him on the shoulder with a self-assuredness that seemed misguided. But you must forgive them. Had you not vanquished Voldemort at the moment of your birth, who knows what the magical world would have become? Thus, they're sincerely grateful to you. As I've said, you are a celebrity, more renowned than even the Minister of Magic. It is utterly improbable for an infant to triumph over an adult wizard. Hagrid, Harry said calmly, the adoration and praise of those earlier individuals failing to sway him. It must have been some form of magic employed by my parents that safeguarded me. No one knows better than Harry what he once was. That is hard to say. Hagrid remarked, scrutinizing Harry with a chuckle. I've kept a newspaper back in my place. You'll see it when you enroll. What newspaper? Harry asked, momentarily taken aback. But Hagrid teasingly withheld the answer. Do you see that rubbish bin, Harry? Hagrid gestured as they halted in front of a wall. Count 3 bricks up, then 2 bricks across. With the tip of his umbrella, he gently tapped the last brick thrice, and in the next instant the bricks began to writhe, retreating to reveal a wondrous new world. Welcome, Harry, welcome to Diagon Alley, Hagrid turned to say, though he was disappointed not to see a look of astonishment on Harry's face. Before them lay a winding, cobblestone road that seemed to stretch infinitely, flanked by an array of shops brimming with peculiar and distinctive merchandise. Unlike the mundane streets outside, the pedestrians here largely donned attire befitting wizards. Dumbledore was right. A young wizard's inaugural exploration of the wizarding world should remain unblemished, for even Harry felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of delving into this enchanting, uncharted realm. Adventure and discovery were indeed among his passions. There were magically stirring cauldrons in front of stores, a travel agency promising unparalleled terror-filled experiences for wizards, and parchment that was being inscribed upon by quills of feathers. This was a stationery shop. Naturally, as a centaur enthusiast, Harry found himself particularly drawn to the herbology shop. An abundance of unfamiliar herbs was on display, including a mushroom confined within a box that continued to leap about despite having been plucked, and a plant bearing green berries on either side, dubbed Spider's egg for its resemblance to spider eggs, with roots that appeared spider-like. Harry was utterly captivated by these remarkable herbs, as during his time in Azeroth, he had immersed himself in 2 disciplines, herbalism and blacksmithing. His passion for herbalism had been cultivated by the Tauren, allowing him to reap additional rewards during his adventures around the world, while also enabling him to earn some coin through blacksmithing. After all, Harry took pleasure in crafting his own equipment, believing it to fit him better. After several unsuccessful attempts to coax Harry away, Hagrid ultimately had to scoop him up and carry him out of the herb shop, with Harry remaining stiff as a post, his gaze fixed upon the wondrous herbs within the store. Nevertheless, Hagrid had to foot the bill for Harry, allowing him to take home a selection of lavender and sage, as Harry had yet to retrieve money from Gringotts. Honestly, Harry, I'm beginning to believe Hufflepuff might suit you, Hagrid remarked with a furrowed brow once they had distanced themselves sufficiently to ensure Harry wouldn't run back. Your passion for herbology will surely delight Professor Sprout, but alas, well, it's just a hobby. Harry was unfazed, instead bringing a sprig of lavender to his nose. Do centaurs use this for divination? Do you know the specifics? The shopkeeper had explained that centaurs burn this herb along with sage for the purpose of divination. In the shopkeeper's description, the centaur, which Hagrid whispered would not be fond of being called that, bore a striking resemblance to the half-formed image of a centaur in Harry's memory, albeit seemingly more peaceful and less formidable. In Harry's recollection, it was typically those centaurs who had perished who were considered the noble ones. However, in this world, centaurs have been designated as magical creatures worthy of wizardly protection, their divination skills becoming a coveted and costly asset among wizards. Engaging a centaur for divination required not only substantial resources but also connections. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. The essence lay in the fact that, as a shaman, and one who had even attained the title of prophet within the Dalaran tribe, Harry possessed the innate ability to foresee the future and discern omens. Some prophecies stem from the whispers of the elements in his ear, warnings from the elements, and guidance from ancestral spirits, while others emerged from intangible, spiritual premonition within Harry himself. This made his prophecies not only more precise, but also marked him as a target of envy among many. Chapter 7. Prophetic Divination and My Fairy Friend. Due to the fact that the elements each possess their own personalities and are often reluctant to converse with those outside the shamanic path, past shamans within the Dalaran tribe had to interpret and relay the messages of the elements in their own ways. Consequently, misunderstandings occasionally arose, wherein a shaman might misinterpret the intentions of the elements or the guidance of ancestors, and there were instances where demons or other adversaries masqueraded as elements, leading to erroneous directions, as was the case with the orcs. Furthermore, the messages interpreted were sometimes so nebulous that those unable to hear the elements or ancestral whispers lacked an intuitive understanding. However, Harry was different, remarkably so. Unlike traditional shamans, Harry was able to directly convey the whispers of the elements into comprehensible language. Upon meeting certain conditions, he could even manifest fleeting visions of the future in the form of water projections, allowing others to witness glimpses of what was to come. This, of course, led some skeptics, let us just say, it led some wizards to question whether these so-called snippets of the future were mere illusions conjured by Harry's magic. However, after an encounter with a bronze dragon named Chromie, such doubts significantly diminished. The bronze dragon was one tasked with safeguarding the flow of time in Azeroth, its dragon lord being one of the guardians. It was precisely this extraordinary prophetic ability that set Harry apart from other shamans and enabled him to outshine rivals, earning the title of prophet, thereby becoming the individual whose divinatory skills would guide the entire tribe in avoiding calamity and charting their course forward. Once, Harry had been bewildered as to why his powers, upon embracing the shamanic path, differed so markedly from those of traditional shamans. Yet now, he understood that it all stemmed from his unique magical essence derived from another world. Such extraordinary magic. After engaging in a profound discussion with Jaina, Harry even devised a distinctive form of prophetic magic, introducing a systematic approach to shamanic divination. Oh, the centaur divination process? Hagrid shrugged as they strolled down the cobbled street of Diagon Alley. You know, I can't perform magic. To be honest, even if I could, I wouldn't understand the centaur's divination. There aren't many wizards who can comprehend it. They always speak in an enigmatic manner, often referencing celestial bodies, lamenting about the stars being either too bright or too dim, or they might even utter incomprehensible phrases. Hagrid sighed. Indeed, I find it difficult to grasp their meanings. Nevertheless, many wizards hold a firm belief in the divinations of the centaurs. Moreover, Harry, there is no necessity for you to purchase such items, Hagrid remarked, casting a glance at the pouch of sweet-smelling herbs and sage in Harry's hand. The Forbidden Forest is abundant with these treasures, and once we arrive at Hogwarts, I can assist you in gathering some. I must admit, I did not anticipate your interest in divination. Having a notion I wish to explore, Harry vaguely explained before shifting the topic. Are there truly many wondrous things within the Forbidden Forest? Well, not entirely a diversion, for Harry was indeed quite intrigued. Just the name itself conjures images of fantastical herbs and perhaps even rare magical creatures classified by wizards. The very term forbidden carries a weight of mystery. Hey, Harry, your eyes are sparkling, you know? Hagrid erupted into hearty laughter, then cautioned, but do not entertain thoughts of frolicking in the Forbidden Forest. Students are prohibited from entering, and I shall not allow you in. Do refrain from emulating those Weasley twins. Heavens, getting them out of the forest nearly cost me my life. Hagrid sighed heavily. However, if circumstances permit, I could take you to witness the centaurs' divination rituals during their festival, as you are quite renowned among them. And I have a decent rapport with the centaurs, he added in a low mumble, certainly more reliable than the divination professor. Does Hogwarts even offer a divination class? Harry keenly picked up on this, inquiring, but the professor seems rather untrustworthy. Do not broach that subject, Harry. Please, refrain from discussing my colleagues in such a manner. Hagrid exclaimed, clearly flustered. It's commendable that Hagrid possesses such integrity, though one wonders if he realizes that his reaction speaks volumes. Very well, let's not dwell on that. Returning the sweet-smelling herbs to the bag, Harry declared, let us hasten to retrieve some funds. I can hardly contain my excitement. Transforming coins into equipment and supplies, then embarking on the next adventure, only to convert the spoils of that adventure back into coins. Ever since entering Diagon Alley, Harry felt as though everything had returned to a rhythm he recognized. Now, he was ready to procure his adventure's capital. Harry realized that not only his physical form had rejuvenated, but also his spirit. The relationship between body and soul is significant. At least for now. He seemed to have rekindled the enthusiasm he felt when he departed Thunderclap Cliff to seek adventures beyond. From Thunderclap Cliff to the Feywood Forest. From Kalimdor to the Eastern Kingdoms. This long-lost buoyancy remained with Harry until he beheld the goblins of Gringotts. Apologies, I meant the goblins. They bore an uncanny resemblance, strikingly so. Save for being somewhat taller, everything else was so familiar. Especially upon entering, he spotted warnings about thieves on the walls, while the goblins, upon noticing Harry and his companioness attire, appeared utterly indifferent. Harry never imagined that his first encounter with a semblance of Azeroth in this world would be through the goblins, prompting him to instinctively clutch his wallet, only to remember that he currently possessed none. How splendid! The inheritance from his biological parents surpassed his expectations. After a thrilling ride in the small cart, the vault door swung open to reveal a mountain of gold coins, while the silver and bronze coins went unnoticed due to their lackluster appeal. Truth be told, the underground transportation of Gringotts reminded Harry of those goblin racing events, where only the most reckless and daring individuals dared to participate, aiming to obliterate their opponents mid-race and survive to cross the finish line. It was a whirlwind of speed, nearly rivaling the sensation of being captured by a dragon and soaring through the skies. Having grasped the Wizarding Society's income and pricing levels, Harry discerned that the wealth before him not only ensured his comfort and leisure throughout 7 years of schooling, but could also sustain him for many years post-graduation without the necessity of employment. Furthermore, the shelves flanking the vault housed various magical items, though Harry merely glanced at them before returning them, opting instead to stuff his pockets with an abundance of gold coins, along with repaying Hagrid for the herbs, despite Hagrid's fervent protests. After all, Harry believed that this little pouch Hagrid had gifted him was quite valuable, though not quite the multi-compartmented bag he remembered. It still served a similar purpose of holding many items beneath its modest exterior. Following another exhilarating ride in the cart, Harry accompanied Hagrid to retrieve an object from a deeper vault, but Hagrid, shrouded in mystery, refused to disclose its nature, and Harry had no intention of inquiring further. Goblins understand the importance of respecting others' privacy. Apologies, Harry, Hagrid said, appearing somewhat dazed as they finally exited Gringotts. He turned to Harry and remarked, I believe I must first have a drink. You know, that infernal cart nearly killed me. Why don't you go ahead and purchase your robes? That will take some time. Understanding, for that sensation was indeed quite unpleasant. Harry's expression mirrored discomfort. Rest assured, Hagrid, I shan't wander off. Shall we meet again shortly? After sizing Harry up and recalling how remarkably mature he appeared for a typical child, Hagrid hesitated before saying, of course, see you shortly. As he watched Hagrid stagger towards the leaky cauldron, Harry pondered for a moment before turning back to re-enter Gringotts. Sir? The goblin guarding the entrance appeared perplexed as Harry approached alone. Is there something you require? I have a matter I wish to seek your assistance with, Harry said, brushing his hair back to reveal the lightning-shaped scar adorning his forehead. This scar had been with him since the day of his birth, said to be a mark of having vanquished the Dark Wizard. After his experience at the Leaky Cauldron, Harry was acutely aware that this scar served as a distinct emblem of identity within the wizarding realm. Goodness! The goblin's eyes widened in astonishment. You are Harry Potter. This was hardly the first time. Harry had grown accustomed to the awe with which those in the wizarding world regarded him, often gasping in disbelief before whispering his name. It was an unprecedented experience. While Harry considered himself somewhat renowned in Azeroth, it was never to such a degree. Yes, That's me, he replied, maintaining his composure as he obscured the scar once more, extending his hand to the goblin. I find myself in a predicament and would greatly appreciate your assistance. Of course. The goblin's demeanor transformed into one of enthusiastic warmth. It would be my honor to serve the illustrious Harry Potter. My name is Grip Hook. How may I be of service? What ignited such fervor in the bronze goblin was not merely Harry's renown or the lightning-shaped scar upon his forehead, but rather the sensation of the gold galleon nestled within his grasp as Harry held his hand. The truth remains, Harry possesses an extraordinary knack for dealing with goblins, fully aware that these avaricious beings have a penchant for heaps of gold coins. However, what they cherish even more is the process of acquiring wealth, regardless of its magnitude. While a single galleon might not suffice to bribe a wizard, it is decidedly more than adequate to sway a goblin, particularly in matters of lesser consequence. As long as there is an unexpected influx of riches, they find it impossible to refuse. I have heard from friends that goblins have been revered as the finest craftsmen since time immemorial. In a hushed tone, Harry pulled the goblin aside and inquired, "Do you know of any reliable mastersmiths? I require the forging of a weapon, perhaps even a suit of chainmail." Indeed, Harry had never abandoned his plans for self-protection. He had merely shifted his approach. While he yearned to don armor and wield a weapon and shield of his own creation, he remained acutely aware of his current circumstances. Although his forging knowledge lingered in his mind, his yet-to-mature physique rendered him incapable of even wielding a hammer for extended periods, let alone crafting a full set of legendary gear. Before he could forge for himself, he certainly could not remain unprotected. It was with this thought in mind that Harry discerned the disdain wizards held for melee weapons and armor from Hagrid's reaction. The absence of a blacksmith shop in Diagon Alley further confirmed this. Through subtle inquiries along the way, Harry unearthed another avenue that might still uphold this traditional craft, the goblins. Weapons? Chainmail? The goblin regarded Harry with surprise, seemingly taken aback that a wizard would make such requests. However, with a radiant smile, he replied, "I know of a master smith's abode, but I will pay for his services, whether for him or for you." Harry calmly interjected, "But to preserve our friendship, I must remind you, my goblin friend, that I am Harry Potter. Consider the Ministry of Magic." Instantly, the goblin's smile dimmed significantly, and he sighed, "Harry Potter, a big name, yet a greater trouble. Perhaps I ought not to have accepted that galleon earlier. But if given the chance again, you would still accept it," Harry asserted. "Of course," the goblin replied without hesitation. "Why not? It's free money." Harry understood. In their agreement, Harry would pay no more than 100 galleons for a half-suit of chainmail and a war hammer with a shield, an amount 300 galleons cheaper than the monthly salary of a minister of magic. Frankly, for a set of equipment, this price was quite reasonable. At least in the goblin's eyes, it was merely a toy. Chapter 8. Harry's New Wand. Consider the requests Harry made. Firstly, the weapons and armor could not be too large, as Harry was at an age where he was still growing. Thus, the armor he desired was a simplified version, sufficient to protect his chest, back, arms, and legs, excluding gloves and bracers. Ultimately, it comprised only a breastplate and greaves, designed with adjustable sizes to cater to Harry's needs, featuring a structure that allowed for certain vulnerabilities, which accounted for its affordability. Its defensive capabilities were diminished. Another reason was that these weapons and armor were not true magical items. In the realm of Azeroth, they would barely qualify as white gear, utterly mundane, hence their low value. Even a muggle blacksmith could forge them. Until he could forge his own equipment, Harry intended to rely on these rudimentary versions. From the goblin's perspective, Harry Potter's seemingly retro demands could only be deemed a fleeting fancy of a child, merely a celebrity's plaything. Yet in Harry's eyes, these items were far from toys. Though they were simplistic whiteboard equipment, once donned, they would enable him to cast certain spells effectively. As for the 3 sets of cloth armor purchased from Madame Malkin's, Harry intended to use them merely as cloaks to avoid drawing attention. After all, in the wizarding world, he seemed to attract enough scrutiny as it was. The fitting for the garments proceeded smoothly, devoid of any complications, though a blond boy attempted to engage Harry in conversation to alleviate his boredom, only to be disregarded. The tone of the boy's voice and the arrogance veiled in his words triggered Harry's instinctual wariness. Without a doubt, he was a poorly raised child, and Harry had no intention of intervening on his parents' behalf, provided he did not provoke himself. After the fitting, Harry provided Madame Malkin with his measurements, planning to send them to the goblin via Owl for the crafting of custom armor. Hagrid awaited him at the door, even holding a birdcage containing a snowy owl. "A birthday gift, Harry," Hagrid beamed. "I hope you like it. I figured you wouldn't want a toad, so I chose this lovely lady. Isn't she beautiful?" "Indeed, Hagrid." Harry replied sincerely. "Thank you for the gift. I truly appreciate it. I need an owl to send messages." Friends' gifts always uplift the spirits. Upon returning to this world of his birth, Harry felt he had made his first friend, a giant who pretended not to be one. "Oh, I'm glad you like it. Now, the final task is to select your wand." "Wand?" Harry echoed, unable to suppress his excitement. No one could resist the thrill of acquiring new equipment, not even Harry. The shops selling weapons for wizards matched Harry's previous imaginings, very much imbued with a sense of history, yet impeccably maintained without a speck of dust. Ollivander's wand shop felt overwhelmingly crowded. Even after Hagrid stammered his way through the entrance, Harry still found himself in a rather cramped space, with shelves lined with elongated boxes on either side and above. Within some open boxes, Harry glimpsed the wands carefully arranged inside. The shop was filled with magical weapons, each appearing to possess at least the quality of blue-tier equipment, perhaps even mingled with some purple-tier epic items. To speak more mystically, these wands were weapons imbued with their own spirits, enhancing their value. Ultimately, shamans are professionals who believe in the spirits of all things. Storms, flames, flowing water, everything in nature, even animals. Ancestors of the shamans believe in the spirit of all things and can indeed communicate with these intangible entities. Elements and souls form the foundation of shaman's path. Naturally, Harry keenly sensed the spirits within these wands, as though they were attempting to converse with him. Yet their inherent weakness rendered them unable to speak. Harry found himself perplexed by the length of time he had spent within the wand shop without a soul emerging to attend to him. However, he felt confident that selecting a wand suited to his needs was a task he could accomplish independently. Closing his eyes, Harry attuned himself to the call of the wands. The myriad of wands displayed in the shop transformed into countless spirited souls, presenting themselves before him. One wand appeared overly exuberant. Harry preferred one with a more composed demeanor. Another seemed excessively subdued, merely shifting in response to his call, without further movement. Some exuded a chill, others radiated excitement, while some were reckless and others appeared disheartened and restless. Truth be told, Harry was somewhat overwhelmed by the choices. Yet, after an exhaustive exploration, he finally came to a halt before a particular shelf. Opening his eyes, he rose onto his toes and deftly extracted a long box from the top row, revealing a wand nestled securely within. It was as black as obsidian, its matte surface smooth to the touch, exuding a quiet elegance akin to black jade, yet impossible to overlook. Clap, clap, clap. Harry looked up to see an elderly man with silver hair standing in the loft of the room, his pale, large eyes shining like two luminous moons in the dimly lit shop. "Remarkable, simply remarkable," he said in a soft voice, his tone filled with wonder. "It seems you have ultimately chosen him?" It was no illusion. Harry was certain the wand maker, Ollivander, was speaking to him, but was simultaneously addressing the wand he held. "A truly splendid gift, my child," Ollivander remarked with evident delight. "I had presumed that only those of the Ollivander lineage or those long acquainted with wands could perceive their brilliance. Yet here you are, so young, able to glimpse this truth." "I merely see their spirits," Harry replied, admitting his ignorance regarding the wand's materials. Noting Ollivander's affectionate terminology towards the wands, he reciprocated. "Your talent is remarkable as well, sir." This compliment was heartfelt. After all, if Ollivander could perceive the spirits of the wands and converse with them as he did, Harry felt this elderly gentleman was the most likely among all the wizards he had encountered to become a shaman. "Spirits?" Ollivander chuckled softly. "That notion resonates with what shamans speak of in Africa. However, as far as I'm aware, many spells in Wagadu are cast through finger movements or gestures. Wagadu, the African school of magic, holds a prestigious status comparable to Hogwarts, boasting a millennium of history and international acclaim. If a wand can amplify a spell's potency, then I believe utilizing a wand is the optimal choice," Harry replied. "That is indeed a rare perspective, Mr. Potter," Ollivander responded, casting a surprised glance at Harry. "To my knowledge, the vast majority of wizards aspire to perform wandless or silent spells, as it signifies ease of casting and a person's formidable strength. Even though the spell's efficacy is often diminished without a wand or spoken incantation. That seems rather self-defeating," Harry pondered, opting for a less forceful term to express his thoughts. "Why forego effective equipment when it can undoubtedly enhance one's abilities? Weapons must be chosen wisely. Even a guardian, the pinnacle of the magical profession, requires a wand to stabilize their magical flow and amplify their spells. The deliberate abandonment of a weapon that could distinctly enhance one's capabilities in favor of casting magic was a mindset Harry found utterly incomprehensible. It certainly appears impressive and undeniably convenient," Harry noted, and his views on wands only served to endear him further to Ollivander. If you, Mr. Potter, are interested in wands, I would be delighted to accept you as an apprentice in your 7th year. Just as I mentioned earlier, you truly possess remarkable talent. However, the prospect of 7 years hence felt exceedingly distant, and Ollivander continued, seemingly oblivious to Harry's potential response, rather than contemplating the choice 7 years from now. I believe your immediate focus should be on the wand in your hand. Indeed, the wand. Ollivander's voice grew somber as he appeared to drift into reminiscence. Your eyes mirror your mother's, both a beautiful shade of emerald. She purchased her first wand from me, a 10¼ inch willow, while your father preferred a wand of mahogany, 11 inches in length, known for its flexibility, greater power, and proficiency in transfiguration. Harry was astounded by the old man's memory, far exceeding his expectations. Perhaps it was due to the notoriety of his family. And now, Mr. Potter, Ollivander suddenly leaned closer, his gaze probing with intrigue. Harry noticed he was scrutinizing the scar on his forehead through his hair, and everything felt markedly different. I had anticipated you would choose this wand, Ollivander rambled, turning to retrieve a wand from the shelf. Hollywood, phoenix feather, 11 inches in length. Most importantly, its core is the very same that left you with that scar. What could this possibly signify? Had he transcended his destiny? Escaped the shackles of fate? But why? What had transpired? Ollivander fell into contemplation. The wand of Voldemort? Harry mused, beginning to grasp the implications of Ollivander's words. Oh, do not utter that name, my child, Ollivander replied, visibly shaken. The mention of that name seemed to jolt him from his reverie. He directed his gaze towards the box Harry held, saying, take it up, 13½ inches. Ebony wood, with a core of thunderbird tail feather. Without hesitation, Harry grasped the wand, finding it difficult to articulate the sensation. It was as though he had acquired an extension of his very being, warm, yet entirely under his control. Suddenly, the air was infused with the scent of fresh grass, reminiscent of the aroma he had experienced atop Thunder Cliff, accompanied by the warmth of sunlight on his skin, faint echoes of thunder in the distance. Ollivander clapped his hands once more. Talent, this is talent, he exclaimed, wiping away a tear from the corner of his eye. Only a select few can discover the wand that is truly suited for them. Ebony wands typically choose those with the courage to be themselves, those who defy conformity, embracing the role of an outsider. As Ollivander elaborated on the characteristics of wand materials with intimate familiarity, he continued, you are someone capable of disregarding external pressures and steadfastly holding onto your beliefs, Mr. Potter. How extraordinary! What prompted me to conceive such a unique idea? He pondered. While pairing a wand that was inherently unconventional with a thunderbird's tail feather indeed augmented its power, particularly in transfiguration, it also rendered the wand more challenging to master. To be frank, he had assumed it would remain here indefinitely. You will accomplish great feats, Mr. Potter, truly great feats. Amidst Ollivander's enigmatic musings, Harry exited the shop after leaving behind 7 gold galleons. Truthfully, Ollivander's state of mind only reinforced Harry's belief that he was indeed suited to be a shaman, a traditional one. At that, have you found a suitable wand? Hagrid, waiting at the door, finally exhaled with relief. It truly took quite a while. Is your new wand comfortable? Absolutely, Harry replied, brimming with excitement to test his new equipment. It feels wonderful. This exploration of the unknown is one of the reasons why Harry was captivated by adventure during his time in Azeroth, a sense of novelty. Under Hagrid's guidance, Harry acquired all the necessary items, particularly those enchanted books that were not included in the curriculum but piqued his interest. This prompted Hagrid to mutter a few words about whether the boy might end up in Ravenclaw, while Harry enjoyed a generous 50% discount at the Leaky Cauldron, a privilege granted solely because that Harry Potter had come to purchase books. In return, Harry left a signature for the shopkeeper as a memento, a treatment reserved for the famous. However, for Harry, returning to number 4, Privet Drive, the most pressing matter was to conduct a ceremony, a traditional one, imbued with the ancient essence of shamanistic rituals, a tribute to the elements and the spirits. Harry aimed to invoke the elemental powers of this world to the fullest extent. Chapter 9. The Souls of Parents. Many believe that shamans serve the elemental forces, acting as their servants. Yet in truth, the relationship is often one of equal communication. The elements possess their own will. They can rejoice, become enraged, betray, and oppose one another. It is the shaman's duty to maintain equilibrium among the elements, preventing them from becoming too antagonistic and causing disorder. This is a symbiotic process. The elements achieve harmony through the shaman's presence, while the shaman gains strength from the elemental forces. Harry was confident that even in the world of his birth, there existed a substantial degree of elemental power. Not only because he had already summoned dormant elements, but also due to the inherent harmony and balance of this realm. A lack of water elements would dry up rivers. An absence of earth elements would render the land barren. A deficit of wind elements would lead to suffocating silence, and a scarcity of fire elements would herald decay. Both deficiency and excess are improper. Only balance provides the most suitable environment for human existence. From what Harry had observed, the elemental forces of this world were undoubtedly in balance. Lighting a sprig of incense made from hibiscus and sage, Harry inhaled deeply, savoring the gentle floral aroma with a slight powdery texture, mingled with a pungent hint of camphor. A delightful scent, indeed. Although different worlds possess distinct herbs, Harry had to concede that the centaur's choice in this world was not misguided. It was said that centaur rituals also utilized this divination to guide their clans, and Harry was increasingly eager to witness the practices of his counterparts in this world. Yet, what troubled him was how to carve the totem for the ceremony. Typically, totems used in combat can be directly conjured from earth elements, but those meant for rituals must be hand-carved to hold meaning and earn the element's acknowledgement. After perusing the magical tomes he had purchased, he discovered spells that could assist him in this task. However, after attempting them, Harry had to admit that they were currently beyond his capabilities. Moreover, without a clear understanding of the element's temperament in this world, even preparing offerings proved challenging. Thus, he decided to simplify matters, taking advantage of the absence of the Dursleys, albeit they had recently shown Harry a kinder disposition due to his inheritance promise. He chose to conduct the magical ceremony in the shadow of the garden fence, a location that would not attract undue attention. He arranged the fruits scavenged from the refrigerator, Dudley's snacks, and Uncle Vernon's liquor as offerings. Calling upon the power of the earth element, a totem carved with water motifs rose from the garden and was inserted into the ground as he chanted incantations, the patterns on it varying from calm to tumultuous waves. Following this, 3 more totems, each inscribed with earth, wind, and fire motifs respectively, were crafted and placed into the earth, their designs derived from the knowledge Harry had acquired in the Tauren tribe, exuding a raw and powerful beauty. Storm, earth, flame, he my call, he proclaimed, raising his arms in invocation. Suddenly, the hibiscus and sage before him ignited spontaneously, their fresh, green leaves seemingly untouched by time. Yet the flames blazed as if they had long since withered. The deep blue smoke did not ascend into the sky nor drift with the natural winds. Instead, it coiled around Harry's neck like a serpent, entering his nostrils. In a daze, Harry's spirit, stimulated by the aromatic incense, entered a trance-like state. As the real world gradually receded and a kaleidoscope of colors enveloped him, he seemed to hear a low hum, akin to the breath of giants, heavy and steady, yet deafening like thunder to mortal ears. They appeared to be conveying something: the sound of crashing waves, the tearing of lightning, the brittle crack of withered branches. After what felt like an eternity, as the hibiscus and sage burned to ashes, Harry finally opened his eyes. The state of the elements was profoundly subdued, as if something had transpired in ancient times that left them gravely wounded, leading to their prolonged slumber. The magic he had wielded was less a response from the elements and more akin to the actions of shamans who had strayed from the righteous path, forcibly coercing the elemental forces with spells. This was indeed a monumental undertaking. Harry could not help but sigh. In a world where the elemental forces were so weakened, had he been in Azeroth, he would have sought immediate assistance from the Earth Wardens to revive the elements and restore their strength. Yet, regrettably, in the world of his birth, he felt that he bore this responsibility alone, for he had read in the books he purchased that the power of wizards was waning. But what could one person accomplish? For all her might, Jaina's power was formidable, yet even she could only watch helplessly as her city of Theramore was reduced to rubble. What of himself? Harry gazed at his hands, if he wished to walk the shaman's path in this world, fulfilling the vow he made on the day he became a shaman, to revive the elemental powers and maintain their balance. He foresaw that this would not be an endeavor he could undertake alone. Just as his esteemed Tauren shaman, Musha the Earthshaker, had founded the Earth Wardens to protect the world and uphold elemental balance. Perhaps he too needed to establish an organization to strive toward this goal. Yet, that seemed a distant dream. Harry rose to his feet. After all, he was still young, and it was likely that few would heed the words of a mere child, let alone accept guidance from him. Perhaps I should consider another approach. Just as he had resolved to gather his belongings and depart, Harry suddenly turned back, recalling an intriguing detail he had noticed while perusing the wizard's books: the existence of ghosts within wizarding society. When a wizard passes away, if they harbor sufficient attachments that they cannot relinquish or feel discontent, their soul, may return to this world in the form of a ghost. Beyond the elements, the realm of the soul is another domain where the shaman excels. Not only able to commune with spirits to glean wisdom, but also capable of summoning them to assist in labor or battle. This raises an intriguing question. Could one as parents also be shamans? Parents. Each time Harry encounters this term, his emotions become exceedingly complex. In his life, there exist 3 pairs of individuals who could be bestowed with this title. Yet, the couple he identifies with the most bears no blood relation to him. It is the esteemed Bloodhoof couple, a pair of noble Tauren who raised him. With a flick of his wrist, he dispelled the 4 totems symbolizing the 4 great elements, and once more recited the incantation. This time, under his command, the totem shaped from the earth element was not merely one, but a single, robust pillar that represented ancestral veneration within Tauren culture. The intricate carvings upon the totem narrate the tales of the great Tauren who sacrificed for their tribe throughout countless ages. Though Harry was not invoking the spirits of Tauren ancestors, he reasoned that it should not pose a problem considering his true lineage. Closing his eyes, the call for ancestral guidance is the most basic instinct for any shaman, and countless repetitions have rendered Harry quite adept at it. However, this time, unlike the elemental whispers he had previously encountered, he found himself enveloped in a shroud of mist. A dark, somber fog enveloped him completely, as he seemed to traverse an endless path, surrounded solely by the boundless, deep azure haze. It felt as though many eyes were hidden within this mist, watching him with curiosity or perhaps greed. Is this the afterlife of this world? Harry's spirit sensed this, yet he felt no fear. The guidance of the spirit urged him onward, a connection extending from his very being, grasping an invisible rope. Ultimately, he beheld 2 souls, one male and one female. Upon opening his eyes in the material world, he found those 2 spirits floating before him, their faces adorned with the same expression of bewilderment. They're translucent. Cerulean forms differed from the pearl-like ivory described in wizarding texts, subtly emanating a bluish mist, which obscured whether the woman's eyes mirrored the emerald hue spoken of by Hagrid and Ollivander. Yet, he could at least discern the contours of the man's visage. It bore an uncanny resemblance to his own reflection seen countless times in mirrors across Azeroth. Oh, perhaps he had it backward. It should be that he resembles the man. Harry? The woman's voice trembled, as if she had just realized what was transpiring. She extended her arms. You are Harry, are you not? An embrace from a phantom. Truthfully, this sensation was rather unpleasant. The feeling of a ghost passing through him was akin to being doused in ice water while exposed in the depths of winter. A chill that penetrated both body and soul. Harry sighed, turning to face the woman who gazed at him with sorrow, her inability to embrace him rendering her even more despondent. Yes, it is I. He hesitated momentarily before uttering the word, Mother. A sense of release washed over him. Back in Azeroth, Harry had indeed harbored resentment towards his biological parents, questioning why they had abandoned him, forcing him to grow up under the reproach of his aunt and uncle. It was this very resentment, coupled with the love from the Bloodhoof couple, that ultimately led Harry to forsake his human identity in favor of growing up as a Tauren in Azeroth, steadfast in his choice. Yet now, having accustomed himself to this reality only to return to the world of his 11-year-old self, Harry was suddenly enlightened that his biological parents had not intentionally forsaken him. They had made the ultimate sacrifice as heroes. Something within him seemed to unravel, just as those heroes who fell to protect Azeroth. This revelation, while unable to alter his mature worldview or firmly establish self-identity, at least freed him from the shackles of resentment towards his biological parents. They must have loved him, just as the Bloodhoof family had. And you as well, father. Turning slightly, Harry regarded the male spirit hovering before him, who was making exaggerated gestures, as if trying to signal him. Uh-huh, James Potter exclaimed, spinning in mid-air at last. I can hear my child-esque voice. Du gost shit chiefs. Harry noted the glistening tears in his mother Lily's eyes, her countenance a blend of relief and emotion. There were countless words left unspoken. It was a conversation bridging life and death, a dialogue between departed parents and their grown child. However, a sudden crackle interrupted the moment, the familiar sound of apparition. When Harry turned, he saw a grim-looking man standing at the edge of the garden, and his neighbor, Mrs. Fig, approaching him with a look of concern. No. Harry realized that the wizard who had operated near the garden was not merely observing him. His gaze was fixed upon the spirit of his mother, Lily. Lily. The wind carried the man's hushed words to Harry's ears. Oh, Harry mused, this is getting interesting. Oh, it's Novellis. James Potter's voice dripped with disdain as he turned. What are you doing here? Watch your tone, James. There's a child present. Lily interjected softly, a well-timed admonishment. Harry was uncertain whether the playful banter between spirits could be deemed light or heavy, but was enough to earn James a gentle nudge from Lily. Meanwhile, the grim man seemed oblivious to their exchange, his eyes fixated upon Lily Potter. This gaze naturally incited James' ire, who positioned himself protectively in front of his wife. Though regrettably, the translucent form of a spirit could not physically shield her. "Hey, Snivellis, do you want to fight?" James shouted, his temper flaring. "Stop staring at Lily. How many times must I say not to do this in front of the child?" In an effort to diffuse the tension, Lily floated aside, addressing the brooding wizard with a complex expression. "Severus, are you well?" Harry distinctly observed the man, Severus Snape, startle as if struck by lightning, his entire being quaking visibly. Chapter 10. Unveiled Secrets and Snape's Oath. Ignoring James Potter's jibes, Snape, upon hearing Lily Potter's call, was compelled to move forward with fervor, even colliding with the Dursley's garden fence in his haste. He glanced down, visibly perturbed, then with a subtle flicker of apparition, he stepped into the garden. "Is it truly you?" Snape's lips trembled, then pressed into a thin line, as if struggling to suppress a torrent of words. Harry noticed Snape's eyes becoming hollow, profoundly deep, as if they contained nothing at all. Meanwhile, James Potter was incessantly traversing through Severus Snape, seemingly intent on meting out a stern punishment to the man who had fixated on his wife. Unfortunately, his efforts proved largely futile. Snape remained utterly oblivious to James's presence. For him, the frigid distinction between body and soul was insignificant. His gaze was solely fixated on the spirit of Lily Potter, which inflicted the utmost anguish upon James, compelling him to move through Snape with increasing speed. One could not help but find the scene somewhat amusing, dissipating the previously somber atmosphere and allowing Harry to breathe a sigh of relief. He cast a glance at Mrs. Figg in the distance, recalling that this elderly woman had once been a refuge when the Dursleys sought to leave him behind. Her home was always permeated with the scent of cabbage. Now, it appeared that she too had ties to the magical realm, residing nearby to either observe or protect. It was more likely the latter, as Harry did not believe there was anything in his past that warranted surveillance. He nodded at Mrs. Figg in acknowledgement before turning to the rather peculiar situation beside him, two souls occupying one body, and suggested perhaps we should step inside and sit down to converse. "It is rather conspicuous out here." The translucent form of a soul was certainly not something one would expect to encounter in the Muggle world. Had Uncle Vernon's and Aunt Petunia's awareness of a wizard and two souls gracing their living room today come to light, they would likely have fainted in sheer terror. Fortunately, Harry mused, they were out enjoying themselves today. Upon entering the house and settling down, the ghostly presence floated, feigning a seat on the sofa. In this intimate setting, the earlier raucousness seemed to evaporate, including James's boisterous demeanor. At Lily's urging, Snape began to recount the events that had transpired over the years since their demise. It must be said that this man lacked a talent for storytelling. Articulating his thoughts on any given matter proved to be an arduous task. Essentially, he conveyed that after the Dark Lord's demise, everything had settled, and for years he had obediently followed Dumbledore's directives, becoming the potions master at Hogwarts. Concluding his dispassionate account, Snape's gaze remained hollow. "Huh," James scoffed derisively. "The Dark Lord? Only a lot would refer to him as such. Why on earth did Dumbledore permit a scoundrel like you to become a professor? Who knows what you might do to the children?" "James," Harry interjected, recognizing his mother's desire to maintain a semblance of parental dignity in his presence. Yet, James's inherently vivacious nature could hardly be contained, and any pretense quickly fell away. "No matter what, I'm infinitely better than a man who could not protect his wife and children. If you cannot achieve that, then..." The instinctive retort was abruptly halted as Snape's fists clenched beneath his robes, forcing him to take a deep breath to regain his composure. The living room fell into an oppressive silence, and even James could muster no further words, for Snape had touched upon his most profound source of guilt. "We trusted the wrong person." James's voice grew hoarse. "Indeed," Snape retorted with a hint of disdain. "The friendship of Gryffindor," he said, Sirius Black, betrayed Slytherin and ultimately betrayed you all. Not Wormtail, James exclaimed, raising his voice. "It was all my fault. The true traitor was Peter Pettigrew." "What do you mean?" Snape's breath hitched. This might be the reason that all detectives loathe the existence of supernatural forces. When the deceased can manifest and identify the culprit, all deduction and inference become meaningless. Sirius was not the traitor. James shook his head sorrowfully. "You know Remus and, at that time, Both I and Peter struggled to fully trust him. Everyone knew Sirius was our secret keeper. So one day he came to me and suggested I switch to someone who wouldn't be suspected as a secret keeper. Peter? Snape bit out through clenched teeth. Then why did that fool Black spend so many years in Azkaban? Why did he not utter a word? Snape felt his frustration mounting, recalling how, after the incident, a street had been destroyed, and the papers reported that only a finger belonging to Peter was found. Peter was not only a hero, but received the Order of Merlin. I suppose it was out of guilt, Lily softly interjected, tears welling in her eyes. The hardest obstacle for a person to overcome often lies within their own heart. A truth understood by all present. May I interject? Harry tilted his head. What were you all speaking of? Oh, my child, it is all in the past. You need not concern yourself. James managed a strained smile as he looked at Harry. I was just thinking that if all goes well, perhaps you won't have to stay here any longer? He surveyed the surroundings. If Sirius were still alive, he would be Harry's godfather. And we all know he was wrongfully accused. James's gaze turned fervent as he looked at Snape, sending chills down Snape's spine. Severus? James's tone turned syrupy sweet, calling forth the name of the departed. Severus Snape, the greatest of Slytherins? Enough. Be silent. Snape spat out the words, his lips pressed tightly. That fool. The biggest fool of them all. Having come to understand what truly transpired all those years ago, Snape felt himself nearing a breaking point merely by uttering the name of that self-important man. Indeed, in the entire magical world, perhaps only we would deem him innocent. Snape stated flatly, they require evidence, not merely my words. But you will help? One to you, Severus? Lily implored gently. Look at this child. He is so frail. Petunia has not cared for him well. He deserves a better home, Severus. The Dursley household was adorned with photographs, yet conspicuously absent was one of Harry. While Dudley appeared robust, a stark contrast to Harry seated here. I will, Snape solemnly vowed, gazing at Lily's spirit. May I interrupt? Harry spoke up. I'm not entirely aware of your past, but I do not require someone to suddenly appear in my life, acting as an elder and dictating my affairs. I have my own plans. Oh, Harry, James said, sorrow etched across his face as he looked at his son. Sirius is a wonderful person. You and T see him as an elder. Indeed, more like a lively, foolish dog, bounding around, Snape interjected dryly, always the exuberant Gryffindor. In summary, it is indeed inappropriate for you to reside here, given your circumstances of dependence on others. James pretended not to hear this remark and feigned an embrace around Harry's shoulders, declaring, you ought to stay in the ancestral home of the Potter family. Trust me, Harry, all the treasures reside there. No one can access our vault without a bloodline verification. Surely you don't believe we would entrust our true valuables to Gringotts of all places? Those are goblins. Harry nodded in acknowledgement. That did sound rather splendid. An inheritance from an ancient family, along with answers to some of Harry's queries regarding goblins. Perhaps one should also consider the estate of the Black family. Severus glanced at Lily and remarked, if that foolish dog were to return, he would undoubtedly spoil this child. That is all right, Severus, Lily replied gently, regarding her childhood friend. You are here, are you not? After so many years, you must have endured quite a bit. Her soft words, akin to the gentle warmth of winter sunlight, pierced through Severus's heart, causing him to instinctively hold his breath. His gaze was locked onto Lily, who looked back at him with a face full of compassion. In that fleeting moment, Severus felt as though he had been transported back decades. To that afternoon when a girl, bathed in sunlight, turned to look at him, her lips parting and closing as if she were trying to convey something, though he could not discern a single word. I will, Lily, Severus rasped, emphasizing his vow. Knock, knock, knock. Someone was at the door. Harry rose to answer it, and to his surprise, yet not entirely unexpected, he found Dumbledore standing outside. Good afternoon, my child. If I were to greet you with long time no see, would that be too presumptuous? Dumbledore cheerfully inquired, his demeanor as lively as when they had first met a few days prior. Good afternoon, Professor Dumbledore. Please, come in. Harry gestured for him to enter. Thank you. Dumbledore acknowledged, stepping inside as he continued. Please forgive our uninvited presence. I trust you have discerned that Mrs. Fig has, in fact, been protecting you over the years. I hope you do not hold that against her, for your safety is of utmost importance to the entire magical community. Of course, it was also Mrs. Fig who alerted us upon discovering you conducting a mysterious magical ritual this afternoon, which seemed to yield significant results. I had intended to come myself. However, the ministry summoned me urgently, and thus, I had to send our potions master in my stead. Dumbledore's words trailed off, filled with contemplation. Well, this is indeed an unexpected reunion, he mused, having glimpsed the scene in the living room as he walked through the corridor. He looked down at Harry and winked, saying, "It appears I have discovered the reason our potions master has not been responding, has it not? Long time no see." James and Lily finally had the opportunity to use this phrase as Dumbledore expressed his delight. "It seems you have embarked on a delightful adventure unbeknownst to us." "Indeed, Professor Dumbledore," James replied, sharing a smile. "It was truly a most splendid adventure. Those who share common experiences often find themselves with an abundance of topics to discuss after a long separation, each eager to inquire about the other's tales." Meanwhile, Harry quietly listened, piecing together the events of the past from the snippets of information he had gathered. His father had 3 close friends, and the 4 of them were at odds with Professor Snape, a rift stemming from his mother. Harry chose to disregard the romantic rivalries of the previous generation. As someone who had traversed another world, he was all too familiar with such matters, even the blood elf Prince Kael that had once challenged him to a duel over similar issues. Ultimately, his father emerged as the victor, and as the child born from that conflict, Harry felt he had little to say. The reason his family had faced Voldemort's attack was that his father had trusted the wrong person, leading to the betrayal that resulted in their demise. One of the remaining 2 friends had been wandering for years due to certain peculiar circumstances, while the other, burdened by guilt, was serving a lengthy punishment in prison. Most astonishingly, that person was his godfather. What more could be said? Harry could only reflect that behind every hardship lies a convoluted tale. "I see," Dumbledore pondered, realizing the complexity of past events. Chapter 11. Dumbledore's Refusal and Harry's Full Armament. Rest assured, James, Lily, Dumbledore's demeanor grew serious. "I shall diligently pursue this matter, seeking evidence to exonerate Sirius. However, you must understand that the current predicament is that Sirius himself is unwilling to emerge. Otherwise, he would not have remained silent when he was captured. Moreover, so many years have elapsed that to overturn his conviction without concrete evidence would be challenging, even for me." Dumbledore sighed, acknowledging that many matters from that time had already been settled. "I believe that even with irrefutable evidence, it would be difficult." Severus interjected with a hint of sarcasm. The Minister of Magic would only be concerned with his approval ratings, and any resurfacing of this issue would undoubtedly diminish them. "Oh, one cannot be so absolute, Severus," Dumbledore replied with a smile. After all, when Sirius was tried, Fudge had not yet assumed office. "Thank you ever so much, Professor Dumbledore." James and Lily expressed their sincere gratitude. "There's no need for thanks. It is our collective desire to see the wicked punished." Dumbledore waved his hand dismissively. "However, after discussing all this, might I indulge my curiosity? As I understand it, 11 years ago, both you and Lily chose to move forward in the face of death, rather than return as ghosts." Dumbledore's gaze scrutinized the 2 of them, filled with curiosity as he inquired, "If that is the case, why do you now present yourselves in this manner?" James and Lily exchanged glances. "Honestly, I am unsure what we are now," James replied candidly. "In the afterlife, Lily and I suddenly heard Harry's voice, and then we saw him appear before us. And we inexplicably returned." A splendid response, though it left Dumbledore utterly perplexed. "Harry's call?" Dumbledore turned to Harry and asked, "Is it the sort of mysterious magical ritual Mrs. Fig mentioned? Just as I witnessed a few days ago, as long as you wish?" "That could be one way to interpret it, Professor Dumbledore," Harry reflected, feeling that such matters could not be concealed any longer, and thus he spoke plainly. "I suppose it is a talent of mine. After Hagrid took me to Diagon Alley, I read in some books about the existence of ghosts in the Wizarding World, and I wondered if I might be able to see my parents. So I attempted to call out. Talent." Harry relished the term that Ollivander often used, as it saved him considerable time in explanations. "Why can't you do it? Why can't you comprehend?" "Because you lack the talent. A lack is a lack, and no amount of explanation can change that. It is simply perfect. I am endowed with innate power. This matter is also documented in the annals of lesser-known officials." Contemplating, Dumbledore attempted to call out, gazing intently into Harry's eyes. His expression bore an uncanny resemblance to that of someone witnessing a Puffskein voraciously devouring a dragon, or perhaps observing Grindelwald pirouetting in a skirt in the heart of Paris. The incredulity was palpable. Snape instinctively opened his mouth to deliver a sardonic remark, yet at the very moment he was about to speak, he caught sight of Lily's spirit before him, compelling him to suppress his words, a struggle evident upon his countenance. "I believe I have identified this year's recipient of the Merlin Award for the Order of the Phoenix, Dumbledore." Well, Snape ultimately succumbed to his instincts, honed over decades. After all, Harry's claims were rather understated and absurd, akin to a primitive man sharing the secrets of nuclear fusion. Even within the enchanted realm of wizards, it seemed remarkable. "Oh," Severus, perhaps we have underestimated the wonders that a young wizard can inspire over these years, Dumbledore quipped humorously, removing his glasses for a moment. So, Harry, can this magic of yours be wielded to summon others? I mean, to bring back their souls? With profound depth in his gaze, Dumbledore opted not to delve further. Harry sensed that this question was, in fact, the crux of Dumbledore's curiosity and concern. Yes, Harry affirmed with a nod. As long as there exists a blood connection and a bond of affection between you and that individual, your ancestors will respond to your call. Oh, but they are not just ancestors, Dumbledore murmured softly. So, shall I perform a ceremony for you, Headmaster? Harry raised an eyebrow. Yet this time, Dumbledore remained silent, lost in thought for an extended period. Eventually, he shook his head, stating instead something unrelated. At this juncture, I recalled the reason for the Ministry's summons earlier that day. There had been disturbances in the Hall of Death within the Department of Mysteries, a place where wizards sought to unravel the mysteries of death. Dumbledore regarded Harry earnestly. Just this afternoon, not long ago. The implication was unmistakable. I recognize your remarkable talent, Harry, and your maturity. At your age, I could not have accomplished such feats, Dumbledore sincerely remarked. However, I urge you to wield this power with caution. Will you? Naturally, Harry nodded in agreement. If you require my assistance, Headmaster, do not hesitate to call. I will be more than willing to help. As for why Dumbledore had declined at that moment, it was a matter of respecting privacy. Dumbledore had his reasons. Yet, Harry found himself more intrigued by the Department of Mysteries. Could the Hall of Death's use of soul magic to summon ancestral spirits truly elicit reactions elsewhere? He felt a growing curiosity to explore this hidden aspect of the world. May the Mother Earth bless you, Harry said, bowing slightly as he bid farewell to the visiting Dumbledore and Snape, ignoring Snape's repeated glances at the spirit beside him, and firmly closing the door. Magic remains magic. Harry did not confine his parents' souls to his side. James and Lily could not linger for long. Though Lily had a few words she wished to share with her sister, Petunia, thus they remained a little longer. As for Aunt Petunia's feelings upon witnessing her sister's spirit, Harry ascended the stairs, oblivious to the raucous noises emanating from downstairs. He cherished learning. Wizarding textbooks were truly captivating. The final month Harry spent at the Dursleys was remarkably comfortable. He could freely explore magic, indulging in the enchantments of this world, fully embracing the role of a wizard. This time, no matter how much Gianna danced before him, mocking him as merely a borrower of elemental power, Harry could confidently retort, "What are you laughing at? I'm a wizard too. A wizard. Exhilarating. Magic. Exhilarating." Harry had also adapted to the wand, the quintessential tool of a wizard, much like a demon hunter's blade. To him, the wand represented an exclusive equipment that significantly amplified a wizard's spellcasting prowess while efficiently managing their magical energy, enhancing both control and endurance. Purple Epic. Ollivander's wand, purple quality, 7 galleons each, guaranteed genuine, limited stock, first come, first served. Such extravagance in the wizarding society. Just before the commencement of Hogwarts, Harry finally received the long-anticipated equipment, a war hammer paired with a shield and half-plate armor. The moment he donned the armor, despite several parts being incomplete, an intangible sense of security enveloped Harry's heart. It felt just right. He lifted the war hammer and swung it lightly. It was perfectly balanced, crafted with exquisite skill by the goblins, fitting Harry's current age splendidly, though he would soon require a new one as he grew. Phew, with this, my task is complete. Please ring me up, Harry said, wiping non-existent sweat from his brow. To be honest, it's fortunate this was your order. If it were anything else, we could have landed in serious trouble. What do you mean? Harry asked, surprised as he glanced at the goblin. I've read about your history. Aren't goblins forbidden from using wands? In truth, magical weapons, especially magical armor, are also prohibited, the goblin retorted disdainfully. The Ministry somehow learned of our activities and came knocking. Luckily, we haven't broken any rules. This kind of toy could be made by Muggle blacksmiths. I see, Harry nodded, finding it reasonable. Armor indeed held greater significance. After all, wearing magical armor made it challenging for many spells to inflict damage, which was not conducive for wizards managing goblins, a species that had instigated multiple rebellions in the past. Harry had already discerned that wizards in this world often possessed fragile physical strength. Oh, you have no idea what we goblins have endured, the goblin lamented. I know, you lost, Harry replied bluntly. Here, this is the agreed-upon payment. Huh, well, at least we can earn some money from our defeat, the goblin muttered. Stop complaining, copper, Harry countered, turning to him. Among goblins, you are at least a reputable one, which is commendable. What good is reputation? Copper yawned. During the annual Gringotts meeting, I didn't even get a chance to sit at the table. Usually, I can only gaze at the entrance to make a living. It will come, Harry stated earnestly. I have an idea, though it cannot be implemented just yet. If you are willing to trust me when the time comes, perhaps you can seize an opportunity for fortune, and by then, you may even find yourself at the table during the Gringotts meeting. Are you serious? Copper paused, scrutinizing the renowned figure before him. Clad in matte armor, Harry had secured the war hammer to his side and the shield on his back, now enveloped in a cloak that rendered him less conspicuous. Of course, I am Harry Potter, he asserted, embodying the principle of leveraging his fame. Very well, esteemed individual, Copper Circle mused, recalling something previously glimpsed in the newspaper. I shall bide my time for you. After all, the lifespan of a fairy is quite extensive. Harry clasped the fairy's hand in return. Indeed, Bullman, Copper Circle murmured. How very true. He gazed atop Harry's head, more specifically at the regions flanking his forehead, where a pair of diminutive horns stood resolutely, as if they had sprouted naturally. In comparison to his peers, Harry's greatest asset lay in his ample patience and his comprehension that surpassed his years. At the tender age of 11, it was a rarity for a child to sit quietly, engrossed in book after book, many of which were devoid of illustrations and consisted solely of dense text. After perusing several tomes, including Hogwarts, a history, modern magical history, significant magical events of the 20th century, and the rise and fall of dark magic, Harry had garnered a rudimentary understanding of the wizarding world and the events that transpired 11 years prior, which had bestowed upon him his notoriety and popularity. While it is said that history imparts wisdom, it is regrettable that humanity often learns nothing from it. Nevertheless, for Harry, he at least grasped some of the taboos that wizards held dear. Ignoring the peculiar gazes directed at him, Harry stood on the platform of King's Cross Station, clutching his luggage as he searched for the elusive Platform 9, as mentioned by Hagrid. Platforms 9 and 10 were present, yet there was no sign of the fabled 9 3/4. Was this yet another whimsical quirk of the wizarding world? Harry had already begun to scan the wall, reminiscent of the barrier leading from the Leaky Cauldron to Diagon Alley. Pardon me? As Harry searched, a weary voice suddenly emerged from behind him. Could you please hasten your entrance to the platform? It would be most appreciated if the muggles did not notice the peculiarities here. It is quite literally driving me to distraction, especially with your rather extraordinary appearance. What do those horns signify? As the voice reached its climax, the speaker sounded as though they were gritting their teeth. When Harry turned to investigate, he found a witch glaring at him, wand in hand. A ministry official? Harry inquired, curiosity piqued. Of course, though, I am merely an intern. The witch replied with a toss of her hair, before her expression soured once more. I would prefer not to be dismissed for failing to manage something as trivial as keeping muggles oblivious to the entrance of new students. So, might I implore you to lift your legs and step in the platform? As she spoke, her hair abruptly transitioned from black to a dazzling red, only to revert to a somber burgundy. Chapter 12. The Weasley Twins and the Amusing Hermione. Isn't this curious? Have you come alone? Where are your parents? Noticing Harry's gaze, the witch raised an eyebrow. I am a metamorphmagus, capable of altering my appearance at will. Wait, are you Harry Potter? The witch leaned in closer, spotting the lightning-shaped scar hidden beneath Harry's fringe. Wait, did I mishear? Or perhaps it was you who misheard. That name? That boy. So familiar. So endearing. Harry Potter? The final name was exclaimed in unison by two voices, while the preceding phrases were spoken alternately, resembling a theatrical performance. Then, Harry observed a pair of red-haired boys emerge from either side of him. Oh, Fred, George, what are you doing here? The witch sighed heavily, as though she had encountered a significant dilemma. Hey, Tonks, you can't do that. One of the red-haired boys protested, while his brother chimed in, right? As a graduating senior. Why can't you show a bit more kindness to your underclassmen? Indeed, indeed. By the way, will you be attending the feast? Fred inquired curiously. Of course, Tonks replied, tossing her red hair. This is my final entrance feast at Hogwarts. Even Moody would not be so heartless as to allow me to miss such a momentous occasion. Oh, an Auror, George remarked with a sigh. A Hufflepuff celebrity, the advantages of being a metamorphmagus are quite substantial. I hear the other 7th years are fretting over job prospects. I am not yet an Auror. I am merely assigned to the Auror office as part of my course experience. Only through exemplary performance can I hope to participate in training, Tonks lamented. I always seem to fumble things. Now, you two had better hurry along. By the way, take care of our bull boy, she added, her words escaping through gritted teeth while her gaze remained fixated on his horns. How remarkably familiar. The red-haired twins playfully draped their arms around Harry's shoulders, ushering him toward the wall between platforms 9 and 10. Did I fail to exhibit fear and thus disappoint you? Harry quipped, raising an eyebrow upon witnessing the twins' expressions as they burst through the platform. Of course not. One of the red-haired boys introduced himself. I am Fred, and this is George. We are the Weasley twins. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. Harry Potter, a bullman. Harry extended his hand. You must have recognized my name before I introduced myself. Ha ha ha. Harry, you are quite entertaining. I have a premonition. This year, our prank business will undergo a transformative leap toward glory. Harry found the twins rather amusing, as their conversational style was a delightful back and forth, with each perfectly anticipating the other's thoughts, as if their minds were intertwined. Yes, indeed, Fred exclaimed, eyes gleaming. What an astounding concept! A magical creature like a bullman, entirely non-existent in a magical realm. A remarkable idea. It seemed the twins had taken Harry's self-identification as a fanciful child's imagination, yet he had no intention of correcting them. They even demonstrated their theories directly on his head. What extraordinary courage and genius! Fred declared. You will undoubtedly be a Gryffindor, Harry. Indeed. George leaned in, scrutinizing Harry's horns closely. Body transformation? It doesn't seem like mere transfiguration. It appears to be a case of transforming other objects and affixing them to oneself. Regardless, this level of transfiguration alone should earn you 30 points from Professor McGonagall, especially considering you are merely an incoming first-year wizard. Why 30 points? I believe it merits 50, provided it is after the term begins. Fred nodded vigorously. Of course, it is more likely to be a deduction for using dangerous transfiguration. Gryffindor loses 50 points. George suddenly adopted a serious expression, mimicking an elderly voice. Hilarity ensued as the twins erupted into laughter, and Harry couldn't help but chuckle along with them. Although he had yet to meet Professor McGonagall, he could discern that the duo was engaging in some comedic performance. Come now, Harry, let us assist you with your luggage, Fred said cheerfully, patting Harry on the shoulder. Even for a bullman, these bags seem rather heavy. Hey, Fred, George said with a mock seriousness, mind your words. Do not underestimate the power of a Minotaur. Indeed, do not underestimate the power of a Minotaur. Harry nodded, and under the astonished gazes of Fred and George, he effortlessly hoisted his suitcase and boarded the train. And let us not overlook the wisdom of a shaman. During this time, with access to ample herbs from Diagon Alley for medicinal baths and a nutritious diet complemented by exercise, Harry felt as though he was a balloon being inflated, his entire being gradually filling out. This fullness did not imply he was becoming like a puff pastry. Rather, upon a cursory glance, it was evident that Harry's physique was no longer the gaunt figure of yore. He had developed shoulders and muscle, appearing considerably broader. Oh, very well, and with that, Harry stepped onto the train. Fred shrugged and remarked, Now, Harry, all you need to do is select a compartment that pleases you and wait for our arrival at Hogwarts. That's correct. Perhaps next year we could invite you to our compartment to share the tedium of the journey. But alas, not this year, George interjected, wagging his finger. Indeed, not this year, Fred added. We must not disrupt the delightful experience of a young wizard savoring the moments leading up to their enrollment and relishing the romantic scenery along the way. Who knows? You might even encounter like-minded peers along the journey. Certainly, that will be your greatest treasure for the next 7 years. With a flourish, the lively twins escorted Harry to an empty train compartment before departing without a backward glance, treating him not as a figure of fame, but as a promising junior. A kindred spirit. Harry appreciated such individuals. Their demeanor fostered a relaxed atmosphere, and beneath their seemingly mischievous exterior, they were genuinely considerate. Although, to Harry, the presence of peers or companions was not a necessity. A Minotaur merely needed to be true to oneself. After stowing his luggage, Harry retrieved a book to occupy his time during the forthcoming moments of ennui, though at present, he found no inclination to read. Instead, he gazed out of the window at the parents on the platform, bidding farewell to their children. Harry spotted the platinum-haired boy from Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, who had attempted to converse with him but was met with indifference, along with his father. The boy was being enveloped in a tight embrace and fervently kissed by his mother. Then, Harry noticed a cluster of red-haired individuals. The Weasley brothers were among them, presumably with their family. It was quite a lively scene, as Harry silently acclimated to the invisible tension brought on by the throngs of humanity surrounding him. A sudden knock at the compartment door interrupted his thoughts. Come in. Harry turned and saw a brown-haired girl standing at the entrance, dragging her luggage. Is there an empty seat here? Of course, adhering to the Minotaur's helpful ethos, Harry stood to assist the girl in placing her luggage overhead. Are you reading? She inquired, settling into her seat, and then, as if unable to contain herself, began to speak rapidly. I read a lot of books too, but I wonder if they'll be useful at school. blah blah blah. Yippee yippee, gibberish blah blah blah. To Harry, her subsequent words sounded like a buzzing noise, and he comprehended not a single word. Indeed, while he could hear every word and logically understand them, the sheer speed and length rendered his mind incapable of processing her speech. Isn't it fascinating how instinct works? Harry found such individuals rather daunting, as they had a knack for incessant chatter. Back in Azeroth, he often fell victim to the fast-talking goblins, and by the time he regained his senses, he would find himself inexplicably burdened with unnecessary items, such as soap that, despite producing large bubbles, failed to clean clothes properly. Damn goblins. Hey, hello, can you hear me? Upon snapping back to reality, Harry noticed the girl glaring at him, her eyes nearly ablaze, while one hand waved animatedly before his face. Apologies. You spoke too quickly and too much. I didn't catch that, Harry replied honestly, embodying the Minotaur's principle of never speaking falsehoods, even kind-hearted ones. When compelled to lie, he would choose silence. He had demonstrated this when he met Dumbledore. Harry would not lie, merely refrain from speaking or share only what he could. This only served to infuriate the girl further. Her face flushed crimson. Asking. Each word was forced out between clenched teeth. What book are you reading? Why do you have horns on your head? I've read the complete compendium of magical races, and it doesn't mention anyone with horns. And you look just like me, a little wizard. Why do you stop? Harry raised his hand. That is quite enough. Generally speaking, when a sentence exceeds 3 clauses, I can no longer follow the rest. It is perfectly reasonable that a reader would struggle to endure an excessive number of clauses. The girl's temper continued to rise. Harry raised the book before him, shielding himself from her fiery gaze, and said, As you can see, I am a Minotaur. You wouldn't be a racist, would you? Of course, I am not a racist, the girl stammered, suppressing her ire, her gaze drifting to the title of the book, piercing the veil, gazing into the future. But are you truly a Minotaur? There is no mention of such a race in the book. Deep down, the girl would rather categorize this boy as one of those performance artists her parents had spoken of, an artist. Indeed, many artists exhibit peculiar behaviors, adorning themselves with wings or horns, or draping themselves in animal pelts to masquerade as animals. Of course, Harry asserted confidently, just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Well, I apologize, she conceded, though not without reluctance. I've seen this book in the shop. They say it's the textbook for divination at Hogwarts. I want to buy one, but the clerk told me it was for 3rd years, and 1st-year wizards wouldn't need it. When I brought it home, I couldn't understand it all. Can you truly comprehend it? Why can you understand it? You've exceeded 3 lines in 1 sentence. Mind your own business. Harry's gentle reminder was met with sharp retort, prompting a sigh from him. How amusing. I merely wish to see what Hogwarts divination class entails. He thought as he noticed the girl's escalating irritation, and thus, he kindly shifted the topic. So, can you really understand it? The girl's eyebrows were nearly capable of crushing a fly. 3rd-year material? The content in this book is only partially useful, while the rest falls somewhere between useful and useless. Harry closed the book before him, exhaling deeply. I never anticipated that a wizard's divination class could be so subpar. Is it truly acceptable to teach students with such material? It sounds like you're already a master at divination, the girl remarked, unable to resist a quip. That is a textbook chosen by the professor. Certainly, Harry raised an eyebrow, questioning, is there a problem? If divination cannot genuinely reveal the future and guide one to make informed decisions, does that not render it a charlatan's craft? In tribal societies, such fraudulent prophets would meet a dire fate. From my observations gleaned from this book, it appears that the majority merely instruct one on how to deceive oneself, fabricating interpretations based on actual circumstances by seeking out analogous patterns or situations, which is fundamentally misguided. In Chapter 13, Harry's divination and Hermione's impatience collide. I am a trained shamanic seer. Surely I cannot be deceiving you. The professional shaman dares to render judgments. With a dismissive scoff, the young girl retorted, Then why aren't you a professor? If the contents of this book are erroneous, how is it that so many in the magical community recognize it and use it as a textbook? That is because the essence of divination lies in innate talent, a gift that most lack, yet they ardently yearn to foresee the future. Even when faced with such skepticism, Harry remained unfazed, responding with serene composure. Thus, they endeavor to imitate as best they can. While it may seem harsh to state, the path of magic is one that requires inherent talent to traverse successfully. And in the realm of prophecy, this talent surpasses any effort. It is not a journey that can be navigated through mere experience and documentation. The pursuit of prophecy and foresight stems from a desire to evade unfavorable fates. Remember this. If one cannot fulfill that promise, they are, indeed, a fraud. Who can determine the veracity of your claims? The young girl seemed to reluctantly concede to Harry's logic, yet her skepticism lingered. If Hogwarts offers such a course for students, there must be some merit to it. Shall we put to the test? Harry suggested suddenly. Test what? The girl asked, momentarily perplexed, gazing at Harry in confusion. Knock. Knock, knock. Someone rapped at the compartment door. I heard there's an empty compartment, so, is it still available? A nervous red-haired boy carrying luggage peered inside. His instincts sensed an unsettling atmosphere within, and he swallowed hard, regretting his decision to heed the dubious advice of his two older brothers. Of course, Harry nodded. There is space here. Please come in. By the way, who are Fred and George to you? Through the train window, Harry had noticed the boy among the throng of redheads, and as he entered, he fixated on Harry's two distinctive scars, yet asked nothing. They're my brothers? The red-haired boy said, after settling his luggage. Are you familiar with them? Just met them. They guided me to the platform, or else I would still be outside. Oh, well, finally they did something commendable. What a rarity, the boy muttered, then extended his hand. I'm Ron Weasley. And you are? Realizing he had been teasing the girl for some time, without learning her name, Harry responded, Harry Potter. Hermione Granger. A brief silence enveloped the compartment, followed by a collective exclamation from the two. Harry Potter. Fred and George didn't mention that. Harry sighed, foreseeing such a reaction. You are indeed Harry Potter. Ron's face flushed almost as red as his hair, his gaze fixated on Harry, or more precisely, on the scar upon his forehead. Yes, please calm down, Harry said, brushing his hair aside for them to see clearly. There is no need for such excitement. I'm not so different from you. Oh, mate, you have no idea how famous you are in the wizarding world, Ron exclaimed. We grew up listening to your tales, and honestly, the articles about you in the Daily Prophet Haven ceased for a month. Dad mentioned that if Dumbledore hadn't intervened, the Prophet even wanted to conduct an exclusive interview with you. They are exaggerating, Harry replied, his expression devoid of emotion. Is the wizarding world so tranquil that even the slightest stir creates such a commotion? Somewhat, but I believe what they say is true, Ron scratched his head. Especially that photo of you from a month ago. Ginny even cut it out and stuck it in her room. Oh, Ginny is my sister. She adores you. Ron gestured animatedly. In any case, that giant stone figure was simply incredible. Dad says many adult wizards cannot achieve that level of magic. How did you manage it? Harry found himself momentarily at a loss. Wait, someone took a photo that day and published it? How did I not notice? A vague understanding dawned upon him regarding the newspaper Hagrid had mentioned would be shown to him upon his arrival at Hogwarts. Caution regarding Hagrid. Meanwhile, across from Harry and Ron, Hermione's expression deteriorated visibly in the span of mere moments. Why you are Harry Potter? Hermione's voice inexplicably bore a hint of trembling. Is what you said earlier truly accurate? Hermione's anxiety was palpable, or perhaps, since the day she learned of the magical world a month prior, she had been in a state of perpetual tension, naturally competitive and unwilling to yield, as a newcomer from a Muggle family. Hermione harbored an excitement coupled with an acute urgency, fearing she would fall behind her peers in magical studies and become the subject of ridicule. After all, compared to those who grew up in magical environments, children born into Muggle families often lacked foundational knowledge, or so Hermione believed. Thus, in the month leading up to the start of school, she had immersed herself in books, practiced diligently, and memorized fervently, all to avoid mockery and ensure she kept pace. However, on the very day of her departure from her parents, the moment she boarded the train to school and entered the compartment, she was met with a boy of her age engrossed in a hefty tome. No less a third-year textbook, one she had attempted to read during the holidays out of curiosity, but found utterly incomprehensible. This only intensified her feelings of anxiety regarding divination. Whether for wizards or muggles, the notion of foreseeing the future is a tantalizing prospect, yet Harry's outright dismissal of Hogwarts textbooks ignited Hermione's rebellious spirit. What's going on? Ron, newly arrived, appeared bewildered. Divination, Hermione exclaimed emphatically. He just claimed that the textbooks on divination at Hogwarts are erroneous, asserting that innate talent is paramount in magic. Oh, is that so? Unlike the agitated Hermione, Ron's reaction was surprisingly subdued. If it were anyone else, I might not believe it. But this is Harry Potter we're talking about. If you grew up in the wizarding world, you would know that many wizards believe Harry Potter was born with immense magical power. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to defeat that terrifying dark wizard as an infant. Ron glanced cautiously at Harry, lowering his voice, and their essay portion of the populace that believes you are a natural-born dark wizard. Even more powerful than that dark wizard, destined to be the one to, rule the wizarding world? No, Harry responded, struggling to maintain his composure. He discerned that this group of wizards might be rather superstitious. Or perhaps it was precisely the existence of magic that led them to possess an unwavering belief in destiny and being the chosen one. How could that be possible? Hermione exclaimed, her frustration evident. How could a newborn child possibly be like Harry? Suddenly shifting her tone, the young girl cautiously glanced at Harry, her certainty wavering. Harry replied, "That is impossible," shaking his head resolutely. "The reason I survived 11 years ago was due to my parents' magical protection. Do not entertain such notions." No one understood better than Harry how pitiable he once was. He hardly resembled a naturally powerful wizard. "I knew it," Hermione sighed in relief. "While talent is undeniably important, hard work is equally vital." "Oh, is that so?" Ron interjected, still exuding an air of exasperation. "Then why has there only been one Dumbledore over all these years? Other wizards pale in comparison to him, and even the Dark Lord is no match." A compelling argument. All right, let's not delve into that. Harry quickly redirected the conversation, noticing that the two little ones were on the verge of an argument. "So, Hermione, shall we give it a try?" Harry had already discerned something intriguing about the girl. Prior to knowing his name, she had completely disbelieved what he had said. However, upon realizing that she was speaking with Harry Potter, a renowned figure in the magical realm, her skepticism seemed to wane. She was a child who placed immense faith in authority. "Are you suggesting a prophecy?" Hermione exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. "You could do that." "To be precise, it should be termed divination," Harry nodded. "Of course I can. Do you remember what I said earlier? If a person cannot foresee the future and devise countermeasures, then they are merely a charlatan. Validation is that simple." "I didn't expect you to possess the gift of a seer, Harry," Ron exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him. "Can you divinate for me?" Well, Harry realized that, in Ron's current state, even if he proclaimed himself more powerful than Dumbledore, Ron would only harbor a fleeting doubt. Not about whether an 11-year-old boy could indeed be that powerful, but rather about who was stronger, Harry or Dumbledore. "Fandom can be harmful," Harry sighed, retrieving a rudimentary set of divination tools from the small package Hagrid had given him. A small wooden bowl, a larger stone basin, a few herbs, there it was. "Is that all?" Hermione's face was nearly etched with skepticism. "Certainly. Only those inept shamans would concoct an elaborate ritual to convince others of their expertise. If you truly possess the gift of divination, much of this is unnecessary," Harry remarked leisurely as he placed the herbs into the small bowl. At that moment, Hermione and Ron were rendered speechless, for as Harry proceeded, the herbs ignited spontaneously, not with a vivid orange flame, but with a delicate fire that danced along the edges of the leaves. A cerulean smoke ascended swiftly, seemingly imbued with life, defying the laws of physics as it spiraled upward, eventually flowing toward Hermione, weaving through her hair and merging into the stone bowl below. In a low, rapid whisper, Harry recited an incantation that was indecipherable to anyone else, spoken in the language of the centaurs. As the last of the herbs burned away, the azure smoke settled into the stone bowl, resembling a vessel filled with water. "Isn't that just a bowl of water?" Hermione and Ron stared, breathless, at the stone basin, where the gathered azure smoke began to undulate. Unbeknownst to them, a pool of water had formed at the bottom, quickly rising to fill half the bowl. Finally, the swirling smoke dispersed, curling at the edges of the bowl, while the surface of the water emanated a faint blue luminescence. "All right," Harry murmured, "tread cautiously with your fate, child." This was the divination magic Harry had developed with the aid of Jaina back in Azeroth, a culmination of his own talent that had enabled him to become the shamanic prophet of the Tauren tribe. For Harry, this sensation of guiding another's destiny felt both familiar and oddly nostalgic, to the point where he had nearly forgotten that he was, in fact, still a child. However, for Hermione and Ron, they were too engrossed to notice such trivialities. The surface of the water now rippled with a clear image. It was Hermione, clad in wizard robes, a wand in hand, though she appeared in a rather disheveled state, seated on a toilet, sobbing uncontrollably. "That's not me," Hermione instinctively cried out, her face flushing crimson as she slapped her palm against the stone bowl, scattering the smoke and water. Yet, it hardly mattered anymore. Like an enraged, lion, Hermione sprang from her seat, one hand still pressed against the bowl, glaring fiercely at the two witnesses to her embarrassing moment. "What kind of magic is this? It's utterly wicked," Hermione protested vehemently. "This is the prophecy you sought. You merely glimpsed a future version of yourself. It is not wicked at all, Harry retorted, refusing to accept the accusation. That is not me, Hermione insisted, growing more agitated. I think this is indeed you. I assent it? Ron scratched his head, though he was perplexed. But you do have the Gryffindor emblem on your robe, so you were sorted into Gryffindor? It's an illusion, a hallucination. It's not real. Hermione shouted in a frenzy, struggling to suppress a larger outburst. Is that so? Ron switched hands to scratch his head again. But this is certainly a prophecy of something yet to come, right? We just have to see if he gets sorted into Gryffindor tonight. This child's mind often sparkled with sudden insights. Hermione was rendered speechless, sinking back into her seat, her demeanor now one of indignation. Chapter 14. Harry Potter and the Defeat of Slytherin. Hermione greatly admired Gryffindor, for it was the alma mater of the greatest wizard of the 20th century, Dumbledore, who was now the headmaster of Hogwarts. Thus, Gryffindor was good, Gryffindor was exceptional. From this perspective, being able to foresee her placement in her desired house should have been joyous. However, upon recalling her weeping visage in the water, Hermione would have preferred the divination to be incorrect. Thus, she could only stew in her own frustration. How utterly embarrassing. Oh, Harry, I knew it. They were right. You are not an ordinary wizard by birth. Witnessing a divination firsthand has only heightened Ron's excitement. Can you predict for me as well? It's a divination. And I'm not so different from ordinary wizards. Calm down, Harry corrected him. Unfortunately, it seems the results may not be very promising. Once again, he ignited the herbs, the unique aroma transforming into azure smoke that wafted through Ron before settling into the stone bowl, the water rippling as the smoke swirled. Ron's figure materialized within the watery veil, drawing even the still fuming Hermione closer, as her curiosity proved irresistible. Marvelous magic. However, the image of Ron was not particularly flattering. He leaned against a wall, his face etched with despair and anxiety, seemingly reprimanded by someone, and the surrounding environment appeared rather grim, illuminated by a ghastly green glow. Huh. You've been put into tension by a professor. This time, it was Hermione who was filled with excitement. Do not fret. The results of divination are not immutable. People seek divination precisely to evade the most dismal of futures, Harry reassured a visibly frightened Ron. Oh, I hope the professor won't write to my mother, Ron muttered, his brows furrowed in anxiety, feeling overwhelmed by pressure. Meanwhile, Harry was lost in thought, contemplating the visions that had surfaced during the two divinations. The appearances of Ron and Hermione had not changed significantly, indicating that the predictions pertained to their immediate circumstances. However, Harry had intended to glimpse their futures, which was rather peculiar. Was it a transformation brought about by a different world? Harry pondered, realizing that the magical composition might require reworking. Harry? Harry! When Harry snapped back to reality, he discovered Hermione calling out to him, her face aglow with enthusiasm. Can I learn your divination magic? She implored, her longing almost palpable. Yes, but perhaps not entirely, Harry mused. Ultimately, he resolved to speak candidly. The former statement meant she could indeed learn this magic, while the latter suggested that becoming a seer capable of foreseeing the distant future was unlikely. Why? Hermione was taken aback. Because you lack the innate talent. It is better to face a short pain than a long one, Harry replied calmly. As I mentioned earlier, in the path of a seer, natural aptitude outweighs any effort. During the recent divination, Harry had discerned that Hermione's perception of the spirits was somewhat limited, while Ron could barely be categorized as sensing them at all. It was a shocking revelation. Hermione was stunned. Do you realize how damaging your words are to a child from a Muggle family who is filled with fantasies about magic and predicting the future? It's like being struck by two heavy blows. For Hermione, who had an innate drive to excel, hearing that she lacked talent was the most devastating thing, especially now that she had just stepped into the magical world, silently vowing to never fall short of others. In stark contrast, Ron remained remarkably composed. Oh, don't be silly, Hermione, he said, pulling out a sandwich prepared by his mother. Wizards with prophetic gifts have always been exceedingly rare in the magical realm, especially those who can foresee the future at will. One might appear only once every few centuries, so there's no need to feel disheartened. He had a rather pragmatic outlook. I'm not upset. Hermione's voice was tinged with a hint of tears. Well, it's not entirely accurate to say you have no talent. Harry, being a kind-hearted individual, did not want to genuinely distress her and comforted her. If you study diligently, you can still achieve a certain degree of proficiency in divination, though it may not be particularly clear or far-reaching. In fact, most people, after studying, can only manage to catch glimpses of what is to come in the next day or two, at most a week ahead. But these are merely fragmented images with no clear causality. As for the majority, They merely experience a vague intuition, sensing whether upcoming events are favorable or unfavorable, without being able to discern any future scenes. This is the harsh truth. Not everyone can become a seer. Really? Hermione appeared to breathe a sigh of relief. Can I truly learn? If she could still surpass the majority after diligent study, she believed she could come to terms with it. Of course, Harry affirmed. I would be delighted to impart the ways of the shaman to gifted children. Harry's willingness to reveal this unique divination magic was, in essence, a means of seeking out those who shared his philosophy, children who might one day join the organization he intended to establish, nurturing them from the ground up. After all, he did not wish to undertake the monumental task of revitalizing the elemental powers of an entire world alone. It was simply too overwhelming and unnecessary. Allowing the ways of the shaman to flourish in another world would indeed be a positive endeavor. You speak as if you're much older than us, Hermione quipped, discreetly wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes. And why shaman? Aren't we wizards? Certainly, but beyond our identity as wizards, I am also a shaman. Harry replied gently. If you're interested, I can explain further in due time. Why not now? Ron inquired. Because someone is coming, Harry answered. No sooner had he spoken than there was another knock at the door of the compartment. Upon Ron opening it, a boy with red eyes stood there, looking helpless. His face appeared round and rather innocent. Have you seen my toad? What? Hermione did not comprehend. A toad, it's a wizard's pet, Ron clarified, asking. Shouldn't it be by your side? Wizard pets generally do not wander far. They are quite intelligent. Oh no, I can't find anywhere. The boy looked on the verge of tears. Trevor, my Trevor. All right, I understand. Don't cry just yet, Hermione said, taking a deep breath as she stood up. I will help you find Trevor. Will you join us? Why not? Harry closed his book and rose, feeling idle. Ron was also keen to assist. Harry admired Hermione's initiative. Such acts of kindness were worthy of encouragement, and he felt increasingly optimistic about these two children he had just met. Thank you, thank you. My name is Neville. Neville Longbottom, the plump-faced boy exclaimed excitedly. Following this was a flurry of polite introductions, during which Harry felt slightly exasperated by the exclamation of, "Oh my goodness. You are Harry Potter." To be honest, compared to such reactions, Harry thought that going door to door asking if anyone had seen a toad was child's play. Is there something amusing? Harry raised an eyebrow as he surveyed the compartment. The decor was awash in silver and green, with serpent patterns almost everywhere. He recalled this was the emblem of Slytherin House, which they took great pride in. This compartment's embellishments were evidently more lavish and refined than others, seemingly expanded in size. Much larger than the standard compartments, and the table was laden with exquisite snacks and beverages, exuding opulence. The occupants of the compartment ranged in age. Aside from a few first-year wizards, there were others from various years, all engaged in lively conversation. After Hermione knocked and inquired if anyone had seen Neville's toad, the occupants exchanged glances before bursting into laughter that was unmistakably laced with malice, mockery, and even hostility. Stepping forward protectively to shield Hermione, Harry calmly posed the question. Does no one care about a toad, you filthy mudblood? Get out of our compartment. A freckled boy bared his teeth at Hermione, but alas, Harry obstructed him. Another round of laughter erupted. Hey, how dare you utter that word? In an instant, Ron was filled with rage and attempted to charge forward, only to be restrained by Harry. Not a chance, mate. With those scrawny arms and legs, who do you think you could take on? Yet, his courage was commendable. Apologize. Harry's gaze swept across everyone in the compartment as he sternly declared, otherwise, I will ensure you face the consequences. The term mudblood flashed in Harry's mind. A vile insult used by pure-blood wizards to demean those of Muggle descent. He had instinctively placed his hand on the handle of his hammer concealed beneath his robes. But after a moment's pause, he withdrew it. It seemed excessive to threaten these brats with a hammer. Huh, apologize? A boy clad in black robes adorned with the Slytherin emblem erupted into laughter. You expect us to pay a price? Who do you think you are? Indeed, the irritating blond boy Harry had encountered earlier was among the derisive crowd. Cackling, my father was right. Red-haired, freckled, and too many children to afford. The malicious laughter echoed around them, and had Ron not been holding him back, he would have lunged at them. Hey, wait a minute. Suddenly, someone ceased their laughter, staring at Harry with astonishment. Look at that scar on his forehead. Harry Potter. Harry, intent on avoiding a fanfare, was already braced for a fight. Came a dismissive sneer. Is this our savior? Just like this? The blond boy's face flushed with anger. You intentionally ignored me? How dare you disregard a Malfoy? Yes. Indeed, Harry nodded. You're far too noisy, and I have no interest in your words. I only compare the lineage of livestock, assessing which is purer, those that yield milk or meat. You dare insult the noble pureblood. Harry's words struck like a stone cast into a pond, sending ripples throughout the Slytherin compartment, mixed with filthy mudbloods. And you think you're someone of worth? What a mongrel. Words were no longer necessary. Conflict erupted unexpectedly, with Harry making the first move, despite being significantly outnumbered and outmatched in age and size. You three-hide, he roared, landing a punch squarely on the face of the boy who had dared mock his pride. For the tribe, the blow struck the boy's nose. Blood gushed forth, and his nose twisted grotesquely, as if a can of sauce had burst open, salty, sour, and spicy all at once. He dared to strike. Beat him. Beat him. Loktar Ogre. Victory or death. It was astonishing that such a seemingly frail body could produce such a thunderous battle cry, causing those nearby to be momentarily stunned. Age and physical strength were irrelevant. Combat was not merely a matter of statistics. The heart for battle was what truly mattered, and Harry possessed that heart in abundance. The fists from Slytherins rained down on Harry's frame, producing a metallic clang, and the pain coursing through their hands turned their faces pale. They wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Harry would not show mercy to those who were down. One punch, another punch, and yet another. Each strike elicited cries of pain from the young Slytherins, a force far beyond that of an ordinary child. For those younger Slytherins, their spells paled in comparison to their fists, while the older students had more effective magic at their disposal. However, Harry was prepared. Even amidst the fray, he kept a vigilant eye on the group of older students in the compartment. When one burly boy drew his wand, aiming it at Harry, he wasted no time in retrieving his hammer and hurled it with precision. Chapter 15. Blood Sacrifice to honor the skull for Harry. He could not allow the older students to cast spells. Otherwise, he would be compelled to use magic for defense, of which he had yet to grasp much. But if he resorted to the magic of Azeroth, the destructive potential might be too great, even for defensive spells. The scene of Uncle Vernon's house being destroyed by a massive earth shield remained vivid in his mind, and now he was on a speeding train. In the perilous realm of Azeroth, most spells were employed for warfare. Thus, against the older Slytherins, Harry deemed it wiser to wield his hammer, provided he refrained from enchanting it with Fire Tongue or Wind Fury, remaining within a safe boundary. Indeed, it remained within a safe realm. He could see the older Slytherin boy's arm, which gripped the wand, bending at an unnatural angle, his face contorted in pain as he hunched over. Exiting the fray was also a safe option. Flint, a girl screamed, and the intensity of the battle only escalated, fueled by the boy's cries of agony and the girl's shrieks. Despite Hagrid's prior descriptions of Slytherins as selfish, scheming, and vile at that moment, Harry found them commendable. They united against him. Thus, the shield was hurled. This time, it was not an arm that was broken. Harry snatched the shield from behind and tossed it onto the head of the older girl who had raised her wand against him. He was uncertain what kind of magic these Slytherins might unleash. If it were dark magic, it would spell trouble. With a resounding crash, the girl collapsed. Hit him! Hit him! He asked just one person. A first year. Voices shouted, some were crying, and chaos reigned supreme. Yet, as the occupants from the adjacent compartment heard the commotion and rushed to investigate, the tumult escalated further. Although Harry had instructed Ron and the others to hide before the battle commenced, none of them, including Hermione, chose to do so. Ron and Neville wasted no time in engaging with Malfoy and his two cronies, while Hermione initially attempted to intervene. However, after taking a punch from a first-year Slytherin girl, she too joined the fray. What spells could the first-year wizards wield? It was all about brawling. When the occupants of the neighboring compartment arrived at the scene, they were met with a chaotic tangle of bodies, with no space to land. Goodness! Ron, Fred, and George stared in disbelief, their eyes wide open. They had never imagined their usually oblivious younger brother would find himself embroiled in a fight on the very first day of school, let alone on the Hogwarts Express. Truly unbelievable. Then came the swell of excitement and pride. Their youngest brother had engaged the Slytherins on his very first day. What spirit was this? It was the purest embodiment of Gryffindor spirit. I come to assist you. Let us band together as friends. A heartfelt thanks from the entire Gryffindor. With a resounding cheer, Fred and George led the other upper-year Gryffindors into the fray. For Gryffindor, this was a rallying cry in response to Harry's battle shout. For Slytherin, this was a defiant roar. For Harry Potter, well, this one belonged to the madman. It is a challenge to articulate the scene within this compartment using mere words. From the expanded space of the carriage to the corridor outside, chaos reigned supreme. If one were to describe it through the lens of another worldview, it would be akin to a grand melee. Some were engaged in combat, others were spectators, while a few, like Tonks, were desperately trying to halt this conflict. As a seventh-year Auror trainee at Hogwarts, after maintaining order on the platform, she was to accompany the train to Hogwarts for her final welcoming feast. Logically, this was precisely the scenario where someone like Tonks, who had half the authority of a teacher and an adult, should intervene. Unfortunately, she could only frantically wave her wand and shout, unable to approach the epicenter of the battlefield due to the throng of wrestlers on ground. Her anxiety transformed her into a veritable traffic light, her hair changing colors in a desperate display of support for the brawl. In despair, Tonks slumped down, foreseeing the reprimands from her professors and superiors that awaited her. As the beginning of her final year at Hogwarts, this was undeniably too exhilarating. Each year during the back-to-school season, particularly on the first day of welcoming new students, is of paramount importance to the entire Hogwarts faculty. The house elves in the kitchen meticulously prepare each dish. Filch ensures the cleanliness of the entire castle, and numerous professors adorn the castle. This year is especially significant, as it marks the year of the legendary boy, Harry Potter, who saved the entire magical world 11 years ago, prompting everyone to exert extra effort in preparations. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner, much like it had for decades, with perhaps the only difference being a small corner of the Great Hall. Unlike other areas, especially the kitchen, this particular corner of the Great Hall was, well, stirring up a tempest. Never before had there been such an egregious occurrence. New students yet to enroll, fighting on the train with already enrolled upperclassmen. Nearly half of the students from both houses were involved, while those who remained uninvolved were not adhering to school rules, but rather because they couldn't reach the front to confront one another. Utter lawlessness, unprecedented audacity. It was simply beyond description. In this corner of the Great Hall, Professor McGonagall seethed, her voice low and furious. "Oh, calm down, Minerva, I don't believe things are as dire as they seem." Dumbledore responded with an air of tranquility upon hearing reports from the front line. He even went so far as to comfort the irate deputy headmistress, who resembled a roaring lioness. Truly, Dumbledore had weathered many storms. "Calm? How can you expect me to be calm?" Professor McGonagall's lips pressed into a thin line, sharp enough to kill, as she retorted, "You cannot imagine what I witnessed upon receiving the news. That boy was standing atop a pile of groaning bodies, the only one still upright in that compartment. He was even clad in armor, stained with blood. Do you know how close I was to fainting upon my first glimpse? What does he think Hogwarts is? Why is he wearing such attire? Oh, I suspect our young Harry may have conjured some Muggle-inspired fantasies about Hogwarts." Dumbledore chuckled lightly. "Isn't there a certain beauty in childlike innocence?" Dumbledore seemed poised to say more, but fell silent under the deputy headmistress's piercing gaze. "I believe we need not be so tense, Professor McGonagall. Even if our own house is one of the two embroiled in this melee, Severus, as the head of house, remains remarkably composed. Or perhaps he had been anxious at first, but upon learning certain information, he regained his composure. First and foremost, this incident occurred on the train, and we are not yet officially in session, are we? We are still technically on holiday, and we do not possess much authority to discipline them," Snape stated languidly. "Secondly, it is merely students squabbling, which is hardly uncommon between Gryffindor and Slytherin." "Merely students squabbling," he repeated. Professor McGonagall stared at Snape, as though she had encountered a clever troll. "I never expected to hear such words from your mouth, Professor Snape. I thought you would advocate for expulsion or some such thing." "I wholeheartedly concur with Professor Dumbledore. The vitality of students is a positive trait, even if some of them could exhibit a bit more vigor," Snape replied, his tone slightly stiff, yet undeniably sincere. Professor McGonagall was left in disbelief, questioning whether her colleague had been secretly subjected to the Imperieuse curse, especially given the peculiarities of this year. However, upon casting a glance at Dumbledore, who appeared to be enjoying the spectacle, she dismissed the notion. Dumbledore, meanwhile, was enthusiastically indulging in pastries. Delicious, delightful to watch. Regardless, we must ensure they comprehend the gravity of the situation. Professor McGonagall inhaled sharply, determined to overlook certain oddities, particularly concerning Harry Potter. "Otherwise, I shudder to think what he might do once he settles in after the start of term." "Indeed, I wholeheartedly agree," Snape nodded. "But, Professor McGonagall, we must focus on education rather than punishment for those who err. As for Harry Potter, he certainly displays leadership qualities, does he not?" Professor McGonagall could no longer bear to listen. She shot Snape a piercing look before turning on her heel and departing, muttering something incredulous about madness in heaven. "I believe Professor McGonagall's sentiment is that I am correct, as Gryffindor does indeed favor those with leadership qualities," Snape remarked, unflinching under the gazes of Dumbledore and the other two heads of house. "I must prepare for what lies ahead. Excuse me." With a flourish of his black robes, Snape exited, leaving only Professor Sprout of Hufflepuff and Professor Flitwick of Ravenclaw in the corner of the Great Hall, although they were reluctant to admit it. The fact remained that students from their two houses were also involved in this grand melee. Has Professor Snape fallen in love? After watching Snape leave, Flitwick turned to Dumbledore, his words startling. Cough, cough, cough. Professor Sprout, standing nearby, was caught off guard, choking and unable to suppress a laugh. Really? Albus? Oh, I fear my potions professor has not yet reached that day, Dumbledore replied with hearty laughter, but I certainly hope he does. In the corner of the hall, a lively atmosphere momentarily enveloped the space. The professors, however, refrained from displaying their merriment in front of the students. For the ethical standards of their profession mandated that they project an unwavering stance against any form of conflict among the youth. Likewise, students of that age often harbored an immense fear of their teachers. The chaotic brawl in the train was abruptly halted by Professor McGonagall, upon arriving at Hogwarts via a swift apparition from the train, intervened with the authority akin to Moses parting the Red Sea, though she was parting a throng of entangled students instead. Faced with the wrath of the furious vice principal, the formidable lioness of Gryffindor, even the most exuberant of children retreated to the corners, subdued. A barrage of scolding and threats of punishment to be administered upon the commencement of the school year left Professor McGonagall seething with anger as she departed, leaving behind several control compartments. It is difficult to articulate the condition of those compartments. Suffice it to say, upon opening the door, one would be greeted by a disheartening sight of students tightly bound together, reminiscent of a transport vehicle for prisoners. The anticipation of what awaited them upon arrival at Hogwarts dimmed the spirits of even the most vivacious students. Punishment and confinement loomed ominously. Yet, being children, this melancholy did not linger for long. Soon, they resumed their animated chatter, boasting about how many adversaries they had vanquished and the ways in which they had bested those insufferable foes, particularly in the compartment occupied by Harry. Despite being bound by ropes conjured by Professor McGonagall, cheers for him surged like a tidal wave. Although Harry was obscured from view, voices continued to rise in his direction, extolling his bravery and prowess. You ought to be cautious, Harry remarked with a hint of resignation to Ron and the others. They are numerous, much older than you, and far stronger. Don't say such things, Harry, Ron replied, his face swollen, the words emerging through a muffled tone. We are the same age. You've already joined in. How can we possibly hide? I am Ron Weasley. Chapter 16. Professor McGonagall suddenly feels a sense of foreboding. The name Weasley demands that we never retreat before the likes of Malfoy. The honor of the Weasley name rests upon my shoulders. Even with his face resembling that of a swollen pig, Ron could not conceal the excitement coursing through him. This was an experience he had never encountered before. A moment of unprecedented attention. Not only had Fred and George praised him, but also many unfamiliar Gryffindors had acknowledged his bravery. His bravery. Ron Weasley's bravery. With no connection to his brothers whatsoever. This feeling of being in the spotlight and receiving accolades was entirely new to Ron, who, at home, was often overlooked. But now, it was different. How does one speak of confidence? Ron felt as though he could savor this sensation well into his 80s. That's right, Harry. Don't say such things, Neville mumbled. Shaking his head, Harry found himself at a loss for words, though he felt a sense of solace. These children were rather commendable. The Gryffindors were indeed affable, yet the brave among them did not shy away from confrontation. Their willingness to engage stemmed from a recognition of their strength. While Ron and his friends acted out of camaraderie, unable to tolerate injustice, prompted by the term mudblood and Harry's initial engagement. As the first to confront the foes, Ron and Neville had sustained significant blows, for 2 fists cannot contend against 4. Even Hermione had been dealt considerable damage, though leniency was afforded her due to her status as an 11-year-old girl. Speaking of Hermione, we are surely going to be expelled on the very first day of school. Expelled. Oh dear, my dreams of magic. Ruined, utterly ruined. The child was on the verge of tears, her previous declaration of never crying now forgotten. I have never fought before. This is it. The professors will undoubtedly write home to my parents and have them come retrieve me. Don't worry, Hermione, Ron said, his voice muffled by swelling. If your parents are muggles, they won't be able to come to Hogwarts to take you away. Is that the crux of the matter? Hermione shrieked. We ought to remain calm. Regardless, fighting is unacceptable. I am grateful to you all. Although I do not comprehend what mud blood means, I know they were insulting me. You've all been implicated because of me. Now we are all going to be expelled. The little girl's weeping intensified. A tempest of tears. Indeed, fighting was a behavior to be condemned. As one bound individual wriggled across the floor, indignantly exclaiming, "The most egregious part is that no one heeded the prefect's words. I distinctly told everyone to step aside. How could someone dare to ambush the prefect?" This individual, previously introduced by Ron as one of Harry's brothers, was Percy Weasley, the prefect of Gryffindor this year. To be frank, at the outset of the melee, Percy had endeavored to disperse the crowd upon arriving from the prefect's compartment, but after receiving a punch that knocked his glasses askew, he was compelled to join the fray. Truth be told, Percy harbored the suspicion that the first to strike him was a Gryffindor, perhaps one of his brothers, George, or possibly Fred. The chaos was too overwhelming to recall clearly. It was improbable that a Gryffindor would strike their prefect, yet the possibility lingered. This uncertainty contributed to Percy's current irritation and indignation, exacerbated by Professor McGonagall's reprimand for neglecting his duties as prefect and instead joining the chaos. "Fear not, children. We shall not be expelled," he declared, adopting an elder's demeanor. Despite the bruises marring his visage, he reassured Hermione it was merely a brawl, with so many involved. Hogwarts would not expel all these students. "Indeed, that is correct," a nearby Gryffindor chimed in nonchalantly. "Last year, when the 6th and 7th years engaged in a corridor battle, it was far more intense. Spells were exchanged, and the hospital wing ran out of beds." Professor McGonagall nearly lost her mind. Is Hogwarts really that chaotic? Hermione appeared utterly astounded. "Oh, dear girl," the Gryffindor laughed heartily. "You must understand, there are things more significant than house points and detentions." "Precisely. That is Gryffindor's honor," Fred interjected, wiggling his way over, exuberantly exclaiming, "This time we emerged victorious. Those foolish Slytherins were thoroughly bested. Had it not been for Professor McGonagall's sudden arrival, not a single one would have been left standing. Yes, Hermione, let go of these trivial matters. Let's all rejoice." Ron exclaimed excitedly. "You have no idea how vulgar the term they use to insult you is. They instigated the conflict even in the presence of the professor. And it's not just that word. They had the audacity to demean my horns, which is a form of racial discrimination." Harry comforted the anxious young girl. "You know, right? Racial discrimination is utterly outrageous." Glancing at the pair of horns atop Harry's head, Hermione chose to remain silent. "Exactly. Fred, or perhaps George, one of the twins, shouted with enthusiasm. "Those foolish snakes dared to insult our magnificent Minotaur. Harry, you are a born Gryffindor. The very essence of courage is personified in you. You shall become the future Lion King." "Hey, wait a moment. Why not the Minotaur Lion King?" "Minotaur Lion King? What a splendid term. Minotaur Lion King. Minotaur Lion King." The atmosphere grew exuberant. Initially, it was just Fred and George shouting, but soon the entire compartment joined in, and as the sound echoed outward, it became a collective roar from several compartments, a sound that would surely leave Professor McGonagall faint. Student life truly is the most vibrant, youthful, and splendid phase of one's existence. As for punishment and confinement, those matters could wait until they returned to school. The group of miscreants was at least freed from their restraints as they disembarked the train. I can only say that Professor McGonagall was quite reluctant to undertake this action, and given that the first-year students needed to arrive at the castle by boat, she sternly admonished Harry and the others not to cause any disturbances on the vessel. Harry paid her little mind, as Professor McGonagall likely viewed him as merely an attention-seeking brat, though he knew he was not. A Minotaur only does what is necessary, regardless of others' opinions. "Duck!" Hagrid called from the front of the boat as they passed under a bridge, although truthfully, only he needed to lower his head due to its height. As they emerged from the bridge, the magnificent Hogwarts castle suddenly appeared before all the little wizards. It was an awe-inspiring fortress. To describe it accurately, one must include the lake and the adjacent forest. This entire area belonged to Hogwarts, along with the wizarding village known as Hogsmeade, as mentioned in the books. Harry found himself quite fond of this castle, for many fairy tales have depicted the enchanting nature of such fortresses. Moreover, in the realm of adventure, such castles typically signify the presence of abundant treasures, simply marvelous. It is said that a millennium ago, the founders of the four houses traversed this very path to arrive here and established Hogwarts upon the cliffs. At this moment, Hermione had set aside her tears, her eyes wide with wonder as she gazed upon the castle bathed in moonlight, filled with longing. "I read about this in the history of Hogwarts. This must be part of the magic," Harry remarked as he looked at his palm. "Since earlier, I have felt an invisible magic enveloping us." "What do you mean?" Ron asked, looking bewildered. "I mean that walking this path, following in the footsteps of the founders, is in itself a form of ritual magic. I suspect its effects may include protective enchantments and the dispelling of curses, considering this is a school for aspiring wizards," Harry mused. "Besides, Isn't there a sorting ceremony soon? Ah, indeed, Ron nodded, but no one is willing to tell me how the sorting actually works. Fred mentioned that the consequences for us could be quite severe. What about you, Neville? Do you have any information? No. Neville shook his head, a hint of fear in his voice. My grandmother refuses to tell me anything and just advised me to be cautious. Honestly, I might be the first little wizard sent home for failing the sorting ceremony. Oh, that's impossible, Neville, Ron reassured him. Don't forget your accomplishments today. You're undoubtedly a brave Gryffindor. Ron's words seemed to provide Neville with a sense of stability. Meanwhile, Hermione had already begun reciting her notes in silence. After disembarking the small boat, they followed Hagrid to the castle's grand entrance, where Professor McGonagall awaited their arrival. She approached Harry directly, her gaze sharp as a blade. You have done something monumental, Mr. Potter. Never before has a first year caused such a commotion prior to enrollment. Frankly, I ought to snap your wand and send you back. Perhaps that would teach you the meaning of caution and propriety. I apologies, Professor. If anyone should be expelled, let it be me. It's all my fault, Harry began, but before he could finish, Hermione broke down in tears. The young girl had always believed that her being insulted had triggered the conflict. It's not Hermione's fault. They provoked us first, Professor. I do not believe we should face punishment. We certainly should not be intimidated by such words, Harry stated calmly. They first insulted Hermione, calling her a mudblood, and then they subjected me to racial discrimination by mocking my horns. If anyone should be expelled, it should be all the Slytherins in that compartment. Otherwise, I shall write to the Daily Prophet, and the wizarding community will speak on my behalf. Professor McGonagall took a deep breath. This is not your fault, Miss Granger, she said gently to Hermione, the model student. Do not fear, you'll not be expelled. What I must address is Mr. Potter's situation. She had already been informed by Dumbledore about the boy who Liv's insistence on identifying as a Minotaur and had prepared herself mentally for it. However, one particular matter proved difficult for her to digest. Mr. Potter, Professor McGonagall's voice turned somber. I must remind you that transfiguration is an exceedingly perilous endeavor, capable of causing irreparable harm, especially for a young wizard like yourself whose knowledge is still developing and whose magical abilities are not yet fully matured. You are fortunate. This was a well-meaning warning. Professor McGonagall could see that Harry's horns were not the result of a transfiguration gone awry, but rather an alteration of another object in horns that had adhered to his forehead. Nevertheless, for a first-year student, such knowledge was indeed advanced. I do not understand what you are talking about, Professor, Harry earnestly replied. We Minotaurs are simply like this. Having horns is perfectly normal. Professor McGonagall closed her eyes. She feared that this year would be fraught with challenges, and significant ones at that. The trials posed by problematic students, the enigma of house sorting, the stress of hair loss from frustration, and the disruption of her appetite. The house cup, my house cup. She had even anticipated assigning a position in Gryffindor to this individual before her. As it stood, who would believe he wouldn't join Gryffindor? Professor McGonagall repeatedly reminded herself that geniuses often possess eccentricities, much like Albus Dumbledore's peculiar habits, which appeared mad to others. Judging by all that had transpired thus far, this boy who lived was indeed a magical prodigy. She then reopened her eyes. Hand over your hammer and shield, Mr. Potter. Hogwarts does not require such weapons. Professor McGonagall said with great effort. Very well, Professor, Harry complied, surrendering his belongings. Professor McGonagall, wielding a war hammer and shield, took a couple of strides before hastily returning, thrusting the weapons back into Harry's arms. Absolutely. It is utterly unacceptable to aim weapons at your fellow students. Do you understand, Mr. Potter? McGonagall exclaimed, her anger palpable. Otherwise, I shall truly expel you. Harry acquiesced far too quickly. The more she walked, the more something felt amiss to her. With decades of teaching experience, she understood that students who repented at lightning speed after making a mistake often failed to learn their lesson, and were bound to repeat their transgressions, those incorrigible sorts who disregarded authority. Chapter 17, Snape's Desire for Concern and the Sorting Ceremony. The crux of the matter lay in Harry's evident talent for transfiguration. He could conjure weapons at will, rendering the confiscation futile. In a fit of fury, Professor McGonagall returned the items to Harry, opting instead for a more stern admonition. I assure you, Professor, Harry responded earnestly, unless in a moment of necessity. I comprehend your concerns. You better do, she said, casting a penetrating gaze at Harry. And don't think for a moment that you can escape punishment. Your detentions have already been arranged, commencing from the 3rd week of term. With that parting remark, McGonagall pushed open the door to return to the Great Hall, momentarily pausing before entering. Not bad at transfiguration, she muttered, a barely audible compliment that Harry caught. With a resounding clang, the castle doors slammed shut, Impressive, Harry, Ron whispered after McGonagall departed, having shielded Harry with his presence. When McGonagall was speaking, I felt like I could hardly breathe. You conversed with her so naturally. She is quite a respectable professor, Harry explained to Ron. She has responsibilities to fulfill. After all, the safety of students is paramount. I understand her concerns. Yet, I too have my principles and matters to attend to, leading to some minor conflicts. Over time, things will improve. Her current demeanor simply reflects her unfamiliarity with us. Just as we are still getting to know her. If she were overly amiable, she would struggle to maintain order among the children. Harry perceived the situation with clarity. Hey, you're still just a kid, Harry. Hermione couldn't help but interject. Consider yourself fortunate. Potter came a disdainful snort from the first-year line, prompting Harry to turn and find Draco Malfoy glaring fiercely at him. As one of the instigators of the initial conflict, Malfoy had borne the brunt of the retaliatory strikes, particularly from Ron and Neville, who had made him their primary target. Even while enduring blows from others, they were determined to pummel him, leaving Malfoy in a rather pitiful state. Both of his eyes were bruised, his nose appeared slightly crooked, and a significant tuft of hair had been ruthlessly yanked out, rendering him almost bald. The air of gentlemanly elegance associated with him was entirely absent, leaving him looking utterly wretched. Though Ron and Neville were not faring much better themselves. Perhaps as a lesson to instill some sense in the rascals, Professor McGonagall had sent those who had sustained serious injuries to the infirmary, while those with mere bruises were left to endure the humiliation throughout the entirety of the opening feast, serving as a cautionary tale. At the tender age of 11, such matters of embarrassment were often of paramount importance. I can only say this feud has escalated significantly. You'll regret this, Potter. Malfoy spat. Even if McGonagall doesn't expel you, I'll make sure my father does. He is a member of the Board of Governors. You might as well return to your Muggle relatives and continue as their house elf. The words, devoid of any real threat and brimming with childish innocence, nearly made Harry laugh. However, Ron and Neville were far from amused by Malfoy's taunts. What did you say? Malfoy, dare you repeat that? Ron demanded. Malfoy immediately shrank behind his two lackeys, Crabbe and Goyle, who appeared ready to brawl, stepping forward. Unfortunately for them, as Harry advanced a step closer, the three of them recoiled in unison. After all, in that train compartment, it was Harry who stood victorious, drenched in the blood of those who had fallen before him, resembling a frenzied barbarian. For Malfoy and his companions, that scene was rather terrifying. Coward, Harry scoffed disdainfully, his voice low yet loud enough for all to hear, his mocking expression reminiscent of a true beast. Malfoy's face flushed crimson as he even heard laughter emanating from his pure-blood associates nearby. Even in Slytherin, his humiliation was palpable. Years of family teachings made it unbearable for Draco to swallow this insult, and just as he was about to retort, the castle doors swung open once more, revealing a figure cloaked in black robes. Sir, Malfoy's eyes lit up, as if he had caught a glimpse of light in the darkness. The newcomer was none other than Severus Snape, the idol in his heart. What is going on here? Snape inquired in his characteristic, languid tone. Perhaps Professor McGonagall's punishment has been too lenient, leading you to believe you can misbehave without consequence. Sir, it was their fault. Malfoy quickly began to complain. They were provoking me. I warned you, Draco. Snape interrupted, his voice resonant with authority. In school, you must use titles. Refer to me as Professor. Yes, Professor, Draco replied, stifling his frustration. But then his eyes brightened once more as he saw Snape approaching Harry. Is something significant about to occur? Malfoy pondered eagerly. Extend your hand, Snape commanded, his expression impassive. Harry obediently extended his hand, feeling something placed into his palm. The castle's night air was colder than one might expect. Snape remarked cryptically before turning to leave. He left behind a heartbroken Malfoy, who felt utterly despondent, wishing he could simply disappear. What was that, Harry? Neville whispered once Snape had departed. Chocolate? Harry replied, breaking off a piece and popping it into his mouth. It was indeed chocolate. So, he came all this way just to give you a piece of chocolate? Ron gaped in astonishment. What did he mean by that remark? I suppose he was implying I should dress warmly to avoid catching a cold. Harry mused, considering it the only plausible interpretation. Goodness. Seeing Malfoy's expression when he spotted his savior, and now witnessing his current dismay, it's as if someone just dealt him a mighty blow to the face. Ron remarked, his jaw nearly unhinged in disbelief. Do you recall what Fred told us on the train? The tales about the head of Slytherin. This is nothing like what they described. Seeing is believing, Ron, Harry shrugged. In Fred's depiction, the head of Slytherin House is portrayed as a wizened old bat, perpetually clad in black robes, with greasy hair that remains unwashed. He exhibits undeniable favoritism towards Slytherin students while consistently meting out punishment to those from Gryffindor, rendering him a most nefarious character. This unmistakable image instantly resonated with Ron upon Snape's first appearance. However, unlike Ron, who was engulfed in existential doubt, Harry understood the underlying reasons for Snape's seemingly contradictory demeanor. This was all owing to a promise made by Snape before the spirit of his mother, along with the oath he had taken. Yet, it was evident that this man struggled to articulate his feelings. Harry could perceive the inner turmoil within Snape, compounded by the fact that his own appearance bore a striking resemblance to that of his father, which made Snape's expressions all the more awkward. After all, Harry, who was acutely aware of his father's past as a rival in love, understood this predicament all too well. At that moment, the castle doors finally swung open. Even within the storied history of Hogwarts' entrance feast, today's banquet was destined to be memorable. Unprecedentedly, 2 long tables were scarcely filled, with a significant number of empty seats. Even within the other 2 houses, this was due to many Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw students seizing the opportunity to retaliate against Slytherin during the Gryffindor-Slytherin skirmish, only to find themselves inadvertently drawn into the depths of the fray, unable to escape. The expressions of the 4 heads of houses appeared rather grim, as they could hardly maintain a pleasant countenance before the students. It was not until just before the feast commenced that the chastised older students, having endured their share of reprimands and assigned punishments, scurried back to their respective house tables, save for those nursing broken bones or serious injuries, who would spend the night in the infirmary. By the time Harry and the other first-year students entered the Great Hall under Professor McGonagall's guidance, the room was already teeming with people. Though many bore disheveled appearances, the sight of Harry's companions with their dark circles and swollen faces elicited inevitable laughter, which grew louder until it resonated throughout the hall. They laughed at these few children, as well as at their own disheveled states. Thousands of candles, suspended in mid-air, swayed in rhythm with the laughter, and as Harry gazed upwards, what should have been the ceiling transformed into a starry sky. A magical projection of the outside world, most intriguing indeed. However, the ensuing events were less than amusing. Harry watched as Professor McGonagall retrieved a hat that would determine which house the young wizards would inhabit for the next 7 years. The specifics of what transpired next eluded Harry's memory. He distinctly recalled the hat bursting into song, yet the lyrics morphed into a vague, buzzing sound that did not penetrate his consciousness, exceedingly unpleasant to the ear. Eventually, only Professor McGonagall's voice remained, calling out, "Hannah Abbott, the sorting ceremony begins. Please, not Hufflepuff, not Hufflepuff." Harry could hear Neville fervently praying with his eyes shut. Was it truly that terrifying? Harry had always found the portrayal of Hufflepuff in books quite appealing. In truth, the sorting would have no bearing on their studies, Neville. Harry whispered, "As long as it doesn't affect what type of magic you learn, it doesn't matter which house you belong to. It's not like we're being sorted into the elemental schools of fire, frost, or arcane that could dictate our entire futures. The sorting at Hogwarts merely determines where we will reside. But if I don't end up in Gryffindor, my grandmother will kill me." Neville's anxiety intensified. So it was a familial concern. Harry nodded, deciding not to press further. The sorting ceremony took longer than he had anticipated. The hat would call out houses swiftly for some, while for others, it would take an agonizingly long time, sometimes stretching to 10 or even 20 minutes. For instance, the hat lingered atop Hermione's head for nearly 10 minutes before reluctantly declaring Gryffindor. Yet, compared to the hat's reluctance, Hermione's dismay was far greater. Her complexion turned a shade of green, especially after Ron's loud exclamation, "I knew it. You're a Gryffindor," made her appear as though she wished to strangle him. As someone who had read extensively and begun to idolize Dumbledore, Hermione had a fondness for Gryffindor. However, the thought of herself crying in a toilet, as foretold by Harry's prophecy, drove her to the brink of madness. If Harry's predictions were true, why had she hidden away in tears? What calamity had befallen Gryffindor? As the hat touched Ron's head, it instantly proclaimed Gryffindor. Yet, amidst the cheers from his brothers at the Gryffindor table, Ron's expression betrayed unease as he recalled the punishment of standing in a shadowy corner of a classroom. Should Hermione's prophecy prove accurate? What a predicament! Harry Potter. After a lengthy wait, Harry finally heard his name called, with only a few students remaining in line. As the most renowned first year, and the one who had stirred quite the commotion that day, Harry strode toward the sorting hat amidst the cheers and whistles, akin to a monarch approaching his throne. "Want to join Hufflepuff?" I never expected the child Dumbledore often mentioned would wish to join Hufflepuff. That is indeed surprising. Upon donning the hat, Harry heard a voice resonate within his mind. Mind reading? Harry furrowed his brow. Certainly not. The hat categorically dismissed. It merely perceives surface thoughts, such as what you are contemplating. The sorting is unrelated to memory. I sort based on the characteristics of your personality and mental attributes. You lack this unique perspective. Then where do you think I should go? Harry pondered with interest. Undoubtedly, Gryffindor. The hat declared without hesitation. You are inherently not the type to conform. Your bravery is far beyond that of a typical first year. Many adult wizards would pale in comparison. I see no hint of timidity in you. You have nearly driven Minerva to madness today, you know? It seems you've seen right through me, Harry replied. Indeed, indeed. I can also see the adventurous flame that burns fiercely within your heart. You are eager to explore this castle in search of treasures, are you? The hat was even more talkative than many people. Many children share your sentiments. After all, this ancient castle boasts a rich history. I assure you, even Albus would not claim to have unraveled all of Hogwarts' secrets. Most importantly, many students leave behind riddles upon graduation, waiting for future generations to solve. That sounds wonderful. Harry couldn't help but smile. What treasures will they leave behind? Galleons? Or some rare magical artifacts? Something that could make me rich? Oh, ye young one. The hat's voice suddenly dropped, muttering, the important thing should be the adventure itself. You hardly sound like a child. However, treasures are indeed significant. Gryffindor enjoys treasures as well? Harry inquired. He was utterly enamored, for the hat, once donned by Gryffindor, required no reminiscence to impart its wisdom. Without hesitation, it revealed its answer. Gryffindor possesses a fervent passion for treasure hunting. No. Not the Forbidden Forest, dear child. I see it all too clearly. Do not venture there. For it harbors no treasures, truly. If Minerva were to discover that you were inspired by me to embark on an adventure in the Forbidden Forest, she would surely unravel the poor old hat's seams. Had there been prior plans? Well, in that case, no worries. Do exercise caution. You there, young one. No forays into the Forbidden Forest. Engaging in conversation with the hat proved far more delightful than Harry had anticipated. As a venerable artifact with a millennium of history, it indeed offered Harry a plethora of suggestions for his impending adventure, even providing him with several clues, encouraging him to seek out the unknown. After uttering the name Gryffindor aloud, Harry reluctantly rose, placing the hat back in its rightful place. Had time permitted, he would have relished further discourse. The magical items in this world are indeed wondrous, akin to sentient beings capable of thought and conversation. Raising his gaze, Harry spotted the red-haired twins at the Gryffindor table, who had already risen, one hand thumping the table as they bellowed, "We have a Minotaur!" Oh, ha! Following a chaotic uproar on the train. Harry's horn and his self-proclaimed title had become widely known. Among these young wizards, such tenacity was hardly deemed an issue, even regarded as exceedingly cool. Powerful wizards are often accompanied by unique quirks, and it is only natural that someone as formidable as Harry would exhibit eccentricities, a notion entirely reasonable. Minotaur, Minotaur, Minotaur. The cheers from the Gryffindor table morphed into a synchronized chant, reverberating in waves. Eventually, even students from Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw joined the rhythmic cries, creating a remarkable cadence. In stark contrast, the Slytherin table remained silent, faces stern, reminiscent of a funeral. Harry glanced sideways at Professor McGonagall, whose serious demeanor suggested she might devour the leading Gryffindors whole, her gaze brimming with murderous intent directed at the loudest and most exuberant among them. To put it plainly, Professor McGonagall harbored a desire to eliminate Fred and George, and they were indeed aware of this ominous aura, yet they remained unfazed. After all, why not enjoy themselves before their impending doom? The illustrious Harry Potter had arrived at his most loyal Gryffindor. As Harry approached the Gryffindor table, Fred's voice boomed, clearing a space for him. "Oh, my great Lion King, please come this way. We have reserved your rightful throne." George bowed deeply from the other side. These brothers, without exception, were the epitome of flattery, their theatrics on full display, resembling sycophantic courtiers. The other Gryffindor students joined in, rising to welcome Harry. And one couldn't deny that this spectacle had indeed earned the admiration of many for the boy who survived. The savior was undoubtedly born to be in Gryffindor, simply perfect. This kingly treatment left Harry somewhat speechless as he was escorted to the center of the Gryffindor table amidst the twins' fanfare. He attempted to resist, only to realize that unless he wished to harm either of them, escape was futile, and thus he succumbed to their exuberance. Upon taking a seat, the entire dining hall erupted in applause, save for Slytherin. Professor McGonagall invested considerable effort to quell the enthusiastic atmosphere, finally managing to sort the last few students into their houses. As the headmaster of Hogwarts, Dumbledore was indeed commendable for his brevity. After a few simple words of welcome, he declared the feast commenced. To be honest, the food at Hogwarts was rather delightful. Harry noted that traditional British fare was scarce, with a preponderance of French cuisine, which was certainly a positive aspect. The Gryffindor students were exceedingly welcoming, engaging Harry in conversation about which dishes were most delectable and how to relay requests to the house elves for more. Meanwhile, after enduring hunger for so long, the students below began to devour their meals with gusto, while the professors above were not idle, engaging in their own conversations amidst bites of food. "Cheer up, Minerva," chuckled Professor Flitwick. "You are now the head of the house of the boy who lived. A most significant honor, perhaps to be recorded in the annals of magical history. Is that so, Phileas?" Professor McGonagall replied, her expression unyielding as she regarded the little old man beside her. "Shall we exchange roles?" "Ah, that one be necessary," Flitwick chuckled awkwardly. "Hogwarts has never permitted a student who has been sorted to transfer houses. That would be rather improper indeed." As old friends, they were well aware of each other's sentiments. Flitwick was teasing Professor McGonagall, congratulating her for acquiring a student capable of making quite a stir. As a Ravenclaw, Flitwick merely wished to lead a quiet life, steering clear of external conflicts. It was easy to foresee that Professor McGonagall would face considerable challenges over the next 7 years. She was already sighing in resignation. "I fear I may never again see the House Cup," she lamented deeply to Flitwick. "The House Cup?" At this, Flitwick's smile faded. Who would wish to witness Slytherin claim it for 6 consecutive years? They often felt a sense of inadequacy in front of Snape, as if their own standards as professors had diminished, given that few could match Snape's unabashed favoritism towards his own students. Speaking of which, Professor McGonagall suddenly recalled and turned to address Snape, the deputy headmaster of Hogwarts. "If possible, I hope you can strive for impartiality and fairness in your teaching henceforth." "Of course," Snape replied, turning to meet McGonagall's gaze, unflustered. "I have always done so." The conversation could not continue further. That would be detrimental to their professional rapport. McGonagall sighed again, feeling as though she might exhaust all her grievances today. Despite Snape's agreeable response, she harbored doubts about his ability to uphold such a promise, given his past tendencies. Slytherin had thrived on Snape's bias towards them and his deductions against other houses, securing the House Cup for 6 consecutive years. Truth be told, McGonagall may have felt a twinge of dissatisfaction over this behavior, but she would never resort to similar tactics to penalize Slytherin. In fact, had the circumstances not been exceptional this year, she would not have uttered that request to Snape at all. Do not misunderstand. McGonagall was not fearful of Snape retaliating against Gryffindor due to past grievances or Harry's affiliation with the house. What she feared was Snape's potential to excessively reward Gryffindor. Harry was thoroughly content with his first banquet in the magical world. It was lively and reminiscent of a bonfire celebration on the Cliffs of Thunder, with only one regret: the food lacked a touch of magic. Having witnessed the wonders of magic in this world, Harry found himself rather eager to encounter enchanted culinary delights, such as cakes that could converse or foods that could transform their flavors at will. It was reminiscent of the magical snacks he had relished on the Hogwarts Express, particularly the chocolate frogs, which were delightfully unique. Regrettably, the only fare he was served consisted of mashed potatoes and stew, which felt exceedingly mundane. Once everyone had their fill, Dumbledore clapped his hands, and in an instant, the dining table was restored to its pristine state. As succinctly as he had begun his address, Dumbledore humorously emphasized the various precautions necessary for attending Hogwarts, such as the warnings to Harry regarding the Forbidden Forest and the prohibition against casting spells in the corridors. He also underscored a corridor on the right side of the 4th floor, and, at that moment, Harry was quite certain that this lively elder was directing his gaze toward him. What did this imply? Was it an invitation? The adventurous spirit within Harry ignited fervently. For those who had not yet reached adulthood, indeed, for everyone, there exists a curious paradox. The more one admonishes against pressing a button, the more one is inclined to do so. Dumbledore's final admonition struck Harry as embodying this very sentiment, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Following the older student Percy to the Gryffindor common room, Harry found the dormitory accommodating 5 occupants: himself, Ron, Neville, and 2 newly acquainted boys, Dean Thomas and Seamus Finnegan. To be candid, the space felt rather cramped, and the multitude of people was somewhat overwhelming for Harry, who was unaccustomed to such proximity. As a shaman, he had numerous items to procure, including totems, offerings to the elements and ancestors, as well as herbs and magical artifacts. Living in such close quarters with so many others proved to be inconvenient. Perhaps he might later petition Headmaster Dumbledore for permission to construct a cabin by the edge of the Forbidden Forest. With this thought in mind, Harry succumbed to a deep slumber. While some drifted into dreams, others remained awake, burdened by the weight of the world. His thoughts were indeed mature, brimming with ambition. Within him, I discerned a valiant spirit, for true courage, Albus, does not stem from recklessness. His heart harbored a conviction, one for which he would dare to lay down his life. It is a rare individual who can perceive themselves clearly, and those who do are typically endowed with the wisdom of age and experience. Yet young Harry had already come to know himself. I could see no trace of confusion in him, which was rather incongruous for his age. In the office of Hogwarts headmaster, Albus Dumbledore gazed intently at the sorting hat before him, listening as it recounted all that it had discerned. To be honest, Albus, I do not perceive this child as one to be guarded against, the hat remarked, opening and closing its brim. Had he appeared a millennium ago, he would have undoubtedly been one of Gryffindor's finest comrades. The household of fondness for individuals like young Harry. I did not anticipate your fondness for him, Dumbledore replied, his tone growing candid in the solitude of the room. You have only been upon my head for a little over 20 minutes. We conversed extensively. The sorting hat exclaimed with excitement, discussing adventures within the castle and escapades in the Forbidden Forest. Oh, let us set that aside for now. In any event, we truly connect well. That child is undoubtedly a Gryffindor, his thirst for adventure mirroring that of the Gryffindors of yore. Dumbledore appeared relieved upon hearing this, a hint of solace gracing his features. I understand your thoughts, Albus, though you have not donned me, nor has anyone engaged in idle chatter with the old hat. It continued, I must convey that the boy is distinct. He cannot merely be treated as a child. One must regard him as a wizard of maturity. If you approach him with the mindset suited for children, your interactions are unlikely to be harmonious. I have indeed recognized this, Dumbledore acknowledged with a nod. Thank you. Sorting Hat, your insights are invaluable. I genuinely wish to engage in more conversations, for you see, I spend the entire year here, conversing solely with this bird. The Sorting Hat continued its animated chatter until Dumbledore waved his hand, causing it to float away and settle atop a nearby cabinet. Chapter 19. Hagrid's Rejection and the Joy of the Law. Do not fault Dumbledore for his meticulous care toward child. After all, Harry is exceptionally gifted, extraordinarily so. In a world imbued with magic, a remarkably talented wizard who strays from the righteous path can yield catastrophic consequences far graver than the errors committed by the mediocre. Great power may even render others utterly incapable of resisting his will. The tragedies of many have unfolded as a result. Throughout the earlier part of Dumbledore's life, he had misjudged a child, and due to his mishandling of the situation, that child veered into darkness. A burden Dumbledore has borne with regret. Voldemort. If only he had chosen a different approach back then, perhaps with a touch more patience, might the outcome have differed? Thus, when another exceptionally gifted child appeared before him, this time Dumbledore exercised extreme caution. The weight of the British magical community, and indeed the International Confederation of Wizards, rested upon Dumbledore's shoulders. He was indeed the champion of British wizardry, and he had grown old. Like a banner, should Dumbledore falter, one would be hard-pressed to find another capable of bearing the same weight, a standard that could uphold the realm. This seemingly powerful, yet inherently fragile magical world could no longer withstand the ravages of another Dark Lord. However, these matters bore little relevance to Harry. At least, not in his present state. For the newly enrolled young witches and wizards, the class schedule was notably relaxed, likely designed to cater to their exploratory inclinations and curiosity. On the first day of school, there were no morning classes, allowing the newcomers to freely explore the castle, with only one herbology class in the afternoon and a history of magic lesson in the evening. Despite the absence of morning classes, Harry's routine remained largely unaffected. He had risen early, before dawn, while Ron and the others were still sound asleep. A mature shaman must possess the ability to divine prophecies and guide their kin, alongside managing various tribal affairs, and must also be capable of wielding a warhammer in battle. Yet, Harry could hardly endure his current state of weakness, feeling utterly insecure. His foremost objective was to rebuild his physique. What are you doing here? A figure obstructed Harry's path. Filch, a somewhat gaunt and weary-looking man who served as the castle caretaker, scrutinized Harry with a wary gaze, as though he were a petty thief. Accompanying Filch was his cat, thin as a rake, with a dark gray coat. I intend to exercise outside, Professor, Harry replied, though Filch's appearance was somewhat intimidating. Had Ron been in his place, he likely would have been too frightened to speak. Nevertheless, Harry was unfazed, only to discover that the castle's door was locked. Thank goodness you arrived. Filch's eyes widened in astonishment. Did you just call me Professor? A child would address me so, especially the boy who lived? How unexpected. As the custodian of the castle, burdened with the responsibility of patrolling the night, One might liken him to a municipal officer. Individuals tasked with such duties often do not enjoy a favorable reputation, and Filch was no exception, seldom earning the respect of the students. Unaccustomed and decidedly uncomfortable, he felt a disquieting awkwardness envelop him. Hogwarts had a curfew, and only I possessed the authority to unlock this door. It was my duty to prevent those incorrigible rascals from sneaking out at night. My role involved patrolling, apprehending those who flouted the school's regulations, and escorting them to detention. Grumbling, Filch turned around and produced a set of keys to unlock the grand door. Harry Potter, a newly enrolled student, was surprisingly awake at such an early hour. I have a habit of rising early for exercise. A robust physique is advantageous in combat, Harry remarked, following Filch outside. By the way, Professor, your cat seems rather unwell. She appears too thin. Is she receiving adequate nutrition? Filch muttered anxiously. Professor McGonagall would not take kindly to this. Are you referring to Mrs. Norris? Harry inquired, crouching down to extend a hand toward the cat, notorious among the students for her own unsavory reputation. As Filch's pet, Mrs. Norris played a vital role in aiding him in capturing those nocturnal wanderers, thus earning widespread disdain. No, Mrs. Norris is not one to approach others. Filch's voice faltered, astonished to see Mrs. Norris actually trotting towards Harry at his beckoning, only to be lifted into his arms. Indeed, she was far too slender. One could hardly feel any flesh when holding her. However, Harry's decision to embrace the cat stemmed solely from the sight of two red-haired figures stealthily making their way towards the castle's entrance behind Filch. Who else could it be but Fred and George? Noticing Harry's gaze, Fred beamed widely, mimicking a pair of horns with his hands atop his head, while his brother George bent his arms above his head, forming a heart shape for Harry. Those restless siblings. Venturing into the Forbidden Forest on the very first night of the new term, Harry sighed silently, opting to ignore their antics. You ought to let her bask in the sun more often, Professor. Her fur is truly lacking, Harry advised earnestly. It would be best to feed her some chicken, fish, or beef, and perhaps one egg daily. Oh, and Muggle fish oil is particularly beneficial for a cat's health. What is that? Filch inquired, growing increasingly agitated. Muggle products? They aren't tea-toxic, are they? Of course not. Muggles have a dedicated pet industry, Harry reassured him, shaking his head. If you need, I could write to my aunt to procure some for you. You should give it a try. There are even specialized foods that promote healthy weight gain. Mrs. Norris would look quite lovely post-gain, and surely more adored. Absolutely. I will pay for it. Can you guarantee those items won't harm her? Filch asked eagerly, having long considered Mrs. Norris an integral part of his life. Rest assured, they are safe even for human consumption, Harry promised. Their conversation flowed pleasantly, though the sight would surely perplex any students who happen upon it, questioning their own wakefulness. After bidding Filch farewell, Harry decided to jog along the edge of the Black Lake before seeking out Hagrid in the Forbidden Forest. Truth be told, he had not had a proper conversation with his first friend the previous night, as Hagrid had been preoccupied with work. I did not expect you to rise so early. Harry, you hardly resemble a child. Even your father, with all his exuberance, would still be in bed at this hour, Hagrid remarked, appearing as though he had not slept at all, as he unstrapped a massive bough from his back to hang on the wall. Hagrid's hut was modest in size, yet it exuded warmth, evoking a sense of familiarity for Harry. The crackling fire in the hearth, the animal pelts and bones adorning the walls, and the herbs drying in the air all contributed to the cozy atmosphere. Can I move in with you, Hagrid? Harry blurted out, inhaling the aroma of roasting herbs. If it's too cramped, I can build a new house nearby. We could be neighbors. This was a thought he had pondered the night before, ranking high on his list of priorities. The sound of clattering interrupted them, as it seemed Hagrid had knocked something over. Why would you think such a thing, Harry? Isn't it enjoyable to live in the dormitory with your friends? Hagrid stammered, turning around. I have nothing here. No, you have everything here, Harry asserted confidently. Following Harry's gaze, Hagrid looked at the wall and soon realized the true essence of Harry's words. Ah, the Forbidden Forest, is it? I knew it, Hagrid exclaimed. It has nearly cost me a lifetime trying to deter students from sneaking into the Forbidden Forest. Harry, clearly, this was no easy task for Hagrid, being but one man. I just saw Fred and George sneaking back from the direction of the Forbidden Forest, Harry shrugged, indicating the difficulty of Hagrid's endeavor. Really? I knew it. I knew it. Last night, someone indeed slipped into the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid appeared more agitated. Goodness. Not even on the first day of school are they willing to take a break. My previous statement could easily substitute students for that pair of twins. Perhaps they've been holding an all-holiday, Harry remarked, offering little consolation. As I said, Hagrid, you cannot manage this alone. However, it would be different if someone were to assist you. Oh, you're not suggesting that person is you, are you? Hagrid chuckled. You're still just a child, Harry. The Forbidden Forest is no place for you. Forget it. I'll 1T agree to it, and neither will Professor Dumbledore nor Professor McGonagall. What do you mean? Why is Professor McGonagall mentioned after Professor Dumbledore? Harry inquired, puzzled by Hagrid's reasoning. No matter what Harry said, Hagrid remained obstinate, unable to circumvent the authority of Dumbledore and McGonagall. Even if Harry were to assert that he was, in fact, a shaman requiring space to commune with the elements and ancestral spirits, it would be of no avail. Very well. I shall seek out Dumbledore to discuss this matter. I trust that open-minded elder will understand, Harry resolved. Harry's first class at Hogwarts was herbology, taught by Professor Sprout, the head of Hufflepuff House, a truly knowledgeable individual. Or rather, as the sole professor of the only wizarding school in England, the faculty here possessed considerable expertise. Regrettably, as first-year students, Harry and his peers would not encounter the dangerous magical plants, which he found quite disappointing. However, the evening history of magic class afforded Harry a most exquisite slumber. He could hardly comprehend how Professor Bin's voice could be so soporific. To be honest, upon learning that the instructor of this course was a millennium-old ghost, Harry had been quite eager. He anticipated that the ghost would recount the hidden secrets of history from personal experience. Yet instead, he had inadvertently lulled himself to sleep. It was not until Tuesday afternoon that Harry finally attended another class he had eagerly awaited, Transfiguration. The magic of this world is profoundly fascinating, encompassing every facet of life and exuding an enchanting aura that could easily find its place in Azeroth. A quintessential example of this is Transfiguration. Harry, uncertain of how to categorize this spell, finds himself at a loss, as he is not among the learned wizards of Dalaran devoted to the study of magic. The ability to transform one object into another at will, even animating an inanimate object into a living being that can roar, move, and bellow, feels like a dream come to life. Perhaps to broaden the horizons of some restless young wizards and instill a sense of awe in them, Professor McGonagall, with a flick of her wand, transformed the lectern into a lively pig that pranced and oinked about the classroom, subsequently warning that those who misbehaved would be turned into swine. Naturally, Harry found such threats to be mere childish intimidation. What truly perplexed him was that before the class commenced, Professor McGonagall had been perched on the podium in the form of a cat, only to suddenly revert to her human guise when everyone was assembled. A druid? Harry wondered. Does this imply that every wizard proficient in transfiguration is akin to a potential druid, capable of transforming into anything they desire? The life of a mage is indeed complex, often leading one to seek the very essence of magic. This uncertainty enveloped Harry throughout the lesson, leaving him unable to settle on a satisfactory answer, compelling him to aim his wand at the needle before him and cast a spell. According to Professor McGonagall, this was a teaching tool for the week, perhaps several weeks, meant to be transformed through the transfiguration spell. For Harry, it posed no challenge. The needle morphed as if it were made of clay, effortlessly shifting under Harry's command into a blade of grass, then a ribbon, and then a length of twine. He could not comprehend how the needle could transform into other objects, nor where the materials for these transformations originated, for visually, even 50 needles would not match the girth of that twine. Simply by following the descriptions in the book and Professor McGonagall's guidance, it truly became what he envisioned. Immersed in contemplation, Harry began to understand why Gianna sometimes fell into a particular fervor. The process of exploring the essence and principles of magic was undeniably exhilarating, to the extent that he failed to notice Professor McGonagall had approached him, observing his aimless manipulation of the needle. The needle resembled a formless lump of clay, never pausing for a moment, constantly altering its appearance, yet lacking the unique texture and hue of clay, fluctuating instead between metallic and wooden forms in a dazzling display. This sensation of spellcasting was quite foreign to Harry, as in the traditional shamanic paradigm, spells typically revolve around communication and requests from the elements and ancestors. Only those shamans who tread the dark path would bend the will of the elements to serve their own desires. However, his current practice of transfiguration felt akin to those dark shamans, forcibly warping external objects with his own will, leaving Harry feeling uncomfortable, even repulsed by the sensation. From the perspective of spell creation, these represent two fundamentally distinct approaches to magic. Shamans believe in the spirit of all things. Even a needle can possess its own spirit, provided it holds unique significance for someone, such as a needle passed down from parents, thus infused with emotion and spiritual essence. Yet the needle before Harry, serving as a teaching tool for transfiguration, lacked such a spirit. Nonetheless, he could not help but ponder. If he were to transform an object imbued with spirit, what then? Would that spirit perish? Would it be distorted? Annihilated? In the realm of magic, which often bears an idealistic hue, such subjective understanding is crucial. Harry could not simply gloss over these questions, for they could sow the seeds of trouble for his future. If he were to reshape a sentient object from its perceived, lifeless form into that of a cat, would he not be granting that spirit a physical body, bestowing it with life? As Harry's thoughts wandered aimlessly, the needle before him continued to transform, subtly taking on the semblance of a cat, with 4 limbs and distinct features. It appeared to be coated in a layer of mud, as if it might disintegrate at any moment. Professor McGonagall's expression brightened with delight as she prepared to offer words of praise. However, the cat fractured, devolving into an unrecognizable mass upon the desk. Excellent transfiguration. Gryffindor earns 20 points. She exclaimed, "You were so close to success, Mr. Potter. Perhaps the rest of you are unaware of what just transpired." She turned to explain to the other young wizards. "In your first and second years, you are only required to transform living beings into inanimate objects, which, while challenging, is relatively simple. However, what Mr. Potter attempted was to change an inanimate object into a living one, a subject reserved for the 3rd year and incredibly difficult." Even with Professor McGonagall's stern demeanor, she could not withhold her admiration. "I assure you, most of you will not master this until the end of your 3rd year." "But I failed, Professor," Harry murmured, staring at the amorphous blob on the desk, still reflecting on the sensations he had just experienced. "That's because you were resisting it, Mr. Potter," Professor McGonagall replied gently. It seemed that after witnessing Harry's innate talent for transfiguration, she had set aside any lingering reservations regarding his earlier antics before the term commenced. No teacher despises a diligent student. Such is the universal truth. Professor McGonagall recognized that the cat had nearly succeeded in transforming, only to tremble violently at the last moment and shatter, becoming an example of a failed transformation. "Indeed, I was resisting it," Harry sighed. "I have many questions I wish to ask you." "Of course, that is precisely my role," Professor McGonagall responded with evident pleasure, "but you'll have to wait until after class. Our focus must remain on the lesson." Harry had no objections, but when he turned, he found Hermione glaring at her needle, brandishing her wand as though she intended to stab it to death. Truthfully, Harry thought that if Hermione pressed any harder with her wand, the needle would indeed bend, thus qualifying as a transformation. This left Neville trembling beside her, too frightened to utter a word, lest he inadvertently ignite this volatile situation. "What has gotten into her?" Harry asked Ron, bewildered. "Oh, you finally noticed, mate," Ron retorted. "She has been on the verge of insanity since you started fiddling with that needle. I'm terrified she'll jabber one at my nose." "I did not." Despite her utmost efforts to modulate her voice, Hermione's volume spiraled out of control, drawing the stern gaze of Professor McGonagall. I, she stammered, unable to articulate her thoughts. Hermione felt that no matter how she expressed herself, it would be inadequate. Her cheeks flushed, and her eyes sparkled with unshed tears. A fiercely ambitious child, Harry had already discerned this during their train ride. "Calm yourself, Hermione," Harry thought, fully aware that this was their first transfiguration class. According to Professor McGonagall, if they could manage to alter the color of a needle by the end of the lesson, it would be considered a commendable achievement. "I must remind you, Mr. Harry Potter." Each syllable squeezed out in a whisper. Hermione gritted her teeth and retorted, "You're no different in age from us. We are all 11. So do not call me a child." In the pursuit of magic, she could understand being slightly behind her peers, but falling so far behind was utterly unacceptable. 3rd-year material. Harry opened his mouth, unable to explain that, despite his outward appearance as an 11-year-old, his soul bore the weight of experiences and maturity far beyond theirs. Instead, he could only share his learning insights. "You need to concentrate. Hermione," he advised, "the crux of transfiguration lies in your resolve. You must command the object you wish to transform with unwavering intent. This process requires a steadfast focus, which can be particularly challenging for young children. Many find that the more they strive to clear their minds and concentrate, the more distractions arise, a phenomenon particularly evident in lively youngsters." "Oh, yes, concentration," Hermione huffed. "It sounds so simple. Why do you manage it so effortlessly?" "Because I am Harry Potter." Harry was not particularly fond of the attention that came with that name. Yet he had to admit, it was quite effective when he struggled to explain certain matters to many witches and wizards in the magical realm. The name Harry Potter was synonymous with innate power, a concept difficult for those from the Muggle world to fathom. This only fueled Hermione's frustration. In contrast, Ron and Neville displayed varying degrees of anxiety. Neville was somewhat tense, while Ron remained blissfully unconcerned. reasoning that since Professor McGonagall had stated transforming a needle was the lesson for the next 2 weeks, there was no need to rush. As for Harry, he had already succeeded in transforming it during the first lesson. "My brother is amazing," Ron exclaimed. The hour flew by, and as the class neared its conclusion, Hermione finally managed to alter the needle's appearance, a small victory that alleviated some of her pressure. After the first-year students' transfiguration class on Tuesday afternoon, there were no further lessons. While others rushed out of the classroom, Harry approached Professor McGonagall with his belongings. Naturally, Hermione followed suit, unwilling to part from her friends, with Ron and Neville trailing behind. "Before you voice your concerns, please inform me of your progress in transfiguration." Mr. Potter, Professor McGonagall's demeanor appeared less severe post-lesson. "I seem to be stuck in third-year material." "Professor," Harry admitted, troubled by how to convey his frustrations to her. After all, wizards were not shamans. They did not subscribe to the belief that all things possess spirits. The notion of transforming inanimate objects into living beings unsettled him. He could hear Hermione take a deep breath behind him, but he was too preoccupied to consider her feelings. Even Ollivander, the wand maker with shamanistic gifts, could only perceive spirits in relation to wands, a matter of intuition, while most wizards remained indifferent to such notions. Harry worried that Professor McGonagall might dismiss his concerns as mere childish fantasies. To be precise, it is the entirety of transfiguration that troubles my spirit. Harry decided to be candid, realizing that clarity was essential for resolution. "To me, transfiguration embodies the imposition of one's will to forcibly distort external objects. However, I possess what you might consider a gift for magic, one that incessantly guides me to treat all beings around me with equality, to embrace them, and to lead them toward balance. These two ideas are in conflict." "Forceful distortion, is it? I did not anticipate you would perceive transfiguration in such a light. So, this is the root of your resistance?" Professor McGonagall's expression grew unexpectedly serious. "In your gift for magic, I believe Professor Dumbledore has mentioned certain matters regarding you. Though he knows little, bloodline magic exists within the magical realm, such as Tonks' metamorphagus ability or various spells passed down among pure blood families. Thus, it is not particularly extraordinary. Moreover, Harry had made headlines in the Daily Prophet the very next day upon returning to this world. I cannot rashly provide you with answers, especially concerning your gifted magic, Mr. Potter. That would be irresponsible," Professor McGonagall stated with her characteristic rigor. "Perhaps I ought to invite you to join my Advanced Transfiguration Club. Hogwarts boasts a plethora of clubs. For instance, Ron had already joined the Gobstone Club, a tabletop game for wizards. Additionally, there were clubs for charms and dueling, which even hosted competitions. Typically, such invitations would be extended in your third year. However, as a professor, I cannot bear the thought of you wasting 2 years on ordinary classes, such a loss to the magical community. We can conduct a detailed study of your situation and provide tailored guidance thereafter," McGonagall said, pursing her lips, and in front of her students, she had managed to smile. "So, Mr. Potter, what is your response?" "I will be delighted, Professor," Harry readily agreed. He held a profound affection for the magic of this world, and transfiguration, as a hallmark of magical study, was not something he could easily forsake. If the day ever came that he returned to Azeroth, he hoped to showcase the magic of this world before Jaina, seeking to avenge his past humiliations at the hands of the mages. Professor, may I join as well? In your club?" As Harry prepared to join Professor McGonagall's Advanced Transfiguration class, Hermione's anxiety surged, already struggling to keep pace. Harry's participation in the club would only widen the gap. "Oh, Miss Granger," McGonagall offered an encouraging smile. "In truth, joining such a club too early is not conducive for younger students. We prefer to see you focus on your current year's curriculum and enjoy your school life. There's no need to rush." And Mr. Potter, clearly, his circumstances are somewhat exceptional. McGonagall nodded, gathering her belongings as she prepared to depart. "I have other classes to attend, but someone will deliver your club invitation, Mr. Potter. I look forward to your presence." With that, Professor McGonagall left with an air of grace, leaving behind a fuming Hermione, who stormed off with her books, not even waiting for her friends. Her desire for progress is truly overwhelming. Observing Hermione as she forcefully swung the door open and departed, Ron let out a sigh. To be honest, even if the Transfiguration Club were presented to me on a silver platter, I would have no inclination to attend. I never anticipated that she could become so incensed. "Hermione is a good person, truly," Neville stammered. "Of course, I am well aware of that," Ron replied with a shrug. Back on the train, after the scuffle, she even sought to shoulder the blame entirely herself. "I simply believe that her naivety is nothing more than a form of self-torment, which by extension tortures us as well. Quite bothersome indeed." It was precisely due to the profound camaraderie forged during that battle on the train that Ron regarded Hermione as one of his own. Otherwise, he would have found her attitude intolerable long ago. Ron, a man occasionally endowed with profound wisdom. Chapter 21. The Astonishing Wisdom of the Genius Twins. Hermione merely possesses a strong competitive spirit. It is evident that Ron has developed some discontent with her current demeanor. Harry, seeking to console, remarked, after all, she hails from a Muggle family and has always harbored concerns about falling behind in Hogwarts curriculum and becoming the subject of ridicule. Oh, come now, Harry, Ron retorted. In an entire classroom, only the two of you managed to make that wretched needle change. Even Neville and I, having grown up in the magical world, were unable to achieve what our Ravenclaw classmates accomplished. I fail to grasp what she finds unsatisfactory about such performance. Ron perceives the situation with remarkable clarity. Admit it. She simply desires to surpass you. Harry, Ron shrugged. Goodness, you are Harry Potter, the savior of the wizarding world. I am merely an ordinary individual. Ron, you exaggerate. Harry gently shook his head. Can an average wizard defeat Voldemort? Can an average wizard summon a stone giant larger than a house? Ron countered. Hermione simply refuses to acknowledge that. As for me, I have no need to compete with you. When the disparity between them looms so large, even the notion of jealousy fails to arise. There was never any inclination in that direction. Ron finds himself thoroughly content with his current circumstances. The Weasley family boasts 7 children. And while Ron's parents love each child dearly, the sheer number often leads to some feeling less cherished, more easily overlooked. At home, Ron finds himself frequently overshadowed, especially with Ginny, the youngest and sole daughter of the Weasley clan, beneath him. However, the situation has changed. On the very first day at Hogwarts, he achieved something remarkable, garnering praise from numerous older Gryffindors, and even Fred and George, those insufferable brothers, patted him on the shoulder, commending his prowess. Ultimately, he became friends with the savior, Harry Potter. Truth be told, Ron has always felt that this chapter of his life resembles a splendid dream. If only he didn't have to complete the professor's assignments. At the dinner table, Ron has recounted the tale of how he landed a punch on Malfoy's contemptible face numerous times. And the most remarkable aspect is that there is always someone willing to listen, particularly when Slytherins pass by. If only Malfoy himself were stroll by. Oh my goodness. Listen to Fred. What is this? Is it not our beloved little brother, Ronnie? As Ron was narrating his legendary exploits, he was suddenly seized from behind by his 2 elder brothers, Fred and George. Let me think. How has the story evolved? Has little Ronnie single-handedly vanquished Malfoy and his 2 lackeys? No, George. That's an outdated version. It should be at least 2. Wait, perhaps 3? For I think. All right, let's compromise. 5 Slytherin upperclassmen. Goodness. I haven't heard little Ronnie's grand exploits in 3 minutes. Indeed, it feels as though something is crawling all over me. Enough. Be quiet. Fred. George. Ron's face flushed crimson, wishing he could stab himself with a fork in his hand as he implored. Can you 2 simply eat in peace? Without any threats, Ron is certain that these 2 brothers represent his greatest peril. The atmosphere at the table brightened, with laughter erupting from everyone. Even Hermione, who had maintained a stern expression since the afternoon, could not help but chuckle. This is the essence of the Weasley brothers, wherever they are. Joy is never in short supply. Ron, however, held a differing opinion. Wait a minute, what is that on your heads? Suddenly noticing something unusual about the twins, Harry was rendered speechless. You see it, Harry, Fred exclaimed, brimming with energy. Indeed. What do you think, Harry? Isn't it splendid? The 2 stood with hands on hips at the long table, proudly displaying the pair of horns adorning their foreheads to everyone in the hall. Indeed, much like the horns upon Harry's own head, Fred and George now sported a similar pair, even thicker and more curved, almost reminiscent of goat horns. Yet, one could not deny their impressive and imposing appearance. These are our splendid creations, whipped up overnight. Harry, Fred beamed, reveling in the attention they garnered from the entire hall. Indeed, and the true power of these horns is far more than it appears. George bellowed, standing atop a chair to elevate himself as the focal point of the dining hall. Watch closely. Alongside him, Fred stood as well, and in the next moment, to the collective gaze of all, the pair of horns on the brothers' foreheads began to shimmer. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, like a dazzling array of lights. The horns began to glow, rapidly shifting colors. To be frank, the moment Harry witnessed the horns illuminating, he could hardly contain himself. And as the hues began to dance and illuminate the surroundings, Harry felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a punch to these 2 brothers. The shifting colors cast varied reflections upon the faces of those nearby, and the atmosphere within the hall grew lively, extending beyond the confines of the Gryffindor table. It was as though they were in a bar or dance hall. Despite the absence of music, the twins began to sway to the rhythm of the whistles, ultimately striking a handsome pose with one hand raised on either side. In the next moment, under Harry's reddening gaze, the horns atop the twins' heads emitted a series of honks, followed by a prolonged moo, and even spewed forth a few ribbons, culminating in a golden-red magical firework above their heads. "Forgive me, Harry, I never intended to curse, but I simply could not restrain myself." With a few hefty spoonfuls of mashed potatoes, Harry sought to suppress the urge to bury Fred and George in the ground. Truth be told, this restraint proved rather challenging. As his body reverted to youth, Harry discovered that the impulses and passion of his younger days had returned as well. Thus, he repeatedly chanted in his mind, "They are mere kids, calves, calves," until he heard Fred and George taking their bows amidst applause. Thank you. As if bowing in gratitude after a performance on stage, the twins inclined themselves towards the surrounding tables in the dining hall, taking their final bow. Glowing horns akin to those from the Harry Potter series. 2 galleons a pair. They can sustainably illuminate your visage all day long. Join us. Become a member of the Minotaurs. You could be the next Minotaur. Let us elevate the Minotaurs to greater heights. I can no longer endure this. With a swift punch, Harry struck each of them squarely in the gut, causing the mischievous twins to slide painfully off their chairs. Resembling figures on the brink of death, desperately extending trembling hands as if their performance was worthy of the stage. The atmosphere in the dining hall, rather than growing somber under Harry's blows, became even more fervent. Applause, cheers, and whistles resonated continuously, not only at the Gryffindor table, but even at the adjacent Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw tables. There were those standing and calling out for Fred and George to place their orders. Even Slytherin was not exempt. Though the Slytherin table's occupants dared not voice their enthusiasm, they feigned disdain, covering their faces in agony. Harry genuinely pondered whether there was an insurmountable generational gap between him and these young wizards, realizing he could no longer contain it. How would he stop this? Surely, he couldn't orchestrate a manhunt within Hogwarts. They were merely a group of students seeking amusement. Moreover, if they truly desired them, they could craft their own. He could empathize profoundly with Professor McGonagall, recalling her sentiments when she returned the war hammer and shield to him. Harry thought, feigning weakness beneath the table. Extending his hand to tug at the hem of his robe, Fred chimed in. "We can split the profits, a 60-40 deal. You take 4, and we take 6. I don't need that paltry sum," Harry replied, twisting his head, gritting his teeth. "You are tarnishing the honor of the Minotaurs." "Hey, Harry, you can't say that. Not when we're feigning grievous injury." George suddenly leapt up, sitting beside Harry, wrapping an arm around his shoulder. "Firstly, no amount of money is insignificant. All wealth requires accumulation. And 2 galleons is no trifling sum. Indeed, look at the crowd's response. This is undeniably a bestseller." Fred joined him on Harry's other side, the 2 brothers effectively sandwiching Harry, their words filling his ears. "As a nascent race, we ought to draw more people in. Only with a larger following can we spread the glory of the Minotaurs. Let our kind flourish." These 2 brothers had indeed started to identify themselves as Minotaurs. "Things are not as you perceive them," Harry weakly asserted. "What you are doing can only be classified as performance art, not true Minotaur behavior." There were many things Harry found inconvenient to explain to Fred and George, and it was unnecessary to delve into too much detail. In the twins' eyes, the Minotaurs were merely a brilliant notion conceived by Harry, and they were eager to partake in this grand vision. However, the Minotaurs they envisioned were not quite the same as Harry's conception. At least Harry had never considered what the Minotaurs of the Thundercliff would look like if their horns glowed and changed colors, or if they could launch fireworks. Old Cain might very well resort to slaughtering cows, perhaps. And Grandma Magesa would likely be even more intolerant, being a traditionalist. Of course. Fred patted Harry's shoulder repeatedly. "We are utterly ignorant about Minotaurs, but you are here to enlighten us." "Precisely. It is precisely because of our ignorance that we need you to impart the glory of the Minotaurs to us," George added with a grin. "Our Minotaur culture, our Minotaur customs. This is simply amazing." By the end of their enthusiastic declarations, the twins shouted in unison. "Your eyes are practically sparkling," Harry couldn't help but retort, borrowing a phrase from Hagrid. He propped his head on the table with one hand, feeling utterly exhausted. Yet, truth be told, considering the endeavors he intended to pursue in this world, such as propagating the shamanic path and reviving elemental forces globally, associating them with the Minotaurs didn't seem entirely unreasonable. Utilizing the characteristics of the Minotaurs as a hallmark of this journey could enhance organizational identity, while also allowing him to share some customs and artifacts reminiscent of the Minotaurs in his memories, thereby providing a semblance of familiarity in this world and alleviating his homesickness. Perhaps this wasn't so bad after all. Harry endeavored to console himself. He was truly trying. For otherwise, the Hogwarts dining hall might have witnessed a bloodbath that day. After all, this was not Azeroth. A different approach was required. Yes, that's it. Absolutely. Provided the horns are not iridescent or color-changing. They must not glow. They certainly must not emit strange sounds or launch fireworks. Absolutely not. This was Harry's unwavering stance. Breathing heavily, he was far from his usual composed self, struggling to maintain his composure. Isn't this rather splendid? Hermione, who had been laughing beside him, chimed in cheerfully. I suspect that during your time on the Hogwarts Express, you never anticipated that one day you would utter the term performance art to others, did you? Harry, he realized this young girl had not only a sharp memory, but also a penchant for holding grudges. She had evidently remembered his teasing from the train ride. That is not the same at all, Harry sighed, rubbing his forehead. I am the true Minotaur. Indeed, go tell them that. Hermione gestured towards those shouting for their pairs of horns, attempting to maintain a serious demeanor, but ultimately succumbed to laughter. At that moment, Hermione displayed none of the stress or explosive emotions from earlier in the afternoon, appearing utterly joyous. Very well, laugh away. Let everyone laugh, Harry sighed, glancing at his friends around him, all of whom were struggling to suppress their laughter. If it brings you joy, that is quite all right. After all, amusing the youngsters was paramount. The Minotaurs would not hold grudges. Ha 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 ha. And thus, the laughter grew even louder. Chapter 22. Harry confronts reality and Professor Quirrell's anomalies. I must admit, your imaginative ideas have indeed surpassed my expectations. Harry uttered the phrase imaginative ideas through gritted teeth. You ventured into the Forbidden Forest for this? Oh, speaking of that, we haven't properly thanked you. Harry, Fred affectionately draped an arm around Harry. We certainly haven't forgotten, especially those who assisted us, George added with a smile. Thanks to you diverting Filch's attention, we might have otherwise been caught. Wait, George, I must slightly disagree. I believe even without Harry's help, we would not have been caught. If necessary, we could have hurled dung bombs to distract Filch. Come on, Fred. We are running low on dung bombs. We must conserve them. That is true. Good things are always used up quickly. Dung bombs are a prank item in the Wizarding World that, when exploded, leave behind a puddle with a fecal odor, yet are not actual excrement, the scent lingering and penetrating deeply. However, that was not the crux of the matter. Harry had no desire to engage in discussions about conserving prank items with these twins. Is this your way of expressing gratitude? By crafting a plethora of luminous cow horns to sell? Harry remarked with a hint of sarcasm. This form of appreciation is one I could certainly do without. It was more than mere disinterest. Had a goblin in Azeroth fashioned a pair of horns that glimmered, changed colors, and even emitted fireworks, the Tauren would undoubtedly have challenged him to an honor duel. Would such horns sell well? Indeed, but perhaps not in legitimate markets. They would likely find their way into the black market, classified as contraband. Harry dared not ponder further, for the peculiar tastes of adventurers in Azeroth had always been rather unique. No, Harry. The real gratitude lies in that profit share. Fred's expression turned unusually serious. You've seen how immensely popular this item is. Frankly, even Ron couldn't secure a share like this here. Ron protested, but his voice fell on deaf ears. Precisely. George nodded in agreement. We understand that you might not be in dire need of funds, Harry, but money is always a welcome resource. Who knows when it may come in handy? With a resigned sigh, Harry found it hard to dispute that statement. Back when he was younger and still adventuring in Azeroth, during his initial forays beyond Thunderbluff, he had experienced countless moments where a single copper coin could thwart an adventurer. While these experiences added vibrant hues to his adventures and led him to partake in events that could alter the fate of Azeroth, he honestly harbored no fond memories of winters spent unable to afford an inn, forced to make do in stables for the night. Truth be told, the commission offered by the twins was indeed generous, an amount that goblins would never dream of offering. Even as they conversed, Fred and George turned to address eager customers wishing to place orders. Considering future organizational matters, Harry reluctantly stated, however, I do have one stipulation. You absolutely must not sell those glowing cow horns anymore. Only sell those that resemble authentic horns. For heaven's sake, what am I even saying? Oh no, Harry, that would significantly reduce our profits. The twins exclaimed in unison, their dreams of grandeur swiftly dashed. Absolutely not, Harry asserted with stern resolve. This is my bottom line. I would rather earn less than endure the existence of such nonsensical trinkets. Harry, being a traditionalist Tauren, was somewhat more liberal within that framework. His life had been dedicated to reconciling the traditionalist factions of the Tauren with the Caldorii lineage. After all, it was his mentor, Magatha Grimtotem, who had guided him onto the shamanic path. In simpler terms, Magatha represented the clan leaders of the traditionalist Tauren that Harry needed to mediate with. Fortunately, he had managed well enough, being regarded as Magatha's favored disciple, and there had been no significant issues over the years. Goodness, Harry, you're as serious as Professor McGonagall. The twins lamented, yet ultimately acquiesced. Very well, it's settled then. Let us enjoy a good meal. The twins laughed and prepared to depart, needing to explain the changes in their product offerings to their ardent customers, hoping for their understanding. Wait, Fred, George, Ron interjected, halting his brothers. I think we need to have a talk. Presently, Ron bore the demeanor of a miniature adult, his seriousness reminiscent of someone he was trying to emulate. We need to have a talk. Fred and George exchanged glances, stifling their laughter. You know, Ron, your imitation of Dad is rather off. Don't call me that, Ron retorted, his irritation quickly giving way to laughter. Mom and Dad wouldn't want to know you snuck into the Forbidden Forest on the first day of school. Would they? Especially not with Harry-esque cover. So, Fred raised an eyebrow. Give me a pair of horns. I want to be a Tauren too, Ron declared, extending his hand with a sense of entitlement. Otherwise, I'll write to Mom. Touché. However, Ron had forgotten the most crucial aspect of leveraging someone else, maintaining control over the situation. In the next moment, Fred and George had him pinned between them, rendering him immobile. What are you doing? Let me go. Hey, Harry, Neville, Hermione, help. The earlier confidence evaporated, and Ron flailed in panic, attempting to escape his brother's grip. But alas, for the now third-year Fred and George, Ron's struggles were akin to a futile endeavor. I believe we have a few matters to discuss with our younger brother, George stated, hoisting Ron's arm. Oh, go on, Harry replied with a kind nod. There are no classes tonight. You can talk for as long as you want. Just don't be too rough. Harry, Ron's disbelief was palpable, his eyes wide as he gazed at his friend. You can't do this. Aren't we friends? Extortion isn't right? Ron, Hermione chimed in, her eyes gleaming with amusement. Especially when your victims are your own brothers, Harry remarked, beginning to spread butter on his bread, unable to bear Ron's forlorn expression. It was quite pitiful. Thus, Ron was led away, and when he returned to the table, his face was flushed, his clothes slightly disheveled, looking rather disheartened. Hey, this is so unfair, Ron complained as he settled back into his seat. You didn't even help me at all. After all, they're your brothers, Ron, Neville murmured softly. They wouldn't really hurt you. And you did get what you wanted, didn't you? Hermione inquired, her gaze fixed on the pair of horns adorning Ron's head, which seemed remarkably sophisticated for something a student could create. I would have preferred they actually harm me. Ron sighed heavily, muttering, who knows? They are quite talented at pranks, always concocting bizarre creations. They were so secretive all summer, we never knew what they were up to in their room. Harry contemplated how to dismantle this luminous version of the horns without causing Ron any harm. Perhaps he could consider relaxing that last stipulation. Hey, Harry, you can't think like that. Ron quickly covered the horns, sensing Harry's intent. Fred already removed their glow feature. Now, they can't even spray ribbons. You have no idea how cunning Fred and George are. Those ribbons need to be added manually, and if you buy from them, they charge extra. Harry averted his gaze. That's quite nice, Neville remarked enviously, but upon noticing Harry's attention shift towards him, he quickly added, not being able to glow or spray ribbons is great. Can I get one too, Ron? I want to be a Tauren as well. Such was the will to survive. Of course, I can offer you a discount. The Harry Potter exclusive. Ron was eager to help. Hogwarts was on the brink of a storm, one named the Tauren Storm, and Harry could already sense the brewing tempest, yet he found himself powerless to prevent it. I hope Professor McGonagall won't be displeased. Little does Harry know that despite his strict admonition to Fred and George forbidding the sale of their original, vibrantly glowing horns, the very act of prohibition only intensifies the allure of such contraband. Unbeknownst to Harry, the colorful horns have clandestinely emerged as the most coveted items among the students, even amongst the Slytherins. However, in Harry's presence, no one dares to let those horns shine. Once again, Harry profoundly empathized with Professor McGonagall's exasperation. After all, it was impossible for him to monitor what others engaged in behind closed doors. As a richly layered realm of adventure, Hogwarts, with its millennia-old history, harbors countless places for exploration, particularly given that it is predominantly inhabited by spirited students who have left behind a plethora of enigmas. Ordinarily, A student could spend 7 years within its walls and still not uncover all the castle's secrets. Even Dumbledore, who had served as headmaster for countless years, would not claim to fully comprehend the intricacies of the castle. Harry found solace in this notion. The adventurous spirit of his youth had reignited. In the weeks since his enrollment, every class brimmed with novelty, allowing Harry to fully savor the joys of wizardry. Post-lesson hours, he would meander through the castle, seeking and discovering those hidden secrets. However, Harry felt compelled to retract his earlier assertion that Hogwarts professors are indeed highly skilled. This sentiment pertains specifically to the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. Having perused the textbook for this course, Harry understood it was designed to teach young wizards how to navigate the myriad dangers present in the magical realm, such as perilous dark creatures lurking in the wild or curses cast by dark wizards. By all accounts, this class should have been brimming with excitement. How could one possibly address dark creatures and dark wizards without practical experience? Yet, Harry was mistaken. Throughout the duration of the class, his primary sensation was one of being thoroughly overwhelmed, akin to a piece of smoked meat striving to catch a glimpse of the professor's demonstrations from his chosen seat in the front row. However, Professor Quirrell failed to perform any magical demonstrations. There was not even a hint of flair akin to Professor McGonagall's captivating displays to engage the students. The entire lesson was spent dutifully reading from the textbook. This professor seemed as though he had been marinating in garlic for several days, and the overwhelming stench nearly rendered Harry faint. Quirrell himself claimed that the odor stemmed from a Romanian vampire that had been pursuing him during the holidays, and he employed this as a means of defense. I even suspect he may not be your match, Harry, Ron whispered discreetly. I don't know, but you all should go ahead, Harry replied, rubbing his weary eyes. No need to wait for me. I have a few inquiries to discuss with the professor. Ah, sneaking in some extra study, are we? And not permitting any eavesdroppers. With that remark, Hermione stormed out in a huff. Though Ron and Neville wished to wait for Harry, he firmly dismissed them, until ultimately, the classroom was left with only Harry and Professor Quirrell. Quirrell stood behind the lectern, while Harry occupied the front row. From an astral perspective, your soul's radiance appears exceedingly dim, Professor, Harry murmured, gazing intently at Quirrell. It resembles a flickering candle flame in a frigid breeze, swaying as if it could extinguish at any moment. This was precisely why Harry had urged Hermione and the others to depart. Regardless of how mundane Professor Quirrell's demeanor might be, or how pungent the garlic scent was. As a shaman, Harry relished the opportunity to observe everything around him from a transcendent perspective, perceiving the spirits of all things, a hallmark of the astral view. The so-called astral realm is a higher plane that envelopes the physical world like a layer of icing, connecting it to the unknown. Accessible only to adept shamans and skilled wizards who can traverse this boundless domain, journeying far and wide, or even to other worlds. Through this wondrous astral plane, one can observe the realities of the physical world and study the extraordinary creatures that dwell within it. Chapter 23. A brief encounter and my desire to meet the headmaster. Soul magic, akin to elemental magic, also falls within the shaman's realm of expertise. A competent shaman can traverse the astral realm in a spiritual form, allowing them to wander the earthly plane and discern that which eludes ordinary perception. Certain Xanilari troll shamans have even forsaken their physical bodies, existing solely as pure souls, continuously transferring between multiple vessels, much like the spirit binder Dalaran. In the world of Azeroth, Harry has traversed the astral realm countless times, even utilizing the temporary transfer of his physical form into the astral plane to mitigate damage during battles. In this new world, he previously discovered the existence of a realm solely belonging to the deceased while attempting to summon ancestral spirits. Subsequently, he encountered wizardly texts that detailed explorations of this realm, which they referred to as the Veil of Dreams. Many wizards believe that a person's death is not an end, but rather the commencement of a new journey, with the destination being the Veil of Dreams. Given that his attempts to summon ancestral spirits had previously stirred activity within the Department of Mysteries Hall of Death, Harry resolved not to delve further into the Veil until he could ensure safety. He continued to experiment with the applicability of his spells in this world. Frankly, Harry had assumed that this world lacked an astral realm, as the wizarding tomes made no mention of any explorations akin to the astral plane. However, upon meticulous investigation, Harry realized that the astral realm still existed here, albeit in a significantly weakened state and largely overlapping with the physical world. It was improbable to navigate the astral realm in a purely spiritual form. Nonetheless, observing the physical world through the astral plane remained feasible. Everything within the astral realm casts a corresponding projection, revealing its essence and emanating various significances of light. Even the flowers by the roadside and the vases in homes validate the shamanic belief in the animistic nature of all things, enabling Harry to observe the state of people and objects around him through this lens. For instance, if a person's projection in the astral realm radiates red light, it signifies excitement or passion, possibly indicating a vigorous state of health and robust physical functionality. Conversely, if a person's projection glows green, it suggests a serene disposition, with no issues regarding their cardiovascular or bodily regulatory systems. This astral perspective is also employed by shamans and healers within tribal communities when diagnosing ailments among their kin, supplemented by their experiences and combined with potions and magical rituals. However, if a person's projection appears exceedingly dim, emanating a sense of frailty, it indicates that the individual is not merely unwell but is on the verge of death. Such was the case with the professor before Harry, who, in Harry's eyes, appeared to be on the brink of demise, despite being quite youthful, barely in his 20s or 30s, an age that, in the context of wizards, is astonishingly tender given their potential lifespans of 1 to 2 centuries. Faint, gradually dimming and flickering, emanating what could only be described as the most tenuous luminescence of the soul within the entire Hogwarts realm, even surpassing the vitality of Professor Quirrell's aura, which was notably more vibrant than that of Argus Filch, who, after countless nights spent chasing after wandering students and laboring through the day to maintain the castle's cleanliness, was utterly exhausted. From Harry's perspective, the ethereal purple glow radiating from Professor Quirrell's astral body had never diminished since their initial confrontation. Rather, it intensified following the utterance of his words. This violet luminescence signified that Professor Quirrell was exceedingly vigilant, rational, and composed, while simultaneously harboring a rejection of Harry within his heart. "I bear no ill will, Professor," Harry earnestly stated. "I merely witnessed a life hanging by a thread, and I possess the means to assist. Thus, I wish to extend my hand. You are a professor at Hogwarts, and I am but a student. This is a place of learning, devoid of adversarial foundations between us." It was somewhat disheartening for Harry to observe that such a dedicated professor seemed to be on the brink of collapse without imparting any unique knowledge. I do not believe I have any issues," Professor Quirrell stammered, appearing desperate to clutch his books and flee, yet he remained rooted in place. "I am quite healthy, Mr. Potter, exceptionally healthy." His voice boomed with vigor, and his movements were remarkably agile, his fingers strong, a stark contrast to the pallid frailty of the astral form that Harry perceived. "Yet your soul is waning, Professor," Harry resolutely declared, adhering to the principle that healing should not be shrouded in secrecy. "If you trust my words, I can employ my family's magic to diagnose your condition. We can conduct this under the supervision of Professor Dumbledore. There is no danger involved." Harry had encountered many, like Professor Quirrell, individuals who, prior to collapsing from illness, were oblivious to their ailments, for many conditions remain undetectable in their early stages. It is folly to ignore one's health. As a compassionate soul, Harry could not bear to witness an innocent person succumb to death. Indeed, while the professor merely recited from textbooks and bore the lingering scent of garlic, such transgressions did not warrant a death sentence. The ethereal projection of Professor Quirrell at that moment was enveloped in a shroud of purple light, intermingled with calm blue and even a negative, hostile shade of gray-black, these colors swirling together like a chaotic, indistinct oil painting. "Professor?" Harry's senses heightened, his hand instinctively grasping his hammer beneath his robe. Something felt amiss. His initial intention was simply to offer aid, and his impressions of Hogwarts and its professors had been quite favorable. He had urged Ron and Neville to leave first, recognizing that matters concerning soul decay were not suitable for children, respecting Professor Quirrell's privacy. Yet now, an inexplicable sense of foreboding enveloped him. Had he inadvertently touched upon the professor's unspoken struggles? With so few professors within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts, all of whom were ostensibly the finest wizards in Britain, it seemed improbable that any dangerous individuals had infiltrated. Harry trusted that Professor McGonagall, as deputy headmistress, was diligent in her duties. "And how do you propose to heal me, Potter?" Professor Quirrell inquired softly, lowering his gaze. "I suspect your soul may be afflicted by some ailment or perhaps a plague, for your physical form shows no signs of decay, yet your spirit has begun its descent into oblivion," Harry calmly asserted. "I believe I may need to conduct a ritual to discern the true nature of your soul's affliction. Unless Professor Quirrell manifested in the astral or corporeal realm, Harry could not directly perceive another soul, only the emanating glow. Souls, Professor Quirrell echoed softly, marveling at the beauty and mystery encapsulated within the word. How fascinating that it should escape your lips. The Potter family has never been rumored to engage in studies of the soul. At last, he raised his head, revealing eyes of profound depth, akin to an unfathomable abyss, as if something within was observing him from the depths of those pupils, from the recesses of his mind. Recalling his irritation at witnessing the glowing, color-shifting horns, he felt an electric arc leap from his hammer, storm weapon enchantment. An instinctive response surged within him. Something felt profoundly wrong, and without a moment's hesitation, he hurled the storm-charged hammer towards Professor Quirrell. Harry trusted his instincts. With a crackle, the tempestuous elements of electricity and wind tore through the wooden lectern, leaving charred remnants and a blackened crater on the floor, yet failing to strike Professor Quirrell, who had evaded with astonishing agility. Harry! Blue lightning coalesced into a binding whip, yanking the hammer back into Harry's grasp. He could hear Ron and Neville exclaiming at the doorway, but neither Harry nor Professor Quirrell diverted their gaze from each other. An attack on a professor. Perhaps I should deduct all points from Gryffindor and send you to Professor McGonagall for detention, Professor Quirrell remarked, his demeanor shifting entirely, exhibiting a newfound calmness as he surveyed the scorched ground. What was that? Indifferent to points or punishments, Harry asked with utmost seriousness. What was that? Were you casting a spell on me? As a veteran of countless adventures and battles, Harry was certain he was no novice who would lose focus on the battlefield. Yet just moments ago, fragmented memories had intruded upon his concentration. This was utterly abnormal, and it should not have occurred. Magic is fraught with infinite mysteries, is it not? Without addressing Harry's inquiry, Professor Quirrell waved his wand, and the damaged floor and torn lectern reverted to their pristine condition. Gryffindor gains 30 points for your intriguing magic. He smiled, nodding at Harry. I have a great appreciation for gifted children. However, your prank was a tad excessive, Mr. Potter. Fortunately, I am a magnanimous individual. Let's consider this matter concluded. With that, he departed through the back door of the classroom, disregarding Harry's reaction. My goodness. Harry, you attacked the professor. Ron and Neville rushed forward the moment Quirrell exited, their disbelief palpable. The way they looked at Harry was akin to gazing upon a beast. A mixture of fascination and fear, particularly Ron, whose eyes were riveted on the crackling lightning and swirling wind around the hammer. You heard it too. It was merely a prank, Harry said, extinguishing the electric glow from the hammer and securing it at his waist, exasperatedly adding, Did I not instruct you both to leave? Why did you return? Eavesdropping is not the behavior of a good child. In truth, Harry questioned the wisdom of his own words. If Gryffindor were so obedient, it would hardly be Gryffindor. That hardly seemed like a prank, mate. Ron swallowed hard, but he actually awarded you points. Another full 30 points. Neville exclaimed with exuberance. Hermione would be beside herself. Her diligent efforts in class over the past few days had only netted her less than 15 points. Oh, forget about the points, Neville. Why bring her up at a time like this? Ron interjected, rolling his eyes. So, Harry, what on earth happened to you guys? Ron was reluctant to mention the idea of battling a professor, as it was far too terrifying a notion, especially compared to dealing with Malfoy and his Slytherin cohorts. An assault on a professor could indeed result in expulsion. There was no ambiguity there. Even attacking Filch, the castle caretaker, was out of the question. Ron, having refrained from answering that particular question, Harry adjusted his robe and asked, Is there any magic that can evoke memories of the past? Evoking memories of the past? Ron paused, seemingly at a loss for such magic. There is a spell that can cause uncontrollable ramblings, Harry added, the kind that interferes with one's mind. I think I might know of a spell with a similar effect. Neville suddenly raised his hand and whispered, I once overheard my grandparents chatting about something called the pensieve. If two people make eye contact, they can see each other's memories. The person whose memories are being viewed can also see the same memories. I just saw you and Professor Quirrell making eye contact, and then you suddenly started fighting. According to my grandmother, many years ago, after Voldemort's downfall, the Ministry of Magic should have used the pensieve and Veritaserum to interrogate the remaining Death Eaters, so they wouldn't have any excuses to evade justice. But Professor Quirrell shouldn't be viewing your memories, right? That would be illegal. Neville continued to mutter something, but Harry felt he had already found the answer he sought. Let's go, Harry said, picking up his textbooks. Huh? Where to? Ron scratched his head. Astronomy class is still a while away. The library, Harry replied tersely. And then I need to speak with Professor Dumbledore. If a professor is in trouble, then only the headmaster can address the issue. Chapter 24. A Conversation with Dumbledore. Harry was no longer in a state of ignorance regarding the magical world. Though Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry might sound merely like a school, It held a significant social and historical status, possessing its own lands and forests, along with a highly esteemed headmaster. As headmaster, Dumbledore was essentially the Lord of Hogwarts, wielding the highest authority. Harry was acutely aware that he was merely a student who would be attending classes for 7 years, and there was no need for him to overstep his bounds and handle matters meant for the lord of the castle. After all, this lord had not even issued any tasks. A physically healthy yet spiritually waning professor had employed an unknown spell against students. Such a matter concerning student safety should be the responsibility of many professors, particularly Professor McGonagall, who took this aspect quite seriously. Within the library, Harry found records concerning the pensieve. This spell could be understood as akin to the Muggle concept of mind reading, and as Neville had mentioned, it would also cause the target to recall past events when their memories were being viewed. According to current Ministry of Magic laws, casting the pensieve on someone without their consent was a crime that could lead to imprisonment in Azkaban. Incidentally, Harry noted that many legal penalties in the magical world resulted in a sentence to Azkaban, albeit for varying durations. Minor theft might result in a couple of months, while more serious offenses could lead to years, with murder being particularly grave, resulting in decades. Azkaban was akin to a great refuse bin, where everything was discarded. The headmaster's office was located on the 8th floor. Harry had inquired about the latest password from Professor McGonagall, then left her office under her piercing gaze. Regardless of how Professor McGonagall pressed him, Harry insisted he needed to report directly to the headmaster. He felt that his transfiguration assignment for the next class might increase as a result. The password, cockroach cluster? Upon seeing the gargoyle, Harry uttered the password. The gargoyle sprang aside, revealing a door behind it, and a spiral staircase descended elegantly. Harry's expression was somewhat complex. He knew what cockroach clusters were, magical sweets that crawled about like real cockroaches. Out of curiosity about magical foods, he had previously forced himself to eat one, and the sensation of it wriggling in his mouth was anything but reassuring. Was it true that Headmaster Dumbledore enjoyed such a treat? To be honest, Harry had previously placed Dumbledore in the same category as Gianna's mentor, Anthony Deus, both being elderly wizards with white beards. However, Dumbledore's vivacity and exuberance were decidedly distinct from Anthony's more reserved disposition. It would be less likely for Anthony to tolerate eating cockroach clusters than to face death. Ascending the spiral staircase, Harry knocked and entered the headmaster's office. It was a circular chamber adorned with several rows of moving portraits, presumably of past headmasters of Hogwarts, who were currently snoring or feigning sleep in their frames. Harry felt their eyes upon him, seemingly judging him. There were many slender-legged tables on either side, cluttered with various peculiar silver artifacts, along with a silver censer emitting fragrant smoke. Dumbledore sat behind the central desk, regarding Harry with an expression of surprise, clad in a silver robe adorned with blue stars. "Harry?" Dumbledore remarked, seemingly astonished. "I didn't expect it to be you. Have you encountered some troubles?" "Oh, if this concerns your godfather, I believe we still require some time. After all, there is currently no decisive evidence." As if suddenly recalling something, Dumbledore continued. "I understand your longing for family, but I ask for a bit more patience, my child." He seemed to have misunderstood something. Harry hesitated before realizing Dumbledore was referring to his godfather, who was imprisoned in Azkaban. However, to be honest, Harry felt little about it. He had nearly forgotten about that individual until Dumbledore mentioned him. "Not that, Headmaster." Harry shook his head and replied, "It's about Professor Quirrell." "Professor Quirrell?" Dumbledore straightened in his seat. "You seem to have anticipated this?" Harry keenly noticed the shift in Dumbledore's demeanor, which became suddenly grave. "Please, take a seat, Harry. Would you like some candy?" Without addressing Harry's question, Dumbledore merely gestured for Harry to sit opposite him, then pushed a box of cockroach clusters forward. "Thank you, but no." Harry declined earnestly. "Cockroach clusters are a bit too sweet for my taste." "It sounds like you have tried them before. Commendable initiative," Dumbledore responded, glancing at Harry with intrigue, appearing pleased that he wouldn't have to share his sweets. "Now, could you share your findings?" This old fellow had so casually brushed past Harry's inquiry. But Harry was not particularly bothered. He pondered how best to articulate his thoughts and how much to disclose to Dumbledore. Ultimately, he resolved to be forthright. After all, if he wished to take action in the future, he could not circumvent Dumbledore at Hogwarts and would require the headmaster's cooperation and approval. Sincerity is forever a decisive weapon for the Nyo-Nyo. "Are you familiar with shamans?" "Headmaster," Harry inquired, "shaman priests?" Indeed, Dumbledore nodded, primarily found in Africa and South America. Many wizards have long sought to exclude Wagadu from the ranks of magical schools. After all, the students they produce cast spells not through wands, but through gestures and fingers. or various dance rituals. If the shamans you speak of are in this vein, then I believe we are indeed referring to the same concept. Wagadu, a magical school situated in Africa, boasts a millennium of history and an esteemed international reputation. Its students find it quite convenient to violate the secrecy laws, as they merely need to claim that they accidentally waved a finger, inadvertently unleashing magic, thus easily evading punishment. However, it is not quite the same, Headmaster, Harry lamented, scratching his head. The shamans I refer to are not merely defined by a difference in spell-casting methods among wizards. In my view, shamans should be the balancers of the world's elements, harmonizing earth, wind, water, and fire to create an environment conducive to human life. Moreover, shamans serve the soul, wielding the power of spirits, capable of conversing with the departed and heeding the wisdom of ancestors, seeking their strength for guidance. We believe that all things possess a spirit. Clearly, Harry, we are not speaking of the same shaman, Dumbledore humorously remarked. In my recollection, shamans typically dance around a fire, casting spells amidst the smoke of burning spices, rather than being connected to the four elements you mentioned. Generally speaking, the term four elements appears in alchemy, yet the common understanding is not earth, wind, water, and fire, but rather earth, air, water, and fire. Apologies, I seem to have digressed. Dumbledore appeared quite jovial, his tone noticeably lighter, and the power of the soul. His voice suddenly dropped, gazing intently into Harry's eyes. Dumbledore softly stated, "You must understand, Harry, that matters pertaining to the soul are largely taboo. It is an easily aroused term that elicits caution and aversion. The concept of soul magic, I dare say, when most hear it, they instinctively perceive it as an inherent evil, a taboo for the living." Dumbledore's demeanor shifted to one of utmost seriousness. "I understand, Headmaster," Harry responded calmly, undeterred by Dumbledore's grave expression. "The path of the soul is indeed perilous, and one can easily be led astray, a fact that is indisputable. Many shamans have been lured down dark paths by the voices they hear. True malevolence often masquerades as the spirits of departed loved ones, or even as whispers from the elements. Yet, I also lament that the true path of the shaman has not been propagated in this world. The elemental powers have lain dormant for far too long, and humanity is perpetually filled with fear of the unknown. I do not consider either elemental power or the power of the soul to be inherently evil. Even dark magic can be wielded to protect one's world." Harry recollected the few sorcerers he knew who lived in the sewers, resolutely stating, "The consequences of power depend solely on the user. If the user harbors malice, then even holy light can be twisted into something sinister." "Oh, Harry, you must bear with this centenarian." Dumbledore leaned back in his chair and erupted into laughter. "You have uttered so many words I have yet to hear. You must consider the capacity of an elderly man to comprehend. But I must say, I am rather pleased. It appears I have been granted permission to touch upon your secrets. Have I not?" Dumbledore playfully winked, like a youthful spirit, "That rock giant? And the souls of Lily and James?" Dumbledore was truly delighted at this moment. "I never believed these matters were meant to be concealed, Headmaster," Harry replied candidly. "Nor am I a naive child who hoards all the wonders I encounter, fearful of others snatching them away. The strength of an individual is ultimately limited. To journey further, one must toil alongside kindred spirits." Applause erupted in the headmaster's office, not solely from Dumbledore, for upon Harry's statement, the portraits of former headmasters adorning the walls also ceased their pretense of slumber, joining in applause. "Well said, child," a female headmaster exclaimed. Harry noticed a stern-looking headmaster clad in a dark green coat, with neatly combed hair, evidently hailing from Slytherin, seemed poised to speak, but was swiftly silenced by several other portraits that leapt into his frame, pressing him down. "Ah, these departed headmasters are more vivacious than I had anticipated." "Do not mind them, my dear child," a headmaster adorned with a black hat stepped forward, blocking the chaos behind him, cheerfully adding, "It is rare for a child, indeed, even many adults, to possess such thoughts. You are destined for a brilliant future. Indeed, we eagerly anticipate your joining us here." The initial female headmaster chimed in. "We shall have much to discuss." "Oh, Dalaran, it may be a tad premature to utter such sentiments," Dumbledore chided. "I still feel quite youthful, at least for another decade. Perhaps even two." "Come now, Albus," another headmaster interjected mercilessly. "Look at you. If you truly have a decade or two left, you ought to consider ways to beget a grandchild. At the very least, do not depart this world with any regrets." Dumbledore began to feign deafness. All right, everyone. Let us maintain some decorum. Harry has much yet to say," Dumbledore remarked, deliberately avoiding eye contact with the talkative headmaster, occasionally choosing not to fight against the winds. While your heart is undoubtedly expansive, Harry, I shall not require you to divulge all your secrets to me. Everyone possesses their own privacy, do they not? Dumbledore gazed gently at Harry. You need only share what you are comfortable revealing. So, does this mean you have become a shaman distinct from tradition? Yes, Headmaster, Harry nodded. I shall dedicate my life to maintaining the balance among the elements, awakening the elemental spirits that have long slumbered in this world. And I shall also serve the spirits of the departed, guiding those who are lost toward their path. It sounds as though you have charted your future quite decisively. Dumbledore remarked. It will be a challenging journey, but I believe I possess sufficient resolve, Harry stated candidly. I must admit, everything you have articulated today is knowledge I have never previously encountered, Dumbledore reflected. I wish to believe that all you say is true, but if the elemental spirits awaken, what will become of this world? Will wizards gain greater mastery over their powers? Harry pondered. The elemental forces will become more vibrant, enhancing the power of wizards, diversifying the types of magic. Yes, the global concentration of magic should increase, making spellcasting easier for wizards in an environment rich in magic. We should see a rise in novice wizards. Dumbledore fell silent, seemingly lost in a trance. Though his gaze was fixed upon Harry, it appeared he was seeing another realm. Headmaster? Dumbledore? Harry called out twice. Ah, forgive me. Age has a tendency to render one forgetful. Dumbledore rubbed his eyes and continued. That sounds rather promising. Indeed, quite promising. Were these insights imparted to you by your instructors? Chapter 25. Dumbledore's Candor and Longing. The consequences of the revival of elements are conclusions I have drawn from my knowledge. Harry shook his head and said, I have no teacher, Headmaster Dumbledore. To be precise, my teacher is not of this world. Then who are you? It feels as though I am adventuring, learning, and growing in another realm. Yet when I awaken, I find myself still in this world, adhering to the principle of honesty. Harry sincerely stated, it is precisely those dreamlike experiences that have taught me everything, enabling me to become a true shaman. The notion of learning in dreams, when placed within the context of the magical world, may initially appear absurd, yet it is profoundly magical and somehow seems quite normal. After all, within the literature of the magical realm, Harry had encountered the legendary figure of Merlin, whose tales resonate in both the wizarding and muggle worlds. According to records, Merlin was born of a nightmare and a human woman, and throughout ancient magical history, there are numerous accounts of growth within dreams. Harry suddenly realized that he seemed to be straying further down the path of innate power. I understand, Dumbledore nodded, his gaze profound. As I mentioned earlier, I am quite willing to believe you, Harry, and to attempt to comprehend this. Let us momentarily set aside the revival of elements. After all, according to your account, that would be an exceedingly arduous process. Professor Quirrell, Dumbledore said seriously, does this mean that your ability to perceive Professor Quirrell's anomalies stems from your shamanic nature? Indeed, I observed that Professor Quirrell's soul was deteriorating. His aura has become exceedingly dim, Harry replied candidly. From the peculiar perspective of a shaman to noticing Professor Quirrell's soul's irregularities during class, and then, with the best of intentions, attempting to examine and heal him, only to be met with fierce resistance, culminating in a direct confrontation with Quirrell. That was indeed a case of legitimacy, Harry. Dumbledore affirmed upon hearing Harry describe the visions that surfaced during his exchange with Quirrell. Your judgment is not erroneous. I did not anticipate he truly. Dumbledore sighed deeply. It seems you're already aware of his issues, Harry stated coolly. If you knew he had problems, yet still allowed him to remain a professor, then as headmaster, you are neglecting your duties. Harry's words were somewhat sharp, yet Dumbledore displayed no sign of anger. He merely gazed at Harry in astonishment before bursting into a sudden, radiant laugh. You know, Harry, Dumbledore said, rising from his chair and walking to the window to gaze outside. In days gone by, I would have told you that you were engaging in a perilous endeavor, or that you must be exceedingly fatigued and distracted. In any case, what you should do now is return to your dormitory and rest well in bed. Then you had better not suggest that, Headmaster, Harry replied calmly. I am fully aware of what I am doing and my circumstances. Of course, Dumbledore reiterated. I once thought that way, but I suddenly recalled the advice of the Sorting Hat. The Sorting Hat's advice? Harry asked in confusion, just as he heard a loud shout from the cabinet behind him. Indeed, it is I, the Sorting Hat exclaimed, presumably perched atop the cabinet, twisting its form as it shouted. Long time no see, lad. In truth, it has only been a few days, Hat. Harry waved a hand. It has been delightful chatting with you. I feel the same, lad. I wish I could leap down and give you a hug, but alas, I am merely a hat. The Sorting Hat joyfully replied, twisting its point as if dancing. though I am eager to hear how your adventurous plans are progressing. I believe Albus would not be pleased to hear about it. If given the chance, put me on, and we can converse privately. Indeed, I am still the headmaster of Hogwarts, even in the face of accusations of negligence. I cannot simply allow a child to elaborate on his forbidden forest escapades in my presence. Otherwise, I fear I would regretfully have to deduct points from Gryffindor. Dumbledore humorously remarked, turning back. Ultimately, it was the Sorting Hat's Council that advised me not to treat you as an ordinary child, but rather as an adult wizard. Dumbledore slightly shook his head. If others were to discover this, I suspect that even more would call me senile. I receive several letters daily. That is all due to that journalist named Rita, who has been slandering you, and yet you choose to ignore it. Dumbledore. The Slytherin headmaster finally broke free from his constraints, expressing dissatisfaction from within the portrait frame. If I were you, I would ensure she understands the authority of the Hogwarts headmaster. Oh, Phineas. I believe Rita has long since graduated and is no longer under the jurisdiction of the Hogwarts headmaster. Dumbledore waved his hand dismissively. Now, let us return to our matters. Harry, perhaps you perceive all this as my dereliction of duty, but I must inform you that Professor Quirrell, who was our Muggle Studies professor last year, was not like this. He applied to become the defense against the Dark Arts professor this year, and I never anticipated that within a mere holiday, things would devolve to this extent. Then kick him out now and hire a new professor, Harry suggested. I believe it should not be difficult to find a professor for Hogwarts. Indeed, finding professors for Hogwarts is not particularly challenging, provided they are not for the defense against the dark arts. Dumbledore appeared more troubled. There exists an unrecognized, yet widely acknowledged truth. This subject is cursed, Harry. No professor has been able to retain their position for more than 1 year. They invariably encounter various unfortunate incidents after just 1 year of teaching. Consequently, I must continually seek out courageous individuals willing to take on the role, and evidently, this task has become increasingly difficult, Dumbledore jested. You cannot imagine how many hairs I have lost over this issue each year, Harry. Suddenly, a sound of crackling flames echoed through the room. Harry turned to see a bird perched at the entrance, watching him. That is a phoenix, Fox, Dumbledore introduced. It seems she has returned after finishing her meal. The phoenix let out a melodious cry as a greeting, and Harry nodded in return. Not quite impressive. At least not as magnificent as the phoenix from his memories. For it neither burns nor glows. A mount that fails to radiate is worthless. So, are we to permit such a dangerous individual to remain at the school? Harry turned and asked. I do not believe a benevolent professor would cast illegal spells upon students. I am unsure how to explain this to you, Harry. Dumbledore appeared somewhat fatigued, yet he continued, but in truth, I believe he is not dead. He? Voldemort, Dumbledore replied tersely. While many in the magical community believe he has perished, I possess reliable evidence indicating that he still lives. That is truly splendid, Harry remarked cheerfully. I can take vengeance for my biological parents with my own hands, cannot I? Along with all the suffering I have endured over the years. Hatred is not a commendable sentiment, Harry, Dumbledore said solemnly. Yet I find it challenging to present you with a compelling reason to dissuade you from it. I believe the burdens of past hatreds ought to be borne by those of us who experience them. So, Quirrell is Voldemort? Harry directly bypassed this point. Matters that have already been decided require no further discussion. Maintain your composure, Harry, Dumbledore said, casting a meaningful glance at him. Do not forget what I just mentioned. Professor Quirrell was merely a Muggle studies instructor last year, and at that time, he was quite ordinary. So, Voldemort has taken possession of Quirrell, Harry deduced. Although I cannot wield and exploit the power of the soul like a sorcerer, mere destruction seems, paradoxically, far simpler. I am uncertain, Dumbledore replied as he resumed his seat, sighing. My knowledge of dark magic is limited, and Voldemort has steadfastly pursued this path. I'm not even aware of the form of magic he employs, nor do I know if his remaining essence can still be termed a soul, or if it is transformed into some unknown residue. As for Professor Quirrell, I believe he was simply deceived by Voldemort. Perhaps he can still be salvaged. After all, he was my student, just like you, his senior. Dumbledore implied that he could not yet ascertain the precise nature of Voldemort's existence, whether it be a fragmented soul or a metamorphosed entity of dark magic. The realm of magic is indeed wondrously unfathomable, and no one dares to assert with certainty. Before Harry attempts to test Quirrell, he too feels a sense of uncertainty. The shaman does possess the power over souls, but is Voldemort still a soul? Harry had no qualms about associating Voldemort with Quirrell. After all, killing is killing. Previously, in the astral plane, Harry could only perceive Quirrell's astral projection, a chaotic oil painting obscured in color. In hindsight, it was likely the overlapping projections of both Voldemort and Quirrell, inseparable and manifesting as confusion. Before extracting Quirrell's soul from his body, Harry could not discern the current state of Quirrell's essence, nor could he ascertain in what manner Voldemort resided within Quirrell. Was it mere possession, fusion, or some magical artifact? The shaman is not a sorcerer. His mastery over souls leans more towards summoning spirits and harnessing ancestral power. He is merely a summoner, a conduit, unlike those who treat soul fragments as mere trifles. Amplification, cursing, distortion, extraction, division, and fusion. Those sorcerers are the true manipulators of souls. Despite having protected Azeroth numerous times, they remain confined to the shadows for a reason. Simply observing the malevolent bubbling, surrounded by drifting soul fragments, necessitated that Harry remain ever vigilant during his interactions. One could never predict when these sorcerers might cross the line into true depravity. By contrast, shamans employ soul power with far more benevolence and caution, as they summon only the spirits of ancestors or beloved ones, who would dare to act recklessly in such matters. Such circumstances left Harry in a quandary, yet he could comprehend Dumbledore's concerns and intentions. So, the corridor on the right side of the fourth floor? Harry pondered aloud. And what about the small package Hagrid retrieved from Gringotts? He proudly told me he was entrusted with this task because he is Dumbledore's most trusted ally. Oh, Hagrid is indeed trustworthy, is he not? Dumbledore blinked. As you surmised, I need to ascertain his condition and determine to what extent he is currently capable. Because you are Dumbledore, because you have vanquished the Dark Lord twice, because you believe that only you can stand against him within the entire wizarding world, Harry continued. Echoing Dumbledore's thoughts, he felt he had nearly grasped the intentions of this venerable figure renowned throughout the wizarding community. It was evident that Dumbledore had laid a trap. Rest assured, Harry, Dumbledore said earnestly, gazing into Harry's eyes. As the headmaster of Hogwarts, I possess many powers beyond your imagination. No harm shall befall anyone. Let's hope so, Harry replied, rising to his feet. I shall also assist in keeping watch. I hope you fulfill your responsibilities, Headmaster Dumbledore. Of course. With that, Harry turned to leave the headmaster's office. Harry? Dumbledore's gentle voice halted him. You mentioned that shamans have the ability to summon ancestral spirits and converse with departed loved ones. Is that true? Yes, Headmaster. You have witnessed it with your own eyes, have you not? Harry turned to answer. My commitment to you remains unchanged. If you require it, I could perform a spell for you. No, what I mean is Dumbledore hesitated. Do you think I could become a shaman? At your age, it may be somewhat late. Harry replied, but we can still attempt it. I need to seek the appropriate materials to reconfigure the spirit bond potion, allowing you to attempt to perceive elements unseen by ordinary eyes. Would you care to try? I fear I still need to ponder this for a while, Dumbledore said, his expression tinged with bittersweetness. Please forgive my hesitation once more, Harry. He stepped forward but ultimately halted. Chapter 26. Preparations for the Shaman Club and the infuriating Riddler. No problem, Harry nodded. Speaking of which, Headmaster Dumbledore, may I seek your permission to disseminate the ways of the shaman within Hogwarts for the foreseeable future? Much like the Gobstone Club. Oh, Harry, I'm afraid Gobstones cannot be compared to the establishment of a new magical curriculum, Dumbledore said with a hint of humor. Theoretically, initiating a new course requires the consent of the Board of Governors and the Headmaster. However, a club poses no such issues. I grant you permission to teach your shamanic ways at Hogwarts, but Harry, I must review your curriculum. At least the initial sessions will require either my presence or Professor McGonagall's as observers, to ensure safety. That is only reasonable, Headmaster Dumbledore. I welcome your attendance. Harry readily agreed. Then come find me when you are prepared, Dumbledore said pleasantly. The club's announcement will require a professor's signature to be presented publicly across all 4 houses. I believe my signature will carry considerable weight. Thank you very much for your assistance, Headmaster, Harry smiled. Additionally, I have one more request. May I move out of the dormitory to live off campus? As a shaman, I require my own space to craft and erect totems, as well as to engage with the elements and ancestral spirits. The Gryffindor dormitory, with 5 occupants, is a bit cramped for me. And what would be your ideal location? Dumbledore inquired. Next to the Forbidden Forest. I can be neighbors with Hagrid, Harry responded without hesitation. It will not disturb anyone else, nor will it hinder my attendance at classes within the castle. Dumbledore pondered this for a long moment. I'm sorry, Harry, but I fear I cannot grant your latter request, Dumbledore replied sincerely. Yes, I can certainly regard you as more than a child, but regrettably, in the eyes of most, you remain one. Therefore, you should not distance yourself too far from your friends, nor should you stray from the community to become a solitary figure. You will find yourself isolated, Harry. This is a piece of advice from an elderly man, as Dumbledore remarked with a sense of tranquility. Magic is indeed of great significance. Yet along the path of exploring magic, there are numerous matters that warrant our attention and care. I recognize that you possess a maturity far beyond your years, Harry. Or rather, every prodigy embodies an extraordinary level of maturity. They often disdain the sluggishness of those around them, harboring ambitions to change the world. Yet it is only upon experiencing loss that they come to realize what they have overlooked. Please forgive my verbosity. Harry, you are still young, so relish the beauty of these 7 years of school life. Harry gazed into Dumbledore's eyes, where he discerned hues of nostalgia, regret, and sincerity. Dumbledore's words echoed more of his own life experiences, reflecting the hesitations he faced but never overcame. I understand, Harry nodded. Then I shall take my leave, Headmaster. He had no desire to argue about such matters, particularly regarding the notion that he was no longer a child, as that would only serve to reveal his immaturity further. However, Harry found it impossible to enjoy the idyllic school life Dumbledore envisioned. Mingling with a group of teenagers as an adult posed considerable challenges. In fact, not only adults, but even older students typically did not associate with their younger counterparts. Harry did not wish to feign childhood. In reality, he would be unable to do so even if he tried. Consequently, he felt compelled to devise an alternative plan. By the way, have we not discussed the matter of compensation? Before Harry could turn to leave, Dumbledore continued, though you mentioned you would also keep an eye on things, Harry. I cannot comfortably accept the contributions of a student, for you are not a professor, are you? Compensation? The abrupt mention piqued Harry's interest, and he raised an eyebrow. I find that term appealing, Headmaster. I shall consider this a formal commission. Oh, in truth, I would prefer if you refrained from concerning yourself with Professor Quirrell's affairs. But I know that, regardless of my request, you will not heed it, will you? Dumbledore sighed. In any case, I assure you that I shall provide you with a reward that will undoubtedly satisfy you, my boy. Harry certainly would not comply. Deliberately ignoring Quirrell's existence felt akin to disregarding the spread of an ailment, leaving him utterly uncomfortable. Moreover, even if Dumbledore guaranteed that everything lay within safe bounds, Harry's nature compelled him to maintain control over any danger, fearing the potential repercussions for those he cared about. Dumbledore continued, before we proceed, I implore you to set aside thoughts of relocating from your dormitory and instead relish your campus life. If you truly crave adventure, you might explore the 4th floor. I find it quite intriguing. Harry's impressions during the welcoming feast were confirmed. That warning had indeed been an invitation, which Dumbledore now openly acknowledged. However, the lively old man was unwilling to divulge further details regarding the compensation, merely encouraging Harry to wait in anticipation, which was clearly an intentional tease, truly vexing. Disgusted, Harry departed the headmaster's office, harboring a lingering resentment that would likely accompany him for a considerable time. Meanwhile, behind him, Dumbledore observed Harry's silhouette vanish upon the spiral staircase, appearing profoundly burdened, devoid of the earlier vivacity. Do you truly believe everything he said, Dumbledore? Phineas began to exclaim, in my view, he is the one who has lost his mind and is hallucinating. Were it me, I would confine him to the dungeons and suspend him until he regained his senses. Who does he think he is? Merlin. I must remind you, Phineas, that Hogwarts no longer resorts to such methods of punishment. The former headmaster, Armando, stated seriously. You are speaking of something impossible. But Albus, do you genuinely consider him reliable? In the office, where only the headmaster remained, all concealed thoughts were laid bare. You claim he summoned the spirits of his parents. I find it hard to envision any wizard accomplishing such a feat, let alone a first-year student. Another portrait chimed in. Perhaps ancient wizards possessed such abilities, but they have long since faded into obscurity. Ah, indeed, I too find it hard to believe, yet it is something I witnessed firsthand. Dumbledore nodded slightly. Dillies, do you think that souls who have ventured into the Vale can still exert influence upon our world? Dumbledore harbored doubts about whether Harry had become ensnared in a plot orchestrated by ancient spirits, the corners of his mouth descending into a classic Batman expression of skepticism, though much was obscured by his dense beard. Are you suggesting that the child is receiving guidance from souls within the Vale? Dillies remarked from her portrait, those ancient wizards? After all, Harry had indeed ventured there, locating the souls of his parents and bringing them back to the realm of the living. Dumbledore sighed. Magic encompasses an abundance of unknowns. None can ascertain how many prodigies have emerged over the past millennia or the paths they have traversed. At the very least, the shaman he mentioned is unfamiliar to me. There are no records of such a thing within the wizarding world, an ancient headmaster's portrait declared. That sounds entirely like a different system of magic. Indeed, a different one, Dumbledore murmured, his gaze flickering, no longer seeking wisdom from the portraits of past headmasters. but instead lost in his thoughts. The former headmasters fell silent, awaiting Dumbledore's decision. Very much so, he mused, especially when contemplating the potential consequences of elemental resurgence. Those alluring fantasies and visions of a bright future evoked memories of his youthful reflections on the revival of wizardkind and the direction it should take. Dumbledore's gaze drifted, as if he were transported back in time, recalling the golden-haired youth who once stood before him, vibrant and exuberant, filled with dreams for the future of wizards. They were so alike. After a long pause, he finally spoke. I cannot ascertain the accuracy of his claims, but at the very least he is inclined towards the positive. Is he not? Dumbledore suddenly interjected, fatigue causing him to close his eyes. He cared for the well-being of his aunt and uncle, who were not particularly kind to him, felt anger at the insults directed towards his friends, and remained concerned for the safety of his professors and students. I quite admire that phrase of his, Dilly's interjected, the one about the limitations of an individual's power. Indeed, that too, Dumbledore murmured, as if persuading himself, no matter what, no, let it be. He exhaled deeply. So be it, he repeated with a wry smile. I hope I have not erred this time. As the reigning champion of the British wizarding community, Dumbledore had to contemplate matters far more extensively than the average individual. He was utterly exhausted. The night within the principal's office stretched on interminably, as Dumbledore found himself ensnared in a web of contemplation, haunted by his past experiences. However, these musings bore no relevance to Harry, who was already embroiled in his own quandary, spurred by Dumbledore's cryptic riddle. Fortunately, Harry was no ordinary individual. As a shaman, he possessed the ability to circumvent the constraints of fate. Oh, Harry, you've returned? Ron exclaimed, sitting up in bed, his eyes alight with anticipation. Did Dumbledore say anything? Nothing of consequence, Harry shrugged. I must have been too fatigued or distracted. Professor Quirrell has been teaching Muggle studies for many years and only recently became the Professor for Defense against the Dark Arts. So he might come across as a bit anxious and unpracticed. In any case, previous students have generally had favorable opinions of him. Dumbledore suggested we retire early to rejuvenate and relish our time at school. Indeed, Dumbledore had uttered these words, and his suggestions were well-founded. While Harry was reluctant to be perceived as a mere child before Dumbledore, he opted to share only a partial truth in the presence of Ron, a genuine child. Is that so? Ron paused, then nodded. If it's Dumbledore's recommendation, then let us turn in early tonight. It truly seemed to be the case. Harry ceased his activities and turned to gaze at Ron, as if contemplating a rather dim-witted troll. What's wrong? Ron asked, retracting his neck. Is there an issue? No, nothing at all. Keep it up, Ron. You'll enjoy a restful night's sleep, Harry said, skillfully diverting the topic. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, he produced 2 bowls, one large and one small, placing them before him. Hey, Harry, are you about to commence divination again? Ron inquired eagerly, drawn closer by the prospect. Other children in the dormitory perked up as well. Divination? Seamus chimed in excitedly. Is it the kind I imagine? Harry, you can actually perform divination? Is it the gypsy kind? Tarot cards? Or playing cards? Oh, step back, Seamus, Ron urged, shoving him aside. Be careful not to cause an explosion. This is the dormitory. Seamus Finnegan, a student who had gained a bit of notoriety within just a few days of school, was known for his knack for stirring up excitement in every class, even if he had only attended a handful. Maybe not so small, Harry quipped. It's true, Seamus, my bowls are quite fragile. So be cautious. Hey, you're being unfair. I've said those were mere accidents. Once I master it, I promise nothing will go awry, Seamus protested. Let us set that aside for now. So, Harry, can you really perform divination? Dean Thomas inquired, equally intrigued. Of course it's true, Ron affirmed on Harry's behalf. Just the other day on the train, Harry predicted that Hermione and I would be sorted into Gryffindor, and indeed, we were. Seamus exchanged glances with Dean. I think, given your personalities, being sorted into Gryffindor shouldn't be too difficult to guess, Seamus remarked, scratching his head. You don't understand at all, Ron retorted defiantly. Harry's divination is a form of magic. Do you get it? You'll see soon enough. And indeed, they would soon understand, as Harry began to cast his spell. The mingling of sweet-scented herbs, mugwort and sage, was ignited in the wooden bowl, curiously leaving no charred remnants within. A pale, gray smoke ascended, enveloping Harry like a serpent, entering his nostrils as he allowed the pungent aroma to permeate his being. He then conjured a wisp of spirit from within himself, which settled into the stone bowl. As the smoke receded, it revealed a shimmering surface of water within the bowl, depicting a trunk. What is this? Dean queried, perplexed. Harry, what are you divining? Is it this year's Christmas gift? A trunk? How cliché, Seamus mused, stroking his chin. It looks like an old-fashioned style, something my grandparents would use. I think, Harry, Ron said, hesitating, knowing what the Christmas gift is beforehand would diminish the joy of unwrapping it. Don't you agree? But it's not a gift, Harry sighed. The world had long suffered at the hands of riddlers. After being tantalized by Dumbledore's playful demeanor, Harry's first instinct upon returning was not to divine Quirrell's affairs, but rather to ponder the nature of the mysterious quest's reward. It was unbearable for Harry. The mere thought sent a shiver down his spine, an assurance of a reward that would surely delight him, accompanied by the insistence to not dwell on the notion of moving away, but to fully embrace school life. Thus, the tantalizing reward was embodied in a trunk. Placing his hands on either side of the stone bowl, Harry poured forth greater magical energy, yearning for deeper vision. The image within the water shifted once more, revealing to Harry a scene that rendered him momentarily speechless. He beheld several totem poles adorned with familiar designs and colors, exuding a primitive and rugged beauty. Beside these totem poles stood a wooden cabin that Harry knew all too well, constructed by Old Man Kane and Brother Bane. It was a dwelling perfectly suited for him, rich with the essence of the Minotaur tribe. Harry's gaze fixed upon a corner of the cabin's eaves, where a hole existed, a remnant from his childhood, created by Brother Bane during a playful moment, inadvertently puncturing the structure. At that time, Brother Bane had been in quite a predicament, as the corner had lodged itself there, leaving him tilting his head, unable to extricate himself, fearing damage to the cabin. His comical plight had amused many. Eventually, when Old Man Kane rescued him, the hole was preserved at Harry's insistence, as it allowed for air circulation. One spring, Harry even discovered 2 sparrows nesting within it. Brother Bane had long harbored a grudge over that hole, subtly encouraging Harry to rebuild, though each attempt was thwarted. And any sneaky efforts to seal the hole were promptly captured by Harry. Harry? Ron shook him, breaking his reverie as he noticed Harry laughing inexplicably while gazing into the stone bowl. Where is this place? Is there such a location within Hogwarts? This is not Hogwarts, Harry replied, shaking his head. At least, not a place I recall being near the castle. It wasn't even Thunderbluff. For a fleeting moment, Harry had thought he might return to the world of Azeroth, which haunted his dreams. Yet after the initial shock, the grass beneath him and the distant forest revealed that it was not Thunderbluff at all. It was likely a house he had reconstructed in this world, thus imbued with memories. Is this truly the reward that Dumbledore spoke of, one that would satisfy him? Ultimately, has he consented to vacate his dormitory? But where exactly is this place? And why does that trunk appear in the divination? Harry is already brimming with anticipation regarding the reward Dumbledore is to bestow. In fact, he is infused with an invigorating energy. Once Dumbledore confirms the current existence and state of Voldemort, he will be able to collect his reward, right? Until then, all he needs to do is ensure that the students within the castle remain unharmed. Frankly, Harry yearns to spur Quirrell and Voldemort into action, urging them to unwittingly fall into Dumbledore's trap, so he can obtain his reward sooner. Oh, it vanished? While Dean was curiously observing the peculiar wooden cabin depicted in the water screen, the entire image suddenly rippled as if a pebble had been tossed into a lake, rendering everything unclear. Is that the conclusion? Looking up, Seamus stared blankly at Harry, feeling utterly perplexed. Is this what divination entails? It seems rather ambiguous, doesn't it? Dean turned to Seamus and remarked, if you think about it, the prophecies in those stories or films are generally characterized by such incomprehensible imagery and dialogue. Seamus nodded in agreement and said to Harry, so, did you attain the answer you sought? Is this truly divination? Could you grant me a similar experience? He still harbored doubts. After all, Harry's divination appeared much more rudimentary in terms of visual effects and ritual process, especially lacking that awe-inspiring, nebulous essence that compels belief. Well, I suppose it could be considered a success, Harry mused before adding, if you wish to try, you certainly can. However, you'll need to wait a moment, as I have a few matters I wish to observe. Hey, Harry, you speak of divining the future as if it were as simple as consulting a dictionary. Dean couldn't help but interject. Is your divination even legitimate? Of course it is. Surprisingly, it was not Harry himself who responded, but Ron, who asserted confidently he is Harry Potter, the boy who defeated the Dark Lord. There is nothing he cannot accomplish. Growing up amidst the tales of Harry Potter, no one believed in Harry's strength more than Ron, who had borne witness to it since their first meeting at school. I feel that you harbor some peculiar misconceptions about me. Ron, Harry sighed, I am merely an ordinary person. Choosing not to continue the conversation, Harry reignited the flames. Rich blue smoke swirling from the stone bowl to reveal the scene within. It was Professor Quirrell, and the 4 individuals in the room recognized him immediately. However, Quirrell appeared to be in a rather dire state. His head and body occupied the majority of the frame, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he lay on the stone floor, gasping for breath. His face etched with terror in the flickering light of the surrounding flames. The water screen rippled violently once more, and Harry hastily infused more magic to stabilize it. But this only intensified the turbulence. With a resounding crash, the water screen suddenly burst, splattering Ron and the others with droplets. Yet at that moment, none paid heed to such trivialities, merely exchanging worried glances. Professor Quirrell is injured? Seamus was the first to exclaim. There is danger within the castle. Dean responded swiftly. What should we do? Harry, Ron turned to him, inquiring, what are you divining this time? Why is Professor Quirrell appearing? He seemed to struggle for words. This was indeed unexpected. Harry fell into contemplation, and after a lengthy pause, he spoke under the expectant gazes of Ron and the others. Do not be overly concerned. Divination is ultimately just a reference. It does not mean that the images you see will inevitably come to pass. Is that so? Seamus replied, bewildered. But I remember my mother saying that prophecies are events that must occur. Indeed, Ron gulped, appearing somewhat frightened. It is said that the Dark Lord's fall was also due to a prophecy. The atmosphere in the dormitory suddenly grew somber. The children were slightly unnerved, having witnessed a professor in distress, while Harry pondered whether he had taken on too many responsibilities. The shattering of the water screen reminded him that he still needed to research new spells based on the differences between the two worlds, a task that would be particularly time-consuming and likely yield little progress despite considerable effort. Additionally, there were matters concerning Quirrell, the Slytherin Club, and the pursuit of herbs in this world to recreate the potions from his memories. It had barely been a week since the start term, and Harry suddenly realized he might be overwhelming himself. This hectic lifestyle was hardly what he desired. He needed to slow down. Forget about it. Dean suddenly spoke up. Let us not forget we have Dumbledore. With him around, everything will be all right. Indeed, we still have Dumbledore. That certainly provided some reassurance. Like a multitude of colorful figures assimilated into a singular purple one, Ron and the others quickly reached a consensus. The name Dumbledore possessed a magical quality, and Harry marveled as the three children calmed down swiftly at the mere mention of it, their thoughts diverted from the earlier, unsettling vision. The marvelous Dumbledore. So, why not give my divination a try? Seamus exclaimed excitedly. I have many things I wish to know. Just a heads up, due to certain constraints, my divination cannot currently foresee events too far into the future, aside from when I am reading for myself. So, think carefully before you ask. There is no need to refuse such trivial matters, Harry explained earnestly. Huh? Seamus's expression fell instantly. Why is that? What is it? Ron asked. What do you wish to divine? Seamus was about to respond when the sound of movement behind Harry interrupted him. The dormitory door swung open, revealing a brown-haired girl standing at the threshold, her voice sharp. Harry, I would like to borrow your transfiguration assignment for reference. Hermione's words trailed off abruptly, morphing into a conspiratorial whisper. Are you all divining again? Indeed, it resembled thievery. The girl slipped inside, deftly shutting and locking the door in one fluid motion, as if she were returning to her own dormitory, leaving Ron and the others in astonishment. Oh, I loathe this rule, Ron grumbled. Why can girls enter boys' dormitories freely while boys cannot do the same in girls' dormitories? It's so unfair. Why are you all staring at me? Halfway through his complaint, Ron realized the others were looking at him with complex expressions, prompting him to ask foolishly. No, mate, Seamus patted Ron's shoulder, saying, I just think you are absolutely right. Truly. You are. Just a tad bold. Dean stifled a laugh. Use your brain, Ron. If boys could freely enter girls' dorms, wouldn't that pose a danger to the girls? As Hermione squeezed in beside Harry, she rolled her eyes and said, So, what are you all divining? After Harry had finished his divination, it was evident that none of us could comprehend what he was attempting to predict. Dean shrugged and remarked, The only interpretation we can discern is that Professor Quirrell seems to be facing some impending misfortune. However, with Dumbledore around, there is nothing to worry about. Indeed, Seamus then added, So now it's my turn for a reading. Honestly, I was hoping Harry could divine the questions for our final exams, or at least see if I'll pass. As soon as he finished speaking, Harry could clearly see the glimmer of excitement in Ron and Dean's eyes, while the girl beside him was visibly fuming. You're cheating, Hermione exclaimed, her voice low and indignant. She had set aside her curiosity about Professor Quirrell's predicament, insisting, Exams are merely a means to assess our own learning. Cheating is utterly pointless. Moreover, it's unfair. Do not fret, Hermione, I won't be divining any exam content. Harry reassured the somewhat flustered girl. You are absolutely right. Cheating is indeed irresponsible. In Chapter 28, the next occurrence involves Malfoy's demise. Ultimately, Seamus merely sought to predict what lunch would consist of the following day, while Dean opted not to attempt any reading at all, having observed Seamus's anxious demeanor post-forecast. After some consideration, he decided against it, stating that he didn't want the results of the divination to leave him in suspense, as it would disrupt his sleep. Well, if it were a reading about the final exam answers, Dean might have entertained the thought, but Hermione's lecturing was rather irksome, so he let it go. Are you certain we can learn divination too? Seamus inquired eagerly, looking at Harry. I cannot be certain, Harry replied, wary of making such a bold claim. I can teach you to try it if you possess the aptitude. Then perhaps you could predict the future. If we lack the talent, then it's a lost cause. Isn't it? Hermione interjected with a scoff. Harry chuckled, finding her stubbornness rather endearing. That is just how magic works, Hermione. If effort were the sole determining factor, then it wouldn't be Azeroth resisting the Burning Legion, but rather the Burning Legion combating Azeroth, as diligent individuals can be found everywhere. Azeroth invaded our world, and my noble Eridar became refugees. How could I possibly dream such a thing? Harry's divination was validated the following afternoon when, to Seamus's astonishment, his favorite dish of roast beef, kidney pudding, and cotton candy accompanied by a pie appeared before him, exactly as Harry had predicted the day before. It's true, Harry, Seamus exclaimed, excitement radiating from him as he grabbed Harry's arm and whispered, your divination is real. The previous night, Seamus had tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep, his mind consumed by thoughts of divination, which led him to inadvertently blow up the desk during the morning's charms class due to his drowsiness. Wait, does that really relate to being tired? Regardless, Seamus insisted that his sleepiness was the cause of the explosion, subsequently catching up on sleep during the second period of History of Magic. Harry felt he had underestimated the efficiency and imagination of Hogwarts students when it came to spreading rumors. After all, the castle was rather small, and the older students had long since lost the novelty of being first years, leading them to relish any fresh excitement. By the time Harry attended his first flying lesson that afternoon, he could even faintly hear distant whispers from the crowd pointing at him, claiming he had prophesied an invasion of Hogwarts, with even professors being left bloodied and wounded. Harry could hardly contain himself. What on earth is this? Are these kids a bit too idle? Wouldn't it be better to spend their time studying in the library? We're here to learn magic. Harry had a premonition that if these children kept spreading their outrageous rumors, it wouldn't be long before Dumbledore sought him out for a conversation, likely on the charge of inciting panic. So what exactly have you all been spreading? He asked, looking exasperatedly at Ron. Can't really call it a rumor. Can we? Ron scratched his head sheepishly, realizing he had inadvertently caused Harry some trouble. It's just that your divination about Professor Quirrell yesterday turned into this whole thing. But Harry, you really can predict things. Those upperclassmen don't believe you. I can't stand for that. In the end, Ron was quite indignant. You've exceeded 3 lines in your speech, Ron, Hermione interjected sharply. Harry will be quite troubled by this. You remember Harry's words, right? Ron was taken aback, glancing at Harry with a hint of embarrassment. I'm sorry, Harry, I didn't expect things to turn out this way. It's just that those upperclassmen are infuriating. They claim no one can predict anything at all and wonder if you can only foretell others' deaths. Based on what you've spread, Ron, it does seem that Harry predicted a death, specifically that of a professor, Neville noted, glancing at the crowd surrounding the flying lesson area, where several upperclassmen were laughing. Upon noticing Harry and his friend's gaze, the older students erupted into laughter. Don't mind them, Harry, Neville quickly reassured. Your lunchtime prediction was a success, wasn't it? Pausing momentarily, Harry felt a headache looming. After all, Professor Quirrell hadn't died. No, even in the vision he had seen, Professor Quirrell was still alive. What could that possibly mean? Hermione inquired curiously. Are there other seers at Hogwarts? Did he predict someone else's death? I don't know. It didn't specify. Ron shrugged. We might have to inquire further. Perhaps ask Fred and George. Hey, Potter, I heard you can predict. During their conversation, Malfoy's voice suddenly rang out, tauntingly challenging. If you really can foresee the future, why don't you predict when you'll fall off your broom? After all, you've never even seen one. Oh no, Draco. I believe you've seen one. While sweeping at his muggle uncle's house, came a low laugh from the Slytherin side. Harry sighed, finding himself weary of such childish provocations. It was quite bothersome, akin to swatting at flies, and the frustrating part was that he couldn't truly retaliate. Don't provoke me, Malfoy, Harry retorted, turning to face him. I'm not interested in playing childish games with you. I believe you're already aware of how hard my punches can be. This time, it was the Gryffindor side that erupted in laughter. The age-old human pastimes of spectacle and combat were on display, as was evident in this moment. Rude. Barbaric. Not a shred of wizardly decorum. Gryffindor. Amidst the laughter, Malfoy's pale face flushed with anger, and a string of insults escaped his lips in rapid succession. Yet, to be fair, Harry found Malfoy's tirades rather eloquent. One had to acknowledge that Malfoy had received a proper education in manners, albeit with a skewed moral compass. He couldn't even conjure any vulgarities, unlike the adventurers Harry had encountered before. Moreover, he displayed considerable courage, having faced a beating just days prior, but daring to provoke once again shortly thereafter. When Gryffindor and Slytherin congregated, a fascinating reaction akin to hot coals meeting cold water invariably occurred. One side would inevitably have to adjust its temperature. Fortunately, today is not one of those days. For Professor Madame Hooch has arrived for the flying lesson. She remains unfazed by the palpable tension between Gryffindor and Slytherin, expertly separating the two factions and deftly diffusing what could have escalated into a skirmish. Just wait until you tumble down, Potter. Be careful not to break your broom with that heap of junk you're wearing, Malfoy muttered menacingly under his breath. Harry mused that Malfoy really ought to be sorted into Gryffindor, for it takes a certain bravery to taunt someone stronger after having already received a beating. I can't shake the feeling he's just warning you not to wear anything too heavy and to mind your safety, Hermione remarked quietly after watching Malfoy saunter away. Honestly, do you think you can actually fly in that getup? Aside from when he sleeps, Harry has been clad in armor-like attire all day, a fact that has become common knowledge throughout Hogwarts. After all, a Slytherin student, still seething over the events on the train, had met his downfall in the washroom while attempting a sneak attack. Of course, there's no problem, Harry asserted confidently. What mount can't bear its rider? It's merely a magical broomstick, one I've ridden before. The Dalaran magical broomstick is one of Harry Potter's prized possessions, even featuring a limited edition model gifted to him by Gianna, intricately carved from arcane crystal, exuding a luxurious beauty reminiscent of blood elves. With a captivating blue-violet glow and a sparkling tail flame, truly a one-of-a-kind treasure in all of Azeroth. It's incomparable to the temporary wooden brooms handed out for Halloween festivities. Harry reminisced about racing Gianna high above Dalaran's towers under the night sky, never having lost a single contest. He found himself longing for that exhilarating sensation of rapid descent. Extending his right hand above the broomstick, he commanded up. Madame Hooch had already commenced her lesson, and, as Harry raised his hand, the broom seemed eager to leap into his grasp, rolling slightly in his palm. Up, up, come on, rise, Hermione urged beside him, her impatience mounting as she noticed that most of their classmates had already secured their brooms. Do you remember the sensation from Transfiguration, Hermione? Harry reminded her. You need to command it, focus your mind, and hold your resolve. All right, a command, is it? Here goes. Hermione took a deep breath, concentrated, and shouted up. This time it worked. Is this how magic works? Hermione muttered at her broom. Why must I adopt this mindset to succeed? Can't it just be straightforward? She detested the notion of ordering others around. I don't know, Harry shrugged. At least most of the magic I've learned at Hogwarts operates this way. Madame Hooch taught swiftly, or perhaps the nature of flying lessons left little to instruct. One could ascertain their innate flying talent as soon as they mounted the broom. Malfoy flew quite well, though he still fell short of the level he boasted about at the dining table, where he had bragged for days about evading Muggle helicopters. Nevertheless, he displayed a smooth and proficient flight, certainly not resembling a novice. Meanwhile, Harry was acclimating himself to the dynamics of his broom, gauging its agility during turns and its responsiveness to commands. When he glanced down, he saw Hermione clinging to her broom as if it were a koala bear, desperately trying to hold on at an altitude of about 2 meters. Her comical struggle made Harry chuckle. Don't laugh, Hermione screeched, fully aware of her own tense demeanor, yet still quick to catch Harry's laughter. Saw thee, watch out. Harry's mirth transformed into alarm as Malfoy suddenly charged past on his broom, colliding with Hermione. She let out a piercing scream as she was sent sprawling through the air, akin to a bowling pin struck by a ball, her broom and body flying several meters away. Malfoy, are you trying to kill her? To everyone's surprise, it was Neville who shouted this, his usual shyness replaced by a fierce determination as he considered leaping off his broom to confront Malfoy. Then came another scream. Neville's broom suddenly lost control, as if interpreting his anxious movements as an invitation for a wild stunt. Like a cork bursting from shaken champagne bottle, he shot upwards, soaring 20 feet into the air. In the blink of an eye, Neville ascended from nearly ground level to a height where he appeared as nothing more than a tiny dot to those on the ground. his terrified cries echoing around him. He could barely utter a sound, merely clenching his mouth shut as the howling wind stole his breath away. "My goodness, child!" Madame Hooch exclaimed, her concern overshadowing any reprimand for Malfoy as she hastily mounted her own broom to pursue him. "Hold on." Neville's broom seemed intent on taking him into the unknown, beginning to wobble and trace a bewildering arc toward the Black Lake. "Huh, another fool," Malfoy sneered, exhibiting a hint of trepidation, yet devoid of any remorse for the chaos he had instigated. "Look what I found." He deftly maneuvered his broom closer to the ground, retrieving a translucent orb from the earth, which suddenly turned a vivid crimson. "This is a memory orb. As long as you hold it, it will turn red if its owner forgets something," Malfoy mused, tilting his head in mild confusion. "Did I forget something? Oh well, who cares? Look at that oaf dropping his belongings. Did you hear his scream? How foolish." "Ha ha." Gripping his broom tightly, Harry glared down at Malfoy. Chapter 29. Snape's Duel with Malfoy. "Shut up, Malfoy." It must be said that Malfoy's obnoxious demeanor had truly roused the ire of many, as Parvati snapped back sharply. She was also a first-year Gryffindor. "Huh, protecting Longbottom?" Pansy Parkinson jeered loudly, astonished that he would ever care for that chubby fool. Draco had no time for caution, for upon hearing Pansy's shriek, he felt as though he had been struck by a runaway carriage. His body propelled outward as half of him ached from the violent impact. His face turned pale in an instant, and Malfoy found himself in a panic, having failed to grasp his broom's handle, toppling sideways in midair from several meters above the ground. While he certainly would not perish, a fall from such a height would surely lead to a disgraceful tumble akin to that of Longbottom's foolishness. Instinctively extending his hand in an attempt to grasp something, Malfoy was met with the disheartening realization that he could only seize the empty air. As his body began its downward plunge, he was suddenly yanked back, as if by an invisible force. Yet, this sensation of salvation was far from pleasant, as Malfoy felt as though the very meal he had consumed at noon was being violently expelled. Undoubtedly, the one responsible for sending Malfoy plummeting from his broom was none other than Harry, who was clad in gleaming armor, resembling a colossal ingot of metal, an immovable force against which Malfoy stood no chance. However, for Harry, merely knocking Malfoy off his broom was insufficient to quell his fury. With a swift motion, Harry ensnared Malfoy at his side, abruptly lifting the broomstick's handle, a signal of an upward surge. In an instant, Harry's broom soared into the sky. To be fair, the brooms provided in school were inadequate for such acceleration. Yet, fortunately, Harry wielded magic, and a shimmering, ethereal wind enveloped him, propelling the broom to unprecedented speeds. Soon after, they began to dive. If Malfoy had possessed any strength to scream during the ascent, it was utterly depleted in the descent, leaving him clinging desperately to whatever he could grasp, terrified of being flung into oblivion. He wished to close his eyes. However, inexplicably, Malfoy found himself unable to do so, as something compelled his eyelids open. It was Potter. Potter had cast a spell on him. The ground below erupted in gasps and shrieks. Yet even the cacophony of voices paled in comparison to Malfoy's own wails. Harry continued to plunge with Malfoy in tow, descending to a point so perilously close to the earth that Malfoy feared his head would collide with the ground, shattering upon impact, only to be abruptly flipped and skimming along the surface at breakneck speed. Having taken Malfoy on an exhilarating escapade, when Harry finally brought them to a halt, Malfoy was so devoid of breath that he could neither scream nor muster the strength to release his grip on Harry's leg. Harry had to deliver a gentle punch to Malfoy's back to pry him off, and upon landing, Malfoy collapsed to the ground, retching. "Harry Potter!" came the furious bellow of an older professor. Even without turning around, Harry recognized the voice. It was Professor McGonagall. "How dare you? How dare you treat your fellow student in such a manner?" she roared, hastening towards them from the castle entrance. "You could break your necks." Disregarding McGonagall's wrath, Harry merely cast a cool glance at the retching Malfoy and declared, "Do not let me see you bully my friends again, Malfoy. You should be grateful you are still a child, and that this is a school. Otherwise, truth be told, in Harry's eyes, Malfoy was merely an unrefined wretch." But that did not mean Harry would tolerate Malfoy's mistreatment of his friends, nor would he dismiss such behavior as mere childish antics. For Dumbledore had once said something true. In the eyes of most people in this world, Harry himself was still a child. Thus, delivering a singular lesson was imperative. "Harry Potter!" McGonagall, having approached, caught wind of Harry's words and became even more incensed. "What are you doing? This is a threat. This is intimidation. Perhaps you should listen to the others, Professor," Harry replied calmly, devoid of the earlier ire. It was Malfoy who first committed the unforgivable act. I must make him aware of the consequences of his actions. At this moment, others had gathered around. Indeed, Professor McGonagall, Parvati chimed in. It was Malfoy who rammed his broom into Hermione, nearly knocking her off, and he also insulted Neville. Exactly. The Gryffindor students chorused, condemning Malfoy's vile behavior. Meanwhile, as Harry's gaze swept over the Slytherin students, all of whom stood silent as Malfoy continued to groan on the ground, none dared to speak up. Enough. Everyone silence. McGonagall's eyes glinted like daggers as she quelled the voices defending Harry, then turned to say, Come along, Mr. Potter, and you too, Mr. Malfoy. Can you still walk? Mr. Potter, assist him. Follow me. May I refuse, Professor? Harry replied without hesitation. I have no desire to aid my enemy, especially since he has soiled himself. The stench is quite overwhelming. The laughter from the Gryffindor students swelled. That is not your enemy, Mr. Potter, McGonagall said sternly. That is your classmate. Once he bullied my friend, we became enemies, Harry stated calmly. Moreover, I warned him I have no interest in playing childish games with him, but evidently, he did not heed my warning. So you taught him a lesson? McGonagall began to feel a headache coming on. You are merely a student, Mr. Potter. You have no authority to punish your classmates. Had a professor intervened when Malfoy collided with Hermione and mocked Longbottom, none of this would have transpired. Harry's implication was clear. The professor had not been present at that critical moment. I'm sorry, Professor. Hermione spoke, her eyes red and on the verge of tears. Enough, be silent, Mr. Potter, and you too, Miss Granger. This is not your fault. Taking a deep breath, McGonagall turned to Crabbe. You will assist Mr. Malfoy. All of you follow me. With a glance assuring his Gryffindor friends not to worry, Harry maintained a steady composure even in the face of McGonagall's fury. Together, they proceeded into the castle, heading towards the dungeons. Upon reaching a corridor, McGonagall knocked on a door, which opened shortly thereafter, just a crack, revealing Professor Snape in his dark robes. Professor Snape? McGonagall shifted slightly to reveal the three children behind her. If you have a moment, I fear there are matters requiring your attention, considering you are the head of Slytherin House. Of course, I am available, Snape replied, fully opening the door and fixing his gaze upon the trio. What has transpired? You could never imagine what has occurred. McGonagall's fury remained unabated as she lowered her voice and recounted the events. I witnessed Mr. Potter on his broom, propelling Mr. Malfoy upwards and then diving, ultimately skimming the ground, with Malfoy's face merely inches from the earth. Regardless, Mr. Potter's retaliation exceeded all bounds. They could have broken their necks. As McGonagall's anger escalated, she continued, according to students, the incident began when Mr. Malfoy collided with Miss Granger and mocked Mr. Longbottom. Mr. Potter acted out of friendship. I shall have my father expel you. Malfoy's sudden, furious outburst interrupted McGonagall's narrative. Whether it was the sight of his housemaster or the adrenaline of the earlier harrowing experience subsiding, Malfoy's pallor had vanished, replaced by a furious red. You madman. Potter, you nearly killed me. I shall ensure that my father expels you this time. Just you wait. Malfoy's words were abruptly cut short as Snape raised his wand, causing Malfoy's lips to adhere together, rendering him only capable of muffled whimpers. Suit yourself, Harry replied nonchalantly. I am quite curious to see how a Death Eater and the son of a Death Eater plan to expel me. The Daily Prophet would certainly relish such a tale. Mr. Potter, Professor McGonagall exclaimed, her face flushed with exasperation. There are no Death Eaters, nor any sons of Death Eaters. And how do you know of such things? The answer, quite ironically, was Hagrid, Harry's first and best friend. He was truly trustworthy. Ah, I see. Snape drawled slowly in response to Malfoy's expectant gaze. According to Professor McGonagall, it is precisely due to Draco's reckless and incompetent provocation that Harry nearly fell off his broom, perhaps even breaking his neck. Is that what she meant? McGonagall pondered, recalling her previous words. She was quite certain her account had been fair. Neither party had received favoritism. While Malfoy's provocation was indeed first, Harry's retaliation had clearly exceeded the limits and warranted punishment. Yet how had Snape twisted her words into this? Indeed, Professor, Harry reflected, sincerely addressing Snape. I had specifically warned him not to bother me. Very well, Snape responded, though his expression was far from pleasant. In fact, the temperature in the dungeon seemed to drop several degrees. Slytherin loses 50 points for your foolishness and audacity. Snape fixed his gaze upon Malfoy, much like a predatory bat. I shall write to your father, Draco. If you cannot discern what is acceptable behavior at school, then he ought to take you home. Malfoy was on the verge of tears, whimpering incessantly, likely attempting to argue, but the seal on his mouth rendered him voiceless. I don't believe this situation warrants such severity, McGonagall stated, her expression stiff. However, very well, Gryffindor loses 50 points. It was evident that McGonagall did not truly wish to deduct those points. Her initial intention had merely been to impose a small penalty of 10 points and a detention for each child. However, with Snape having already docked points from his own house, how could she allow herself to fall behind? McGonagall's worst fears had materialized into reality, gritting her teeth. She completed the deduction and shot a fierce glare at Harry. He felt quite innocent in the matter. "Thank you for bringing them here, Professor McGonagall," Snape said, dismissing Malfoy and raising his chin. "You may leave them here. I shall educate them properly. As head of Gryffindor, I believe Mr. Potter's punishment should be decided by me," McGonagall stated, her face rigid. Truth be told, she was skeptical whether keeping Harry here would result in punishment or some delightful potion to drink. "How regrettable," Snape remarked, appearing somewhat reluctant. Yet he did not continue to argue with McGonagall. He turned to Harry and gently said, "Your mother possessed great talent in potions. Perhaps you have inherited her gift. Tomorrow marks your first potions class. Of course, I won't disappoint you." Harry nodded knowingly, having grasped Snape's underlying message. Indeed, herbology and alchemy were intertwined. Crafting potions was where his true prowess lay. "Excellent," Snape replied, nodding with satisfaction. "As for you, Draco, come in. I believe I have a fitting task to serve as your punishment. How about collecting the slime of flowerworms?" Despair etched across Malfoy's face as he was dragged into Snape's office, the door slamming shut. Crabbe, the chubby companion, bolted away, leaving only Harry and Professor McGonagall behind. "May I leave now, Professor?" Harry inquired thoughtfully. "Certainly not, Mr. Potter," McGonagall retorted swiftly. "Do not presume that I will treat you with leniency as Professor Snape does." Truthfully, McGonagall herself found her words somewhat awkward. When had Snape ever shown such favor towards a Gryffindor? It felt like a dream. "Your punishment is to transcribe the school rules 5 times, every Saturday evening in my office. I believe this will help you discern what actions are permissible and which are not," McGonagall instructed sternly. "Now, follow me." "Yes, Professor," Harry acquiesced, nodding obediently. In truth, he felt rather wronged. He was certainly not a mischievous child who delighted in pranks to attract attention. Yet for some reason, trouble always seemed to find him. In just 4 days since the term had begun, he had already encountered the furious Professor McGonagall on multiple occasions, raising concerns for the well-being of the diligent deputy headmistress. "Speaking of which, Mr. Potter," McGonagall began as they ascended the stairs, "while protecting your friends is undoubtedly the right thing to do, one must also be mindful of the manner in which one does so. I suspect that Miss Granger and Mr. Longbottom would not be pleased to hear that you ended up in Azkaban for breaking someone's neck. I will be cautious, Professor." In truth, imparting a profound lesson to Malfoy posed no danger. Everything was under Harry's control. Nevertheless, there was no need to argue with the professor on such matters. McGonagall's advice was well-intentioned. Casting a glance at McGonagall's back, Harry wondered if her prior words, when spoken by such a stern and austere professor, could be interpreted as a veiled commendation. After all, McGonagall was not only the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts, but also the head of Gryffindor. The journey continued in silence, as McGonagall had quite a distance to traverse, guiding Harry up several flights of stairs and through numerous corridors and doors, until finally delivering him into the hands of a tall, robust upperclassman from Gryffindor. "Take him, Wood," McGonagall said through gritted teeth, "and ensure that Gryffindor secures this year's Quidditch Cup." "Huh?" The upperclassman, Wood, responded, utterly bewildered. "This child is akin to a bewitched broomstick," McGonagall recalled, taking a deep breath. "He single-handedly lifted a Slytherin student to over 50 feet in the air, then dove down, only to pull up at the last moment, flying mere inches from the ground without a scratch." "Potter, is this your first time riding a broomstick?" Harry seemed to grasp what McGonagall intended for him to do. Yet truthfully, this hardly qualified as a punishment compared to transcribing rules. Quidditch, the most popular sport among wizards, he had read about in books. The upperclassman Wood now gazed at Harry with eyes alight, as if beholding a vision of beauty. "Really? Professor McGonagall?" Wood exclaimed joyfully. "Indeed," Professor McGonagall stated decisively. Even Charlie Weasley would likely be incapable of such a feat. Wood nodded fervently, circling around Harry, scrutinizing him up and down, which made Harry somewhat uncomfortable. In his earlier days as a naive adventurer, he had once been sold to a gladiatorial arena due to his lack of experience. That was how slave masters selected their captives, often crudely prying open mouths to inspect their teeth. Professor," Harry couldn't help but raise his hand to indicate. "If it's a punishment, could we perhaps consider an alternative?" I would much prefer to dedicate my free time to studying magic. After all, I can only remain at Hogwarts for 7 years. Silence. Potter. Professor McGonagall shot him a stern glare. Professor Dumbledore has advised me to be forthright with you, so I shall be direct. Gryffindor has not won the House Cup for 6 consecutive years. Considering you just cost us 50 points today, I must confess, I have ceased to care whether Gryffindor can secure the cup or not. This was said in frustration. She urged him not to take it seriously. If she could not bear the thought that Gryffindor had gone 4 years without winning the Quidditch Cup. As Professor McGonagall spoke these words, Wood hung his head in guilt. I must discuss with Professor Dumbledore the possibility of utilizing first-year students, so our team can be stronger than it was last year. After our last match against Slytherin, where we suffered a humiliating defeat, I could hardly bear to face Snape for weeks. Wood's head drooped even lower. It was evident that Professor McGonagall genuinely cared about Quidditch. Train diligently, Potter, she admonished Harry, her gaze piercing. Otherwise, I shall reconsider and intensify your punishment. I have no objections, but Professor, Harry hesitated, contemplating how to articulate his thoughts delicately. My concern lies in the fairness of participating in such inter-student competitions. You are a student as well, Potter, Professor McGonagall said, patting Harry on the shoulder. If you wish to voice such arrogance, then earn Gryffindor a Quidditch Cup first. Indeed, Harry, Wood exclaimed, enthusiastically embracing Harry. I sincerely hope you can be even less fair to the other houses. Trounce them thoroughly. All right, I shall endeavor to do so, Harry sighed. Given the 50 points deducted from him today, he felt he could not refuse Professor McGonagall's request. It seemed the Quidditch Cup had become an obsession for the venerable professor, especially after realizing that this year's House Cup appeared to be a lost cause. Your father would be proud of you, Professor McGonagall suddenly chuckled, noticing Harry's lack of enthusiasm. He was once an exceptional Quidditch player. My father? Harry murmured, a flicker of emotion in his eyes. After Professor McGonagall emphasized the historical significance and importance of winning the Quidditch Cup for Gryffindor, she departed, leaving Harry to arrange a time with Wood for a trial practice. Wood believed Harry was a natural seeker, but Harry insisted on trying out for all positions to see which would prove the most enjoyable. Harry returned to the Gryffindor common room as a hero. Gryffindor and Slytherin had reached a stalemate, and initially, students from both houses were furious. However, it did not take long for the events from the first-year flying lesson to spread, and Gryffindor students quickly lost their anger. Oh, it appears our Harry Potter has had another altercation with Slytherin, they exclaimed. Well, that is no cause for concern. It's quite the good deed. Thus, only the Slytherin students remained incensed, as reports from the front lines indicated they had been thoroughly defeated. Malfoy's embarrassing incident of soiling himself only added to Slytherin's humiliation, rendering them unable to hold their heads high before Gryffindor. Upon Harry's return to the common room, he had just uttered the password when the fat lady's portrait swung aside, and several arms reached out from the hole, pulling him inside. A fervent cheer erupted, with voices calling his name and praising his feint, the Wronski feint, which, to be honest, Harry did not fully comprehend. Amidst the throng, he spotted Hermione and Neville, both of whom approached him, their faces flushed. Thank you, Harry, Neville said, blushing. I heard they said you punished Malfoy for me. Thank you. That was the punishment he deserved. Don't dwell on it. Neville, Harry assessed Neville with concern. I'm just glad you weren't harmed. I fell into the Black Lake, Neville confessed, scratching his head sheepishly. Fortunately, that giant squid helped me to the shore, and Madame Pomfrey gave me a bottle of potion for a cold. And Hermione has something to say to you as well. Neville shifted aside. Hermione's response was much briefer. Thank you. She nearly screamed into Harry's ear, embracing him so tightly that he nearly choked. Before he could react, she lowered her head, covered her face, and dashed away into the crowd, heading straight for the girls' dormitory. The cheers in the Gryffindor common room grew louder, accompanied by a chorus of whistles. Stretching his neck, Harry chuckled wryly, reflecting that, to this group of children, he had indeed acted heroically by standing up for Hermione and Neville against Malfoy. The trope of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress seems to have universal appeal, regardless of age. However, it was somewhat unfair to Neville, as his contributions were overshadowed by the adulation directed solely at Harry. In truth, Harry had never contemplated it that way. To him, they were just a bunch of kids. Who would harbor any other thoughts toward a child? If anyone did, Harry would shatter their skulls with his warhammer. He was merely joining in the revelry, and the celebration continued, with more students joining in. The older students had procured butterbeer from somewhere, claiming it was to celebrate Gryffindor's latest triumph, and Harry received a cup as well. The taste was delightful. Although it bore the name of beer, it was in fact a non-alcoholic beverage, sweet and fragrant with a rich creaminess and a hint of malt. Harry would rate this drink a perfect score. as he finally extricated himself from the crowd. He had already heard several exaggerated versions of Malfoy being spun around like a bludger, some claiming he was spinning and vomiting, while others said he was caught in the rain. Harry could hardly bear to listen any longer. The Gryffindor students' imaginations seemed to gravitate toward the grotesque. "So you weren't expelled, and now you're joining the house team?" Ron exclaimed from a corner of the common room, swallowing his butterbeer and staring wide-eyed. "Such a thing has never happened before. Truly, Harry, you have accomplished what others could not." Well, Harry knew he would find no other response from Ron. It was a rather wasteful conversation. He would have preferred to spend more time in the library, given the vast collection at Hogwarts, especially with the restricted section. "I wonder if I can manage to read everything before graduation," Harry mused with a hint of regret, considering the path that lies ahead. Harry deemed it essential to peruse the entirety of the library's collection and assimilate its wisdom. Only through such rigorous study could he enhance his understanding, allowing the magic he mastered in Azeroth to manifest in this realm in a more suitable form, whether through improvement or integration. Concurrently, Harry believed he could uncover answers regarding how to gain the wizard's approval if he wished to reconstruct the Earthen Ring, the Shaman organization, and rejuvenate elemental forces in this world. There were myriad intricate details to navigate. It was not a task that could be accomplished merely by rallying slogans. "Oh, only at times like this do you seem less like a Gryffindor, Harry, and more akin to a Ravenclaw," Ron muttered. "And even if you graduate, that doesn't mean you can't still visit the library. You could always choose to become a professor. Well, except for the defense against the dark arts professor. I've heard that position is cursed," Ron casually remarked, perhaps without realizing the significance of his words. Yet for Harry, it sparked a moment of clarity. Indeed, why couldn't he become a professor? Not in the manner Ron suggested, post-graduation, as that would be rather late, but during these 7 years. Truth be told, Harry had long yearned to explore the restricted section of the library, yet his law-abiding heart had held him back. As a well-known figure in Azeroth, especially after achieving fame, Harry generally adhered to the local laws and regulations when venturing out, fully aware of their importance. Secretly accessing the restricted section was akin to sneaking into another's mage tower to peruse their collection, an act fraught with provocation. Could one imagine someone daring to sneak a glance at Mediva's tomes while he was still alive? Or intruding upon the treasures of other archmages in Dalaran without permission? Should one be caught, the consequences would be dire, indeed. Chapter 31. Gryffindor gains 20 points. The primary reason for Harry's hesitance lay in his uncertainty regarding Dumbledore's protective measures over the restricted section, especially after witnessing the lengths to which powerful wizards would go to safeguard their collections. It was evident that any book deemed suitable for the restricted section had its reasons for exclusion from the eyes of ordinary students. Given his youthful appearance and the potential reaction from Headmaster Dumbledore, Harry did not wish to give the impression that he was plotting to become the next Dark Lord. His intentions were merely to propagate the shamanic path and revive elemental forces, nothing nefarious. Thus, adhering to conventional routes seemed prudent. By becoming a professor, he could bypass the various restrictions placed upon students, freely perusing the restricted texts. After all, considering Harry's intellectual maturity, the books accessible to first-year students were rather rudimentary for him. Different grades at Hogwarts had varying access to library books. Higher years faced fewer restrictions. While Madame Pance's keen gaze was ever watchful over the library's treasures. Lost in contemplation, Harry began to weigh the feasibility of this plan and how it might be executed. The courses he could teach would certainly not include defense against the dark arts, but rather his true calling as a shaman. In that regard, the establishment of a shaman club would be a trivial endeavor. However, it could serve to build his reputation among students, demonstrating that he possessed genuine knowledge and expertise. By the time he became a professor of a new course, the students would be less likely to misunderstand or protest. The more he pondered, the more promising the idea appeared. If he could secure a professorship while still enrolled, Harry believed he could start cultivating support early on, selecting promising candidates for the shaman path and assessing their character and abilities. Consequently, when he eventually departed from Hogwarts to establish the Earthen Ring, he would have a cadre of capable individuals ready to assist, an utterly perfect scenario. To be candid, Harry might have found such aspirations improbable if they belonged to someone else. But for him, they were built upon a foundation of considerable renown. It was the same principle. The name Harry Potter carried substantial weight among wizards, as magic often accentuates a sense of superstition within this community. Thus, what Harry needed to do was quite simple. Continue to amplify this influence, allowing wizards to feel a conviction that their previous beliefs were indeed correct without needing to dismantle any illusions. It was akin to saying, "See, I told you so." Harry Potter is not an ordinary individual. Harry comprehended this fully. It was not a matter of cunning or utilitarianism, nor was it a manipulation of sentiments. After all, even the most placid centaur would exert every effort to pursue their ideals and aspirations. Centaurs were not creatures of complacency. They did not abide by the philosophy of mere acceptance. Previously, Harry had come to Hogwarts solely to learn the magic of this world, which had rendered him indifferent to the social dynamics among the children. However, that had changed. If Harry had initially participated in Quidditch out of respect for Professor McGonagall, now he engaged in the sport to expedite the accumulation of prestige. He would not resort to using spells for any underhanded advantage. Nonetheless, he had resolved to give it his all. Pursuing prestige was a perfectly normal ambition. Ultimately, his goal was for others to respond to him in a manner akin to Ron's initial reaction. Reflecting on this, Harry glanced at Ron, who had stuffed his mouth with pastries and was gulping down butterbeer. "What's up, Harry?" Ron mumbled, his words muffled. "Honestly, you look a bit peculiar, almost Slytherin-like." This boy could be quite perceptive at times. First-year students had only 2 potions classes each week, occupying the entirety of Friday morning. On this day, they had no other classes, perhaps to facilitate the potions professor in retaining poorly performing students for additional afternoon and evening sessions of potion brewing. Potions were taught in a subterranean classroom at Hogwarts, and regrettably, this class was also attended alongside Slytherin. The events of yesterday's flying lesson were still fresh in their minds, as were the points deducted from Gryffindor and Slytherin. Frankly, during the celebratory gathering in the Gryffindor common room last night, the upperclassmen had already informed the first-year students of what to expect today. For example, they had warned of Snape's relentless challenges, his sharp sarcasm, and his exceedingly hurtful remarks, designed to provoke students into frustration, so he could gleefully deduct points. Snape, as the head of Slytherin, was a loathsome and despised figure for Gryffindor. Given that Slytherin had suffered embarrassment the previous day, it was certain that the old bat would seek to retaliate doubly against them today. In summary, the upperclassmen had recounted many of Snape's past misdeeds, instilling a sense of fear among the first-year students, who approached class today with a resolve akin to facing their doom, vowing to remain undaunted by whatever Snape might say. Although Harry wished to say something in defense of Snape, the years of first-hand experiences from the upperclassmen were far too persuasive, leaving him with little recourse. As one of the key figures in yesterday's conflict, Harry had been advised repeatedly to prepare himself, to relax, and to refrain from anger. Even before the lesson had commenced, a palpable tension filled the potions classroom, likely due to the Slytherin students relishing their home turf. Though they did not overtly provoke, their subtle taunts were incessant towards Gryffindor. Except for Malfoy. Perhaps he was aware of something, or realized that Snape's attitude towards Harry diverged significantly from his usual demeanor with the rest of Gryffindor. In any case, unlike those Slytherins who anticipated that Snape would exact revenge for yesterday's grievances, Malfoy displayed neither excitement nor expectation, merely sitting expressionless, detached from the surrounding commotion. It was evident that Malfoy seemed somewhat isolated, with only Crabbe and Goyle keeping him company at their table. Snape entered the potions classroom punctually, clad in a new robe, albeit still black, and his hair appeared to have been tidied up, looking considerably neater. This bemused some first-year students, as they had been led to believe by their upperclassmen that Snape always looked unkempt and greasy. Yet today, as Snape strode into the classroom, his robes billowing, those seated nearby could detect a faint scent of soap, neither overpowering nor unpleasant, but rather refreshingly simple. Like Professor Flitwick, Snape began his lesson with roll call, proceeding swiftly and placing the attendance list aside once he confirmed that all were present. "You are here to learn the intricate science and rigorous craft of potion making," Snape intoned, his voice low yet clear enough for all to hear. He possessed a certain commanding presence akin to Professor McGonagall. Without exerting much effort, he maintained order in the classroom, effectively intimidating the more mischievous students. Since there will be no foolish wand-waving here, many of you may not believe this is magic. I do not expect you to truly comprehend the marvel of a cauldron simmering gently, exuding fragrant vapors, nor the enchanting potency of the liquid that courses through human veins, evoking profound emotions and bewildering the will. I can teach you how to elevate your reputation, concoct glory, and even stave off death. But there is one condition. You must not be the imbecilic fools I often encounter. By the end of this speech, not only Gryffindor, but even some Slytherin students were visibly intimidated, scarcely daring to breathe. Truth be told, Harry understood why Snape deliberately cultivated such an atmosphere. The potions classroom, adorned with jars of various sizes containing unidentifiable animal organs, was shrouded in an eerie green glow, designed purely to instill fear in these newly admitted young wizards. After all, Based on Harry's experience in alchemy, the greatest peril on this path was losing one's sense of reverence and vigilance. Many students inadvertently brewed potions that turned lethal, resulting in their own demise annually, which was hardly uncommon. First-year students, particularly those from Muggle families, were indeed at an age of ignorance and fearlessness. They were genuinely daring enough to brew potions for their own consumption. He is truly remarkable, Hermione whispered excitedly beside Harry. I have researched the honors and achievements of all our professors, and Professor Snape is the youngest potions master in the entire magical world. He has not only improved numerous traditional potions, but also authored The Essence of Potions, a book reputed for its depth, essentially becoming the potions professor at Hogwarts right after graduation. It must be said that in the sudden quiet of the classroom, the sound of whispered conversation was quite noticeable, as Harry observed Snape's sharp gaze fixate on Hermione. Most importantly, Hermione continued with enthusiasm. It is said that anyone who completes Snape's Advanced Potions class is highly likely to receive an invitation from the Extraordinary Potion Maker Society upon graduation. At that moment, Snape's attention shifted. Harry? He inquired softly, looking directly at him. What would happen if I added powdered daffodil root to an infusion of mugwort? A powerful sleeping draught. Professor, Harry replied. It can also be referred to as the Draught of the Living Death, sold at Diagon Alley for 1 galleon per bottle. That is merely the work of a mediocre mind, Snape remarked with a slight shake of his head. A Draught of the Living Death crafted by a master potioneer would cost at least 10 galleons per bottle. I will strive to improve, Professor. Very well, Snape acknowledged with a nod of apparent satisfaction. How can white ginger be used more effectively? For superficial wounds, it can be consumed raw, but if extracted into an essence, its efficacy is greatly enhanced. Discuss your understanding of the essence of Murtlap tentacle juice. It can be used to treat cuts or abrasions and alleviate the pain associated with such injuries, but must be filtered before use. The exchange between Harry and Snape unfolded at an impressive pace. Each question was met with an immediate answer, devoid of any moment for recollection or contemplation. For the majority of the classroom, Harry and Snape's dialogue was beyond their comprehension from the outset. However, for Hermione, who had already previewed the first-year textbook, it was a different story. Initially, she could pinpoint the relevant knowledge for the first 2 questions, yet Snape's inquiries transitioned rapidly, soon venturing into areas Hermione had never even glimpsed, ultimately leading to questions about the consequences of excessive consumption of Veritasium. As for treatment methods and symptom alleviation, I am uncertain, Professor, Harry admitted, shaking his head. The knowledge I currently possess only allows me to understand what symptoms will manifest in the victim's body. That was sufficient. Even if the Slytherin students were reluctant, they had to concede that the expression on Snape's face at that moment could be described as a faint but genuine delight, quickly suppressed as he pressed his lips together. 20 points to Gryffindor for your prior knowledge, Snape lamented. I had intended to award you more points. But Professor McGonagall seems rather averse to such a gesture. Why aren't you all writing down what we just discussed? Is it because you have all mastered it already? Suddenly turning his head, Snape abandoned his earlier gentleness in addressing Harry, his voice taking on a sharp edge. Instantly, the classroom was filled with the sound of students scrambling for quills and parchment. The potions class continued, and, as per Snape's instructions, the students were paired up to brew potions. For first-year students, today's task was to concoct a simple remedy for scabies, quite a useful endeavor, given that the majority of Hogwarts inhabitants were students, and children were particularly susceptible to scabies. It would not be long before these potions returned to the new students in another form, provided, of course, that the potions were not a failure and retained their potency. Chapter 32. Felix Felicis in Your Favor. Potions, a discipline so formidable that even the most diligent among the mediocre cannot hope to grasp its intricacies, echoed Severus Snape's words throughout the classroom. I can assert with utmost certainty that the vast majority of you will not qualify for my Advanced Potions class in your later years. It is a challenge to convey the mysteries and marvels of potions through mere words. Yet fortuitously, Harry paused abruptly, producing a small vial of potion from his pocket, showcasing it in midair for all to see. Tell me its name. The golden liquid swirled within the bottle, glimmering like molten gold. Indeed, few potions in the entire compendium meet such rare and exquisite criteria. It is Felix Felicis, Professor Snape declared, his gaze fixed on the vial reputed to bestow luck upon its user. Truth be told, Harry had longed to experiment with this potion upon first reading its description before the term began, but alas, the complexity was daunting. The ingredients required for its preparation were exceedingly expensive, many of which were not directly available in Diagon Alley, and the manufacturing process was laborious. demanding a full 6 months of meticulous brewing without a single misstep. Otherwise, it would culminate in a toxic concoction. Only a true master of potions could successfully brew such a potion. Yes, Felix Felicis, Snape murmured. This small amount suffices to ensure that you experience a day filled with success. I believe it may offer you, with your rather barren intellects, a fleeting glimpse into the marvels of potion making. At the conclusion of today's lesson, I shall award this vial of Felix Felicis to the individual who concocts the most perfect Scabbers potion. Harry felt as if Snape's gaze rested upon him as he delivered this proclamation. The shimmering vial floated gracefully in the center of the classroom, igniting a fervor among the young wizards who hastened their efforts, even quickening their motions in grinding ingredients. In this fervent atmosphere of learning, Snape patrolled the classroom. And this time, the young wizards were in for a treat. Foolish, is your head as dense as a troll's? Or has a troll's spirit somehow taken residence within you? Grinding snake fangs, surely your brain, which is hardly larger than a walnut, should comprehend the concept of grinding? I understand, Ron stammered, his hands trembling. Understand? If you do, then please enlighten me as to why you felt the need to smash it. Was it to demonstrate your brutish strength? For your arrogance, Gryffindor loses 2 points. With that parting remark, Snape swept away. You nearly gave me a heart attack, Ron whispered, wiping the sweat from his brow, addressing Neville beside him. They were paired together. Merlin socks. I feel as though my undergarments are damp with perspiration. Don't speak. Ron, Neville replied, his nerves visibly frayed, hands quaking as he fiddled with the slime in his dish, fearful of drawing attention and incurring penalties. As half the class elapsed, the Gryffindor students came to a clear realization. Harry is Harry, and they are they. To be honest, when Professor Snape awarded Gryffindor 20 points at the start of the lesson, they were bewildered, for it contradicted the tales recounted by the upperclassmen. According to the older students, persuading Snape to grant points to Gryffindor was akin to committing murder. Yet here was Snape, giving points freely and still very much alive. This revelation eased the tensions of many Gryffindor students, who mused that they had merely frightened themselves. Snape was not nearly as terrifying as portrayed by the older students. This simplistic understanding persisted until Snape commenced his tempestuous verbal onslaught. Frankly, prior to hearing it firsthand, the Gryffindor students could scarcely fathom that anyone could articulate such scathing sarcasm. No, even the Slytherin students were not spared from his wrath, receiving reprimands for their own missteps. Not a single curse escaped his lips. Yet he effortlessly reduced one student to tears, their eyes reddening, on the brink of sobbing. Felix Felicis dangled before the students like a carrot before a donkey, driving them onward with determination, even amidst the oppressive pressure imposed by Snape. Except for one. Only one. Wait, Harry, Hermione suddenly exclaimed in a hushed tone. Why did you cut off the slug's antennae? We were supposed to boil all 4 of those slugs directly. Don't worry, Hermione, Harry reassured. The potion's efficacy won't be compromised. How could it not be compromised? Hermione exclaimed, her anxiety escalating. You didn't follow the instructions from the book. We're doomed. Hermione was nearly hopping with distress, intent on proving that she was not the fool Snape accused her of being, and genuinely eager to secure that vial of Felix Felicis. Oh, you didn't adhere to the instructions? Snape, having noticed the commotion, swiftly approached, positioning himself behind Harry, his expression inscrutable. Explain your reasoning, Harry. Apologies, Professor. I believe we still have time to redo the potion, Hermione interjected nervously, but Snape ignored her. I have read Mr. Filiatus Bull's treatise on the properties of magical ingredients, in which he mentions this type of slug with antennae. Harry began thoughtfully. Filiatus Bull was also the author of the first-year textbook, 1,000 Magical Herbs and Fungi. According to him, the only usable part of this slug is its antennae. However, given the slug's diminutive size and the necessity of preserving the antennae's activity, they are not sold separately. Instead, potion makers must handle them themselves. In essence, the slug itself is akin to an impurity. I believe that in the art of alchemy and potion making, the fewer impurities present, the higher the quality of the final product, thus necessitating the refinement of ingredients to maximize the potency. Excellent. Very good, Snape remarked with satisfaction. Potency, yes. Potency. Many upperclassmen are incapable of analyzing a potion's origins from the perspective of its properties. Gryffindor gains another 10 points. I think you all should come and observe how Mr. Harry Potter executes his craft. I did not expect you all to achieve such perfection, but at the very least, you are not to leave your workspaces strewn with slug slime. Indeed, as I stated at the beginning of this lesson, while you mindlessly adhere to the textbook, those truly gifted individuals have already begun to ponder and develop their own understanding. Are you all right? Harry couldn't help but express concern for Hermione, for she appeared, well, quite unwell. She looked like a piece of wood struck by lightning, especially after hearing Snape's remark about the truly gifted. Hermione visibly shivered. Mi fine. She replied hoarsely to Harry. Let us continue. The potion isn't finished yet. Though she intended to smile to show she was untroubled, the expression that emerged resembled more a grimace, prompting Harry to feel a bit concerned. No, he certainly was not bullying the young girl. The class continued amid Snape's relentless barrage, interspersed with occasional commendations for Harry's technique and progress in potion making. It can be confidently asserted that throughout the entirety of the class, aside from Harry, both Gryffindor and Slytherin underwent a rigorous and equitable examination. However, it might not be entirely fair to say it was equal. Gryffindor bore the brunt of the reprimands, receiving more scorn and losing points, whereas Slytherin managed to evade any deductions. Particularly, Ron and Neville, under the relentless pressure exerted by Snape, felt as though they were on the verge of explosion, and indeed, they truly did explode. The cauldron before Ron and Neville was scorched through at the bottom, sending a cascade of green potion splattering forth, though fortunately, no one was harmed. Even Ron and Neville, standing closest, were spared due to Harry's instinctive conjuring of a wind shield that protected them from the brunt of the eruption. Alas, they could not escape the ire of Snape. Fools! Imbeciles! You must remove the cauldron from the fire before adding the porcupine quills. How can you make such mistakes following the steps outlined in the book? Are your heads filled with troll brains? They resembled two small boats swaying in a tempest, as Neville and Ron cowered against the wall, wishing they could sink into the floor. As for you, Harry, that was quite timely magic, because you protected your fellow Gryffindors. Snape sighed with relief as he turned to say, 10 points to Gryffindor. The remaining time was insufficient for a rebrew, leaving Ron and Neville pitifully stationed against the classroom wall, while Snape passed them with a contemptuous huff, compelling them to bow their heads even lower. At long last, the torturous potions class drew to a close, with Snape methodically inspecting each group's concoctions, and it was finally Harry and Hermione's turn. Very good, Snape murmured, gazing at the liquid in the vial. As I have stated, Harry, you indeed possess a remarkable talent in this field, not betraying your mother's legacy. This vial of Felix Felicis is yours. Harry reached out to claim the glimmering potion as Snape placed it into his hands, cautioning him to use it judiciously. Thank you. I will, Professor, Harry nodded. As a potion, Felix Felicis undoubtedly carries its own side effects. Excessive use could render one reckless, arrogant, and mentally unstable. Once we return, I shall find a bottle to share half with you, Harry said, shaking the vial of Felix Felicis towards Hermione after Snape departed. After all, we are a team, and this potion is a result of our joint efforts. No need. Hermione's voice quivered slightly, yet she insisted, that is rightfully yours. I hardly contributed anything. Without waiting for Harry's response, Hermione clutched her book and dashed out of the classroom, merging into the throng of students fleeing the potion's lesson like a stampede. This child, Harry sighed, her competitive spirit is a bit excessive. To be honest, Harry thought it would be ideal if Ron and Hermione could temper each other's natures. One would not be so fiercely competitive, while the other would refrain from incessantly exclaiming, as expected of you, Harry. Harry glanced at Snape, only to find the professor gazing back at him, seemingly on the verge of saying something, though it might merely have been a figment of Harry's imagination. The classroom was now devoid of anyone but the two of them. Truth be told, Professor, your favoritism towards me may not be well received, Harry ventured, stepping closer to Snape. Other students might take issue with it, both regarding you and me. It is not a favorable situation. Your mother entrusted me with your care. Snape's gaze turned hollow, his voice drifting. I swore to her, as you have witnessed. Perhaps it was due to his past experiences? Or perhaps it was the bittersweet reunion with someone he thought he would never see again. Regardless, Harry discerned that Professor Snape bore some burden. Or perhaps his comprehension of love was skewed. In Snape's eyes, the notions of care and protection manifested as favoritism. It was an unwarranted bias, an unabashed and unapologetic preference, indifferent to the opinions of others. In Snape's world, there were only those he cared for, and those who were inconsequential, and he held no regard for the latter. This favoritism, in the past, had manifested as blatant partiality towards Slytherin students, disregarding the opinions of others while freely awarding and deducting points. Now, it had simply been redirected towards Harry. Snape understood only this form of love, a lesson imparted by his experiences. It was clumsy, and, despite his desire to express it, he found himself at a loss for words. At the very least, Harry was certain that what Snape truly yearned to convey was not this, but rather whether he might glimpse his mother's spirit once more. Yet, Snape appeared devoid of such longing, as if nothing had transpired. This care of yours is bound to invite scorn upon me, Harry could not help but retort. Furthermore, I made it abundantly clear that day, Professor, that I have a comprehensive plan for my future. I do not require someone in a parental role to dictate my actions, even under the guise of care. Observing Harry's expression, Snape's eyebrows twitched. He seemed poised to utter something, perhaps a remark about Harry's arrogance, yet ultimately refrained. Unlike his inept father, Lily's child possessed power far exceeding that of an ordinary wizard, a fact Snape had already witnessed. That is not dictation, Snape murmured. Even Dumbledore cannot safeguard every student at Hogwarts simultaneously, and not every professor is trustworthy, particularly those with peculiar behaviors. Harry raised an eyebrow, wondering if Snape was insinuating that Quirrell was compromised. Chapter 33, Reputation, Levels of Friendliness, and Potion Baths. After all, there are only a handful of professors at Hogwarts. It seemed that Dumbledore had not relayed the conversation he had with Harry that day to Snape, which was understandable. Such matters hardly warranted widespread discussion. Take this. Snape placed a beautifully adorned, small leather pouch into Harry's hands, gazing into his eyes. Do not act recklessly like those foolish, unaware Gryffindors. Especially do not squander your life. Your mother sacrificed her life for yours. I will, Professor. The small pouch Snape entrusted to Harry was embroidered with an exquisite silver serpent. But Harry was no ardent admirer of Gryffindor, so such embellishments were inconsequential. What mattered was its contents. Undoubtedly, it was expanded with the undetectable extension charm. And when Harry glanced inside, he beheld a multitude of glass vials, each containing potions. Snape had meticulously categorized them with labels. Some potions were designated for treating bleeding and other injuries, while others were intended for lacerations or fractures. In addition to these remedies for common ailments, there were also potions dedicated to countering unknown curses, highly toxic substances, and those that induced unconsciousness, all essential for home, travel, and even darker endeavors. One could say that as long as Harry possessed these potions, as long as he did not meet his end upon encountering peril, he would have means to save himself. Even if rescue was not possible, he could at least buy himself some time. Given Harry's current understanding of the magical world, he could not accurately assess the value of these potions. After all, they were crafted by the esteemed potions master Snape, and their worth would only be greater. Yet, from the perspective of an alchemist evaluating the efficacy of potions, each of these concoctions was undoubtedly of considerable value. Harry inwardly sighed, acknowledging that despite being driven by love and guilt towards his mother, Snape had indeed laid bare his heart to him. He would never take such a sacrifice for granted, promising to reciprocate in the future. As he stepped outside, he spotted Ron and Neville squatting on the ground. Are you both all right? They appeared utterly drained, one hand continuously clutching their legs. Not good. Harry, not good at all, Ron mumbled, rising dejectedly. I feel like my legs are about to snap. The unfortunate pair had been punished by Snape since the cauldron explosion, forced to stand against the wall of the potions classroom. Although it seemed like a simple task, anyone who had endured such a punishment knew the torment of prolonged standing. Ron and Neville, unaccustomed to such trials, were now completely spent. Merlin's lace knickers, Ron exclaimed, unable to contain himself. Did you notice? He seems to delight in pacing around me and Neville. Neville could barely keep a steady grip on his knife. And for some reason, Harry, I can't shake the feeling that he's targeting me. He must despise me. But why? With his hands clasped around his head in a gesture of despair, Ron was utterly perplexed. I haven't done anything to provoke him. Meanwhile, Harry silently murmured apologies to Ron. If his instincts were correct, combined with Snape's earlier remarks, Ron was likely bearing a portion of Snape's ire on his behalf. After all, Harry was quite aware of his resemblance to James. Snape, unwilling to forsake his vow to Lily while simultaneously clinging to his hatred for James Potter, had chosen Ron, the one closest to Harry and who consistently identified himself as Harry's friend at school. Ron Weasley had silently shouldered it all. If Harry perceived Snape as speaking in gentle tones, it was not due to a newfound saintliness on Snape's part, but rather because someone else was bearing the burden for him. Is there any snack you fancy? Harry patted Ron's shoulder. This one's on me. It's high time we treated Gianna. She hasn't exercised in ages, and I worry she has become a bit plump. Just to clarify, Gianna referred to the white snow owl Hagrid had gifted Harry for his birthday. Harry found her to be a lively creature, quite capable of understanding human speech, and thus whimsically chose a familiar name for her. Thanks, mate. You're the best, Ron sighed, but quickly perked up. But Harry, did you know? Your divination has come true once more. Remember the reading you did for Hermione and me on the train? Noticing Harry's confusion, Ron hurriedly added, I was just telling Neville about this. Your reading has completely manifested. Do you recall what we saw? Ron continued. In that dimly lit classroom, with eerie green lights flashing, and me standing there all alone, most of it matched up, except for this part. He scratched his head. Your reading should have only had me standing there being berated. But today, Neville and I were both standing there together, so that doesn't quite fit, right? Divination merely offers a glimpse into what might transpire in the future, Ron. Harry shook his head. If you regard the results of divination as certainties, you're bound to face dire consequences. Is that so? Ron appeared somewhat disheartened. Wait. Neville seems to have recovered a bit. He interjected. We didn't stand there together, did we? I remember you went first. Exactly. That it. Ron exclaimed, snapping his fingers. The divination was correct. It only glimpsed a fragment. Indeed, it was, Harry replied, maintaining a straight face. Let's ensure you don't spread any outrageous rumors this time. Rest assured I won tea. Ron beamed with confidence. Will you not? Harry mused. Well, naturally you will. At the lunch table, Ron fervently recounted how he had validated the results of the divination, and Harry found it astonishing how he could spin such a simple image into an endless narrative, with the content growing increasingly absurd. What was most surprising was the number of listeners who were genuinely captivated, not just at the Gryffindor table, but also by students from Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw. By the end, some even approached Harry, inquiring if he could perform a reading for them as well, offering to pay. Harry declined, citing insufficient materials and the need for preparation. Yet he did not deny his ability to perform divination. Consequently, the chatter in the dining hall grew even more animated. Hermione, don't feel pressured. Harry reassured the young girl beside him. Divination does not guarantee that events will unfold as predicted. In fact, Ron's situation today diverged from the initial reading, though he hasn't mentioned it, so don't overthink it. The more Ron extolled the accuracy of Harry's divination and insisted that everything that transpired today aligned with the reading, the more Hermione felt the weight of pressure. She could not forget the scene she had witnessed that day, hiding alone in the lavatory and sobbing. That was simply impossible. Absolutely impossible. Thank you, Harry, I'm fine. Hermione forced a smile. By the way, could I borrow your potions homework later? I do like to compare notes. Of course, no problem, Harry nodded. Thanks. After expressing her gratitude, Hermione claimed she was full and departed with her belongings. If I recall correctly, she probably only ate a single sausage, Dean remarked, spearing a sausage with his fork. Look at her. Thank heavens I didn't ask you to do a reading for me that day. Otherwise, if I had seen something dreadful, I would have been tormented. Only the lost need guidance, Harry kindly remarked. You're right, Dean. Oh, I don't think there is anything wrong with that. Ron chimed in excitedly. But enough about that. You should take a good look at Malfoy's sour face. I gave him a right good ribbing when we left potions today. Huh. Snape must have been terribly disappointed not to deduct points from you in potions. But honestly, Harry, he actually awarded you so many points. By the end of class, it was nearly 50. Setting aside everything else, even with the points deducted from Gryffindor, we still racked up over 20 points, Seamus laughed. If it weren't for you, Harry, I would almost suspect you were a Slytherin. Professor Snape is just not very good at expressing himself. Harry sighed in resignation. It seemed that throughout Hogwarts, aside from Slytherin students, he might be the only one thinking that way. Harry's life at Hogwarts appeared to be settling into a rhythm. The first-year curriculum was not overly demanding, allowing ample time for the children to explore and play within a castle. However, Harry mostly opted to immerse himself in the library. In reality, not every day at school was filled with unexpected events. Under Ron's enthusiastic proclamations, the notion of Harry possessing prophetic abilities had spread throughout Hogwarts, a consequence Harry had deliberately allowed to flourish. A steady stream of individuals approached Harry, seeking his guidance in divination. Rather than dismissing them outright, Harry selectively engaged with those who appeared to be genuinely entangled in personal dilemmas or adversities, offering his insights through divination. Conversely, he turned away those who merely sought to validate trivial matters, such as the authenticity of events or what to have for lunch or dinner. Notably, a seventh-year student came to Harry, imploring him to divine the future of his impending graduation and his relationship with his girlfriend. However, upon encountering the student lying in a hospital bed with a broad smile, Harry could not help but feel angered, as the student accused him of conjuring illusions through magic to deceive him. Yet, Harry remained unperturbed by such skepticism. This incident quickly became a topic of gossip among the students, and, as the chatter spread throughout the school, it ultimately led to the student being admitted to the hospital. Upon learning of Harry's divination, his girlfriend, moved by a desire to comfort him, unexpectedly proposed marriage, setting a pact that they would wed upon graduation. In a state of overwhelming joy, the young man, unfortunately, tumbled down the stairs, breaking his leg and landing in a hospital, albeit with a beaming smile. Remarkably, The following day, after his leg had healed, he returned with his girlfriend to thank Harry, generously gifting him 50 galleons and enthusiastically inviting him to their wedding. In essence, these divinations were fleeting, allowing for rapid validation, which further fueled the intrigue among students, who began to regard Harry's abilities with an almost mythical reverence. The sole disappointment among the students was that Harry would only perform divinations for those who were genuinely lost, a criterion known solely to him. It was as if he possessed an uncanny ability to discern the inner turmoil of others, leading many students to wish they could feign confusion to receive his counsel. "Is this your reason for seeking solace here?" Hagrid remarked, pouring a bucket of hot water into the large vat where Harry sat. "I'm quite perplexed." "Well, it's not entirely about seeking solitude," Harry replied, squinting as he soaked in the medicinal concoction. "As you know, the Gryffindor dormitory is cramped with 5 occupants, making it quite inconvenient for any activities. Though it might sound as if you were hiding from something nefarious, in truth, Harry was merely indulging in Hagrid's herbal bath, aiming to rectify the physical shortcomings of his youth, nourish his growth, and enhance his strength and agility. The concoction was tailored by Harry based on his experiences and the unique properties of the herbs found in this world, currently still in an experimental phase, yet yielding some positive results. "I can't shake the feeling that this is more complicated than it seems. Have you truly abandoned the idea of living here?" Hagrid commented as he approached, adding a crimson liquid to the mixture. "There, I've added the blood of a fire lizard. Thank goodness Professor Kettleburn always keeps some in his fireplace. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known where to procure it. The blood of the fire lizard is known for its healing and revitalizing properties and can also be used to create enhancement potions. To be honest, I somewhat regret agreeing to this," Harry said, casting a worried glance at the oddly colored liquid in the vat. Hagrid's brow furrowed. "Are you certain this formula is correct?" Chapter 34. The tricks of the troll healers, reciting the incantation passed down among the troll healers in the troll language. Harry halted his stirring of the potion, observing the deep green luminescence spreading from his fingertips as the liquid settled. "Trust me, Hagrid, I am Harry Potter. I have become quite adept at using this phrase as a shield," he assured, feeling the warmth emanating from the fire lizard's blood. "And let's not forget, I can also perform divination." This was, of course, a falsehood. Concocting a potion of this simplicity did not necessitate Harry's divinatory skills to ascertain its fate. In truth, the liquid he had prepared could hardly be classified as alchemical from the Azerothian perspective or potion making. It belonged more appropriately to the realm of troll medicine. Compared to conventional potions, troll remedies were characterized by their bizarre ingredients, peculiar processes, and the requirement of odd magical rituals, skills Harry had dabbled in under the influence of curiosity while learning from Valjean and the Darkspear tribe. While troll healers and Tauren shamans differed significantly, categorically, they did share a commonality within the broader classification of shamans, and Harry had only scratched the surface of understanding. More would be overwhelming. The focus of troll healers lay more in the spiritual realm, particularly concerning the Loa, demigods of animals. And the peculiar materials used in their remedies were what fascinated Harry. Trolls are indeed quite primitive. The Darkspear trolls could be considered relatively civilized among their kind, as they do not resort to cannibalism. Nevertheless, certain aspects of their lifestyle and rituals left Harry feeling uneasy, especially regarding their remedies. Ingredients such as dead frogs, bats, the hearts of beasts, and snake blood would cause the average person to shudder, resembling the standard fare of a witch from a Muggle fairy tale, most decidedly sinister. Many troll remedies were toxic in themselves, causing further harm during the healing process, truly life-threatening. However, it must be acknowledged that troll medicine sometimes achieves effects that other potions cannot replicate, with even the healers themselves unable to articulate how it accomplishes such feats. For instance, after a magical ritual, Harry, as a novice healer, couldn't explain how this particular potion had come to be, but it had indeed materialized. "Ah, I see. You can glimpse the future. I never would have anticipated you possessed the gift of prophecy," Hagrid commented, his nose twitching as the peculiar odor in the room made him slightly queasy. "Do you mind if I open a window, Harry?" "Please do." The air within Hagrid's hut was thick with the metallic scent of rust, the unmistakable odor of blood. Thanks to Hagrid's assistance, Harry was able to gather the materials without excessive trouble. Amidst this, there lingered an indescribable stench that overshadowed even the herbal fragrance. After inhaling a few breaths of fresh air by the window, Hagrid returned, pulling a chair over to sit beside the vat, engaging in light conversation. Though seated, Hagrid still towered over Harry. His brow furrowed as he gazed at the now dark brown, slightly congealed liquid within the vat. Hesitating to speak, his features contorted with concern. "Feel free to express your thoughts," Harry encouraged, noticing Hagrid's comically strained expression. Well, well, Hagrid sighed, shaking his head. You are quite perceptive, aren't you? Truth be told, Harry, neither James nor Lily possessed any prophetic talents. While Lily excelled in potion-making, James, his talents lay entirely in mischief. Perhaps an ancestor of the Potters intermarried with a seer. Harry mused absent-mindedly, closing his eyes. He could distinctly sense the medicinal power of the potion being absorbed into his body, replenishing the nutrients it lacked and fortifying his physique. Regarding the Potter family, which boasted a long and storied lineage, Hagrid felt a sense of relief. Rising to his feet, he remarked, nonetheless, "This potion makes me feel utterly uncomfortable. Damn it, I can't help but recall what I added to it. I must have been out of my mind to acquiesce to your request." "Ha! Don't be like that," Harry said, observing the endearing nature of the half-giant. "Aside from being a wizard, I am also a shaman. Professor Dumbledore has granted approval for my shaman club. I just need to prepare before commencing. I am aware of shamans. There are those among the centaurs in the Forbidden Forest who serve as shamans, being the leaders of their tribes." Hagrid returned, holding a bottle of liquor, his speech somewhat disjointed. "How did you become a shaman?" "Oh, Harry, you don't mind if I have a drink, do you? This flavor is rather unsettling." He shook the glass containing the golden liquid. "Of course, indulge as you wish. This is your home." Harry nodded, and soon, a tankard of mead soared through the air. With a flick of his fingers, and with Harry's incantation, the mead flew into Hagrid's hands. The snap of his fingers summoned a cup from the cupboard, and, as the bottle of mead floated in mid-air, the golden liquid gracefully poured into the cup, exuding a sweet aroma. "Not bad." Hagrid took a sip, and Harry exclaimed, "Your taste is indeed commendable." Harry's appreciation for Hagrid's cozy abode grew. This beverage, with a low alcohol content, was akin to a drink, possessing a unique sweet and sour flavor, tinged with a hint of bitterness and alcohol, leaving a subtle honey fragrance lingering on his palate. It had now joined the list of special drinks for centaurs. "Oh, thank you. I'm truly pleased you enjoy it," Hagrid said cheerfully. "By the way, was that the summoning charm? That's a fourth-year spell. Harry, I never expected you to learn it so swiftly. And that pouring action, you performed it without a wand or incantation." Hagrid's eyes widened, realizing the implications. "It was indeed spoken," Harry replied with a touch of regret. "Is the summoning charm a fourth-year spell? I was unaware. I found it in a book detailing the 100 most commonly used spells. I must admit, it is quite effective." No longer was he the naive newcomer to the magical world, entirely oblivious to the ways of wizards. Harry had to retract his previous statement regarding the belief that relinquishing one's wand, a tool that enhances one's magical prowess, was indicative of true strength. In the battles of Azeroth, foes either bore high armor or possessed formidable magical resistance, or their recovery rates were swift. Thus, under these circumstances, spellcasters in Azeroth had to amplify their spell's potency as much as possible, aiming to inflict maximum damage in the shortest time to vanquish their enemies. In such contexts, a wand that could help channel and enhance one's magic, even guiding the ambient magical energies to amplify spell effectiveness, was of utmost necessity. However, this world differed significantly. Here, regardless of who one was, all were mere mortals. A cut from a knife would bleed, and a stab to a vital point could prove fatal. Therefore, in a realm where any spell cast could effectively harm an adversary, the ability to cast spells more swiftly and discreetly became paramount. Thus, even if it meant sacrificing some spell power, it was worth it. After all, as long as an enemy's spell did not strike you, and you could cast your spells faster and more subtly, you would hold the advantage, rendering the enemy unable to discern your intent or the spell you were about to unleash. In recent days, Harry had been engrossed in a book about wizards and dueling, discovering that wizards initially indulged in the pursuit of casting more powerful spells. However, they eventually suffered defeats at the hands of those who could cast spells more quickly and accurately, leading to the gradual obsolescence of such spells over the years. Without demand, evolution ceases. Ultimately, what remained were the spells that merely required a swift wand movement followed by the release of magical energy, proving to be exceedingly convenient. As one's magical prowess or understanding and mastery of spells improved, one could simplify the wand movements, even omitting the incantations altogether. It was indeed a challenging feat, demanding exceptional willpower and magical control, yet Harry was fortunate not to lack in either. "Ah, so this is what genius looks like," Hagrid joked, slapping a newspaper against the edge of the barrel. "Here, this is what I promised to show you back in Diagon Alley." Glancing at the newspaper, Harry immediately spotted a photograph of himself standing amid the ruins of a house, locking eyes with Dumbledore, accompanied by a prominently bold headline, "Is Harry Potter the next Dumbledore?" With a swift motion, Harry crumpled the newspaper and tossed it aside. Ha 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 ha! Hagrid's hearty laughter echoed, reverberating through the room. Oh, Harry, don't treat it so harshly. I intended to keep it. Who knows, you might want to show it to your children someday. Hagrid cautiously unfolded the crumpled newspaper and merrily placed it back on the shelf. What else there to preserve? Are wizard journalists always this flamboyant? Reflecting on the few lines he had hastily read, Harry regretted his rapid reading pace. Flamboyant? Hagrid snorted in exasperation. You should see the articles that woman wrote before. Those were the epitome of flamboyance. If any part of it contained a shred of truth, I would eat my slippers. Suddenly, Hagrid became irate, mumbling a torrent of disparaging remarks about that reporter named Rita, which Harry barely comprehended. Enough. Enough. Let us not dwell on them. The more we talk, the angrier I get, Hagrid said, clearly unsatisfied. He retrieved a bottle of brandy from the corner of his hut and took several hearty swigs before grumbling. So, Harry, where are your friends? I thought you would bring them along to visit me. Are you in your right mind, Hagrid? Harry replied, exasperated. I came here for a potion bath. Ah, look at me, slapping my forehead. Hagrid exclaimed, pointing towards the window, if that's the case. Did they come on their own accord? Turning his head, Harry saw 3 heads peering through the window. Who else could it be but Ron, Neville, and Hermione? The ever-hospitable Hagrid opened the door to welcome his 3 new friends, declaring, Harry's friends are my friends. Seated in the chair, Hermione wore a nervous smile, while Neville was as shy as ever. Ron, however, was the boldest among them, curiously surveying the contents of Hagrid's cozy abode. How did you know I was here? Harry inquired, intrigued. It was the Bloody Baron who informed us you were heading this way, Ron replied readily. You remember him, right? He asked the ghost of Slytherin. Honestly, I thought the Slytherin ghost wouldn't help us, or would simply feed us false information. Hey, the ghosts of Hogwarts would never engage in such antics. Hagrid promptly defended the spirits. While the young wizards may be sorted into houses, the ghosts within the castle are obliged to assist every single one of them. If you happen to get lost during class, simply seek out a ghost for guidance. It's infallible. Blood Baron? Harry furrowed his brow as he recalled the resident ghost of Slytherin, his gaze vacant, his visage gaunt, with even his robes marred by mottled silver stains of blood. He was precisely the type that struck fear into the hearts of young wizards, an unmistakable visage of an ill-favored spirit. Forget the ghost, Harry said, pinching his nose. Ron, brimming with excitement, leaned eagerly towards the wooden tub and inquired, What are you doing? It stinks. Ugh, how revolting. It must be noted that Harry was currently submerged in a bizarrely colored dark brown potion, with only his head protruding above the surface. A medicinal bath, he explained. You may interpret it as a treatment for my ailments. It was inconvenient to conduct these rituals in the dormitory, so I sought Hagrid's assistance. Upon witnessing Ron's unbridled curiosity, a mischievous impulse surged within Harry, prompting him to tease, Would you care to try it? Ron? As he spoke, he casually retrieved from the tub a swollen spider corpse, thoroughly soaked in the potion, which was even larger than Harry's entire palm, its soft and bloated form resting limply in his hand. The next moment, an indescribable shriek erupted from the children. The overlapping cries, one from Ron and the other from Hermione, pierced through Harry's eardrums in an instant. Chapter 35. The Terrifying Hermione and the Mad Headmaster. It was hard to fathom how such a high-pitched scream could emanate from the throats of children, the sound vibrating in Harry's head, especially Ron's. As he was too close for comfort, Harry couldn't help but burst into laughter, though his mirth was abruptly cut short when, to his disbelief, Ron collapsed limply to the ground. Ron! Hagrid's quick reflexes kicked in as he seized the red-headed boy and hoisted him up, shaking him as if he were a champagne bottle. Yet Ron remained unresponsive. He has truly fainted. I swear to the Mother Earth, I harbor no ill intent. It was merely a jest. Why would anyone be frightened of spiders to such an extent? Harry hastily defended himself under the scrutinizing gazes of Hermione and Neville. Normal folks fear creatures like spiders and snakes. Hermione's glare could have pierced through stone as she called out Harry's full name in anger. You are utterly dreadful. Oh, I merely considered it a harmless prank, Hagrid mumbled with a chuckle, but your reactions, Merlin's socks, nearly made my scalp peel back. A harmless prank. Hermione glared at Hagrid, her small frame radiating an invisible pressure, making Hagrid feel as if he were being chastised by Professor McGonagall. Ron has fainted. And what about you? Neville, are you all right? Neville, usually timid, surprisingly exhibited little reaction, which astonished Hermione. I'm fine, he swallowed hard. I've fed spiders to Trevor before. So it's not too bad, although this one is indeed rather large. Trevor was Neville's pet toad. Ron, having recovered quickly, was now sitting dazedly on the ground. Where am I? Bloody hell. Why do I feel as if I've been pounded by a troll? My whole body aches, he muttered as he moved his limbs. This is Hagrid's hut, Ron. Are you okay? The others tactfully avoided mentioning Hagrid's earlier shaking method as Neville cautiously inquired. Me? Of course, but Ron's words faltered as he spotted the wooden tub, blocking his view, and saw Harry peering over its edge. Suddenly, all the memories flooded back. Merlin's red tights. Harry, you were soaking in that stuff. Have you lost your mind? I already explained. You could just understand it as my treatment, Harry reiterated. I need this to replenish the nutrients my body lacks, so I can recover quickly. But you look more like a child captured by an evil witch in a muggle fairy tale, destined for a pot of stew, Hermione quickly interjected. Look at your current state. It's downright sinister. Her heartfelt accusation stemmed from the horrifying scene she had just witnessed, with Harry's hands coated in the viscous, reddish-brown potion, cradling the swollen spider corpse. Just imagining Harry steeped in such a concoction sent shivers down Hermione's spine. Goodness, you truly resemble the wicked, deranged witches I saw in fairy tales as a child, Harry. Hermione couldn't help but exclaim. It's merely a potion, nothing malevolent, Harry shrugged. Besides, in classification, you would be the witch, Hermione. I am the wizard. Hermione's irritation only intensified at that remark. You don't understand, Harry. Ron shifted uncomfortably, attempting to distance himself from the tub. I was tormented by Fred and George when I was young. You have no idea what that experience entails. My favorite toy gradually morphed into a giant, hairy spider. Ugh. I can't take it anymore. Fred and George were truly dreadful. The group collectively sighed. Even Harry had to concede that the twins had crossed a line with their prank. Mum nearly wore them out with a beating. They were bedridden for a week. Nevertheless, since that incident, I've developed a profound fear of spiders. My apologies, Ron, Harry quickly offered, adopting the demeanor of a noble knight. It's all right. You don't need to worry, Ron waved dismissively. By the way, you mentioned this potion helps strengthen body? It could indeed be described as resilient. For Ron appeared to bounce back remarkably quickly, now eagerly inquiring about the potion's effects. Don't think about it, you lazy bum, Harry rolled his eyes. Even with the potion bath, you still need to maintain your exercise routine. You should first commit to waking up early with me for workouts. Aha, let us forget it then, Ron chuckled weakly. It's not that I can't get up, it's just that you wake up far too early. The conversation drifted into a flurry of banter, with comments like, Harry, you hardly resemble a freshman. Insufficient sleep stunts your growth, eliciting laughter from a group. So, is this the potion you referred to as belonging to the shaman? Hermione, no longer angry, expressed her perennial curiosity about the arcane arts. Indeed, Harry nodded. If becoming a shaman requires soaking in such bizarre concoctions, I'd rather not pursue it, Hermione declared resolutely. But what if soaking in this potion could make you smarter, allowing you to learn anything swiftly and understand it easily? Harry teased, leaning against the edge of the tub with a playful grin. Really? Hermione sprang to her feet, her hands pressed against the table as she exclaimed in excitement, only to notice the peculiar looks from the others. Ahem, I meant to say, if you could learn anything quickly, is it because of this potion? Coughing discreetly while covering her mouth, Hermione feigned seriousness as she inquired, if I were to say yes, would you then agree to brew this potion? Harry, suppressing a chuckle, replied, the indecision reflected in your expression is quite evident, Hermione. You appear to be teetering on the brink of moral decline, caught in a dilemma where one more step could plunge you into the abyss. I need a moment. Surely, you cannot be jesting? After a brief mental deliberation, Hermione lifted her gaze to find Harry struggling to contain his laughter, and she promptly lost her composure. You are indeed teasing me. How could such a potion possibly exist? Such a potion does exist. The brain-enhancing potion can indeed heighten one's intelligence. However, I must confess, I was merely jesting. Harry transitioned the subject and erupted into hearty laughter. Harry Potter! Hermione's furious shout echoed through the small cabin, mingling with the laughter of their friends. It was a delightful afternoon. Hagrid, despite his imposing and fearsome appearance, was genuinely a kind-hearted soul, exhibiting warmth, at least in the presence of friends, and he was always eager to share his culinary creations with them. So, eat up. Why aren't you all eating? Hagrid urged enthusiastically, pushing the platter forward. I made these myself. Ferret sandwiches, they're truly delectable. Ferret what? Hermione momentarily failed to comprehend. Ferret, Hagrid reiterated. It's a kind of weasel. Hermione's complexion turned a ghastly shade of green, followed suit by Ron and Neville. However, Hagrid's fervent encouragement left them no choice but to take a bite of the hefty sandwich, the meat tasting somewhat sour, especially as the realization of its origin settled in their stomachs. So how is it? Hagrid looked at them expectantly. It's not bad. Hermione managed a strained smile, only to catch sight of Harry behind Hagrid, struggling to stifle his laughter, which transformed her expression into one of barely contained fury. Why not let Mr. Potter have a taste as well? If words could become daggers. Hermione would swear that the man seated in the barrel before her had been pierced through 1,000 times by her glare. It appears you've taken to calling him Mr. Potter now, Hagrid remarked, suddenly enlightened, turning his attention to Harry. You know me too well, Harry replied, gesturing at the potion with his hand. As you can see, I am currently unable to eat anything. Oh, very well, Hagrid said. Disappointment etched across his face as he turned back. Never fear. Hagrid, I shall assist him, Hermione exclaimed, springing up from her chair. Grabbing a sandwich, she approached Harry menacingly, a grin that could only be described as sinister gracing her lips. Now, open wide, Mr. Potter. Hey, Hermione, wait a moment, Harry called out, but he was powerless to halt her advance as she brought the sandwich closer. He attempted to raise a hand to fend her off, yet feared that he would inadvertently drop the sandwich into the cauldron of potion, transforming it into something even more enigmatic. Thus, he could only watch helplessly as she forced the sandwich into his mouth. The room transformed into a grotesque tableau, with Hermione maniacally attempting to shove the sandwich deeper into Harry's mouth, leaving Ron and Neville trembling on the sofa in the background. Goodness, this is terrifying. Hermione is truly terrifying. Suddenly, a light bulb seemed to illuminate above Ron's head. Wait a minute. ISNT Harry in a potion bath? Hermione. Doesn't T that mean he is actually naked? Hermione's movements abruptly froze. To be honest, the thick, opaque, reddish-brown liquid obscured all but Harry's head. But she still found herself blushing furiously. And if we consider Hagrid's hut as a boys' dormitory, then Hermione, doesn't T that mean you've intruded upon a boys' dorm to witness Harry bathing? Ron's thoughts had never been so quick, leaping like lightning. Ron, please stop, Neville whispered urgently, tugging at Ron's arm. Hermione, her body rigid as though she were a robot, mechanically turned to face them, her cheeks aflame, her eyes ablaze with indignation. Ron Weasley, male, age 11, cause of death, crushed ribs. The atmosphere in the cabin became decidedly awkward, prompting Hagrid to tell several wizarding jokes in an attempt to steer the conversation back to neutral ground, and gradually they resumed their chatter about happenings at the castle. Speaking of which, I heard there's something peculiar going on at the castle, Hagrid said, taking a hearty bite of a sandwich. I happened upon some students discussing it the other day. It seems Professor Snape has undergone a transformation. It's not just Snape who has changed. Professor McGonagall has as well, Ron interjected with evident frustration. You can't imagine what the castle is like now, Hagrid. Even Fred and George claim the professors must have taken some wrong potion, or perhaps they themselves have lost their minds. Snape is now awarding points to Gryffindor left and right for the most trivial reasons. Helping a fellow student earns 2 points, adhering to school rules earns 1 point, and even greeting a professor earns another point. My goodness, that does sound rather strange, Hagrid mused, momentarily taken aback. He was aware of Snape's reputation at Hogwarts, and the notion of him lavishing points upon Gryffindor was almost surreal. He even complimented my horns, Harry added, prompting Hagrid to question his own reality. You can't imagine what's more bizarre, Ron declared, taking a sip of his tea. If Snape is busy awarding points to Harry, then Professor McGonagall is equally determined to deduct points from Gryffindor. It's as if for every point Snape gives, she feels compelled to take one away. Merlin's trousers. ISNT she the head of Gryffindor? They must be mad. I believe Professor McGonagall has her reasons, Neville stammered. After all, she is not only the head of Gryffindor, but also the deputy headmistress. She must maintain fairness. Then why didn't she intervene when Snape was awarding points to Slytherin and deducting from Gryffindor? Ron retorted, nostrils flaring in indignation. Ahem. I would advise against discussing the professors in such a manner, especially Professor McGonagall. She surely has her reasons for her actions, Hagrid interjected hastily. By the way, Ron, since Snape is awarding points to Harry, why do you sound so irate? Because he has fixated on deducting points from me, Ron exclaimed, nearly bursting with frustration. I never imagined one could come up with so many convoluted insults. Chapter 36, The Schemes of Voldemort. What Ron described was indeed a curious phenomenon within Hogwarts. Snape was employing various methods to award points to Gryffindor. Yet, just as the Gryffindor students began to revel in their newfound fortune, they discovered that Professor McGonagall was tirelessly seeking ways to deduct those very points. Many upperclassmen expressed their belief that something was amiss in the world, and some even dared to venture to the headmaster's office to beseech Dumbledore to investigate the peculiar behavior of Professors Snape and McGonagall, hoping he could determine whether they had lost their sanity. As the perceptions of Snape began to shift for many, Ron remained steadfast in his enduring, animosity towards Snape. After all, under Snape's supervision, Ron had become the student who had accrued the most points deducted for Gryffindor, all while enduring Snape's relentless barbs and sarcasm. This peculiar situation inadvertently propelled Ron into a sort of fame within Gryffindor, as many upperclassmen took it upon themselves to encourage him, presenting him with snacks and small gifts. This circumstance left Ron with a bittersweet sensation. He relished the title not as simply Harry's friend, who had narrowly escaped calamity, but as a frontline warrior bravely confronting Snape. Amid the daily onslaught of Snape's acerbic remarks and mental strain, Ron felt himself evolving and growing stronger. I think Neville has a point, Hagrid interjected after a moment. Professor McGonagall is, after all, quite different from Professor Snape. She genuinely values fairness and listens to Ron's grievances. Ron quipped, "It's certainly fair. If it weren't for Snape, I can hardly imagine how many points Gryffindor would have left." McGonagall seemed almost eager to prove her fairness. Did she truly need to deduct more points to validate her impartiality? Let us not dwell on that, Ron, Hagrid said, interrupting with a loud cough. So, Harry, if you truly wish to be my neighbor, you might consider staying on after graduation to become a professor. Well, I think you could be the divination professor, since you actually can foresee the future, which is certainly better than that fraud, Trelawney, Hagrid excitedly suggested, nearly spilling his true thoughts. I can help you build a wooden cottage. What style do you prefer? Fraud? Hermione, finally regaining her composure, though her cheeks remained flushed, seized upon Hagrid's unfinished thought. Why do you say that? What did she deceive? Oh, I didn't mean it that way. Hagrid waved his hands defensively. Please don't spread rumors, especially in the castle. She is, after all, your professor. All right, we want tea gossip. Hermione nodded but pressed on. So, does that mean Professor Trelawney actually cannot predict the future? How is that possible? If she cannot foresee, then Dumbledore wouldn't have appointed her as a professor, would he? That would be irresponsible towards the students, and she wouldn't even qualify as a professor. Hermione still found it hard to believe that there could be a fraud among the professors at Hogwarts. Hagrid let out a derisive laugh. Don't ask, Hermione. I really don't want to speak ill of my colleagues. When you reach third year and choose your classes, you'll understand why I say that. Hermione, her curiosity piqued, seemed ready to inquire further, but Hagrid clammed up, unwilling to divulge any more, leaving the young girl to stew in her thoughts. Meanwhile, Harry was idly zapping mosquitoes with his lightning bolt spell. Zap, zap. Lightning crackled through the little hut as it struck those tenacious little pests. Hey, mate, I want to try that, Ron exclaimed after counting 7 or 8 down mosquitoes. Can you teach me? Of course, Harry replied readily. He glanced at Hagrid and added, if all goes well, we might not have to wait long before we become neighbors. Hagrid, I plan to propose to Professor Dumbledore this week. Starting next week, I'll begin the first class for the Shaman Club. Can I use your space for that? The Shaman Club? Next week? Hagrid blinked in surprise before enthusiastically agreeing. Absolutely. Harry, if you don't mind, I'd like to give it a try too. That is perfectly fine. Harry had already begun to replicate the initial version of a spirit-binding potion needed to embark on the shamanic path. Although the taste and effects differed somewhat from what he had experienced in Azeroth, after sampling it, Harry was confident it would yield the desired results. Alchemy operates this way. As raw materials continuously appear or vanish, one cannot abandon a potion simply because certain ingredients are no longer available. One must continually experiment based on the properties of the ingredients, as those properties are crucial. The group enjoyed a pleasant afternoon in Hagrid's hut, although one young lady might hold a different opinion, but that was negligible. Declining Hagrid's invitation for dinner, by the time Harry and his friends returned to the castle, dusk had begun to set in. By chance, they encountered Professor Quirrell in the corridor on the first floor. Go for it, Professor Quirrell. You can definitely defeat the vampire, Ron suddenly shouted, raising his hand in earnest encouragement to the increasingly frazzled young professor. The evidence lay in the stronger scent of garlic emanating from him, and his movements had become ever more twitchy. Not just Ron, but Hermione and Neville also offered Quirrell supportive smiles. As Harry's prior predictions regarding others continued to come true, the tale of Quirrell, bloodied and sprawled on the ground, was becoming increasingly embellished among the students. Rumors swirled that a vampire was attacking Hogwarts in search of the man he admired, Professor Quirrell, or that Quirrell's grim fate in the prophecy stemmed from his excessive application of garlic essence, inciting the wrath of the Garlic King, resulting in severe injuries. The students of Hogwarts possessed remarkably vivid imaginations. At some point, the student body's perception of Quirrell had shifted. Complaints about his tendency to merely read from the textbook waned, while encouragement for him surged, creating a remarkably sunny and positive atmosphere. Even Harry smiled at Quirrell and gestured with a thumbs up. Harry genuinely sought to uplift Quirrell, though his encouragement may have differed from that of his peers. He was anticipating Quirrell stepping into the trap on the 4th floor. Once Quirrell triggered Dumbledore's snare, Dumbledore would have no reason to keep this unpredictable element around, allowing Harry to claim his task reward. What a flawless logic. Harry was intensely curious about how Dumbledore would manifest the scene he had foretold and what that mysterious suitcase contained. It was as if a cat were scratching at his insides. As the four departed, Quirrell watched them from behind, observing their receding figures until he hurried to his office. What to do, what to do, what to do? Master. He must know. He rushed inside and headed straight for the mirror, pressing both hands against the cabinet as he gazed into the glass, murmuring in panic. Devoid of the calm demeanor Harry had observed that day. Silence. A voice suddenly boomed from within the office, harsh and hoarse, laced with undeniable frailty. Look at you now. How ridiculous. Undoubtedly, the voice belonged to none other than Voldemort. Master. Quirrell nearly knelt, tears welling in his eyes, his voice trembling. But the boy must have told Dumbledore. Be quiet. The voice grew even more severe before softening in the next breath. Ah, yes, my poor servant. You have been utterly terrified by Dumbledore. No, I haven't. Master, I haven't. Quirrell's body trembled with trepidation. What of Dumbledore? Voldemort impatiently declared, his voice swelling with fervor. Even Dumbledore cannot kill me. No one can kill Voldemort. Indeed, my master, no one can extinguish your life, Quirrell humbly murmured as he knelt. But your plans are yet to be fulfilled. You require resurrection. You need the Philosopher's Stone. Ah, yes, my plans, Voldemort replied with satisfaction. I am pleased that you recall them. My servant, there is no need for fear. Dumbledore merely lingers in Hogwarts, grasping at life. He can do nothing. What does it matter if he knows? He knows he cannot vanquish me, Voldemort said with evident delight. Thus, he can only watch as I reclaim my power. As I acquire all that I desire, therein lies his impotence. Your great power makes me tremble. My master, Quirrell offered in perfunctory praise. The room on the 4th floor is but a trap, Voldemort suddenly interjected. Dumbledore knows I can see through it, which is why he placed what I seek there. Like a bird awaiting its prey. Yet I am that serpent lurking in the shadows, destined to seize it all. Every mature Slytherin delights in likening themselves to a serpent. For the path of wizardry begins with the labels bestowed at the age of 11. So, master, should we? No, rush. Voldemort interrupted Quirrell's words, speaking languidly. I seem to have discovered a good child, much like you once were. Do you recall your appearance before me? Your voice softened as you prostrated yourself, expressing your innermost desires to me. You wish to grow powerful, to be respected, no longer a feeble, overlooked Muggle studies professor? Huh. Voldemort scoffed disdainfully. You inspired me. My master, Quirrell dared not lift his gaze. Of course I did, Voldemort hissed, his voice serpentine. But now, I perceive another lonely, restless, anxious soul. Master, do you mean Harry Potter? Quirrell inquired cautiously. That boy who defies death? Ah, yes, the boy who defies death. Voldemort's tone grew complex, so unique, so special, so similar. The final word was so soft that Quirrell could scarcely hear it. Dumbledore would never understand. Voldemort chuckled darkly, having suffered since childhood, raised like a house elf by Muggle relatives, small, frail, yet brimming with a yearning for magic, showcasing remarkable talent. Master, do you wish to? Quirrell held his breath. To make that boy who defies death pledge his loyalty to you? Why not? Voldemort replied with delight. The Potter family has no legends regarding soul magic. Yet that child claims to have researched it. Quirrell, my servant, you cannot comprehend. Magic related to the soul, once studied, cannot be abandoned. Its pursuit must inevitably lead to sacrifices. That child, Dumbledore would not grasp this. Only I understand. No one comprehends Harry Potter's upbringing, as described in the newspapers, better than Voldemort, especially considering his extraordinary talent. So, Master, what should I do? Quirrell, filled with jealousy towards Harry Potter, obediently inquired. Fulfill your duties, Quirrell. Voldemort's voice grew impatient. But from today onward, I shall personally teach defense against the dark arts. I will make that child understand the mysteries of magic, the essence of magic, and then he shall. Voldemort's voice trailed off, yet his excitement remained undiminished, for he believed he had conceived an excellent idea. Does Dumbledore not hold Harry Potter in high regard? Does not the entire wizarding world believe Harry Potter to have defeated me, and thereby saved them? If so, then I shall transform Harry Potter into a Death Eater, even teaching that fortunate boy under Dumbledore's very nose, revealing to him the allure of dark magic, allowing him to be consumed by it. Voldemort could scarcely wait to witness Dumbledore's reaction upon discovering that the boy he cherished had unwittingly become another version of himself. That moment would surely be exquisite. Chapter 37. The First Lesson of Transfiguration Club. What? Upon hearing Voldemort's command, Quirrell's eyes widened in disbelief. He exclaimed urgently, "But master, your body is far too weak. You may not endure for long." "Enough." Voldemort interrupted Quirrell's words with impatience, issuing a command in his weakened state. "I am well aware of my frailty. Even a child can resist my spells, huh?" Voldemort attributed Harry's escape from his possession to his own diminished magic and the dissipation of power when exerted through Quirrell's body, adamantly refusing to acknowledge that Harry's soul was stronger, his will more resolute, which led to the failure of the possession. "Of course, the child does possess certain merits," Voldemort murmured. "His childhood experiences have endowed him with a strong will. Yet before my serious demeanor, no matter how formidable that will may be, it is but a delusion." "I am weary," Voldemort stated, fatigued. "Do not cease, Quirrell, my loyal servant. Continue your search." Voldemort's voice grew increasingly faint, but before it vanished entirely, Quirrell finally understood his mission. The Office for the Defense Against the Dark Arts class fell silent at last, and after a while, faint sobs echoed in the darkness. Barely perceptible. Voldemort's ambition, Quirrell's ambition and fear. Harry remained oblivious, or rather, even if he knew, he would not care. After all, out of vigilance against his enemy. Harry had investigated Voldemort's past, which in the context of Azeroth, rendered him a mere footnote. Despite all the emphasis on his evil, darkness, and terror, Voldemort had only slain a few hundred wizards during his reign, and even when accounting for the muggles who died from persecution, the total was barely around 10,000. In Azeroth, Voldemort was akin to a bandit leader, pillaging nearby villages and merchant caravans with his followers. He could only be considered a figure of elite status, unlikely to survive long before being dealt with by adventurers, far inferior to the apocalyptic threats Harry had encountered. As for Voldemort's political theories, they seemed even more ludicrous to Harry. Pureblood supremacy? As a hero who had saved Azeroth multiple times, Harry firmly believed that, regardless of the faction, a privileged class ought to exist, but their privileges must stem from their contributions to the community. This principle held true for both the Horde and the Alliance. As each individual's abilities vary, when crisis looms, those with capability should stand at the forefront to protect the vulnerable behind them. Correspondingly, in times of peace, those who have shed blood and risked their lives should also receive respect and the highest regard. This is how the world ought to operate. However, in Voldemort, Harry perceives none of this awareness, although Voldemort proclaims that he will usher in a new future for the wizarding community. His actual actions are a brutal massacre of his own kin through terroristic means. This is the kind of rubbish that Harry scorns to debate. His continued existence is merely a consequence of Dumbledore's insistence and Harry's current ignorance of the magical world, leaving him unable to ascertain the true form in which Voldemort exists. For Harry, what is of paramount importance now is that Professor McGonagall has finally sent someone to deliver the invitation for the first session of his Transfiguration Club, which is about to commence. Harry departed the Gryffindor common room under the intense gaze of a fiery stare. Without needing to look back, he already knew who it was. Who else could it be but Hermione? From the moment a senior sister had delivered the invitation, Hermione had been in a state of teary-eyed urgency, repeatedly requesting Harry to take extensive notes and share them with her upon his return. Naturally, Harry could not refuse such a request. He even refrained from making a joke, for it seemed the pressure she had accumulated during this time was on the verge of exploding, making her akin to an unstable goblin bomb, poised to detonate at any moment, extremely dangerous. Ignoring the intense heat radiating from behind him, Harry made his way to Professor McGonagall's office, as indicated on the invitation. Although termed a Transfiguration Club, it could also be regarded as an advanced class, serving as an extracurricular enhancement for gifted students in Transfiguration under Professor McGonagall's guidance. There was nothing particularly mysterious about it. Unlike the usual classroom setting where students sit neatly at their desks, a round table awaited Harry, only partially occupied by a few students, among whom he recognized several familiar faces, including Ron's brother Percy, who was enthusiastically waving at him. "Welcome. In this new semester, we have 2 new companions joining us." Unlike our usual classes, Professor McGonagall seems to have adopted a humorous tone today. "This is Mr. Longbottom from the 3rd year, and I believe this one requires no introduction, does it?" "Of course, Professor," Percy exclaimed eagerly. "Harry Potter." "No, Percy, I think you've forgotten to mention the Daily Prophet," chimed in a pretty girl seated nearby, who smiled warmly at Harry. "If you don't mind, you can join us over here, our great prophet." "Indeed, Harry. Come sit with us. Percy beckoned. If it pleases you, please call me the Seer. I'm more accustomed to that title, Harry replied, not declining the invitation from familiar faces. He found the Weasley siblings quite amiable and joked lightly. As he approached to sit down, Harry noticed that the chairs beneath Percy and the others appeared quite lavish, one even adorned with jewels, while the empty chairs were modestly simple. In that moment, Harry began to grasp a certain understanding. Is this the first lesson of the Transfiguration Club? Harry chuckled, subsequently drawing his wand, and with a flick, transformed the empty chair before him into a large wooden chair with a backrest, covered in a layer of fur. This was the type of chair Harry was quite familiar with, exuding tribal aesthetics. Beautiful transfiguration. Percy immediately praised. Professor McGonagall was right. You indeed possess a remarkable talent for transfiguration. Creating a suitable chair for oneself hardly constitutes a first lesson. As I've mentioned before, we do not encourage younger students to join formal club sessions. It is too early for them. You are an exception, Professor McGonagall remarked, surveying the chair Harry had conjured with evident satisfaction. There is no need to be overly formal. Unlike regular classes, the essence of the Transfiguration Club lies in expanding your thought processes, allowing you to recognize the diverse aspects of transfiguration. Consider it a gathering of like-minded enthusiasts. Professor McGonagall indeed appeared very relaxed. She even ceased to address him as Potter or Mr. Potter and instead simply called him Harry. Incidentally, today she dressed casually in a light gray sweater, appearing at least a decade younger. All right, I will keep that in mind, Professor, Harry said, as he settled comfortably into the familiar chair. He turned to Percy and remarked, in truth, my proficiency currently extends only to the transformation of inanimate objects. Should I attempt to turn it into a chair that moves and roars, I would be unable to accomplish that. Sounds like you have yet to overcome that psychological barrier. Professor McGonagall raised an eyebrow. It is quite challenging, Professor, Harry replied earnestly. I have attempted numerous times, but have yet to succeed. Perhaps Dumbledore has mentioned it to you. I'm not only a wizard, but also a shaman, which has resulted in a perspective that differs significantly from that of ordinary wizards. A shaman? The girl beside Percy interjected. Isn't that akin to a seer? Oh, my apologies. I seem to have neglected to introduce myself. I am Penelope Clearwater from Ravenclaw. I hope you don't mind. We all hail from a place called Hogwarts, and there is no distinction between us. Just call me Harry, he said with a slight shake of his head. As for the title of seer, that is merely one of the abilities associated with being a shaman. If you're interested, you may join my shaman club later to explore it further. Advertising one's own club within the Transfiguration Club is a rather precarious endeavor. Harry wisely curtailed his curiosity before Professor McGonagall grew stern. Considering you may have certain personal matters you prefer to keep private, let us save your questions for after class. Harry, Professor McGonagall nodded. Now, let us embark on our journey into the world of Transfiguration. Unlike regular classes, the Transfiguration Club does not segregate students by year, as it accommodates pupils from various grades. However, once the session commenced, no one felt overwhelmingly lost. This was partly due to the fact that the club's entrance requirement began at the third year, and those who could attend generally possessed magical abilities that surpassed their peers, with a learning pace far exceeding what was taught in regular classes. But more significantly, as Professor McGonagall stated, this was not a formal lesson. Rather, it aimed to assist them in broadening their thinking, more accurately described as the application of transfiguration. This approach is quite sensible. After all, one cannot expect a group of children to sit together all day dissecting the essence of transfiguration or the future directions it might take, culminating in tangible outcomes. That would be utterly unrealistic. Such profound topics should ideally be pursued by students after graduation, should they have an enduring interest, dedicating their lives to such exploration. If Hogwarts truly offered such a course, it would likely be called something like the Century Wizard Club or the Dark Lord Accelerated Program, accommodating only super geniuses like Dumbledore, Grindelwald, or Voldemort, where inventing spells in their second or third years would merely be considered foundational work, hardly worth mentioning. Clearly, Professor McGonagall's club would not reach such lofty heights. The theme of the Transfiguration Club session that Harry experienced today revolved around the application of transfiguration in wizard duels, a topic that, according to Professor McGonagall, might accompany them throughout the entirety of the year, contingent upon circumstances. After a simple opening remark, Professor McGonagall waved her wand, causing the round table in her office to vanish without a trace. Subsequently, the entire office began to shift. The walls seemed to grow horns, moving to create a more spacious environment. Come now, Miranda, present for your fellow students, she beckoned a sixth-year Gryffindor student to the center of the cleared space. Alright. Could you go a little easier on me, Professor? Miranda hesitated but ultimately stepped forward. Rest assured, my dear, it's merely a demonstration, Professor McGonagall encouraged, her demeanor exuding eagerness. You may attack me with any method you can conceive, and I shall only retaliate with transfiguration. Is that understood? Absolutely, Professor. Very well then, 3, 2, 1. Stupefy. At the moment McGonagall uttered the command, Miranda instinctively raised her wand to strike, casting a spell swiftly. Unfortunately, McGonagall anticipated this move and deftly leaped aside. Impressive agility for a woman of her years, Harry noted. Despite her age, McGonagall moved with remarkable swiftness. It was no wonder she had opted for a more practical outfit of a sweater and trousers instead of her usual robes today. As she jumped to the side, McGonagall flicked her wand, transforming 2 chairs that had scurried to the sides of the classroom into soldiers, who charged at Miranda while sounding a battle horn. Crushed them to smithereens. Clearly flustered, Miranda unleashed 2 consecutive shattering spells, obliterating the chair soldiers into a shower of wood splinters. However, she soon realized she was rendered speechless. The hairband she had been using to tie back her hair had inexplicably morphed into a deadly binding rope, ensnaring her arms and legs and leaving her helplessly sprawled on the ground, forced to concede defeat. Your focus was far too scattered, Miranda, Professor McGonagall scolded sternly. It was merely 2 transfigured objects. Why did you neglect the presence of your opponent? Can 2 transfigured items pose a greater threat than a wizard? E apologis, Professor. I was too nervous, Miranda replied, rubbing her painfully constricted arms as she stood. Adaptability is key, my dear, McGonagall encouraged, then addressed the onlooking students. I trust you have all observed the significant advantage a skilled transfiguration wizard holds in a duel. This mastery can establish crucial control over the rhythm of combat. If Professor Flitwick were here, he would emphasize the importance of that rhythm during a duel, she continued. Once you seize control of the situation, you can dictate the course of the duel, prolong it until your opponent tires and makes a mistake, obscure the battlefield with fog to lay traps, or unleash a relentless barrage of swift attacks that leave your opponent defenseless. In essence, you can steer the duel to unfold as you desire. Take, for instance, my duel with Miss Miranda. McGonagall began to deconstruct the encounter. You can manipulate the objects you transfigure to distract and divert your opponent's attention, compelling them to respond to your creations, leaving you the perfect opportunity to strike. Moreover, even the items adorning your opponent are no longer safe. You can transfigure them at will, launching the most lethal of assaults. I must reiterate, however, that human transfiguration is exceedingly perilous. Even in the International Wizarding Duel Championship, any irreversible transfiguration inflicted upon an opponent incurs the gravest penalties, potentially resulting in imprisonment. McGonagall cast a stern gaze around the room. Therefore, I urge you all, never attempt to transfigure your classmates. I trust none of you wish to end up in Azkaban. Throughout the entirety of the club session, it was perhaps only at this moment that McGonagall truly embodied seriousness, as she declared a prohibition. After all, human transfiguration is fraught with danger. It is not only immensely challenging, but also prone to unforeseen mishaps, often resulting in irreparable harm. Unlike ordinary physical injuries, many magical injuries are the primary reason wizards find themselves in St. Mungo's hospital, some enduring lifelong repercussions. Most critically, at this age, students are often audacious. Willing to act on whims without consideration of consequences, they are quite capable of attempting to transfigure their peers. Thus, in the high-pressure context of a duel, a hasty spell could easily lead to a transfiguration mishap, culminating in an unpredictable magical accident. After reiterating all the prohibitions, Professor McGonagall summoned several 6th-year students from different houses to serve as demonstrators. Notably, few managed to withstand her for long. Some were swiftly ensnared by McGonagall into a tight bundle, while others, having learned from prior experiences, reminded themselves to ignore the transfigured objects and focus solely on the professor, only to be overwhelmed by a barrage of transfigured items that left them kneeling in pain. It was harsh, exceedingly harsh. Well then, who else wishes to give it a try? McGonagall inquired, evidently invigorated, as she surveyed the room. An extended silence enveloped the office. Ah, it seems you all prefer to hasten into the dueling segment. With a wave of her wand, she restored the remnants of chairs to their original form, expressing a hint of disappointment. Let us proceed with pairs stepping forward to duel. I shall be here to point out your shortcomings. A collective sigh of relief resonated in the office. Most students despise theoretical lessons, even the high achievers among them. While practical courses involving wands were always met with enthusiasm, let alone the exhilarating prospect of dueling, there were only a handful of students in the Transfiguration Club, and soon they were merrily pairing off to find their opponents. Harry? Percy kindly called out to Harry, who stood alone, having advanced beyond the year limit without any familiar companions. Come join us. Me? Harry scrutinized the situation with Percy and Penelope, hesitant to intrude. Without giving Harry a chance to dwell on it, he realized that Percy's group consisted solely of him and Penelope, being older and possessing experience. Harry understood that such a male-female pairing often implied something, and he did not wish to be an unwelcome presence. Goodness, Harry, you're just an 11-year-old child. Percy's face flushed with embarrassment at Harry's remark, and he gritted his teeth. What on earth is going through your mind? Percy felt himself stiffen, desperately trying to avoid the gaze of the girl beside him. Truth be told, he felt as though that gaze could penetrate him, leaving him riddled with holes. He harbored a distinct affection for the lovely Ravenclaw student, Penelope, which had only recently begun to blossom, never having confided in anyone or revealed his feelings. Percy never anticipated that Harry would unexpectedly expose him in this manner. I believe you could indeed use a practice partner, Harry. Without casting a glance at Penelope, Percy strode over with determined steps, placing a firm hand on Harry's shoulder. I've heard you possess considerable talent. Allow me to see it for myself. Apologetically, and out of Penelope's sight, Harry murmured, I didn't realize you hadn't laid your cards on the table yet. Silence, Harry, and let us not dwell on that. Percy retorted in a hushed tone, barely audible. In any case, let's give it a try. He clapped Harry's shoulder with force, his expression menacing, although initially well-intentioned. Harry sensed that Percy's desire for vengeance was at least 3 parts undeniable. He tilted his head toward Penelope, though quickly obscured by Percy's shifting form. He nonetheless drew a conclusion. I believe you have a chance, Harry whispered to Percy. I noticed her smiling quite joyfully. Would you like me to perform a divination for you? Really? Percy's demeanor softened instantaneously. We'd better proceed with the duel. Wait, that price is already quite reasonable, especially considering Ron's involvement. You should inquire what students are currently offering for a reading. It still depends on my willingness, Harry replied, adjusting his shoulder that had been slapped by Percy. Was the deal a success? Taking a deep breath, Percy felt a surge of excitement. The divination is guaranteed, but the matter of love remains uncertain. Harry shrugged. If you act foolishly and the deal falls through, you cannot blame me. Divination is not infallible. Let us return to the duel. With that fierce declaration, Percy and Harry moved to the center of the classroom. Percy and Harry? Professor McGonagall looked surprised at the sight of the boy with red hair and a flushed face. Are you two going to duel? Is this perhaps a bit unfair? McGonagall began to contemplate the equity of the duel. Rest assured, Professor, Percy interjected. I will only use transfiguration. After reflecting on Harry's current magical prowess, Professor McGonagall ultimately consented. Bowing, Harry positioned himself on the opposite side. We begin on 3, 2, 1. Now, shall we? No problem, Harry replied succinctly. Since it was a transfiguration club, Harry resolved to employ only that magic. At the count of 3, Percy was the first to brandish his wand. It was evident that he truly was one of Professor McGonagall's prized students, meticulously mimicking her style. Once again, the 2 pitiful chairs at the sides of the classroom transformed, resembling the wooden soldiers McGonagall had conjured moments ago, charging toward Harry with a trumpet's blare. That won't trouble me, Harry proclaimed as he waved his wand, transforming several more chairs into a pack of dogs that rushed toward the 2 wooden soldiers, tearing them apart. It was indeed rare for a first year to achieve such prowess. Although Harry jested, Percy was nonetheless impressed by Harry's response. But now I shall not hold back. Indeed, he did not. Harry soon realized that Percy was rather cunning, as he felt the buttons on his robe stirring under the influence of magic while Percy spoke, but he quickly suppressed it with a counter-curse. Percy, undeterred by his failed sneak attack, raised an eyebrow with pride. The battle escalated instantly. Harry and Percy stood firm, while the ground before them became littered with chair remnants. The Transfiguration creations engaged in a fierce skirmish, splintering wood and debris scattering everywhere. It was brutal, truly brutal. Harry, you may use other spells, Percy gasped, panting. Thank you. But I prefer to rely solely on Transfiguration, Harry replied, feeling a sense of ease, in stark contrast to Percy, who was beginning to perspire. Transfiguration does require energy, especially when manipulating numerous objects simultaneously. I've got you, Percy suddenly exclaimed, his face beaming as he raised his wand. At Harry's feet, a piece of wood transformed into a vibrant green vine, poised to ensnare Harry's ankle. What? Percy couldn't help but widen his eyes. In the next moment, Percy felt the world tilt, as though he were lifted into the air, only to crash back to the ground abruptly. Having already discerned Percy's little scheme, Harry merely pretended not to notice, and, following Percy's lead, laid a trap with the splintered wood. He had initially intended to hoist Percy up, But upon seeing Penelope watching, Harry instead adjusted his plan, causing Percy to spin faster, landing back on the ground in a daze. Applause erupted at the appropriate moment as Professor McGonagall approached, clapping her hands. She waved her wand, and the scattered wood fragments began to gravitate back together, ultimately reforming into a single, intact chair, which returned to its place against the wall. Excellent. Very well done, Professor McGonagall praised. In terms of control over transfiguration, both of you have exceeded many. It is important to note that not everyone can perform so many transformations simultaneously. I apologis, Professor, I conceda. Percy quickly scrambled to his feet, his face now a deeper shade of red, yet this time from embarrassment. Yes, he had indeed only utilized transfiguration, but the issue was that Harry had done the same. Despite Harry's reputation as a prodigy and savior, losing to a first-year wizard left Percy feeling humiliated. There is no need to feel disheartened, Percy, Professor McGonagall reassured him. Dueling between wizards does not inherently possess absolute advantages, especially in a pure transfiguration contest where the real test lies in a wizard's vigilance and observational skills. You were solely focused on your own trap, particularly when you saw it nearing Harry, thus neglecting to notice that Harry had set a trap that had silently approached you. Professor McGonagall analyzed. Did you learn anything, Percy? Yes, I should always be aware of my position and the surrounding environment, Percy replied, dejected. Excellent. Since you have acquired new knowledge, this cannot be deemed a loss. With that, Professor McGonagall turned to Harry. As for you, Harry, you are the one who truly astonishes me. Is it because of my transfiguration? Harry chuckled, surprised that Professor McGonagall was so perceptive, noticing the differences in the transfiguration they both employed, such as the acumen of a seasoned professor. Indeed, Professor McGonagall scrutinized Harry, as if she were confronted with a creature disguised in human form. If Percy commanded each transformed object to attack without further interference, you, on the other hand, manually directed the limbs of those transformed entities to counter and retaliate. That is truly remarkable, Harry. The energy required for your operation is several times greater than Percy's, and the potential for error is significantly heightened. One must not lose focus. Professor McGonagall's expression was one of disbelief, yet you accomplished it flawlessly. And even when Percy was weary and in need of respite, you exhibited no signs of fatigue. Such remarkable willpower, Harry, she commended, an extraordinary control. I'm beginning to believe what Professor Dumbledore has told me. Alas, Professor McGonagall sighed with a hint of resignation. I find myself utterly perplexed by how you managed to imbue those transformed inanimate objects with a fleeting semblance of life. It is rather disconcerting to me. Is it still that same question? Harry inquired, to which McGonagall nodded. Very well, let us discuss this matter further once the club activities have concluded. Thus, Harry found himself with an abundance of free time in the following sessions. After all, Professor McGonagall had elucidated the situation quite clearly, and everyone was acutely aware of Percy's capabilities, yet even he had succumbed in the duel. Consequently, no one sought Harry out for practice. Chapter 39. The Shaman's Limit and Professor McGonagall's Experiment. Are you all right? Harry asked, glancing at Percy, who had just finished a match and approached him. I apologize. Oh dear. Please do not apologize, Harry, Percy sighed. Initially, I felt indifferent about it, but your apology makes it feel rather peculiar. Harry chuckled at this. Indeed, an apology from him. The victor could be construed as mocking, as though he were expressing regret for having struck too hard. You are quite remarkable, Percy stated earnestly, be it transfiguration or your performance in the duel. If you have a keen interest in dueling, I suggest you seek guidance from Professor Flitwick. He was a dueling champion in his youth. That sounds intriguing, Harry replied earnestly. I shall seek him out. Harry had developed a fondness for dueling, relishing the sensation akin to that of competing in an arena, which served to alleviate the restlessness in his hands, preventing him from becoming too complacent in this tranquil world. As the students expressed their lingering disappointment, the Transfiguration Club session ultimately came to a close. After watching the last student depart, Professor McGonagall turned her gaze back to Harry, who then waved his wand. Within moments, the office regained its customary appearance, with several books and student papers adorning the desk. Please take a seat, Harry, McGonagall instructed. Let us discuss your concerns. Of course, Professor, Harry replied as he settled into a chair, contemplating where to begin. Before becoming a wizard, I was first a shaman professor. Previously, Harry had attempted to explain to McGonagall the nature of his innate magic, but following a shift in his perspective, he had resolved to lay everything bare. He spoke at length about the existence of the astral realm and the unique perspective held by shamans, detailing the world he perceived upon expanding his astral vision, and the shamanistic belief that all things possess a spirit, which entails an ethical obligation to respect and protect those spirits. Harry articulated his thoughts with great clarity and depth, for he needed McGonagall to comprehend the challenges he faced and the origins of those challenges. Only then could the issue be resolved. So, your shamanic spells are performed with the assistance of the elements and the spirits of all things, correct? McGonagall surmised, beginning to understand. No wonder you expressed discomfort with transfiguration, a magic that alters the external world through one's will. It indeed reflects a fundamental ideological difference. Precisely, Harry nodded. You may perceive it as mere pretentiousness, but this principle is of utmost importance to a shaman. Crossing that line can easily lead a shaman astray. He could, if he wished, forcefully manipulate the elements or spirits to achieve his ends. He had the power to do so at any moment, yet he would never choose that path. Harry endeavored to engage with the elements and the power of spirits with an attitude of equality, sometimes facing rejection without anger or humiliation. Often, the distinction between humans and beasts lies within that delicate boundary, and yielding even a step beyond it could lead to countless further concessions. Certain matters must not be broached, especially in a world rife with schemers and demonic temptations, even whispers from ancient deities. Preserving one's principles is essential to safeguarding the integrity of one's soul and character. Oh, Harry, I would never think otherwise, McGonagall said, her gaze softening as she looked at him. Every individual with principles deserves respect, and your principles are indeed commendable. After a moment's hesitation, she chose to describe Harry's principles as just and kind. I must admit, what you have conveyed is something I have never encountered before, McGonagall confessed, adding a light-hearted jest. If the shaman club you're proposing includes such content, I would almost consider enrolling as a student myself. Your presence will be most welcome, Professor. Harry chuckled, adding, by the way, if you do not perform well, I shall not deduct points from Gryffindor. McGonagall laughed, a smile gracing her lips. I fear I may have surpassed the age where point deductions concern me, she said with a humorous tone. But enough jesting, Harry. I have noticed your continuous borrowing of books from the library. What aspects of transfiguration have you explored? I have not delved deeply, Professor, Harry replied earnestly. Time is limited, and in my quest for a more comprehensive understanding of the magical world, I have surveyed a wide array of texts. However, my studies in transfiguration have only progressed to the point of addressing my current dilemma. Until this issue is resolved, I believe it unwise to venture into deeper realms of transfiguration, as it could lead to peril. An exceptionally mature and sound perspective, McGonagall praised. Frankly, I ought to have those reckless individuals learn from your attitude towards unfamiliar magic and unknown knowledge. It was no wonder Harry was cautious. After all, in Azeroth, those who approached power without prudence rarely lived long, and their demises were often gruesome. I can provide you with an answer, Harry, McGonagall stated earnestly. Should you choose to further explore transfiguration, you will soon discover that in the upper years, you will begin to study the essence and theoretical foundations of transfiguration, rather than merely learning how to transform one object into another. There exists a fundamental principle in transfiguration that no one can contravene. Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration, McGonagall continued. This law delineates 5 primary limitations of transfiguration. The first is that wizards cannot conjure food out of thin air. However, if food already exists, it may be increased, decreased, or altered in other ways through transfiguration. Is this alteration permanent? Harry inquired. If it were permanent, would not a wizard possess an infinite supply of food? It does sound incredulous, does it not? McGonagall chuckled. But I must inform you, Harry, it indeed is permanent. Yet, wizards rarely engage in such practices. Is it not preferable to consume fresh food? I understand you may find it hard to believe, but that is the nature of magic. It transcends human imagination, rendering the impossible possible, McGonagall stated, her demeanor turning serious. However, the second critical rule is that living beings cannot be permanently transformed into inanimate objects. Wizards can indeed alter objects into animals or other items, yet such transformations that cross the boundary of life and death are temporary. Once your magical energy dissipates, the object will revert to its original form. And if one were to transform a cat, or, say, a dog, into a chair and then shatter it, would it still live? Harry provided an example, but after receiving a stern glare from Professor McGonagall, he substituted the protagonist of his tale with a dog. If you can restore the shattered pieces of a chair into its original form before the magic dissipates, then the dog remains alive, Professor McGonagall replied. What if a piece is missing? Harry inquired. Then the dog would be incomplete, she answered. It seemed magic was not omnipotent. It cannot entirely transform the impossible into the possible, Harry chuckled. In some respects, it indeed surpasses my imagination, yet in others it presents certain limitations. Magic is inherently not all-powerful, Professor McGonagall sighed. If it were, wizards would not harbor so many regrets. Now, let us return to the subject of transfiguration. The third fundamental rule of Gamp's laws of elemental transfiguration states that wizards cannot conjure magical items out of thin air, such as the self-stirring cauldrons or enchanted quills one might encounter in Diagon Alley. The fourth rule prohibits altering the quantity of objects. Thus, one cannot transform a single object into multiple entities. However, if two objects are connected, they may be transformed as a whole. For instance, if you return a clothed person into a dog, upon reverting them back, the clothing would still exist independently and would not remain on the dog. Professor McGonagall spoke rapidly. Furthermore, and most crucially, transfiguration can never create something from nothing. You may have heard or seen spells from upper years, such as flock of birds or blooming flowers. Such spells do not genuinely conjure birds or flowers from nothing. Their essence lies in summoning, bringing forth creatures or flora from elsewhere, which are then either retained or dispelled. I understand, Harry nodded. According to the basic principles of transfiguration, if a sentient object is transformed, as long as it is not damaged before the magic fades, it will not incur any physical harm. But during this transformation process, will its spirit be affected by the distortion or taint of the magic? To address your question, the best method is to conduct a practical demonstration. Professor McGonagall glanced around her office. From your perspective as a shaman, Harry, what objects in my office possess a spirit? Many, Professor, he replied earnestly. For instance, the hairpin atop your head. Professor McGonagall was taken aback. She removed the hairpin and shook her hair loose. You mean this? Indeed, Harry affirmed, gazing at the hairpin in her hand. It radiates a profound glow, exceedingly gentle and warm, imbued with blessings. May I be so bold as to inquire about its origin? It was a gift from my late husband, Professor McGonagall whispered, her fingers brushing over the hairpin, her expression complex. I am truly sorry, Professor, Harry replied, understanding. Generally speaking, the belongings of the deceased, or gifts bestowed, tend to harbor spirits. It's all right, Professor McGonagall's breath quickened. According to your previous statement, does it possess a spirit? Is it my husband? Forgive me, Professor, Harry interjected. The spirit generated from such gifts typically arises from the recipient's prolonged use and reminiscence, meaning it is fundamentally unrelated to your husband. Very well, Professor McGonagall inhaled deeply. Harry began to feel he may have been a bit too blunt. Shall we experiment with something else, Professor? He suggested earnestly. That clock over there would suffice. Its spirit is steeped in history. That is the marvel of Hogwarts. One can discover antiquities brimming with historical resonance anywhere, Harry mused, relishing his leisurely strolls through the castle in search of those ancient spirits. No need. Let's use that, Professor McGonagall decisively said, waving her wand, causing her hair to be neatly tied back, restoring her composed appearance. I am not a shaman and am unfamiliar with the astral plane you described, so you must observe with your unique perspective, Harry. Professor McGonagall pointed her wand at the hairpin on the desk. I will count to 3, 3, 2, 1. As the countdown concluded, the hairpin on the desk unexpectedly transformed into a cat, orange, fluffy, and somewhat plump. It first sharpened its claws on a nearby student's paper, leaving deep scratches, then stretched languidly before settling on the desk to groom itself, exceptionally well-mannered. Harry? Professor McGonagall inquired softly. From your perspective, has its spirit changed? It was difficult to discern whether it was merely his imagination, but Harry detected a subtle hint of anxiety in McGonagall's tone. Regrettably, he said, it has changed, Professor. Although it retains its previous characteristics, its spirit has indeed become more vibrant, more active, and filled with curiosity, much like a genuine cat. The atmosphere in the office fell into a hushed silence, no one daring to speak. Harry felt a genuine sense of regret, for in his eyes, this indicated that transforming a spirited object, be it a lifeless entity into another lifeless entity, or a lifeless entity into a living being, constituted a distortion of the original spirit, a forceful manipulation of the essence of things, thus contravening the path of the shaman. Chapter 40. Dispelling Illusions and Achieving Successful Animagus Transformation. If Professor McGonagall had been unaware of the spirit residing in the hairpin, the embodiment of her yearning for her late husband, she might not have felt any particular way about it. However, now that she was aware, and even personally conducted a transformation, gazing at the adorable orange cat grooming itself upon her desk, she felt a disquieting difference in this instance, despite having undergone similar transformations countless times in the past. It felt as though she had twisted her own memories of her deceased husband, or perhaps was toying with that longing, rendering her emotions complex. Even if she could never perceive the spirits of all things as Harry claimed shamans could, Professor McGonagall could somewhat grasp why he chose the term distortion. If one were to liken a spirit to a person, her recent actions would equate to altering that person's form of existence through her own will, perhaps by giving them cat ears or beastly claws, or by adding an extra mouth or several noses. No wonder the term distortion was employed. Such a sensation was undoubtedly uncomfortable. Continue, Harry urged, rubbing his temples. Professor McGonagall sighed. Next, I will revert it to its original form. You need to observe any changes in its spirit during this process. Very well, Professor. Once again, she counted to 3, and at the final count, she waved her wand. In an instant, the obedient orange cat transformed back into a brown hairpin, resting quietly on the desk. Only the scratches on the nearby student's paper bore witness to the events that had transpired. And what about this time? Professor McGonagall exhaled. Her curiosity piqued as she inquired, what transformations occurred within the Patronus during this metamorphosis? Harry, now returned to his human form, was somewhat astonished. He no longer resembled a cat, and the vivacity and inquisitiveness had seemingly dissipated. Are you certain? McGonagall arched an eyebrow slightly. Has it reverted entirely? Precisely the same? It's rather difficult to ascertain, Professor, Harry replied with a sheepish grin, recognizing that most patron uses were incapable of speech unless they had amassed sufficient power to manifest in the tangible realm. Thus, such subtle nuances were nearly imperceptible, leaving only a general sense. I see, McGonagall mused, leaning back in her chair, her mind swirling with the new insights gleaned from Harry and the recent occurrences. Alongside her personal reflections, the transformation of a Patronus, born from longing, intertwined with the distortion of forms. Silence enveloped the office once more as Harry pondered the implications of transfiguration for a shaman. Harry? McGonagall's voice broke the stillness. Have you conversed with the ghosts within the castle? Yes, Harry answered. I've heard them recount tales of old Hogwarts. It's quite fascinating. Indeed, in a sense, they're vessels of bygone knowledge. However, that is not the crux of our discussion. McGonagall's eyes sparkled with increasing intensity. I wish to inquire if you have noticed the manner of their deaths? The manner of their deaths? Harry echoed, somewhat perplexed. Precisely, for instance, our resident ghost of Gryffindor. Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington, McGonagall added, I believe he would be quite eager to display his head to you. Ah, indeed, nearly headless Nick, Harry chuckled. Sir Nicholas had a penchant for humorously lamenting the ineptitude of the executioner who had failed to sever his head completely, leaving a sliver of skin intact. He prefers not to be addressed in that manner. McGonagall chuckled as well. In fact, as far as I know, Sir Nicholas has long sought admission to the headless hunt, but has been perpetually denied due to his head not being entirely removed. That is truly unfortunate, Harry remarked earnestly. Indeed, it is regrettable, she replied, yet my point extends beyond the executioner's clumsiness. Rather, it is that when a wizard becomes a ghost, the manner of their death remains imprinted upon them. McGonagall shook her head. I recall the Slytherin ghost, the Bloody Baron. He still bears the bloodstains upon his robes from his demise, Harry murmured, beginning to grasp McGonagall's intended message. Exactly so, McGonagall exclaimed with enthusiasm. When the body is marred, the soul undergoes corresponding alterations, influencing the very essence of the ghost's existence. Do you comprehend, Harry? You are overly fixated on the intangible, McGonagall stated sharply. Yet the state of the Patronus is influenced by the condition of the object in the material realm. I recall you mentioning that unwarranted adoration or animosity towards an object can give rise to a Patronus, correct? Yes, Harry could not refute. That is the crux of the matter, is it not? McGonagall articulated clearly. You are demanding an entity that inherently evolves due to human habits and actions to remain perpetually in a singular state. But how is that conceivable? A revelation dawned upon him. With widened eyes, Harry gazed at McGonagall as if consuming a block of ice on a sweltering summer's day. So clear, so expansive. I admire your approach to the world around you. Harry, McGonagall said gently. You possess a kind heart and a willingness to regard all things, even the intangible, with equality. However, you must also recognize, Harry, that nothing in this world is immutable. McGonagall continued, just as grass sprouts and withers, humans grow and perish. Our thoughts transform as we encounter various experiences. This is the essence of growth. When such growth reflects upon the soul, it results in the distinctiveness of each individual spirit. Much like the physical forms that differentiate us, which serve as the foundation of our existence in the tangible world. Even wizards wielding the miraculous power of magic cannot escape this principle. With a flick of her wand, McGonagall demonstrated, causing the hairpin on the desk to undergo a series of transformations, morphing into a mouse, a cat, and a beetle. To Harry's eyes, the Patronus also shifted, ultimately reverting to its original form. After a series of transformations, there were indeed notable differences, yet the initial sensation Harry experienced remained unchanged, radiating a profound luminosity. Exceptionally gentle and warm, imbued with blessings. I admire your aspirations, McGonagall said earnestly. You aspire to be a balancer of elemental forces. This is commendable. However, Harry, you are not an entity existing outside of this world. You remain very much a part of it. Therefore, every action you take will inevitably influence all that surrounds you. Your thoughts, your actions, your magic. How can you possibly extricate yourself from this interconnectedness? McGonagall shook her head. That would be exceedingly arrogant, immensely so. Thus, in my view, transfiguration is not merely the distortion of external objects. Indeed, the term seems rather harsh, McGonagall smiled, gesturing towards the hairpin on the table. It remains what it is, does it not? A gift from my husband, and my sentiments towards it remain unchanged. You're correct, Professor, Harry said, closing his eyes and breathing deeply. I must admit, I have been rather presumptuous, entangled in a profound conundrum. As he spoke, Harry drew forth his wand, glancing around before aiming it at a paper submitted by a student, incanting the transfiguration spell. In an instant, the paper began to animate, curling and folding until it transformed into the likeness of a cat. Unlike the previous encounters fraught with obstacles and challenges, this metamorphosis was remarkably smooth, devoid of any interruptions. When Harry lowered his wand, a cat sat upon the table, grooming its fur. A tabby cat, its markings around the eyes reminiscent of the spectacles worn by Professor McGonagall, precisely resembling her animagus form displayed during the first lesson of the academic year. Obery! Obery! McGonagall applauded, her face beaming with pride as she regarded both Harry and the feline on the table. It bears a striking resemblance. Your observational skills are impressively meticulous. Alas, had this occurred in class, I would have awarded you extra points. May Mother Earth bless you, Harry said, tapping his chest with his right hand, bowing to Professor McGonagall with sincerity. Thank you ever so much for your guidance. As a professor, it is my duty to assist students in overcoming their challenges, McGonagall replied, her expression warm. I trust that this time, you have begun to appreciate the allure of transfiguration, teaching students to thrive, Quidditch, and transfiguration. These are the three pursuits that bring Professor McGonagall the greatest joy. Indeed, I believe I am beginning to truly appreciate the allure of transfiguration that you mentioned, as well as everything else you just spoke of. Harry remarked with a certain delight. All beings cannot simply spring forth from nothingness. Rather, the essence of things is influenced by the foundation of their existence, much like our own essence is rooted in our physical form. During the recent transformation of this parchment into a cat, I distinctly perceived the entire metamorphosis, which was strikingly different from what I had previously envisioned. Harry's expression grew somewhat complex as he lifted the tabby cat into his arms, gently scratching its chin and watching as it emitted a comforting purr, even nuzzling against him affectionately. Upon raising his gaze, he found Professor McGonagall observing him with an oddly intense look, prompting an awkward smile as he hastily set the tabby back onto the table. Almost forgot, this cat bears a striking resemblance to Professor McGonagall's animagus form. How amusing! Reflecting on the sensation of performing transfiguration, Harry exclaimed with excitement. I no longer need to consciously control its legs or how its body moves. Even the body transcends mere lifelessness to become a true living creature. I have endowed it with everything a cat should possess, from its internal and external structure to its character and vocalizations, transforming it from a simple piece of parchment into a cat. However, this transformation is but temporary. Professor McGonagall interjected. Once your magical energy dissipates, it will revert to being a mere piece of parchment. Precisely so, Harry nodded, as if a label had been affixed to the parchment, and it truly became what was inscribed upon that label. Upon removing the label, the parchment would simply revert to its original state, unchanged, not a cat at all. How marvelous, Harry mused, when I transformed the parchment into a cat. It felt as though I had redefined its very essence. The magic seamlessly filled in the remainder based on my memories of a cat. Yet it did not conjure a false, ephemeral essence. It remained fundamentally itself, a piece of parchment. It is akin to digging a deep pit in the ground. When this pit connects with the ocean, the seawater naturally fills it. Harry couldn't help but marvel at the enchantment of this world. It is truly wondrous. Is this what magic is? Wizards need only to initiate a thought, and the rest is left to magic and magical energy. I think you have genuinely embarked on the path of transfiguration. Harry, continue to explore. Professor McGonagall smiled. I recommend subscribing to today's Transfiguration as a reference. It contains many intriguing anecdotes about transfiguration, as well as the latest research findings. As for past issues, you may borrow them from me. With a flick of her wand, a stack of magazines flew from a nearby cabinet and landed beside Harry, each adorned with her insights and annotations for your consideration. Thank you, Professor, Harry expressed earnestly. I will cherish this. Professor McGonagall's generosity was indeed remarkable, particularly with these magazines containing her personal annotations, which would greatly facilitate Harry's studies in transfiguration, knowledge that is often difficult to acquire elsewhere. Wherever one may be, knowledge is the most precious existence. Harry would remember this kindness. Chapter 41. Animagus and the Oncoming Confinement. No need for thanks, Harry. If you achieve any results in the future, feel free to submit them to them, Professor McGonagall said enthusiastically. I recall they have a Best Newcomer award, specifically for those with great talent in transfiguration. You should give it a try. I will, Harry joked, if I actually manage to discover something. Believe in your talent, Professor McGonagall said gently. Both your father and mother were remarkable wizards in their respective rights. You too will not be an ordinary wizard, Harry. Reflecting on her past students, Professor McGonagall spoke with unwavering conviction. Since Harry had mentioned his parents, he felt he could not say anything further. By the way, Professor, Harry suddenly recalled a question he had long wished to ask. The spell you use to transform into a tabby cat is called Animagus, correct? Indeed, Professor McGonagall nodded. Do you wish to learn how to become an Animagus? No one can resist the curiosity of what animal they might turn into, Harry joked. I hope I don't end up as a fish flopping on the ground. If your Animagus form were a fish, you might never have the opportunity to use that spell, Professor McGonagall humorously replied. However, rather than becoming a fish, I believe you would prefer to transform into a bull. As she spoke, Professor McGonagall's gaze lingered on the pair of horns atop Harry's head. A bullshit creature. I think there is quite a difference. Harry quickly shook his head after mentally contrasting the two images. An age-old topic. Do centaurs eat beef? Harry could confidently answer that question. Yes. Not only do they eat it, but the methods of preparation vary. Steaming, boiling, roasting, frying, and braising. Diverse techniques yielding rich nutrition and delightful flavor. Well, perhaps it's different, Professor McGonagall shrugged. In any case, if your studies progress smoothly, you should be able to start practicing to become an Animagus by your 3rd year. By then, your body should possess sufficient magical energy. However, I must first caution you. Harry, Professor McGonagall's tone grew serious. Becoming an Animagus is a perilous undertaking. History is fraught with cases of wizards who, due to insufficient mastery of transfiguration, met with tragic fates during their transformations. I do not wish for you to become the next such case. Therefore, promise me you will never attempt this in secret, understand? I promise, Professor. Harry nodded in agreement. Very well. Professor McGonagall appeared less stern than before, continuing, additionally, the Ministry of Magic has strict regulations regarding animagi. Every Animagus must register with the Ministry. My requirement for you is the same. If you master becoming an Animagus, you must register. Just like you? The 7th registered Animagus of this century? Harry inquired. I read that the Ministry marks registered animagi for quick identification in the event of an incident. Indeed, that is correct. If you entertain thoughts of violating Ministry laws to become an unregistered Animagus, it would be wise to extinguish that notion early and refrain from studying this magic. Professor McGonagall's eyes sharpened. Of course not. Harry shook his head. Very well, Professor McGonagall sighed, appearing somewhat unconvinced. In any case, this lesson has gone on long enough, Mr. Potter. You should return to rest. Professor McGonagall seemed to revert to her usual stern self, even addressing him once again as Mr. Potter. Thank you very much for your guidance, Professor, Harry said, bowing slightly before preparing to leave. I shall take my leave now. Wait, before Harry could take a few steps, Professor McGonagall suddenly called out to him, saying, regarding your Shaman Club, was the review approved? Harry turned back to ask. Professor McGonagall sighed, acknowledging that it was indeed Professor Dumbledore who had single-handedly granted this approval. However, starting today, my curiosity has been piqued regarding the knowledge you are to impart in the club. Prepare yourself, Mr. Potter, McGonagall said, pressing her lips together. Anticipate various scenarios and devise appropriate responses. Do not allow the students' inquiries to flummox you. Is she worried that her club might fail? Harry understood. All right, Professor. Thank you for the reminder. I shall be prepared. He nodded, preparing to close the door and depart. Wait, he was called back once more. After a moment's contemplation, Professor McGonagall stated gravely, regarding your detention every Saturday evening with me. You may cease the transcription of school rules. What does that mean? Harry initially did not grasp the implication. It means your detention has been lifted, or do you wish to continue transcribing? I have no objections. Certainly not. Thank you, Professor. Harry quickly replied. Very well, off you go, McGonagall commanded with authority. As Harry turned, he instinctively began to shut the door, but just before it closed completely, he suddenly turned back and asked, Is there anything else you wish to convey? He was somewhat apprehensive about being called back again, glancing over his shoulder repeatedly, which strained his neck. Indeed, there was something. McGonagall appeared as if she might smile, yet she restrained herself, her lips forming a tight line. Soon, your first match will commence. How prepared are you? Following Halloween, the Quidditch season at Hogwarts will begin, and the inaugural match pits Gryffindor against Slytherin, which explains why McGonagall appeared even more stern than usual at this moment. We will win, Harry stated with certainty. Is that so? McGonagall nodded. Do not disappoint me now. Truly go. It was evident that this venerable professor genuinely cherished Quidditch. As a student burdened with a stack of magazines, Harry instantly comprehended how he ought to repay this professor's assistance. Naturally, it would be by delivering a resounding victory for Gryffindor in the forthcoming match. Stepping out of the Transfiguration office, Harry glanced at the dimming sky, signaling the approach of dinner time. Nevertheless, he decided to find a nearby classroom to supplement his notes before returning, focusing on the application of Transfiguration in duels. Merely returning with a pile of magazines without summarizing class content would undoubtedly provoke Hermione's ire, and Harry wished to avoid further agitating her. Just as Harry anticipated, after nearly seizing his class notes, Hermione swiftly perused them, visibly relieved. Once Harry promised to review the magazines borrowed from Professor McGonagall alongside her, Hermione finally relented and returned to her homework. I think Hermione has gone a bit mad, Ron whispered to Harry. Regardless of what others are doing, she solely desires to surpass you. Lower your voice, Ron, Harry admonished quietly. Her pressure is already considerable. Indeed, it was so significant that Harry felt compelled to retreat to the dormitory for a quiet game of wizard's chess with Ron, avoiding the Gryffindor common room. Honestly, I think Hermione is being a bit excessive. Ron's voice finally rose as he complained. You know, Harry, I can't even dare to praise you in her presence. Otherwise, she'll give me a terrifying glare. I don't believe you need to boast about me in front of others. Really? Harry retorted. I feel I'm almost keeping pace with Dumbledore in your words. Oh, that is a matter for the future. Ron waved his hand dismissively. You're still young. Once you graduate, in a few years, you'll undoubtedly catch up to Dumbledore. I truly appreciate your unwavering faith in me. Harry rolled his eyes, exasperated. No need for thanks. After all, we are friends. Whether he truly could not discern or feigned ignorance, Ron clapped his chest jovially. But I genuinely believe Hermione is being unreasonable. She is envious of her friend's superior achievements, and that is simply wrong, particularly since her comparison is with Harry, the illustrious Harry Potter, renowned throughout the wizarding world. I don't think it's quite that severe. Neville, who was watching the chess match, cautiously interjected. I genuinely believe Hermione is not a bad person. She merely possesses an excessive competitive spirit. TCH, I fail to understand why she feels the need to prove herself superior to Harry, Ron scoffed. Bang! Ron's words were abruptly interrupted by a loud crash, causing him to lose hold of the chess pieces, which flew across the floor. Hermione! Ron, seated cross-legged on the bed, could not help but exclaim, his voice tinged with a sense of guilt, as if he had been caught speaking ill of someone behind their back. The one who had forcefully pushed open the boys' dormitory door was none other than Hermione, her eyes wide as she took in the scene. Hey, you can't just barge in here, Ron protested. You can't so casually enter the boys' dormitory. What if we were engaged in activities unsuitable for girls to witness? Huh? What would we possibly be doing that would be inappropriate for girls to see? Neville raised his head, asking blankly. No one could answer that question, except for Ron. For instance, we could be practicing magic. A sudden flash of inspiration struck Ron as he offered an answer. Hermione cannot abide us being better than her. Stop saying foolishness. Ronald, Hermione exclaimed sternly, her fierce demeanor causing Ron to shrink further into the bed, as if he were confronting a miniature McGonagall. Ron genuinely feared this Hermione could even utter his full name. Ron's full name was Ronald Bilious Weasley, yet he was rarely addressed by it. Nearly everyone simply referred to him as Ron, which was his nickname. In her heightened agitation, Hermione raised the paper in her hand. We all have punishments for our transgressions. Huh. Ron leapt up from the bed in disbelief, unable to comprehend his ears. Detention? What have we done? We did nothing. We are innocent. Completely disregarding Hermione's brazen entry into the boys' dormitory, Ron gaped, his mouth agape, as if in a daze. The sound escaping his throat was his last desperate protest. It's because of what happened on the train. Hermione screamed, "Oh my goodness. I had completely forgotten about that. Professor McGonagall said we would face punishment during the 3rd week of school." Thud! Ron sank to his knees on the bed, his dazed state appearing even more profound. "Oh, right?" He stared blankly at Harry, as if recalling something. "What should we do?" Harry shrugged, utterly speechless, saying, "You can't simply flee Hogwarts to escape punishment, can you?" "Yes, you're right." Ron suddenly appeared despondent. "If my mother finds out I left Hogwarts, she would undoubtedly have my head. It is quite evident that was merely a metaphor. She could not have genuinely consumed you." Hermione strode purposefully to the bedside, casting a fleeting glance at the wizard's chess set before chattering incessantly. "I can hardly believe you all would clandestinely hide in the dormitory to engage in a game of chess. You must understand, merely finishing those books has nearly consumed all my time, and now I must squander even more due to this detention. I truly do not comprehend how you can bear to be so lazy. If it were I would revise my paper according to the magazine Harry brought back, at least ensuring it doesn't appear too shabby upon submission." 3 lines. Hermione, you've exceeded 3 lines, Ron said weakly, covering his face in despair. "For Merlin's sake, could you kindly enlighten us about the details of the detention?" All right, Hermione retorted loudly, raising the note in her hand to read aloud. "Harry, your detention supervisor is Hagrid. Neville, you must report to Filch. As for Ron, Professor Snape specifically requested you." "No." He fell back dramatically onto the bed, emitting a wail that could rival the most tragic of lamentations. "He will poison me." Suddenly sitting upright, Ron's face was etched with terror. "Is this truly happening? I mean, is this news genuine? It's not some prank concocted by Fred or George, is it?" Chapter 42. The blunt words of Ronald and the deep-seated grudge against the Centaurs. It is apparent that, as a professor, Professor Snape would not resort to poisoning you. Hermione retorted with sarcasm. "Moreover, have you forgotten? Fred and George must also partake in this detention. They were the second wave to join the fray. Being upperclassmen, I imagine the professors will impose even harsher punishments on them." Parvati came in with an entire stack of notes. "None of those involved in the train brawl will escape unscathed." Hermione appeared somewhat dazed. "I even saw Percy receive a note." "That is true," Ron remarked dryly. "I recall someone delivering a punch to Percy S.I., which prompted him to retaliate. Though I don't know who it was, I must admit, well done." "That was your brother, Ron." Hermione glared at Ron. "You cannot speak of him like that." All right, Ron mumbled, casting a pleading glance at Harry. "Honestly, Harry, could you do a divination for me? To see if I can return safely from Snape's clutches? If there's danger, I want to go." "Sorry, Ron. I don't believe there's any merit in divining an outcome already known," Harry replied, shaking his head decisively. "Professor Snape may indeed lack in expressiveness, but ultimately he is a professor and would not harm you. You hold a certain bias against him." "Huh, I have a bias against him?" Ron raised his voice before suddenly lowering it again. "I don't merely have a bias. I have never thought well of him. Alas, you may be the only one in all of Hogwarts who perceives Snape as merely lacking in expressiveness." Ron sighed deeply. "Just observe how he typically treats me. Huh, what tortures await me tonight? Will it be having to extract slime from a caterpillar without gloves? Or perhaps sampling one of his newly brewed potions of unknown effects?" With a dejected demeanor, Ron began to envision the merciless torments he would likely endure that night. What about me?" Neville stared blankly at Harry, inquiring, "Can I request a divination too? Honestly, I fear Filch might make me eat a toilet, licking it clean with my tongue or something." "Filch wouldn't he do that?" Harry could scarcely contain his amusement. What were these children thinking? Filch would never engage in actions that Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall would not permit. "Fear not. Wait." Suddenly awakening to clarity, Ron turned to Hermione and asked, "What about you? Where is your detention? Also with Filch?" Hermione's voice even bore a note of panic. "What should I do? I have never been in detention before. No teacher ever punished me at my Muggle school. I am doomed." Harry immediately understood. No wonder Hermione was so frantic. It turned out she had never experienced punishment and was a quintessential model student. The first time is always daunting. Ron remarked with an enlightened expression, then chuckled. "Do you remember those threats Filch always made students?" "Hermione, I heard Fred say Filch has a collection of shackles and whips in his office. Rumor has it he has always wanted to hang misbehaving students and whip them. Perhaps the shackles still bear the blood of previous students." "Shut up. You shut your mouth, Ron," Hermione screamed. But Ron would not relent at this moment. He appeared unperturbed by Snape's earlier intimidation and continued to dredge up terrifying scenarios to frighten Hermione. Who knows what Filch might do? You know, he has always wanted to severely punish students, and now he has so many in his grasp. Perhaps he will secretly give you a few lashes. Bang! Ron received the first punch of destruction. Even before he could react, he was struck by a second blow of obliteration, followed by a third of annihilation. I told you. Shut up. With unprecedented speed, Hermione unleashed 3 strikes. Her fear of the impending detention momentarily eclipsed by her fury as she stormed out of the boys' dormitory, leaving Ron grimacing on the bed. You are being overly dramatic, Ron, Neville said sympathetically, casting a glance at Ron. Hermione is quite astute. She won't believe such exaggerated tales. Honestly, just stating the first sentence would suffice. By Merlin's knee, I feel as though I can scarcely breathe, Ron moaned, writhing on the bed. No matter how reluctant or timid one may be, the inevitable detention will always arrive. As long as one wishes to remain at Hogwarts and continue their studies, no student can evade the appropriate punishment for their transgressions. Wish me luck, brothers, Ron declared with a grave demeanor, embracing Harry and Neville as though he were facing a death sentence, before striding purposefully towards the dungeon. Well, we should be off too. Neville and Hermione exchanged glances after swallowing hard and departed the common room. This scene is rather absurd, to be honest, as the entire Gryffindor common room was nearly filled with students, all engaged in cheerful chatter, and one by one they streamed out of the common room, all headed for detention, except for a few students who had managed to squeeze onto the train or were delayed by other matters. No one from Gryffindor could escape. Thus, it ultimately resembled a grand class session attended by students of multiple years. Harry watched as his friends merged into the crowd, exiting the common room, and then proceeded downstairs towards Hagrid's hut. It was no illusion. The further he descended, the more Harry sensed that something was amiss. For other students were either heading to Filch for detention, or to Professor Sprout, or Snape, yet none were traveling the same path as he. This suspicion became a reality upon arriving at Hagrid's, where Harry scanned the surroundings and realized he was the sole student present. Hi, Hagrid. Good evening, Harry greeted. My detention is to be held here, correct? Harry, you've come? Oh my goodness, it is astonishing how swiftly time has flown. Hagrid was industriously tending to his vegetable patch when he heard Harry's voice. Straightening up, he waved his hand and exclaimed, Yes, indeed, it is I who brought you here. I specifically requested Professor Dumbledore's permission for your arrival. Come over? Harry echoed. Is there something particular you need me to do? Hagrid erupted into a hearty laugh, of course. There is nothing of the sort, though perhaps I cannot say that outright. Do you recall our very first meeting? The day I took you to Diagon Alley to procure your supplies? Yes, Harry pondered. What about Diagon Alley? Centaur, Hagrid declared, a twinkle in his eye. I promised you that if the opportunity arose, I would take you to witness a centaur's divination. You haven't forgotten, have you? As he stepped out of the vegetable patch, he vigorously stomped the mud from his shoes while speaking loudly. To be candid, upon hearing the word centaur, Harry felt his muscles instinctively tense, his hand resting on the hilt of the war hammer concealed beneath his robes. It was merely anxiety, or rather, any Minotaur would instinctively enter a heightened state of vigilance at the mention of the centaur. This instinct is deeply rooted in historical context, in the tongue of the Minotaurs. The word for their kind is shohalu, both terms conveying the same essence, albeit through different linguistic interpretations. The Minotaurs are a noble race that embraces the natural world. Having shed their nomadic tendencies, united on the ancestral lands, they cherish spiritual beliefs, revere nature, honor their elders, and uphold peace with a profound sense of honor, venerating the Mother Earth and Father Sky. While most Minotaurs are inherently peaceful, the Minotaur warriors are formidable and reliable. However, the vast majority resort to armed conflict only as a last resort, in stark contrast to the Orcish propensity to act impulsively. Minotaurs prefer to engage in cautious and sagacious deliberation before embarking on significant endeavors. It is only in rare instances that a Minotaur, driven by a thirst for justice, would seize their weapon in anger. More often than not, the mere mention of the word centaur is sufficient to incite their wrath. Mulgore, located in the heart of Kalimdor, is the ancestral homeland of the Minotaurs. For ages, they lived peacefully in this land, basking in tranquility, happiness, and beauty, until the centaurs surged forth from the barrens. Like a plague, ferocious, cruel, savage, and merciless, these qualities epitomize the centaur race. They brutally slaughtered their own kin and transformed the barrens into a desolate wasteland, subsequently igniting a war against the Minotaurs, marked by invasion, pillaging, and slaughter. though the Minotaurs valiantly fought under the blessings of the Mother Earth. They were unable to vanquish the centaurs, for these creatures reproduced at an alarming rate, akin to locusts. The time required for a Minotaur to mature into a competent warrior was often sufficient for the centaurs to produce multiple new offspring. Amidst prolonged bloodshed and grievous losses, the Minotaurs were compelled to abandon their ancestral home, bearing a deep-seated grudge against the centaurs, and thus began their wanderings across endless plains, teetering on the brink of extinction. In this dire moment, it was Harry, unwilling to accept his own weakness, who ventured forth with unfamiliar green-skinned warriors, the Orcs, under the leadership of Cairn. The Bloodhoof tribe finally expelled the centaurs and reclaimed the sacred lands of the Minotaurs, Mulgore. After a millennium of wandering, the Minotaurs at last possessed a land to call their own, forever indebted to their Orcish allies. Harry himself arrived in Azeroth during the Bloodhoof tribe's exodus. He matured amidst this semblance of escape, receiving tender care from Cairn and his wife, as well as his brother Bane, learning the language and culture of the Minotaurs, unwittingly embarking upon the path of a shaman. Harry could never forget how, during the most arduous times, the entire tribe would awaken in the night to the cacophony of battle cries and roars, the warriors' battle shouts, the totem poles they wielded, the centaurs' maniacal laughter, and their brutal slaughter. The blood spilled was not only that of the centaurs, but also of familiar friends, mingled with hatred, fury, and loathing. The pain and guilt of being a mere child, forced to hide away, while witnessing the demise of the gentle Minotaurs who had always cared for him, was unbearable. Transforming this helpless anguish and hatred into resolve, Harry's first slain foe was indeed a centaur. He roared as he felled it, hoisting its severed head high, allowing the enemy's blood to stain him crimson. Harry lost count of how many centaurs he had vanquished, regardless of age. He only knew that when the abhorrent creatures ceased to plague his vision, Cairn established a sanctuary upon the windswept heights known as Thunderbluff, becoming a home for all Minotaur tribes. Harry? Harry? Hagrid's voice broke through his reverie. As Harry returned to the present, he noticed the concern etched upon Hagrid's face. Are you all right? I'm fine, Hagrid. Harry inhaled deeply. I merely recalled certain memories that tend to engulf me when I reflect upon them. Oh, that essay relief, Hagrid stammered. I felt you suddenly turn a bit frightening there. Shall we put the hammer away? Your little hammer won't assist you in the face of an enraged centaur, and if they see you wielding a weapon, it might incite their ire, he added. Upon hearing this, Harry glanced down and noticed his hand gripping the war hammer tightly. I don't recall when I drew it, and I seem to be holding it quite firmly. Never mind, Harry said, sheathing the hammer at his waist. By the way, where were we? Did I drift off? Well, never mind. As long as you're all right, Hagrid shrugged. I was just saying that when I went to Professor Dumbledore to request your detention time, I happened to run into Professor Snape, who seemed to be doing the same. Huh, I suppose I'm rather in demand. Harry chuckled. Then what? Then Professor Dumbledore entrusted you to me. Hagrid chuckled. You should have seen Professor Snape's expression at that moment. Goodness, I fear I may have truly offended him. Be cautious. Hagrid, avoid consuming anything indiscriminately. Harry jested. You must remember that Professor Snape is a master of potions. If you feel unwell, make haste to the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey should be able to save you. Hagrid erupted into thunderous laughter. No way, Harry, no way. He laughed so heartily he began to hiccup. Patting Harry on the shoulder, the centaur's rituals are not a daily occurrence. They only take place twice a year, once at the end of the year, around the time of Halloween, and once at the onset of summer. Today happens to be the day of the centaur's ritual, and I felt it imperative not to miss it, so I hastily called you over, for I believe you would prefer to avoid detention. In the face of such a significant matter, even Professor Snape, no matter how irate he may be, had no recourse. Hagrid, with a sense of pride, remarked, It is abundantly clear that Professor Dumbledore also deems what I am about to take you to as of greater importance. Indeed, I find myself far more intrigued by the centaurs of the Forbidden Forest. Harry nodded and replied, However, visiting the centaurs for divination hardly seems like a punishment, does it? It sounds more akin to a reward. I dare say many students at school would covet such an incentive. Oh, Harry, that is rather disappointing. Hagrid waved his hand dismissively. You cannot possibly wish to be subjected to that old codger Filch-esque scrutiny while scrubbing toilets, can you? Or do you prefer to visit Professor Snape? Frankly, I doubt he would have you engage in strenuous labor. Would he, Harry? Even so, Harry maintained a respectful address towards Snape, despite Hagrid's awareness of Snape's past enthusiasm for deducting points from Gryffindor. Yet, he reserved his disdain solely for the castle's caretaker, Filch. Despite his imposing stature, Hagrid appeared somewhat pitiable at that moment as he glanced sideways at Harry. "Do not utter such foolishness," he said, instinctively thumping his thigh with his fist. As they walked toward the hut, Harry remarked, "By your account, the centaur ceremony is the last of the year, correct? Should we bring anything? Do they accept galleons?" "Oh, they do. After all, even centaurs have things they wish to purchase. Generally, they would commission me to procure items for them, and I occasionally assist in selling some of their wares. You know, the unique products of the centaur tribes," Hagrid replied, his spirits lifting as he matched Harry's pace, "such as hides, herbs, and handcrafted goods. Some wizards take delight in collecting these treasures. But today, you need not worry about currency, Harry," Hagrid added with a hint of pride. "You are my guest, hence I am considered a friend to them, so such trivial matters need not concern us." "Is that so? You hardly appear to be going to meet friends," Harry commented as he watched Hagrid change into a pair of sturdy boots while preparing to arm himself. Chapter 43. Harry's Totem and yet another prophecy realized. Hagrid first secured a short dagger to his side, though referred to as a short dagger. It was merely so in comparison to Hagrid's enormous frame. In Harry's hands, it would be deemed a longsword. Then, Hagrid lifted a massive bow from the wall, along with several arrows that were as thick as 2 fingers, their tips glinting ominously. Typically, Harry would categorize such an appearance as being fully equipped for battle, rather than a casual visit to a friend's abode. To be frank, Hagrid's readiness brought a sense of relief to Harry. He truly could not envision himself bearing fruits and snacks to the centaur's home. Merely imagining it caused him to clench his fists, the very thought sending shivers down his spine. Hagrid glanced down at his belly, realization dawning. "Oh, Harry, you must understand that we are headed into the Forbidden Forest, where anything and everything resides. The deepest parts even harbor werewolves, although we shan't venture that deeply today." In light of this perspective, Hagrid shrugged, asserting, "To consider this evening's excursion a punishment is hardly misguided. You are an exception, Harry. I know of your capabilities, but the others are not so fortunate. We could wager that if a typical first-year wizard were informed that tonight's detention would entail a trip into the Forbidden Forest, he would certainly not view it as a reward." "Fair point," Harry nodded, acknowledging Hagrid's insight. "Shall we set off now?" "Now." Hagrid shook his head. "It's a bit too early. You may rest inside for a while. I need to gather some supplies. Let us wait until the sun sets before we embark." With that, Hagrid turned his attention away from Harry and began rummaging about, seemingly searching for items he had previously crafted to exchange with the centaurs. Instead of heeding Hagrid's advice to rest indoors until sunset, Harry ventured outside, seeking an appropriate tree at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. He searched for one that was neither too thick nor too slender, one that he could easily embrace and swing without hindrance to his mobility, yet substantial enough to allow him to carve a design upon it. Before meeting the centaurs, I should say the centaurs, Harry found himself unconsciously mixing the terms. Nevertheless, he felt the need to fashion a totem for himself. He could not possibly approach the centaurs empty-handed, despite having repeatedly assured himself that he had returned to the world of his birth, a realm not of Azeroth, and that these centaurs were not akin to those he was familiar with. He had nevertheless glimpsed their likeness in a magical bestiary. They unmistakably resembled centaurs, perhaps a tad leaner, yet still reminiscent. There is an age-old saying that even the most rational of minotaurs may become irate and filled with a thirst for violence upon encountering centaurs, and Harry was no exception. Some truths are known, some are clear, yet Harry could not guarantee how he would react instinctively should he encounter unfriendly centaur attitudes tonight, leading to minor frictions between them. Once embroiled in conflict, a minotaur becomes a formidable adversary, wielding every ounce of strength to vanquish their opponent, refusing to yield despite suffering great hardships. This left Harry, still in a rational state of mind, in a quandary. After all, his body remained youthful, and even the armor and warhammer he bore were akin to toys. They might suffice for a gentle tap, but striking a creature of significant size would be another matter entirely. Even Hagrid could discern that Harry's warhammer would struggle to inflict harm upon a centaur. As for employing magic, he could not simply unleash a barrage of spells, lightning bolts, fire blasts, summoning elemental forces, invoking storm guardians, casting lava totems, and so forth. Such a display would certainly eliminate any chance of encountering centaurs, for they would have fled long before. Without a doubt, Harry was overwhelmingly certain that should any conflict arise between him and the centaurs, by the time he regained composure, it would be far too late. This was the confidence instilled in him by the bitter enmity and countless life and death struggles shared with the centaurs. The confidence of a minotaur. And thus, the next morning's edition of the Daily Prophet would likely bear the headline: "The boy who lives slaughters a centaur tribe." While Harry was indifferent to the opinions of others, he certainly could not justify wiping out the centaur population after a mere altercation, especially considering that, according to Hagrid, they were still his friends. Thus, after much contemplation, Harry resolved that he required a suitable physical weapon, one distinct from that toy warhammer. A weapon that would earn him respect and authority without resorting to lethal spells. A totem of the Minotaurs. A choice that served dual purposes. Within the Minotaur tribes, powerful warriors defended their homeland. Shamans showcased the legacies of their ancestors. Druids revealed the will of the Earth Mother, while hunters gleaned knowledge from the former to secure sustenance for the tribe. These four roles epitomized the core strength of the Minotaurs. For the Tauren warriors, a multitude of weapons are at their disposal, yet the totemic pillar reigns supreme among their preferences. Not only does it embody their faith, but it also serves to amplify their inherent strength. It is noteworthy that it is not solely the warriors who bear the totemic pillars. Shamans are equally capable. As the son of the illustrious warrior Cairn, it is entirely reasonable for Hallie to possess a modicum of skill in wielding these totemic pillars. With a flick of his wand, he effortlessly felled a tree of suitable size, bestowing a blessing upon its departure before embarking on the crafting of his totemic pillar. Stripping the bark and etching patterns, Hallie had to concede that, aided by the unique magic of this world, the process unfolded with remarkable swiftness. No two totemic pillars are identical. Each narrates its own tale. For instance, the depiction atop Hallie's totem portrays a diminutive figure standing beside three towering Tauren, symbolizing the moment he first arrived in Azeroth, discovered and taken in by the Bloodhoof tribe. The artistry is not intricate. Rather, it bears a rugged charm, akin to a symbolic sketch. Below this, Hallie chronicled significant events from his experiences in Azeroth, his inaugural battle, his initial adventure, and his encounters with Jaina and Thrall, as well as the assistance he brought to the Bloodhoof tribe during the battle against Deathwing at Hyjal and the Burning Legion in Pandaria. With a slow, deliberate wave of his wand, which shavings cascaded from the tip as Hallie etched with alacrity. In but a short span, the designs reached the bottom of the totem, depicting the most recent event, Hallie's arrival at a castle. By the heavens! Hallie, what are you doing? Hagrid exclaimed as he approached. It appeared he had gathered his belongings, one hand gripping a large black bundle while the other bore a bow. I am crafting my very own totemic pillar, Hallie replied, surveying the nearly completed creation, which stood about 2/3 of his height and measured nearly 6 inches in diameter. You don't mind if I borrow one of your treasures, do you? Of course not, Hagrid muttered, curiously leaning closer to examine the designs on the totem. Is this what you were talking about? The thing shamans need? I've seen something similar with the centaurs, but what is that smell? Hagrid sniffed the air. Then his gaze fell upon the bottle of liquor at Hallie's feet. By the heavens! My brandy! Hagrid's eyes widened in astonishment. You're not old enough to drink such spirits. When did you take this? Just now. Besides, this isn't exactly strong liquor, Hallie waved dismissively. But your taste in concealed beverages is commendable. As he etched the designs upon the totemic pillar, memories of the past flooded Hallie's mind, bringing him a tinge of discomfort, prompting him to take a sip. Oh, thank you for the compliment, Hagrid said, his expression complex. But I'm not sure whether I should be pleased about it. Why not? Hallie shrugged. I am a shaman, Hagrid. You cannot regard me as a mere child. Even Professor Dumbledore acknowledges this. Well, if even Professor Dumbledore recognizes it, then I suppose I must too, Hagrid mumbled, somewhat persuaded by the compelling evidence. So, what can it do? This totem represents my past. It embodies my faith and serves as a weapon, Hallie said, patting the surface of the totem. However, it is a tad too small, merely a transitional piece. Conveniently, my shaman club commences next week, and with it, I can showcase it in class, preventing my lessons from becoming monotonous. At this moment, Hallie raised his wand and gestured. Ordens, come forth. Hides, fly to me. In an instant, a pair of horns soared from Hagrid's hut, landing in Hallie's hands. Decorative horns that Hagrid had hung on the wall, slender and curved, each approximately the length of Hallie's arm. Additionally, a substantial piece of hide appeared, which Hallie surmised was wolf pelt, based on his experience. Let me think, Hallie declared, waving his wand once more. Flames arise. A torrent of searing fire erupted from the tip of his wand, roasting the surface of the totem, causing the previously pristine wood to rapidly char into a light brown hue. All right, that should suffice, Hallie said, examining his handiwork with satisfaction. He commanded the two horns to settle on either side, embedding their bases into the totem for stability, then wrapping the wolf pelt around the middle, leaving a strap for ease of carrying on his back. Something akin to this. Please imagine and embellish it further. So, you intend to carry it to the centaurs? Hagrid's eyes widened as he watched Hallie expertly shoulder the totem. Did you not say the centaurs also have shamans? Hallie replied, raising his gaze to Hagrid with an innocent smile. I have long wished to converse with them, truly, for professional exchanges. Well, since you put it that way, Hagrid mumbled. Though it feels a bit peculiar, let us proceed. Hagrid owned a dog named Fong, a hound that appeared ferocious yet was, in reality, quite timid. At that moment, Fong joyously bounded ahead, with Hallie following closely behind Hagrid. For the students, the Forbidden Forest at night proved perilous. As darkness fell, numerous dangerous creatures emerged from their lairs to hunt, not to mention the plethora of magical beasts endowed with special abilities that dwelled within the forest. In such times, Hagrid displayed his expertise. After years of safeguarding the Forbidden Forest, he navigated its paths as if returning home. Their journey was devoid of any hazards until they reached a certain stretch of road, where Hagrid abruptly halted, roaring loudly before listening intently to the sound around them. Once assured that all was well, he resumed their trek without further incident. The Centaur tribe resided deep within the Forbidden Forest, yet Hagrid noted that their activities were not confined solely to that area. According to him, centaurs could occasionally be spotted at the forest's edge, assisting in escorting unruly students out of the woods. However, it was likely due to the ceremonial activities taking place that, only when the flickering flames of a fire became discernible through the trees, did Hallie finally lay eyes upon this world as centaurs. They bore a striking resemblance to the illustrations found in the library and matched Hallie's recollections closely. The lower halves akin to majestic steeds, cloaked in chestnut fur, while the upper halves were human, devoid of hair, revealing muscular torsos, with bows and arrows slung across their backs. Truth be told, Hallie felt his nerves taut to their very limits, particularly as he entered what could be deemed the centaur settlement, overwhelmed by the sensation of being surrounded by adversaries with no allies in sight. All around, centaurs ambled about, and a massive bonfire blazed at the center, seemingly roasting some meat. To Hallie's astonishment, he also spotted a few wizards scattered in small groups around the fire, some vigilantly scanning their surroundings while others engaged in hushed conversations with companions. Hallie nudged Hagrid's leg, and when Hagrid looked down, Hallie discreetly gestured towards the wizards. Dark wizards? Hallie whispered. Without counting Hagrid, he gently shook his head and replied in a hushed tone. One could only say that they indeed possess considerable connections, managing to locate the centaur tribe within the Forbidden Forest. Do you recall what I mentioned to you? Harry, the divination practices of centaurs are exceedingly costly, and more importantly, it is not merely a matter of wealth. They place immense value on the qualifications of those seeking their counsel. Will Professor Dumbledore not intervene? Harry continued to inquire, expressing his concerns about the safety of these individuals. Oh, Harry, do not forget my duties. I'm specifically tasked with guarding against such matters, Hagrid replied. The grounds of Hogwarts are far more extensive than you might imagine. Even Dumbledore could not oversee every inch. Our responsibility is to ensure the safety of the castle. Furthermore, even professors occasionally find it inconvenient to procure certain items in Diagon Alley. Hagrid chuckled softly. There exists a pub in Hogsmeade where any manner of individuals might appear, including smugglers. Damn it, why am I divulging this to you? With a resounding slap to his forehead, Hagrid made a loud noise. Hogsmeade, the wizarding village adjacent to Hogwarts, allows students in their third year and above to visit on weekends, and Harry had never anticipated that such a close vicinity to the school could harbor gray areas. Wait, that seems to pose no issue, he mused. Oh, forget what I just said, Harry, and remember, do not mention this to anyone else. Hagrid smiled amiably, rest assured. No harm will come to the students of Hogwarts. This place is the lifeblood of all wizards in England, and none would dare invoke widespread ire. All right, Harry nodded. Since Dumbledore, the esteemed headmaster of Hogwarts, held no objections, he felt there was little room for him to voice his concerns. In any case, enjoy this night, Harry, Hagrid said, patting Harry on the shoulder. The centaurs will not allow their guests to come to harm within their territory. I always thought the Forbidden Forest was part of Hogwarts, Harry remarked casually, only to notice Hagrid growing tense. Shoo! Hagrid raised a finger and whispered. The centaurs would not take kindly to that. They consider the entire Forbidden Forest to be their domain and believe that wizards should not enter at will. Though I think that notion is absurd. The keywords centaurs, expelling wizards, and claiming territory triggered Harry's PTSD, causing his heart to race. Blimey, how can these centaurs be so vile? Harry, calm down, he admonished himself. Just then, an elderly voice interjected. I must interject, for in the eyes of the centaurs, they are the indigenous inhabitants of this land, having resided in this forest since time immemorial. In contrast, Wizards are the newcomers, having erected a castle at the forest's edge, and then audaciously declared this forest to be under their jurisdiction. Harry swiftly turned to the source of the voice and beheld an aged man with white hair. Yet, that was not the focal point. What captured Harry's attention was the leather suitcase the old man carried, reminiscent of one he had seen in a previous divination. Upon seeing someone inquire, he shared the group number, 966353998. Presently, there are no fully subscribed groups or any other types of gatherings. Discussions usually revolve around games and the sharing of memes. Chapter 44. The Erudite Newt and the Centaur's Priest. The suitcase that piqued his curiosity had suddenly appeared, tantalizingly within reach. No, that was not quite right. The suitcase he had seen in the divination was somewhat different, lacking the frayed edges. The one the old man carried bore numerous signs of wear and tear, showcasing a weathered, mottled hue due to the passage of time. "Oh, Newt!" Hagrid exclaimed joyfully, hastening forward to embrace the elderly gentleman. "I never expected to see you here. Have you come at the invitation of the Centaur tribe?" It was difficult to fathom such an expression on Hagrid's face, akin to that of a starstruck admirer, brimming with excitement. "Indeed, I visit them each year to check on them and tend to their ailments." Hagrid, thank you for the hug," the old man explained somewhat awkwardly. Harry could clearly see the slight wince of discomfort on the old man's face as Hagrid's powerful embrace enveloped him. "Apologies, Harry, I should have introduced you first." Releasing the elderly man, Hagrid turned to Harry, saying, "This is Newt Scamander, an exceptionally accomplished magizoologist. If you chose care of magical creatures in your third year. The textbook you used was authored by him. Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, right?" Harry nodded, recalling how he had read the book in an effort to understand the unique creatures of the Wizarding World upon entering it. No wonder Hagrid was so exuberant. Harry was well aware of Hagrid's profound affection for magical creatures, particularly those of a fearsome appearance. "Hello, sir, I am Harry Potter. It is a pleasure to meet you." Harry extended his hand. Hello." Newt appeared somewhat uneasy. He quickly shook Harry's hand before looking down to pat his suitcase, saying, "I noticed you admiring it. It's indeed a fine case." "Ha ha ha." Hagrid burst into hearty laughter. "That is a suitcase that would make the Ministry of Magic anxious, Harry. It carries a plethora of legendary tales. What makes it so special?" Harry inquired, intrigued. "Oh, I fear that is not for me to explain, Harry. If you behave well, perhaps Newt will invite you to have a look inside." Hagrid jested, then leaned closer to whisper in Harry's ear, ensuring that Newt, standing nearby, could hear him. "Newt is not particularly adept at conversing with strangers. I hope you don't mind." "What is this? A loud conspiracy?" Harry thought. "And Hagrid, you are truly ill-suited for secrecy, especially since you have already revealed that the suitcase is, in fact, accessible." Harry sensed Newt's anxiety, but he believed that Newt's struggle with social interaction was likely limited to matters unrelated to magical creatures. For as the three of them settled around the fire and resumed their conversation about centaurs, Newt transformed into a veritable fountain of words. Centaurs are quite unique. They prefer solitude, steering clear of both wizards and muggles. Newt spoke eloquently. While the centaurs claim to have inhabited this land since time immemorial, my research suggests they originated from the mountainous regions of Greece, arriving in Britain several centuries ago. This implies that Hogwarts was established first, and the centaurs are indeed the interlopers. Perhaps, Newt replied, shaking his head. The passage of time is too vast for anyone to ascertain with certainty. And their origins? Harry pressed on. I mean, how did they come to be? Were they a natural occurrence, or the result of some ancient wizard's experiment? What their inherent nature? Harry was striving to uncover the supposed malevolence of the centaurs. Perhaps he was searching for a fault in their existence. His discomfort at merely witnessing the presence of centaurs was palpable, and he sought to alleviate this unease, a well-intentioned cleansing. Newt swiftly placed a hand over his mouth, his expression tense, demonstrating that age had not dulled his reflexes in the slightest. You are remarkably audacious, murmured Newt, lowering his voice. We are in the realm of the centaurs. They are a distinct species in their own right, not a creation of some ancient sorcerer. The centaurs are particularly intolerant of such notions. Indeed, Hagrid interjected, stirring the fire. You must understand, centaurs are an exceedingly proud race, and they take great pride in this. Furthermore, they harbor a profound aversion to being exploited by wizards, whether intentionally or inadvertently. They certainly seem to possess a strong sense of honor, Harry remarked dryly, feeling somewhat disheartened. Child, Newt continued, I detect a hint of enmity towards the centaurs in your words. Have they wronged you in the past? He glanced curiously at Harry's horns and the totem, standing behind him. It wasn't them. Harry shook his head. Let us return to the centaurs, Mr. Scamander. Very well. Newt acquiesced, setting aside his inquiry. In fact, initially, wizards classified centaurs as human. However, in 1811, the centaurs petitioned the British Ministry of Magic to be recognized as beasts, as they did not wish to share the designation of humanity with beings such as mermaids and vampires. Although the ministry established a centaur liaison office, it has proven to be utterly ineffectual. Hagrid burst into laughter. Indeed, being sent to the centaur liaison office at the ministry implies that one is on the verge of being expelled, Newt added, and both he and Hagrid chuckled even louder. And what are the wizards? Harry inquired. Surely they wouldn't be inclined to cede the Forbidden Forest to the centaurs, given that it forms part of Hogwarts. Certainly not, Newt replied, shaking his head. The centaurs are forest-dwelling creatures, predominantly scattered across Europe. Typically, a community comprises anywhere from 10 to 50 centaurs. The ministry designates specific living areas for these centaur communities. So, the Forbidden Forest is indeed their habitat? Harry queried. Not solely for the centaurs, Newt replied earnestly. To my knowledge, deep within the Forbidden Forest resides a pack of werewolves who have coexisted with Hogwarts and the centaurs for many years without conflict. I see, Harry nodded. So, the Forbidden Forest can be regarded as a sanctuary for centaurs as designated by wizards. Harry employed a term he had encountered in Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, likening it to a dragon reserve. From the perspective of wizards, that may be the case. However, from the centaur's viewpoint, it is an entirely different matter, Newt softly remarked. I trust you have gleaned from this discourse, Harry, how wizards perceive other races. Dominators, Harry summarized succinctly. Yet, this forest has belonged to Hogwarts from the outset, has it not? If the centaurs originated from Greece? Yes, theoretically. That is correct, Newt sighed, a note of resignation in his voice. However, the professors at Hogwarts are limited. Hagrid, as the keeper of keys and grounds, is only responsible for the periphery of the Forbidden Forest. Hogwarts lacks the capacity to oversee the entire expanse, and the ministry would never permit the headmaster such extensive authority. Most importantly, no minister of magic would desire to instigate a war with the centaurs during their tenure, particularly when it concerns territory and species, as the centaurs can become exceedingly irritable. According to records from Greece, the relationship between the centaurs and the local populace is quite intricate. Some centaurs are known for their fondness for drink and revelry, often displaying a boisterous temperament, leading to numerous skirmishes with local humans. Newt reminisced about his travels in Greece. One of the most notorious conflicts occurred after a wedding, when the centaurs, in their exuberance, attempted to abduct the bride, resulting in a grand-scale war. Naturally, the centaurs were defeated. Newt chuckled at the memory, noting that scenes from that battle have become popular motifs among Greek pottery artisans. Excellent, I now fully comprehend, Harry nodded. Centaurs, outsiders, perceive the sanctuaries granted by wizards as their own territories, subsequently developing hostility towards and expelling wizards. Their rough and irritable nature aligns perfectly with this. Wait, Harry, Hagrid stammered. Your expression seems to be becoming rather alarming. Are you contemplating something rather sinister? Not at all. You're overthinking it, Hagrid, Harry replied, maintaining a calm demeanor. Speaking of which, Newt said, leaning in with excitement, that totem beside you is indeed a totem, correct? It appears quite dissimilar to those of the centaurs and also contrasts with those I observed during my travels in Africa. May I inquire about its specific significance? Why is it adorned with horns? I've never encountered a wizard carrying a totem in Europe. Because Harry is a minotaur, Newt remarked, with Hagrid interjecting. If you were to ask him, that would be his only response. A minotaur? Newt's curiosity ignited at the mention of his area of expertise, momentarily dispelling his usual social awkwardness. The minotaur? I did indeed seek out such extraordinary creatures described in ancient Greek mythology during my travels to Greece. But aside from some frescoes and pottery designs, I found no tangible evidence. I am indeed a minotaur, Mr. Scamander, Harry stated flatly. Is that so? Yet as of now, there is no recognized species known as minotaurs within the magical world. Only references in ancient Greek mythology exist. Moreover, the Potters were undoubtedly human. I do not recall them possessing any extraordinary lineage. Newt's straightforwardness and unwavering stance on magical creatures were evident. If I am not mistaken, those horns atop your head are also crafted through transfiguration. Without a doubt, child, your lineage is that of humanity, not a minotaur, Newt mused, deep in thought. However, curiously, your totem does not appear to be a mere fabrication. The craftsmanship and the intricate details, including the characters inscribed upon it, seem to convey specific significance, rather than being randomly etched. This is certainly not something born of nothingness. No wonder, No wonder Dumbledore sent me to investigate, Newt remarked. Huh? It was Headmaster Dumbledore who summoned you? Hagrid's eyes widened. Oh, don't mind that, Hagrid, Newt said, appearing momentarily flustered. Well, in any case, it's nothing. I mean, based on my professional assessment, Harry, you are definitely not a Minotaur. In these matters, Newt exhibited a remarkable stubbornness. You may consider it a facet of my self-identity, Mr. Scamander, Harry sighed, a note of resignation in his voice. It won't affect you, nor do I require any special treatment or altered attitudes from you. For various reasons, I resonate more with being a Minotaur than with being human. Do you understand? Understood, Newt replied, instantly relieved. The peculiarities of genius wizards are often beyond the comprehension of ordinary folk, much like Dumbledore's fondness for sweets. Just call me Newt, Harry. The term Mr. feels rather awkward. Newt was indifferent to titles or formalities. Suddenly, a prolonged horn sounded, and the three turned towards the sound, spotting a centaur blowing the horn. As the ceremony commenced, Newt expressed his excitement. Let us discuss the totem later, Harry. You have yet to witness the rituals of the centaurs. A truly momentous experience for those encountering it for the first time. The gathering took place in a vast clearing within the woods. Beneath a towering cliff where the centaurs' tents were nestled against the rock face. Surrounding the clearing stood 4 massive totem poles, intricately carved with scenes depicting the hunting and daily lives of the centaurs. Vines woven into ropes connected the totems, adorned with various animal bones, be it skulls or an assortment of smaller bones fashioned into necklaces, evoking a primal essence upon first glance. In the center, a grand bonfire blazed, the remnants of roasted meats having been removed, while the centaurs appeared to replenish the firewood, causing flames to leap skyward, painting the night sky in hues of orange and red. As the horn sounded, the centaurs began to emerge in succession, some from the tents, others from the woods, their hooves beating a rhythmic cadence upon the ground as they circled the fire. Harry noticed many centaurs casting glances in his direction, more accurately, towards the totem beside him. They seemed to harbor thoughts they wished to express, but restrained themselves as the ritual had begun. I thought you might intervene, Harry whispered to Newt. Through their earlier conversation, he had come to recognize Newt as a man of great respect, deeply knowledgeable about various magical creatures and devoted to their conservation, rescuing them from the brink of extinction. Yet, during the centaur ceremony, the centaurs displayed their hunted prey by the bonfire: wolves, rabbits, deer, and even some magical creatures like the Erumpent, the Akami, and the Murtlap. I cannot, sighed Newt. This is an integral part of centaur life, a long-standing tradition. Moreover, centaurs are classified as magical creatures themselves, and this is their own prerogative. In essence, they were not afforded protection under wizarding law, Harry concluded. That is one way to interpret it, Newt contemplated before stating, look, the ceremony is officially underway. The centaurs began to chant ancient songs in their own tongue, their voices deep and resonant, circling the bonfire and occasionally bowing in reverence to the creatures they had hunted. This is their way of expressing gratitude to nature and the bounty it provides, Newt quietly elaborated. This act of appreciation alleviated Harry's initial hostility, for it signified that the centaurs were not heedless takers. They understood moderation and gratitude. At least, the centaurs he recalled from memory were far removed from such understanding, having been raised for slaughter and pillage. As the centaur song ceased, they turned to face the grand bonfire, tilting their heads back to gaze at the starry sky. In this woodland clearing, the stars shone brilliantly, the night sky exceptionally clear, allowing each star's light to be distinctly visible. The centaurs remained in this contemplative stance for a long while. Ah, I know about this, Hagrid murmured. Whenever I see centaurs in the Forbidden Forest, they often maintain this posture while stargazing. After all, the centaurs' divination practices are primarily conducted through 2 means, fire and smoke, and the stars. True, Newt shrugged. But to be honest, while they can derive omens from these methods, their interpretations are often so cryptic that only centaurs can comprehend their own words. Indeed, Hagrid agreed. One can never expect straightforward answers from centaurs, and they always seem more interested in the stars than anything else, as if they care little for matters beyond those surrounding the moon. Chapter 45. The Minotaur's Sacrifice of the Centaur. Is that their shaman? Harry suddenly inquired, pointing to an aged centaur who had finally made his appearance. His once lustrous coat now appeared dull with age, and his bare upper body was adorned with strings of bone ornaments, as centaurs reject clothing, believing it disconnects them from nature. Yes, that is their shaman, Hagrid replied, glancing at Harry with a jesting tone. And compared to him, you are but a youth. That is a good sign, Harry murmured. The presence of an elder centaur implied that when a centaur ages, They are not cast aside by their tribe, a stark contrast to the fate of centaurs in Azeroth, where the elderly or weakened are swiftly supplanted or even consumed by younger, stronger kin in times of scarcity. As Harry continued to assess the centaur race in his mind, he contemplated the potential for their savage and dangerous nature. He might even consider eradicating the centaurs of the Forbidden Forest if they exhibited such traits. However, based on the details he observed, he felt a sense of relief, tinged with regret, that these centaurs were not mere beasts devoid of civilization and heritage. Thus, he would not have to explain to Professor Dumbledore why the centaur tribe had mysteriously vanished overnight. The elder centaur Shaman withdrew a handful of sage and sweetgrass from his pouch and cast them into the bonfire, instantly releasing a potent, aromatic smoke that was both pungent and invigorating. The shaman gazed intently at the flickering flames and the rising smoke, and after a lengthy moment, he turned to speak to the younger centaurs nearby, who listened attentively with their heads bowed, occasionally interjecting, yet maintaining a composed demeanor. Harry discerned that the shaman was likely divining the future of the tribe, assessing whether they would need to migrate or face dangers in the coming year. "Can we move a bit closer?" Harry asked, turning to Hagrid. "It's a bit far. I want to see how he conducts the divination." "Oh no." Hagrid waved his hand dismissively, his brow furrowing in distaste. "They do not permit outsiders to approach during this part, and I would prefer you not to witness what is about to unfold so closely. You must understand that while I can attend centaur ceremonies at will, I usually refrain for a reason." Hagrid sighed. "If I had promised to bring you here, I wouldn't have shown up today." "What do you mean?" Harry tilted his head. "The centaurs adhere to very traditional rituals," Newt interjected, reiterating, extremely traditional. There was no need for further explanation, as Harry observed a centaur leading a deer before the shaman. The centaur bowed, resting its forehead against the deer's, while the shaman murmured incantations, gently stroking the deer's head and neck before suddenly slitting its throat. The warm blood streamed forth, which the centaurs smeared upon their cheeks and foreheads. One by one, each centaur approached to replicate this solemn act. As a majestic deer succumbed to exhaustion and collapsed to the ground, the centaur shaman knelt before it, bending his limbs in reverence, and gently closed the creature's eyes with his palms. He raised his hands thrice and then bowed his form thrice, reciting incantations in the tongue of his kind, before, on his third rise, plunging a sharp blade into the deer's chest. With meticulous care, he widened the gaping wound, even fracturing the ribs on either side, as he intently observed the visceral tableau unfolding before him, his hands sifting through the intestines, heart, lungs, and liver. "Augury by entrails," Harry murmured, revealing the name of this ancient divination method. "You possess knowledge beyond your years," Newt commented, patting Harry on the shoulder. For the centaurs still adhere to this rather grisly form of divination. The practice of augury by entrails involves the ritualistic slaughter of an animal, followed by an examination of its internal organs and their arrangement to glean prophetic insights. Harry had learned of this method during a visit to Kultiras, where, amidst the land of Drustvar, he witnessed the turmoil wrought by the witches, which had greatly unsettled Dalaran. "Do centaurs exclusively employ animals for this form of divination?" Harry inquired. "To my knowledge," he continued, "the more sentient the being, the more precise the augury. Thus, when employing human, the results would be most accurate, provided one can momentarily set aside ethical considerations." "Indeed," Newt replied quietly, "though I cannot fathom how you came to know this. Centaurs only utilize animals as materials. For instance, a deer is quite intelligent. The unfortunate deer's lifeless form was soon taken away, while the centaur's rituals appeared poised to extend throughout the night, primarily manifesting in gazes cast upward at the starlit sky. However, the centaur shaman had already begun to attend to the long-awaiting wizards, embarking on their divinatory inquiries. Newt and Hagrid led Harry closer, revealing Newt's popularity among the centaur tribe, as many centaurs greeted him with smiles and bows. Hagrid, on the other hand, seemed to share a more complex relationship with the centaur community. Their rapport did not seem to be one of close friendship, for some centaurs regarded him with a wary demeanor. A plethora of spices was cast into the fire, not limited to sage and sweetgrass, which corroborated Hagrid's assertion that centaur divination was rather costly. The acrid scent of the spices pervaded the tent, causing discomfort to those present, rendering some unable to open their eyes. Harry observed a wizard undergoing divination, tears streaming down his face, unable to wipe them away. The centaur shaman, his voice hoarse, intoned. The smoke descends, soon to solidify, heavy bindings accompanied by cold and suffocation. What does this mean? The wizard stammered, visibly shaken, Is this an omen of misfortune? The shaman offered no response, merely lifting his gaze beyond the tent's edge to the heavens, remaining silent. The wizard, drenched in perspiration, dared not disturb the shaman, anxiously awaiting a revelation. Saturn shines so brightly in opposition to Pluto. Gazing into the wizard's eyes, the centaur shaman reiterated, "Saturn has brightened." "What?" the wizard exclaimed, his eyes wide in astonishment, yearning for further explanation. Yet the shaman remained resolute in his silence. Unable to linger, two centaur warriors, armed with bows, stood at the tent's entrance, their attention now drawn. Ultimately, the wizard could do naught but depart in despondency, muttering about wasted gold as he passed by Harry, who watched him retreat to the camp's edge before vanishing with a flicker of apparition. Is this truly how centaurs conduct divination? Harry could not restrain himself from asking. If a shaman were to offer such ambiguous prophecies to a warrior seeking guidance, they would likely find themselves swiftly dispatched with an axe to the forehead. Who conducts divination without a helmet? Generally, such nebulous utterances are messages conveyed by elements or ancestors to the shaman, or fragmented glimpses of the future. The shaman's duty is to interpret these esoteric messages into comprehensible guidance for those who seek it, ensuring that the tribe understands what actions are permissible and which are not. A shaman who merely spouts incoherent phrases would be deemed unfit, incapable of elucidating the guidance of the elements and ancestors, let alone predicting the future. Such a shaman would likely be branded a charlatan and expelled from the tribe, if not worse. Isn't that so? Hagrid queried, looking perplexed at Harry. Isn't divination meant to be this way? Mysterious utterances, incomprehensible to the layman. That's how centaurs operate. No, this is simply a failure to communicate, Harry retorted, unable to contain his frustration. If divination cannot elucidate for the seeker what course of action they ought to take, then what purpose does it serve? Youthful colt. The centaur shaman's voice suddenly rang out, having emerged from the tent to stand before Harry, gazing intently as he spoke, the boy of House Potter, a figure of considerable renown even among centaurs. "Thank you. I hadn't anticipated my legend would have reached even the centaur community," Harry replied, his tone tinged with impatience as he noticed the centaur warriors encircling them, their demeanor shifting to one of tension. Hagrid appeared ready to reach for his bow, but Newt restrained him. Harry, shoo," Hagrid whispered urgently. Meanwhile, Newt, appearing equally uneasy, set down the case, placing a foot atop it. Yet neither Harry nor the centaur shaman acknowledged them. "I doubt that wizard will find joy in his endeavor," Harry remarked, casting a glance towards the departing wizard. "He sought your guidance with a hefty sum of galleons, yet received none of the answers he desired. His lack of resentment towards you is not born of goodwill, but rather due to the imposing presence of your warriors. The tale concerning you is no mere legend, child of Potter," the centaur shaman murmured softly. "As for that wizard, he lacks the gift for divination and thus cannot comprehend. So you do not even interpret the results for him?" Harry inhaled deeply. "It is an astrological prophecy. We have seen it, and we swore to never defy the will of fate." The centaur shaman shook his head. "Cannot defy the will of fate." In matters of duty and professional ethics, Harry could no longer contain himself, retorting from the very inception of divination. Its mission has been to guide the seeker away from misfortune. If it fails even in this, how could it have persisted through the ages? The more one flees from destiny, the deeper they become ensnared within it. "This is an immutable truth," the centaur shaman countered, shaking his head. "Centaurs merely observe the stars of destiny, never intervening. So you merely obfuscate with your vague utterances?" Harry could no longer restrain himself. He accepted the wizard's galleons, but found himself incapable of dispelling the illusions clouding their minds and guiding their futures. How was this behavior any different from that of charlatan? Surely, they ought to clarify to him what actions he could or could not undertake in the forthcoming days. Or what topics should be avoided? "How dare you insult the divination of the centaurs?" A thunderous roar erupted suddenly, and a burly centaur with a rugged beard charged forth from the throng, his dark mane flowing fiercely, exuding an aura of wild pride. He barreled toward Harry with a ferocious expression, as if intent on trampling him to death. Yet as he approached, he abruptly slowed, seemingly only wishing to startle Harry rather than genuinely attack him. Unfortunately for him, Harry was quite inclined to take offense. In fact, the centaur's actions triggered a nerve deep within Harry's mind. In that instant, as the burly centaur lunged forward, Harry instinctively yanked the totem from his back, gripping one end with both arms and swinging it upward with great force. Bang! The persistent training and the effects of potion had rendered Harry's physique robust and powerful. and the towering totem compensated for his relative lack of height, adding an immense weight to his strike. The charging centaur collapsed in response, unable to rise again, his legs twitching as he lay on the ground. He was not dead, but he would certainly be dazed for a considerable time. Bane! The centaurs erupted into a frenzy, some gasping in disbelief. The striking reality was that Bane, adorned with a splendid coat of black fur, had fallen at the very moment he charged, lying motionless on the ground. And the assailant? A mere foal, no taller than Bane's chest, clutching a totem nearly his own height. The wizard has slain Bane. The foal has slain Bane. Kill them. The centaurs cried out in a chorus, with some impassioned centaurs rushing toward Harry in pursuit of vengeance. The tumultuous crowd rendered it nearly impossible for any centaur to draw a bow, or perhaps they simply found it exceedingly difficult to strike Harry. For the frenzied little foal was far more agile than any centaur had anticipated. He leapt nimbly, relentlessly striking the heads and chests of the centaurs with his totem. Should he land a solid blow, that centaur would find himself sprawled on the ground, convulsing, unable to rise for quite some time. It was as if the wild and malevolent foal possessed a sixth sense. Though several centaurs attempted to aim arrows at him, he seemed to anticipate their movements, either ducking behind the totem or leaping onto the backs of other centaurs, compelling those armed with bows to reluctantly lower their weapons. Heavens! Harry! We came here to observe. Amidst the chaos, Hagrid's voice rang out, filled with despair. How am I to explain this to Professor Dumbledore? Bang! As he voiced this lament, Hagrid delivered a powerful punch to the head of a charging centaur, who promptly collapsed, rendered unconscious. Like a warrior of legend, Hagrid even ensnared one centaur with one arm, then brought both arms together, causing the heads of two centaurs to collide, sending them tumbling to the ground in a heap. Newt, alive and alert, withdrew his finger from the nose of a centaur who had just fallen beneath Hagrid's might, demonstrating an agility that belied his age as he deftly sidestepped another centaur charging at him. While it was Harry who had initiated the conflict, it was Hagrid and Newt, the two adults standing alongside Harry, who had become the primary targets of the centaurs. Just as Newt settled in, he noticed yet another centaur surging toward him, prompting him to kick his suitcase with urgency. The latch sprang open, and in the next moment a limb, well, perhaps two, covered in thick russet fur erupted from the suitcase. These appendages possessed extraordinary strength, easily overpowering the approaching centaur, who was effortlessly tossed aside, before a third limb could emerge from the suitcase. Newt hastily pointed his wand at the furry appendages, which flailed as if tickled, before retreating back into the confines of the suitcase. With an agility surpassing that of an ordinary elder, Newt lunged at the suitcase, swiftly securing the latch. The atmosphere seemed to freeze for a moment. Newt, panting slightly, lifted his gaze to Hagrid, who, after clearing his throat, remarked, "Well, I suppose Tina will be pleased that at least I'm adhering to her advice regarding post-meal exercise." Merlin S. Beard, Hagrid exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. Is that a five-legged beast? No, wait, Newt, instinctively denying it, sighed in resignation. Promise me, Hagrid, don't make a fuss. Of course, if the Ministry of Magic were to find out, they would go absolutely mad, Hagrid exclaimed with genuine admiration. Just as I would expect from you, Newt. Can I see it? After everything settles down, one centaur struck Hagrid on the head with a wooden staff, but Hagrid merely patted his head as if nothing had happened, then retaliated with a punch that sent the centaur sprawling, all while his gaze remained fixed on Newt's suitcase. Of course, as friends do, Newt understood Hagrid's fascination, and he felt a tinge of exasperation. But for now, I believe we must first quell this uproar. Hagrid had a deep fondness for magical creatures, particularly those with sharp teeth or scaly hides. The more ferocious, the more he adored them. Absolutely. Hagrid rejoiced, bursting with boundless energy. For Harry, in that moment, his state could not have been more exhilarating. Battle. Thrilling. Fighting centaurs. All the more thrilling. Chapter 46. You might be a bit too extreme. It has returned. All has returned. At this moment, it was as if time had circled back to a previous instance. Harry nimbly rolled on the ground, evading a centaur's spear aimed at him. Arrows shot toward him, failing to even graze the hem of his robe, falling instead to the barren earth or striking their own kind. Meanwhile, Harry wielded the totem with vigor, striking the surrounding centaurs with fervor, as though he were playing a game of whack-a-mole. The swinging blades sliced through the air with a piercing sound, yet could only manage to leave a shallow mark upon the sturdy totem, let alone sever it. In the next moment, Harry leapt atop the totem, his war hammer gripped tightly at his waist, and with a mighty swing, he brought it crashing down upon the skull of the centaur, attempting to ambush him. Thud! The sound was dull. Gasping for breath, Harry landed atop the fallen centaur, surveying the scene around him. Only a few centaurs remained standing. It was evident that the true force behind their defeat was not Harry himself, but rather Hagrid. At this juncture, Harry would stake his beloved gingerbread on the assertion that Hagrid could not possibly be the pure human he claimed to be, regardless of his height or physique, which could be rationalized as a rare anomaly among humans. His current resilience was certainly beyond that of any mere human. In the face of overwhelming odds, Hagrid withstood several fierce thrusts from the centaur spears and slashes from their blades. Yet, the most significant injury he sustained was merely a few gashes in his coat, and even a few strikes to his head did not seem to trouble him. Harry, of course, bore no prejudice against Hagrid's kind. He was merely ignited by a fervor to fight. How could a Minotaur be outperformed by others in a battle against centaurs? Such humiliation, even if this was a conflict that allowed for mercy. But these were centaurs. As Harry steadied his breath, another centaur charged towards him, roaring in rage over the sudden assault on his tribe. For the tribe, he bellowed, only to be met with an even louder roar from Harry, who, gripping the totem, met the centaur head-on. Bam! Those who have never been struck by a galloping horse will never comprehend the sheer force of such an impact. Harry's totem indeed crashed against the centaur's chest, yet he, along with the totem, was sent flying backwards. Harry! Hagrid exclaimed, rushing over and catching the airborne Harry in a dramatic leap. Frankly, the sensation was far from pleasant. Harry felt as though he had collided with an immovable wall, and there was no way to dissipate the force. Hagrid was that wall. Cough, cough. I'm fine, Hagrid managed, but Harry quickly patted his arm, urging, put me down. Be careful, Hagrid. Suddenly, a shout from Newt pierced through the chaos. Instinctively turning to hold Harry closer, Hagrid beheld a colossal beast that had just sent a centaur flying. Its massive form, with a head resembling that of a tiger, was adorned with flowing red fur and menacing sharp teeth and claws. Oh, darling, you are magnificent, Hagrid exclaimed in awe, his reaction purely instinctual. Zo, right? Wait, don't look at him like that, Hagrid. But Newt's warning came too late. In the next moment, the great feline leaped, its long tail slashing against Hagrid. He had only time to turn and shield Harry with his back, bracing for the impact. Truth be told, Harry would swear that the cumulative injuries inflicted upon him by the centaurs that evening paled in comparison to the blow he endured when Hagrid fell upon him. Get up, Hagrid, Harry cried out in desperation. You're too heavy. What? Goodness, I'm so sorry. Are you all right, Harry? Hagrid hastily scrambled to his feet. Panic etched across his face as he looked at Harry. In response, Harry grinned, baring his teeth as he hurled the totem behind him. Bam! The centaur staggered, only to be immediately pinned to the ground by Hagrid, who delivered 2 firm punches to its head. He.S. asleep, very peacefully. Battles during adventures always unfold unexpectedly, and Harry was well accustomed to this sensation, swift to arrive and swift to depart. Given the nature of centaurs, they traditionally do not live in large tribes, rendering them incapable of executing the tactics of human sea warfare that Harry remembered from the centaurs of his past. Indeed, the centaur's physicality was considerably weaker than that of the centaurs. Having sent the last reluctant centaur into a tranquil slumber, Harry leaned against the totem and found a place to sit. He felt somewhat exhausted and a bit drowsy. The centaur tribe in the Forbidden Forest comprised only about 30 to 40 individuals, yet even taking down that many boars proved quite arduous, especially without the use of magic. The wild wizards who had come to seek divination from the centaur tribe fled at the onset of the battle, vanishing with a flicker of apparition, while only a handful, unable to quell their curiosity, remained to witness the fierce confrontation at close quarters. However, as the conflict subsided, when Harry cast his gaze upon them, they all wore awkward smiles before hastily disappearing as though propelled by lightning. I never imagined, Harry, that I would one day find myself battling the centaurs of the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid said, staggering over to Harry and plopping down on the ground, covering his face in despair. How am I to explain this to Professor Dumbledore? I've even put you in danger. This is not how it should have been. Goodness. Despite being a remarkably burly man, Hagrid now appeared on the verge of tears. Don't worry about it, Hagrid, Harry reassured, unable to suppress a chuckle. I'll help you explain to Professor Dumbledore. After all, it was the centaurs who threatened us first, wasn't it? He couldn't help but laugh, though he couldn't kill. The thrill of striking centaurs always filled Harry with delight, especially after learning about their history and temperament from Newt. You can still laugh. Harry, Hagrid exclaimed in astonishment, turning his head. I have never seen such boldness in a child. You are far braver than your father. Indeed, I never anticipated that totem would serve as a weapon. Newt remarked as he approached, carrying his case. Honestly, I was astonished when I saw you use that totem to fell that centaur. The elderly man appeared slightly breathless. For his age, this battle had exerted more effort than he was accustomed to. I had no choice. He came to me first, Harry replied earnestly to Newt. He initiated the hostile action. I was compelled to retaliate. Yes, while that is indeed the case, Newt hesitated. Centaurs typically do not strike children. They consider it a grave dishonor, even towards children of other races. Is that so? Then they should not have shown hostility earlier, Harry replied, shaking his head slightly. But I believe discussing this now is futile. They will only remain our adversaries. That is indeed a concern, Hagrid said, his face clouded with worry. Centaurs are inherently averse to wizards and possess a profound sense of racial honor. Even if they instigated the conflict, it is they who now lie vanquished on the ground. I shudder to think of the repercussions when they awaken. Then we should simply eliminate them, Harry proposed earnestly. Keeping a group of hostile centaurs in the Forbidden Forest is perilous. What if they attack other students at Hogwarts? An immediate silence enveloped the air, broken only by the crackling of the nearby campfire. Both Newt and Hagrid stared at Harry, momentarily stunned. Isn't that a bit extreme, Harry? After a long pause, Hagrid stammered. I mean, to kill them all is. Hagrid grappled with the words madness and evil, but hesitated to voice them, knowing that Harry had merely acted in self-defense against the initial aggression of the centaurs. You are far too kind, Harry, Hagrid mused, feeling increasingly moved. To have just escaped danger and already consider the safety of your fellow classmates is admirable, though perhaps a tad extreme. Extreme? I think it's quite reasonable. Harry scratched his head. After all, we can't leave our enemies alive only to regret it when they harm our loved ones. By then, it will be too late. Your argument possesses a certain validity. Hagrid hesitated, yet the Ministry of Magic loomed large in his thoughts. If he were to choose between the students of Hogwarts and the centaurs of the Forbidden Forest, he would undoubtedly opt for the former without a moment's hesitation. Hagrid was all too familiar with the centaurs, stubborn, proud, irritable, vengeful, and particularly hostile towards other races. The Forbidden Forest had been designated by the Ministry as the habitat for the centaurs, and the thought of exterminating them left him furrowing his brow in trepidation. His past experiences had instilled in him a lingering fear of the Ministry. I believe the Ministry would turn a blind eye to such matters, Harry suggested thoughtfully. The Forbidden Forest has never belonged to the centaurs, and no wizard would cede Hogwarts territory to them, much like how Hagrid. You seem to despise the centaurs for assuming the role of its rightful owners, he added earnestly. Indeed, Newt has previously remarked on the matter, Hagrid interjected. But before he could continue, he found himself unable to bear the conversation any longer. Witnessing the two of them delve into specifics regarding execution measures and consequences, and even dragging himself into the fray, Newt couldn't help but cough loudly. I believe the situation may not have deteriorated to that extent. Regardless, to eliminate so many centaurs would be excessively cruel. However, leaving them alive poses a threat to the students of Hogwarts, Harry countered. The centaurs already regard the Forbidden Forest as their territory, and after our recent conflict, if what you said about them holds true, they will not let it rest easily. I cannot dispute that, Newt nodded, but Harry, you must remember that you are still a child. This evening, we face not only the centaurs. Do you recall the wizards who fled? They will surely disseminate information. Harry understood, realizing that unfavorable news regarding Hogwarts would indeed spread. It would be news detrimental to you if people discovered the centaurs' tribe had vanished, Newt said resignedly. After all, you are Harry Potter, and the Daily Prophet would not be remiss in reporting that. Dumbledore and McGonagall, I am delighted you have arrived, Newt exclaimed as the atmosphere shifted dramatically, rising to greet the two figures that had suddenly appeared by the campfire, feeling a palpable sense of relief. Honestly, discussing magical creatures is one thing, but Newt considered himself ill-equipped for the task of educating children. The arrival of Dumbledore and McGonagall was truly fortuitous. Dumbledore, my dear friend, it brings me great joy to see you. I had thought you would arrive at Hogwarts first. Dumbledore warmly embraced Newt. I need to attend to some injured centaurs, so, let us not dwell on my affairs, Newt said, gesturing towards the centaurs strewn about the ground. I leave them in your capable hands. Oh, I had not anticipated your healing skills appearing to have advanced so significantly. They seem to be resting quite soundly, Dumbledore remarked with a humorous glance around. This is hardly a time for jest, Professor Dumbledore. McGonagall interjected sharply, looking as if she might faint. Hagrid, and Mr. Potter, what on earth has transpired here? Assuming a posture of accountability, Harry approached Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall, with Hagrid trailing behind, appearing as though he were guilty and afraid to speak. I apologize. It was I who informed them, Newt murmured as they passed by. Harry shook his head, signaling him not to worry. We are also victims, Professor McGonagall, Harry began. We initially came to participate in the centaur's ritual, but upon expressing skepticism regarding their divination methods, they turned hostile towards me, and we were compelled to retaliate. Oh my! McGonagall gasped, her hands clasped tightly, her face pale as she surveyed the chaotic scene. How could you? I mean, Mr. Potter, this is the centaur's territory. No one could truly fathom the emotions McGonagall experienced upon arriving in the depths of the Forbidden Forest, following Dumbledore's portkey, only to find centaurs lying in disarray around her. Dumbledore had received the news from Newt in haste. In a message, Newt had conveyed the general situation, prompting Dumbledore to rush to McGonagall's side. I am sorry, Professor McGonagall. This is all my fault, Hagrid bellowed. I insisted on bringing Harry to witness the centaur's divination, which led to this calamity. Do not apologize, Hagrid. Harry reassured him, patting his leg. As I mentioned, the conflict with the centaurs is not our fault. You have nothing to apologize for. You seem utterly unaware of the peril your actions have invited. Mr. Potter, McGonagall admonished sternly. I had thought you a mature child, one who understands the implications of his actions and possesses a sense of justice, which is why I halted your punishment for copying the school rules. Yet look around you. You have not only disregarded your own safety and that of your friends, but have also assaulted the centaurs of the Forbidden Forest. There are no rules against attacking centaurs. Professor, Harry replied nonchalantly. Besides, the centaurs were the ones who displayed hostility first. That was because you questioned their divination during their ritual. That is provocation, Mr. Potter. McGonagall retorted sharply. I apologize, Professor, but as a fellow practitioner of divination, I cannot abide the centaurs masquerading as seers, uttering vague statements to deceive others. From what I understand, fraudsters are sent to Azkaban under wizarding law, Harry stated unapologetically, revealing his disdain for the centaurs without reservation. And when did this world become a place where one cannot even voice their thoughts, where skepticism is silenced? Have the centaurs truly dominated the wizards? Certainly. The centaurs have not dominated the wizards. Dumbledore interjected before McGonagall's ire could escalate further. Moreover, this world does indeed permit voices of dissent. Professor McGonagall is merely concerned for your safety and that of those around you, Harry. Thank you for your concern, Professor McGonagall, Harry replied earnestly, bowing slightly. However, rest assured, I acted with conviction. For reasons unknown, even after Harry's apology, McGonagall appeared to grow even more incensed. Rather than dwell on how this situation unfolded, I believe we ought to address the inevitable retribution from the centaurs, Harry asserted, locking eyes with Dumbledore. They harbor animosity towards wizards, regard the Forbidden Forest as their domain, and possess a strong sense of retribution and racial honor. And what, then, is your proposal, Harry? Dumbledore inquired with newfound seriousness. The most effective method with regard to an enemy is, naturally, to eliminate them, Harry calmly suggested. We cannot guarantee that the centaurs will not take extreme measures. What if they suddenly burst forth from the Forbidden Forest and harm a student? Eliminate them? McGonagall gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief. That would be a violation of the law. In truth, it is not, Professor, Harry explained respectfully to McGonagall, who had momentarily cleared the fog from his path. Centaurs do not consider themselves humans. They view themselves as beasts, which means wizarding law does not apply to them, and they are not afforded protection under wizarding statutes. In fact, they are protected under the Magical Creatures Protection Act, Newt interjected. Even so, the Magical Creatures Protection Act permits wizards to kill magical creatures when under attack or in imminent danger, Harry asserted with gravity. Just as I could slay a few trolls or venomous tentacula in the Forbidden Forest today without anyone raising an objection. Oh, Harry, do not underestimate the trolls or the acromantulas. They are exceedingly perilous and not so easily vanquished, Hagrid offered with a professional assessment. Is this truly the appropriate moment to discuss such matters, Hagrid? Harry retorted. Professor McGonagall was on the verge of madness. This was not merely a matter of dispatching a few slugs or birds in potions class, but rather dozens of centaurs. If you are unwilling, Professor, we could resort to expulsion, but we must ensure the centaurs vacate the Forbidden Forest, at the very least keeping them away from Hogwarts, Harry lamented. I believe you would not wish to witness centaur arrows embedded in the hearts of young wizards. McGonagall inhaled sharply. She could already envision the grim scene Harry had described. He was correct. She was beginning to be persuaded, for she was well aware of the centaur's temperament. Her gaze shifted towards Dumbledore. Truth be told, McGonagall held no fondness for the centaurs residing in the Forbidden Forest. Their welfare paled in comparison to the safety of the students. Ahem, cough, cough. Suddenly, a violent fit of coughing drew the attention of several individuals. When Harry and the others turned towards the source of the sound, They beheld a platinum-haired centaur struggling to rise from the ground, yet unable to do so due to the dizziness plaguing him. To be fair, the centaur's coat was rather striking, resembling the light golden hue of a palomino. Centaurs do not harm foals, the centaur gasped. Truthfully, he was in a rather poor state, having been knocked unconscious twice. Firenze? Hagrid seemed to recognize this centaur. Indeed, Firenze nodded, finally managing to stand, panting, and declared, "The fire star is exceptionally bright tonight." "Oh, my goodness. Not again." Hagrid covered his eyes. "Harry, bear with it. The fire star signifies conflict," Dumbledore whispered, symbolizing action, desire, impulse, and violence. "I take it he implies the centaurs have foreseen the events of this evening?" Firenze nodded, then shook his head. "The fire star grows increasingly luminous," he remarked. "Hence the heightened anxiety, especially with something still looming within the castle." He left the thought unfinished, but judging by Dumbledore's expression, it was clear he comprehended Firenze's implication. The centaurs had inhabited the Forbidden Forest for many years. Dumbledore turned to Harry, saying, "This has become their ancestral land. I believe it would be a cruel act to expel them from the Forbidden Forest. What do you think?" "You are the headmaster of Hogwarts, Professor Dumbledore," Harry replied calmly. "It is your responsibility to ensure the safety of the young wizards, not mine. You must also consider their parents. To harm foals is a disgrace for centaurs." Firenze appeared somewhat angered, anxiously pawing at the ground with his front hooves. "It is evident you cannot achieve this," Harry stated bluntly, particularly since that one Bane initially expressed hostility, and then, when the conflict began, the other centaurs also attacked me. Clearly, on the battlefield, we are all the same, with only enemies in our sights. I believe that when you centaurs regard wizards as foes, you do not care for the so-called foals. Bane is merely somewhat irritable. Firenze seemed increasingly agitated, wanting to defend Bane, yet his conscience prevented him from uttering falsehoods. "Perhaps the tribe should relocate deeper into the Forbidden Forest," Dumbledore suggested to Firenze. "When Tamsin awakens, inform him that this is my decision. Centaurs should not pose a threat to any young wizard, and Bane has crossed a line." "Understood," Firenze replied, lowering his head in resignation. Dumbledore's stance undoubtedly favored wizards, yet he maintained a compassion for the centaurs. He chose neither to eradicate the centaurs of the Forbidden Forest nor to expel them, to avoid further distress to the centaurs who would soon awaken. Dumbledore led Harry and the others away from the centaur tribe. Newt had produced ample healing potions from his case to leave for the centaurs. "May I request that you take Newt and Hagrid back first?" McGonagall inquired. "As headmaster, I permit you to use apparition within the grounds of Hogwarts this evening." "Very well." Although it seemed she had much to say to Harry, after a deep glance at him, Professor McGonagall acquiesced. Hagrid cast a worried glance at Harry, while Newt blinked. Yet they had no objections to Dumbledore's arrangement and simply took hold of McGonagall's arm. In the next moment, the three vanished in a puff of smoke. "You would mind taking a stroll with this dull old man, would you?" Dumbledore queried as Harry withdrew his gaze. "Not all, headmaster," Harry shook his head, and the two ambled down the path of the Forbidden Forest. "I suspect you have many questions you wish to pose to me." "Indeed," Dumbledore nodded. "Such as the totem you bear upon your back. I've noticed it appears to bear a new script. That is the language of the centaurs, headmaster," Harry stated without reservation. "It chronicles my past. I have envisioned our exchanges countless times." Dumbledore suddenly halted, turning to Harry with a glimmer of astonishment in his eyes. "Yet, I never anticipated such candor. I walk the path of righteousness, and thus have no fear in being forthright with others," Harry replied calmly. "I understand your concerns, Headmaster Dumbledore. You worry about my attitude towards those centaurs." Unexpectedly astute, Dumbledore nodded, acknowledging Harry's words. "May I see it?" Harry removed the totem from his back, placing it upon the ground. "Oh, merely seeing the bloodstains upon it allows me to envision the fierce battle you endured this evening." Dumbledore jested, truth be told. "For a child, your discussion of death seems rather nonchalant." "Perhaps that is because I am not merely a child," Harry replied succinctly. Dumbledore halted once more. "If I am not mistaken, the image at the very bottom should represent Hogwarts?" he murmured. "Indeed, headmaster," Harry gazed at the totem. "As I mentioned, it recounts my past. Thus, your inadvertent display of hatred and loathing towards the centaurs also stems from your past." Dumbledore reached out to caress a depiction on the totem. It appeared to be a bloody battleground, where a small figure, surrounded by horned beings, wielded a curved blade to sever the head of a centaur-like creature, seemingly roaring towards the heavens. "Ah, that is my glorious past," Harry declared with pride, gazing at the image. "Is it due to magic?" Dumbledore inquired suddenly. The question was abrupt and somewhat perplexing, yet Harry understood its intent. "Perhaps it is magic, I cannot say for certain, Harry shook his head. But I have indeed experienced a chapter that others could never fathom. Very well, Dumbledore sighed deeply. Magic, wondrous magic. I have but one request of you, Harry. Please speak. Headmaster Dumbledore. Dumbledore gazed into Harry's eyes, lightly tapping the emblem on the totem as he spoke. It is akin to the centaurs in the Forbidden Forest. They are not the sort you are familiar with, though I cannot quite articulate what that means. They share certain similarities, he continued, regardless of their appearance or demeanor. What troubles me most is their disdain for divination, a standpoint I cannot overlook as a professional shaman. Yet, I assure you, Harry earnestly replied to Dumbledore. If that is the case, I sincerely hope you do not become irate upon hearing Sybil's prophecies. To be frank, I believe Minerva has already accumulated quite a bit of frustration regarding you. Dumbledore suddenly chuckled. Sybil is the professor of the divination class at the school? Harry inquired. Hagrid seems to hold her in low regard. Could she possibly be a fraud? Oh, Harry, do not be so presumptuous, especially since you have yet to meet Sybil. I believe she possesses genuine talent, Dumbledore insisted, shaking his head repeatedly. You cannot judge a person based solely on the indirect words of others. Such judgments often lead to numerous errors. Now, I think it is time for us to depart. Minerva and the others must be anxiously awaiting us. Is that all? Harry tilted his head, expecting a multitude of questions from Dumbledore. Not at all. I merely wish to ensure you are on the right path, Harry. I believe that is what life has imparted to me during my earlier years, Dumbledore said, patting Harry's shoulder. Seize my arm and do not let go. It felt akin to traversing through a constricting rubber tube, a sensation of being bound all over. When Harry found himself back on solid ground, he beheld the familiar sight of Hogwarts Castle, accompanied by a slight unease in his stomach. Professor McGonagall, Newt, and Hagrid had been waiting there for quite some time. I am sorry, Hagrid. Harry approached him for a brief embrace, for the trouble you have endured, and your clothes seem to be in tatters. What style do you prefer? I believe you might need a new outfit. Oh no, Harry, I cannot accept your things, Hagrid chuckled, patting the holes in his attire. You must know I have longed to confront those centaurs, especially every time I hear them speak of our Forbidden Forest. Indeed, today has been rather splendid. I thought you were friends, Harry laughed. If they truly think of me as such, Hagrid shrugged, but it is more about mutual assistance, you know, as we always seem to encounter one another in the woods. Useful friends, Harry nodded. However, I believe we are true friends, do you not? Absolutely, Harry, Hagrid declared loudly. Then, as true friends, do not refuse my gift. What do you think of a suit? I believe you would carry it with great dignity. Harry surveyed Hagrid, contemplating a change of style. A suit? Hagrid paused, envisioning himself clad in formal attire. Do you think I would suit it? It is always worthwhile to try. Harry replied with a smile. I will ask Madame Malkin to create a particularly sturdy suit that matches your character. Well, thank you, Hagrid said, scratching his head and grinning foolishly. No need for thanks, Harry said, patting Hagrid's leg before turning to Newt. I apologize, Newt, for involving you in such peril, especially as you're a guest of the Centaur tribe. Oh, do not fret, my boy, Newt replied, slightly embarrassed. It was merely a skirmish, quite normal in the realm of magical creatures. I have checked, and they are all unharmed. Outside the realm of magical creatures, Newt often appeared rather reserved. If you truly feel guilty, perhaps you could elaborate on the patterns on your totem. I noticed there seem to be some unknown magical creatures depicted, Newt suggested thoughtfully. Certainly, Harry smiled. However, you may find it quite difficult to locate similar beings in this world. Consider it merely a tale. That sounds delightful. While Hagrid and Newt were unbothered, Harry felt a sense of guilt for having drawn them into danger. He had not anticipated that a mere confinement would escalate into such a significant affair. Approaching Dumbledore, who was observing them with a cheerful demeanor, Professor McGonagall sighed. This child truly knows how to stir up a commotion. Is it not amusing? Dumbledore chuckled. Amusing? Professor McGonagall retorted, unable to contain herself. I only wish he could remain composed for a while. Perhaps I am simply growing too old, Dumbledore said, turning towards the castle. I sincerely hope Harry brings a fresh vitality to Hogwarts. Growing too old? Following closely behind Dumbledore, as the two figures receded, Professor McGonagall's voice diminished. If I did not misinterpret what I saw in your office earlier, the report I entrusted to you remains untouched on your desk. You cannot rest just yet, Professor Dumbledore. Oh, spare me, Minerva. It is quite late. Harry decided not to linger too long with Hagrid. His punishment had concluded, if one could even consider a punishment. According to Newt, he would be staying with Hagrid for the next few days due to Dumbledore having matters to discuss with him. Newt also extended an invitation for Harry to visit him the following day, keeping the secrets of his suitcase for another time. Although Harry had deduced that the case had been enchanted with the undetectable extinction charm, he still found it irksome when others withheld information. As Harry departed from Hagrid's hut, he carefully stored the totem, as it would serve as a surprise for the first Shaman Club class next week, ensuring it did not draw undue attention. By the time Harry returned to the castle, it was nearly midnight. However, he could confidently assert that Hogwarts Castle was abuzz with activity that evening. On his way back, he encountered multiple groups of students who had just completed their confinement. This certainly added a lively atmosphere to a castle that typically adhered to a nighttime curfew. A certain weary vitality permeated the air, as the arduous confinement had seemingly drained all energy from the students. Some were even leaning against the walls for support. As they loudly complained, the students cursed Filch and Snape, with even Professor Sprout not escaping their ire, as her confinement assignment involved shoveling dragon dung without the use of magic. Yet, among all the grievances, those related to Snape were the most numerous. Undoubtedly, Snape had taken full advantage of the situation that night. Truth be told, Harry could hardly bear to imagine Ron's plight that evening. Cries of complaint, sarcastic remarks, and sobs filled the air. Sobs? Surely that could not be the case. Harry, bemused, strained to hear, then his expression grew serious. Following the sound through the first-floor corridor to the courtyard, as he turned the corner, he spotted a familiar platinum blonde head. Was it Malfoy? The one crying was Malfoy? Enough, Malfoy. A boy spat disdainfully. It's all your fault that we Slytherins have lost face. Indeed, what a disgrace for Slytherin. You actually wet yourself in front of so many people. A shame for purebloods. Voices echoed, accompanied by Malfoy's furious retorts. I did not. Tears laced his voice as Draco Malfoy cried out in a falsetto. You bunch of bastards. I will write to my father. A wave of laughter erupted around him. Meanwhile, Harry's expression was somewhat nuanced. On one hand, he was taken aback by the harshness of Malfoy's existence within Slytherin, and on the other, he was surprised that Malfoy would still invoke his father's name so freely just weeks into the new school year. Chapter 48. Bullying and the Fear of Brothers Driving a Range Rover. Although Harry was unaware of the term bullying, he was well acquainted with the phenomenon that arises when a group of children congregates. Youngsters particularly despise peers who frequently mention their parents or teachers, actively ostracizing those who are deemed different or who induce feelings of embarrassment. Such was the case with Draco Malfoy at present. Under normal circumstances, given the illustrious lineage of the Malfoy family, he would not have faced such extreme bullying merely for mentioning his father. However, his repeated disgrace brought upon Slytherin had rendered him a target, provoking others, yet being cowed into submission. The students of Slytherin found themselves unable to hold their heads high in front of their peers from the other three houses, especially Gryffindor, who reveled in mocking them, branding Slytherin as a bunch of whimpering cowards. The Malfoy family, though affluent and somewhat powerful, did not reign supreme over the aristocracy of Slytherin, which was populated by many noble families. Thus, when Draco incurred the wrath of his peers, even the power of the Malfoys could not shield him, for his parents could not always be there to protect him. Particularly when Draco's two henchmen were separated from him due to differing detentions, the Slytherin students cornered him. Such occurrences were inevitable at Hogwarts, as professors and heads of houses could not monitor every corner, allowing bullying to persist through the ages. You seem to have plenty of time on your hands. After a moment's contemplation, Harry stepped forward to interrupt this unfriendly gathering. His earlier intention to teach Malfoy a lesson was to deter him from incessantly pestering him, and it seemed that aim had indeed been achieved. Beyond this, Harry bore no profound animosity towards Malfoy. After all, he was merely a misguided child. Regardless of Malfoy's character, he possessed an undeniable tenacity, even when cornered. He refused to yield, incessantly invoking his parents, which only exacerbated the fury of his tormentors. Harry sensed that if he did not intervene, a physical altercation was imminent. Potter? The leading Slytherin student turned to Harry, his face contorted in disdain. Stay out of this. It's none of your business. I doubt the professors would appreciate seeing students bully one another, Harry observed, glancing at Malfoy, who bore traces of tears on his cheeks. Huh. You're going to try that too. The Slytherins erupted in laughter. What if I refuse? Are you going to tell the professors? Do not provoke me, child. Ignoring their laughter, Harry replied calmly. Now, take your friends and leave. There was no need for him to raise his voice in menacing threats. The laughter of the Slytherin students gradually dwindled. The entire student body of Hogwarts was well aware that they should not provoke Harry Potter, for he was indeed capable of anything and particularly unhinged. While they mocked Malfoy, they also feared the wild escapade he had shared with Harry. From that moment on, Hogwarts students understood that the boy who lived was far more Gryffindor than any of their own, and unless absolutely necessary, they should avoid provoking him. Most importantly, he had a formidable ally in Snape. Without uttering a single harsh word, the Slytherin students retreated in disgrace. Malfoy? Harry turned to the still-seated Draco. Do you need me to help you up? No. Draco scrambled to his feet, hastily wiping the tears from his face, embarrassed to let Harry see him in such a disheveled state. You don't need to concern yourself with me, Potter. Just passing by, Harry sighed. Honestly, with your stubborn demeanor and relentless courage in the face of defeat, have you ever considered transferring to Gryffindor? You might find it quite fitting. You are the Gryffindor. Your entire family is Gryffindor. Malfoy shouted in a fit of rage. Indeed, my family is all Gryffindor. Harry waved dismissively, preparing to leave. You should reunite with your two friends soon. The enmity among children rarely lasts long. In a few months, they'll likely no longer care about you. Until then, it's best to keep a low profile. My affairs are none of your concern, Potter. Malfoy retorted, face flushed, but Harry had already ceased to listen, his figure vanishing around the corner of the corridor. As he watched Harry disappear, Draco felt fresh tears streaming down his cheeks. Hogwarts was anything but enjoyable. It was far from the idyllic experience his parents had described. Since the beginning of term, Draco felt he had not known a single day of happiness. He had sought to befriend the boy who lived, only to be met with violence. Why was it that, despite mimicking his father's mannerisms, he could not amass the friendships his father had? Even Snape, his father's friend who often visited Malfoy Manor, seemed to favor Potter over him. Each time he reflected on this, Draco felt an overwhelming sense of injustice, given the relationship between his family and Mr. Snape. All the praise Potter received in potions class should have rightfully been his. But what was a reality now? While Snape did take care of him, he seemed to transform into an entirely different person whenever Potter was involved. Draco had even penned a letter to his father to complain, only to receive a reprimand in response, advising him not to provoke Potter, but rather to befriend him to maintain the family's alliance with Mr. Snape. Yet, how could Draco Malfoy possibly ingratiate himself with Potter, especially after the humiliations he had endured? He had followed every dictate his father had imparted, to distance himself from Muggleborns and take pride in pure-blood lineage. Why had it come to this? He had even been saved by Potter today. The more he pondered, the more aggrieved he felt. Instead of hurrying back to the Slytherin common room, Draco found himself crouching down again, burying his head in his knees. Meanwhile, Harry remained oblivious to Draco's inner turmoil. For him, it was merely a matter of intervening in an unpleasant situation among children, something he did not dwell upon. In comparison to this trivial matter, it was Ron who was startled by Harry's actions. Upon entering the Gryffindor common room, Harry immediately spotted Ron sprawled face down on the carpet, limbs akimbo. In truth, it was not just Ron. The entire carpet seemed to be occupied by students lying in similar positions, necessitating that others tread carefully to avoid stepping on them. It resembled a crime scene of sorts. Was it truly that exaggerated? Harry stifled a laugh and inquired, "Pray tell, what has Professor Snape subjected you to? You look utterly drained." No answer came. Ron lay there, as if he were indeed lifeless. "Let him rest," Harry suggested sympathetically, taking a seat while casting a glance at Ron. "I heard from other students who faced Snape's wrath that Ron was tasked with sorting beetle eyes all night." The mention of beetles silenced Harry. A beetle's size barely exceeds that of a thumb, and its eyes constitute only a fraction of its body size. To spend an entire evening sorting beetle eyes was a daunting thought. "I feel as though I am nearing death." Ron finally lifted his head, managing a pained smile akin to a dying man's last grin. "Before me lie countless black eyes. I fear I am going blind." He groaned, a veritable mountain of beetles. Good heavens, they crawl everywhere. He clawed at his scalp with such fervor that Harry noticed several strands of red hair fall away. "You can't even apply too much pressure, or you'll crush those eyes." I feel as though I'm losing my mind over those eyes." Ron suddenly wore a dazed expression. "I must concentrate entirely on sorting them. Neither too fast nor too slow, neither too gentle nor too forceful. It's as if something is pent up inside me, driving me mad." Hermione, slumped in an armchair, suddenly spoke up in a trance-like voice. "This is undoubtedly a form of corporal punishment, a practice that would be categorically condemned in any Muggle school and could lead to lawsuit from the Parent-Teacher Association. However, the magical realm operates without such constraints." Hermione sighed. "Muggle laws hold no sway over the Wizarding World. So what about you and Hermione?" Harry raised an eyebrow. "Surely Filch didn't assign you to sort beetle eyes as well?" "No." Neville shook his head, "but he did make us clean those remote washrooms." "Ugh." Neville's words appeared to trigger a memory in Hermione, prompting her to retch before turning to Harry and asking, "Why would anyone use the toilet and not flush?" "Filch wouldn't even allow us to use magic. We had to scrub with our hands." Harry fell into a contemplative silence. Compared to the punishments his friends had endured, he felt reluctant to disclose his own experiences that evening. No wonder upon entering the common room, there was a faint, unpleasant odor. Harry initially assumed it was from a student responsible for clearing dragon dung in the greenhouse, but it seemed there were other culprits. "And what about you?" Harry asked Ron, who weakly inquired, "What punishment did Hagrid give you?" "The Forbidden Forest," Harry pondered before responding. "We went to the Forbidden Forest. To be honest, I wouldn't recommend further inquiries into it. That was his final act of mercy." "The Forbidden Forest?" Neville gulped. "I've heard that werewolves roam there. It's exceedingly dangerous." A previous defense against the dark arts professor met his demise in the Forbidden Forest. "Hey, don't speak of such terrifying things, Neville. You know the defense against the dark arts class is cursed, and besides, Harry returned unscathed, didn't he?" Ron looked expectantly at Harry. "So what were you doing in the Forbidden Forest? Were you collecting magical creature dung?" Ron appeared to be consumed with thoughts of dung. Recognizing Ron's eager expression, Harry understood precisely what he wished to hear, and he felt compelled to dispel that fantasy. "Not quite. Hagrid took me to see the centaurs." Harry shrugged and recounted his evening's adventures to his friends. Though Harry's narrative was rather succinct, a profound silence enveloped that corner of the common room for quite some time after he finished. "A grand adventure." Finally, Ron lamented, "Centaur's prophecy, a great battle. And even Professor Dumbledore showed up. Good heavens! I loathe Hagrid. Why wasn't I included in such an experience?" "Perhaps they feared you might be trampled by a centaur," Hermione dryly remarked, though she couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy regarding Harry's escapade. "It's not fair," Ron shouted. "Why do you get to engage in such fascinating exploits while we suffer?" "Don't say that, Ron," Hermione continued in a rather dry tone. "The Forbidden Forest is perilous for us. Didn't you hear Hagrid was injured? Right, Harry? I'm not mistaken, am I? It's only fair." To be honest, the intensity of her gaze at that moment was somewhat intimidating. "It is indeed quite dangerous," Harry asserted firmly. "You can't blame Hagrid. He merely promised me before the term began, and it would have been perilous for you had you joined us tonight." "I dare say nothing could be more terrifying than a bucket full of beetle eyes," Ron muttered, still feeling a sense of imbalance. "Enough, Ron. Harry is right," Hermione stated reluctantly. "Surrounded by dozens of centaurs, I would hardly be able to protect myself. But I never expected the centaurs to be like that." Hermione furrowed her brow. "Regardless, the Forbidden Forest is a part of Hogwarts. It should not belong to them, nor do they have the right to expel wizards." "The fact that even Hagrid dislikes the centaurs speaks volumes," Neville remarked. After witnessing Harry's prophecy, the centaurs' words were indeed excessively vague. I mean, they didn't clarify anything, did they? They emerged merely to intimidate Harry. "Oh, Neville, you must understand that the wizarding world has never known Harry," Ron, sitting cross-legged on the floor, elaborated to wizards. "Prophecy ought to be expressed in the ambiguous manner of the centaurs. That does shed light on why Harry could not contain himself," Hermione interjected sharply. "After all, compared to his prophecy, the centaurs' vague utterances seemed deceptive, providing no assistance whatsoever to those wizards. And yet they demand substantial galleons?" "Many," Harry shrugged. "In any case, it's all in the past. Are you interested in joining me to visit Hagrid tomorrow?" I asked Newt, and he said I could bring friends. "Absolutely." The three children suddenly perked up, with Hermione exclaiming, "Newt Scamander, I know that name. The author of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. According to you, Harry, didn't he release enormous magical creatures from his suitcase while battling the centaurs?" "Indeed, and tomorrow we shall visit Newt's suitcase." "What are we waiting for?" Ron exclaimed, finally revitalized. He stood up, shouting, "Let us retire for the night. I can scarcely wait for tomorrow," having piqued Harry's curiosity with Newt's mention. Harry successfully ignited the curiosity of his friends, which significantly eased his own discomfort. At least Ron and the others were no longer as disheartened as they had initially been. Particularly when the sun rose the following morning, Harry found himself even more at ease upon seeing Ron and Neville sporting thick dark circles under their eyes. What ill intentions could they possibly harbor? Even Hermione bore faint shadows around her eyes, and the three children, having lamented all night, rushed to Hagrid's hut without even partaking in breakfast. The door to Hagrid's hut was slightly ajar. Ron called out several times, but received no response. Only the exuberant Fong squeezed through the door, bounding around the group and wagging his tail furiously. "Oh, Fong, I'm afraid we have nothing to offer you." "We're still hungry ourselves," Ron said, attempting to restrain the dog as he stepped into Hagrid's small abode. Hagrid was either absent or concealing himself. In front of the fireplace, Harry and his companions noticed an open trunk, which was hollow inside, revealing only a downward staircase. "I'll go first," Harry declared. "Wait for my signal." "All right." Even Hermione, ever the tenacious one, had no retort this time. The trunk's entrance appeared rather small. However, as Harry maneuvered through, He felt no sense of constraint. He descended a long ladder and seemingly arrived in a small chamber, where numerous bottles of various sizes, filled with vibrant liquids, adorned the table. After a cursory glance at his surroundings, Harry pushed open the door of the chamber and was met with golden sunlight, an unexpected sight to behold within a trunk. The warm, golden rays, which typically grace the world only in the afternoon, enveloped him gently without any searing heat. Yet, Harry was acutely aware that he was inside a trunk and outside. It was still morning. Such sunlight was utterly impossible at this hour. Harry? A voice from the right belonged to Hagrid, who greeted him. Is it morning already? I mean, it is morning, right? Breakfast time has passed. Harry raised an eyebrow and remarked, Have you not slept all night? Hagrid appeared quite disheveled, still clad in the tattered clothes from the day before, which had been torn by centaurs, and loosely wrapped in an apron speckled with dirt, though he still exuded a lively demeanor. Indeed, how could I possibly sleep? Hagrid exclaimed excitedly. Honestly, you can never fathom what lies within Newt's trunk. Last night, I even assisted in the delivery of a niffler. You probably don't even know what a niffler is, do you, Harry? Niffler? The kind that has fur suitable for invisibility cloaks? Harry recalled. No, not a niffler, it's a niffler, Hagrid rambled on, animatedly discussing magical creatures. When it came to magical beasts, he was a veritable fountain of knowledge, speaking incessantly. The niffler is a descendant of the niffler and a ghoul, and while it shares the ability to become invisible, it lacks the distinct appearance of a niffler. It can alter its form at will. Harry, Hagrid's enthusiasm grew. I cannot convey the sensation. Even prior to catching its offspring, I struggled to distinguish its body from that of the young. I assume it's rather dangerous. Harry assessed Hagrid's demeanor. Oh, undoubtedly, it is dangerous, Hagrid shrugged. Nifflers are carnivorous, typically residing in deep forests and feeding on humanoid creatures. How did you guess? You have wounds on your face, Harry said kindly. I suggest you apply some ointment to prevent infection. Is it dangerous down there? Hermione and the others are still waiting above. Have I been hurt? Hagrid touched his cheek, realizing belatedly. Oh, merely a scratch. It's nothing to worry about. Let them come down, Harry. Newt and I were busy with this last night. Since you're coming over today, Newt and I had to prepare some of the larger creatures. That explains it. Harry nodded and returned to the small chamber, calling up the ladder a few words. Before long, Ron and the others cautiously descended the ladder. Much like Harry's initial reaction, they were astounded by the sights before them. The warm sunlight, the gentle breeze caressing their faces, the unknown flying creatures fluttering by, and the magical beasts languidly lounging in their nests. All of it was a breathtaking spectacle. They truly reside here, Neville exclaimed, pointing out to Ron, as a lizard suddenly extended its tongue to catch a flying insect, igniting a wave of excitement among the children. This is simply unbelievable, Hermione exclaimed, gripping Harry's shoulder. To think such a vast space could exist within a mere trunk. There's even a sky, sunlight, wind. Harry, can you figure out how this is possible? From my current understanding of magic, I can only discern that an extensive application of the undetectable extinction charm has been employed here. Harry managed to extricate his arm from Hermione's grasp, gritting his teeth as he said, Easy there, Hermione. The primary charm is indeed the undetectable extinction charm. However, equally crucial are the weather charms and temperature spells. As different magical creatures require varying optimal temperatures to thrive within their designated habitats, Newt's voice chimed in from the side. Hello, Newt. I hope we're not intruding. Harry greeted. Of course, you're not, Newt replied somewhat awkwardly. You arrived earlier than I anticipated. This is truly marvelous. Mr. Scamander, Hermione exclaimed. How on earth did you achieve all of this? According to Professor Flitwick, the effects of spells should not be permanent. Yet, you've created such an expansive space within a trunk, even sunlight. Goodness, this is simply incredible. Is this what magic entails? As Hermione bombarded him with questions, she stepped closer to Newt, causing him to retreat until he bumped against the table behind him, casting a glance at Harry that was filled with a plea for assistance. How do you maintain the balance of oxygen in the air? Does the trunk require an exchange of air with the outside? And with so many magical creatures, do you manage to care for them all by yourself? What if the trunk were to break? What would happen to everything inside? Hermione's torrent of questions came to an abrupt halt as Harry covered her mouth from behind and pulled her away from Newt, finally allowing the elderly gentleman to exhale in relief. My goodness, Newt said, tugging at his collar and wiping his brow. He was truly not adept at handling children, especially enthusiastic ones like Hermione. Ugh. Just as Harry released Hermione, he inhaled sharply, noticing a row of shallow bite marks on his finger. The culprit, of course, was the indignant Hermione, her cheeks flushed as she glared at Harry. You startled him, Hermione shrugged, and Harry quietly explained, "Newt is a bit shy. Do calm down." "Is that so?" Hermione paused, realizing she was not an inconsiderate child. She turned to Newt, and upon seeing his unmistakable discomfort, quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, sir. I didn't realize." Her words trailed off, and not just hers. Even Ron and Neville, who had been playfully jostling in the background, suddenly held their breath. 4. Behind Newt, an unidentifiable magical creature unexpectedly leaped into view. A diminutive figure, entirely enveloped in a thick coat of reddish-brown fur, boasted 5 robust legs, the ends of which resembled hands more than feet, with fingers of equal sturdiness. The grotesque extremities of its 5 legs were strikingly deformed. Harry instantly recognized this magical creature as the one Newt had released the previous night, though it could hardly be termed a release, having only emerged with 2 legs before being promptly returned by Newt. At last, he was witnessing its full form. It was exceedingly ugly and quite terrifying. More captivating than its 5 conspicuously hairy paws was the enormous, tooth-filled mouth situated at the center of its body. The 5-legged beast, Harry recalled, was the creature Hagrid had named last night. "Stop! Do not move!" Newt's voice resonated clearly in everyone's ears. Yet, even without his command, the others instinctively stilled their movements, endeavoring not to attract attention. Harry felt a twinge of anxiety as he observed Newt stealthily draw his wand, indicating that this master of magical creatures was somewhat unable to control the beast. The creature emitted a peculiar sound, chomp, 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 with a slight flick of his wand. Newt summoned a wooden bucket from beneath a nearby table, filled with an unknown animal's flesh, heaped into a small mound. It was evident that Newt was also quite anxious, for the 5-legged beast's eyes, shrouded in flesh, briefly glanced at the bucket of meat, yet its gaze predominantly remained fixed upon the group behind Newt, especially on the young Harry and his companions. It even slightly crouched, its 5 muscular paws tensed ominously, resembling a signal of impending attack. With a resounding roar, Harry hastily unsheathed his shield from beneath his robe, followed by striking his war hammer against it, producing a thunderous sound. Sizzle. Boom. A bolt of lightning, seemingly summoned from nowhere, struck Harry's shield amidst Hermione's startled exclamation, lingering as if draped over it like fabric, vividly displaying patterns akin to sprawling branches. The war hammer itself flickered with restless flames, and as Harry swung it forward, a long arc of lightning surged forth, striking the ground in front of the 5-legged creature and scorching a blackened area upon impact, even splitting stones apart. The creature froze, appearing to hesitate for 3 seconds, then 5 before suddenly seizing the bucket brimming with meat and leaping away in an instant. A collective sigh of relief echoed at the cabin's entrance. "Cool," Neville whispered. "Your magic is truly incredible, especially that lightning strike." "Well done, Harry." Newt turned to him, saying, "You made it feel threatened, which is crucial." "Don't worry, Newt, I'm here," Hagrid boasted, thumping his chest. "Beautiful, isn't it, Harry? That is the 5-legged beast." "It is the 5-legged beast?" Hermione's complexion paled slightly as she stuttered. I saw it in your book, Mr. Newt. It seems to be a XXXXX level magical creature." "What does that mean?" Ron inquired from behind. "Every XXXXX level creature is a wizard killer," Hermione answered succinctly, swallowing hard. "Moreover, according to legend, the 5-legged beast is actually transformed from wizards." "Quite correct, Miss Granger." Newt smiled. "The 5-legged beast indeed has such a legend. It is said that once on Delia Island lived 2 wizarding families, the Macboon and the Maclivwars. The heads of these families engaged in a duel after drinking, resulting in the death of Dougal Maclivwar. In retaliation, members of the Maclivwar family attacked the Macboon family, transforming all of them into 5-legged beasts. Newt narrated leisurely, but an unexpected turn of events ensued. The Macboon family, upon becoming monsters, proved even more perilous. Despite the Maclivwar wizards' desperate attempts to revert them, they ultimately failed, and the 5-legged beasts annihilated all members of the Maclivwar family on the island. "Oh, that sounds like a tale one might hear in Professor McGonagall's class," Ron murmured, though loud enough for others to hear. "Haha, if this legend holds any truth, it indeed serves as a cautionary tale of a failed transfiguration. But is it true?" Hermione's eyes widened with anticipation. "Nobody can ascertain that, for there are no survivors to recount the truth," Newt shrugged. "The 5-legged beasts do not speak. The only certainty is their staunch resistance to any attempts by the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures to revert them to their original forms, which implies they might indeed be wizards transformed, thus prompting the Department's attempts," Hermione remarked, casting a fearful glance toward the direction the 5-legged beast had departed. "Perhaps," Newt jested, If the five-legged beasts were indeed the transformed members of the MacBoon family, they might very well prefer to remain as five-legged beasts, even eschewing any desire to revert. That is not amusing at all. Magic is exceedingly perilous. I must exercise caution, Hermione muttered, suddenly looking up to ask. But your book states that five-legged beasts cannot be trained or tamed. Why does it seem to appear as if it has been tamed? Newt chuckled. You are indeed quite the scholar, Miss Granger, but in truth, I have not tamed it. Not. Then how? Do not fret, child, Newt said gently. The five-legged beast is an exceedingly dangerous carnivore, harboring a particular penchant for human flesh, establishing a fundamentally adversarial relationship with humanity. Thus, to dissect this matter, I have not tamed it. I simply ensured it was well fed. Few creatures will continue to hunt after they are satiated, as it would merely waste their energy. Moreover, this particular five-legged beast seems to be quite ticklish. At least, the one I encountered was. I remain puzzled as to how it escaped Delia Island. That island is designated as invisible precisely to minimize the dangers posed by the five-legged beasts, Newt lamented, shaking his head. Were it not for Dumbledore's request, I would have likely returned it to Delia Island by now. I believe we may require your continuous presence. Newt, throughout our exploration of the box, Harry contemplated. Initially, he had thought that Hagrid and Newt, after a night of toil, would have adequately contained those dangerous magical creatures, yet considering the earlier encounter with the five-legged beast, it was best to err on the side of caution. Hey, Harry, look at me, Ron suddenly exclaimed excitedly. Look, I'm flying. Harry turned around to see Ron and Neville floating about half a meter above the ground, appearing somewhat dazed yet exceedingly joyful. Aha, they've even stung by the billywig. Newt exclaimed gleefully. One of my muggle friends particularly enjoys being stung by these creatures, for it allows you to float in a delightful haze. It is quite amusing. In his words, it feels as though he too can perform magic. As Newt spoke, Harry distinctly observed a small blue insect, approximately half an inch in length, emerging from between Ron's neck. It gleamed with a vivid, jade-like sheen, its wings situated on either side of its head, flapping with remarkable vigor while it flew in a spiraling manner. A slender, elongated stinger dangled from the bottom of its body. This must be the billywig that Newt mentioned. Are you two not planning to explore other areas? Harry inquired of Ron and Neville, as he dispelled the shield and the lightning from his hammer, reattaching them to his back. If you wish to linger here, I may have to escort you inside. Otherwise, it could become troublesome if that five-legged creature suddenly returns. Indeed, Hermione chimed in. I certainly do not wish to return to find 2 piles of shattered bones or excrement on the ground. Hagrid let out a hearty laugh. Oh, do be quiet, Hermione, Ron retched slightly. I'm begging you, please don't leave us here. Hey, what is that thing? Just the thought of the five-legged creature's razor-sharp fangs and gaping maw made Ron's calves tremble uncontrollably, let alone the idea of facing such a beast alone. As he spoke, suddenly, a creature resembling a small mole darted out from somewhere, leaping onto Ron's pant leg and swiftly burrowing into his robe. Merlin's underpants. Harry, help me. The instinctual cry for help escaped him. Anyone would panic if a creature the size of a rat suddenly burrowed into their clothing, fearing it might bite something, especially with the sensation of it scurrying around inside. It felt akin to swimming in midair as Ron flailed his arms desperately, trying to extract the mole from his clothes. But the dizziness for being stung by the billywig left him perpetually a step behind. It was no longer merely a matter of his scalp tingling. Ron was now covered in goosebumps. Ah, that's a niffler, Hermione exclaimed, thrilled to identify yet another magical creature. They adore anything that glimmers, Ron. Do you have anything shiny on you? Does a horn count as shiny? Ron replied, bewildered in midair. Harry's gaze sharpened. No, I mean. Sensing the sudden shift in atmosphere, Ron instinctively recoiled, then let out a wail. Don't touch my copper canute, you little rascal. That's my last possession. The niffler suddenly scurried from Ron's collar to his shoulder, clutching a gleaming copper canute, which shimmered in the sunlight, before promptly stashing it in its pouch. Ron let out an intensified scream. Chapter 50, Harry's Suitcase. For those who have never been pilfered by a niffler, it is hard to imagine how these seemingly adorable little devils can move so swiftly and how acutely they can sense anything that sparkles on your person. Encountering a niffler feels like battling a demon, as one exerts all their effort yet remains utterly defeated. Oh, no. At last, suspended in the air, Ron ceased his struggles, emitting a sound of despair as he realized that the next moment, the niffler leapt from his robes, clutching a belt whose buckle was a gleaming circular metal, Ron's very own belt. Behind it stood a hopeless Ron, his trousers free falling to his ankles. Beside Ron, Neville dared not breathe audibly. fearful of attracting the Niffler's attention, standing as still as a statue. As a seasoned companion of Niffler's, it was Newt who stepped in to subdue the creature, returning Ron's scant possessions and belt to him. While Newt was indeed somewhat awkward in dealing with children or engaging in social interactions, he excelled in handling magical creatures. In confronting the Niffler, he adopted a parental demeanor, crouching down to admonish the creature for taking items that belonged to others. Honestly, Ron felt utterly mortified. Even Hermione had turned away at the first opportunity. It took him a considerable time after that to regain composure, remaining in a state of flushed silence. It must be said, when it comes to magical creatures, Newt is undoubtedly a master. He guided the children through a suitcase, introducing them to numerous magical beings they had never encountered before, such as the Transfiguration Lizard, the Fluffy Crab, and the Tree Frog. Even Harry spotted a familiar face, the large feline Zowu that had aided him so much the previous night. According to Newt, this magical creature hails from China and can traverse great distances in an instant. Setting aside its size, the Zowu had a rather endearing personality. With just a simple cat teaser in hand, even Hermione could coax it into play. For Ron and the others, this day was undoubtedly one to remember, a tale to boast about to others. Ron vowed that once Newt departed in a few days, he would make those fellows envious, particularly his brothers. In the midst of this joy, they even managed to consume a lunch prepared by Hagrid, a steak medley. Harry found it challenging to describe the origins of the dish, having encountered several ambiguous bones and claws. Yet if one were to judge solely by taste, it was, well, quite palatable. Even Harry found himself captivated by these uniquely shaped magical creatures, which indeed possessed an enchanting distinctiveness compared to the fauna of Azeroth. The thrill of adventure lies in the discovery of extraordinary things previously unimaginable, an exhilarating pursuit. As the group lay on the grass, sipping lemonade during a brief respite, Harry noticed Newt gesturing mysteriously toward him, beckoning him over. "Is there something you need my assistance with, Newt? Please, do not hesitate," Harry responded sincerely. "I will be delighted to help." "Assistance?" Newt paused momentarily, then waved his hands dismissively. "Oh no. Actually, I greatly admire the magical creatures you described. They have sparked a wealth of inspiration for me, particularly the notion of soul beasts. I would love to see one in person." Newt mused. In their casual conversation, Harry recounted numerous magical creatures from Azeroth with unique abilities or forms purely as stories, reminding Newt of their existence. For instance, the highly coveted spirit beasts pursued fervently by hunters, or the cloud serpents inhabiting the land of Pandaria, the jade-like leopards, the starlight dragons, dragonhawks, void rays, and lava hounds from the Mogushan treasure vault. "For you, they are merely tales, Newt," Harry jested. "If those creatures truly manifested in this world, it would indeed be a troublesome affair." "Not necessarily," Newt replied cheerfully, winking at Harry. It wasn't until Newt had walked several paces away that Harry belatedly realized what he had meant. Newt was indeed a genuine expert in magical creatures. Many years ago, Newt championed the establishment of a law within the Ministry of Magic, known as the prohibition on feeding for experimental purposes. This was one of Newt's proudest achievements, surpassing even the creation of the werewolf registry, a fact he mentioned during casual conversations. Prior to the enactment of this law, wizards were free to whimsically create new, untamable magical creatures, some of which were exceedingly dangerous, while others suffered greatly due to their unnatural origins, causing considerable trouble for the ministry and fellow wizards alike. Following the introduction of this prohibition, the number of individuals in the entirety of Britain permitted to cultivate or create new magical creatures dwindled significantly. The professor of care of magical creatures at Hogwarts was one such individual, as was Newt, the renowned expert who had staunchly advocated for the law's inception. Thus, was Newt implying he wished to breed creatures according to Harry's description? Harry pondered this notion and concluded that there was indeed nothing objectionable about it. "If you truly managed to breed them, could you send me a few?" he inquired as he followed Newt back into the small hut. Newt, rummaging through his belongings, replied breathlessly, "I believe you would indeed find them delightful." Where did I put them?" "Ah," he exclaimed, dragging a leather case from beneath a stack of cardboard boxes. After inspecting it, he pushed it toward Harry. "It's so remarkably similar." The case bore an uncanny resemblance to the one Harry had seen in a previous divination vision, causing his heart to quicken slightly. "What is this?" Harry asked. "For you," Newt replied readily. "I can assure you, no one is more adept than I at crafting a case capable of sustaining the permanent sticking charm. Would you like to take a look inside?" "Absolutely," Harry exclaimed without hesitation. After experiencing the vastness of Newt's magical case, no one could resist the allure of possessing a similar one, and Harry was no exception. He swiftly ascended the ladder and climbed into the case, finding the sensation quite extraordinary, akin to a Russian nesting doll, entering a box within a box. Upon descending, he was greeted by the warmth of sunlight streaming down. Looking around, he discovered that this case lacked even a small room. Instead, a wooden sign stood upright beside him, and it appeared as though a ladder had descended from a hole in the sky, surrounded by a pristine meadow with a winding river flowing in the distance. I regret to inform you, Harry, that the space within this case is not as expansive as mine, Newt said as he descended the ladder behind Harry. After all, mine has undergone numerous expansions and enhancements over the years. However, I believe this current size should suffice for your needs. It is indeed sufficient, Harry replied, stepping onto the grass and turning to Newt. But I do not understand why. You mean why I am giving you such a case? Newt chuckled. Actually, this was a request from Dumbledore. He recently wrote to me asking for assistance in preparing a case, stating that a child was in dire need of its help. That would be me, Harry reflected. But I do not comprehend, according to my agreement with Headmaster Dumbledore, even if I were to eventually receive this case, it would be after everything was settled. Why now? Is this an early reward for a task? Quirrell is still alive. Oh, that is because I'm directly giving you the case rather than handing it to Dumbledore. Newt jested. After all, Dumbledore also had a request in his letter for me to visit Hogwarts to observe the boy who once saved the entire wizarding world from great peril. To be honest, no one has known what Dumbledore has been thinking for decades, Newt sighed. Like this time, I have no clue what he is contemplating, but it is wise to heed his words. Do you believe I am deserving of this case? Harry inquired. Why not? Newt shrugged. Although there is an inexplicable obsession surrounding it, you remain a truly wonderful child. Do not dwell on such matters, Harry. Why not try this out? Indeed, Newt had become an elderly man with white hair and beard, yet during their conversation, one often overlooked his age. For instance, at that moment, he placed one hand on the wooden sign, continuously beckoning Harry with excitement akin to a child showcasing a new toy. What is it? Harry inquired, leaning closer. Try it, and you will find out, Newt said, relinquishing his position. Since I was uncertain of your preferred style, I merely constructed the most basic environment. Why not turn this dial? The sign featured 3 dials. One was hastily adorned with illustrations of lightning, the sun, and indiscernible wavy lines, alongside a pointer that was currently indicating the sun. Go ahead and give it a try, Newt urged. Harry turned the dial, and, as the pointer shifted from the sun to the swirling lines, he distinctly felt a gust of wind begin to stir within the case, which grew stronger the more he twisted it to the right. Is this for controlling the weather inside the case? Harry asked. Precisely. Now try the other one. Oh no. Don't twist so forcefully. Newt's words were abruptly cut off as his expression shifted, but it was too late. Harry had already twisted the dial to the wavy lines with considerable force. In the next moment, a torrential downpour, warm to the touch, cascaded from above, drenching them both. Harry barely had time to react before they found themselves soaked to the bone in the wide-open meadow. The rain was indeed relentless, rendering visibility nearly impossible, as though it sought to flood the entirety of the case's interior. It's raining, Harry, Newt shouted, raising his voice to penetrate the sound of the torrential downpour. I should have warned you in advance. Harry could only feel exasperated, especially when he looked up to see the sun still radiating its midday brilliance amidst the deluge. The absurdity of the situation intensified as he contemplated the stark contrast between the torrential rain and the luminous sun. With this thought, Harry reached over to turn the adjacent dial. Suddenly, the entire sky transformed, transitioning from midday to afternoon, dusk, and then night, as the rain morphed into a downpour illuminated by stars. Newt appeared to share in the amusement of this transformation, swiftly adjusting the 3rd dial, causing the bright skies to darken as thick clouds gathered overhead. Now, this resembles normal rainfall, he remarked. It was akin to playing with a new toy, as both Harry and Newt leaned against the sign, enthusiastically twisting the dials, while the weather within the case shifted dramatically. Thunderstorms with jagged lightning, sun-drenched downpours, sunlight piercing through dense fog, tornadoes, and blizzards. Harry reveled in the wonders of this case. The 3 dials controlled the time of day, the degree of brightness, and the various weather conditions inside. After a while, the case settled into a warm afternoon tea ambience, devoid of extreme weather. As for Harry and Newt, their clothing was thoroughly soaked, and their hair and bodies were dusted with ice and snow. The 2 individuals exchanged glances, and in an instant, they erupted into hearty laughter. It appeared we had perhaps indulged a bit too wildly. Newt, with a humorous glint in his eye, produced his wand and quipped, I hope you won't catch a cold from this. Otherwise, Madame Pomfrey might be quite vexed. As he spoke, Newt waved his wand, and in the blink of an eye, both Harry and his attire were rendered completely dry. Even his hair had dried as well. No matter how many times he had marveled at it, Harry felt compelled to express that the magic in this world was truly a remarkable convenience in daily life. "Thank you, Newt," Harry said earnestly, gazing into Newt's eyes. "Can I truly have this box? I mean, this treasure. If only I had possessed such a box back in Azeroth. I cannot fathom how much suffering I could have avoided, and how much easier certain battles would have been." The military potential of this box was unparalleled. Merely considering how many soldiers it could discreetly transport behind enemy lines, or how much manpower it could carry, transcended the definition of legendary equipment. It could be rightfully deemed a divine artifact among divine artifacts. It's not quite to that extent," Newt replied, becoming somewhat reticent in light of Harry's gratitude. He averted his gaze and continued, "In fact, this box was crafted for my grandson Rolf, but he ultimately did not select it. I hope you don't mind." "Of course not," Harry exclaimed, stepping forward to embrace Newt tightly. "If you ever require my assistance, please do not hesitate to summon me. I understand that it was Professor Dumbledore who requested you to do this, but he is one person and I am another. I must repay your kindness." "What? That's unnecessary," Newt began, but was silenced by Harry's fervent embrace. With a hint of resignation, he said, "Thank you, Harry. In any case, once you decide where to construct your home, simply move this wooden plaque there." "Is it really that simple?" Harry asked, excitement evident in his voice. "Are there any particular considerations? Maintenance, perhaps? Just be sure not to compromise the integrity of the box from the outside. That would cause the undetectable extension charm to fail, which is quite perilous," Newt added thoughtfully. "Aside from that, there is nothing else to be particularly concerned about. If you wish to expand the box's space or alter the weather and sky within, you will need to handle it yourself. At the very least, you must master the undetectable extension charm, as well as the weather and temperature charms, and possess a certain level of alchemical knowledge and ancient runes. You might consult Dumbledore. He assisted me greatly in my time," Newt said gently. "In summary, the more magic you command, the closer the environment within the box will resemble a real one." "Good luck." "I will," Harry replied earnestly. "Thank you once again." "No need for thanks," Newt replied. "I suggest we head up. They must be waiting anxiously." As they ascended the ladder, Newt demonstrated the advanced features of the suitcase, a product of later craftsmanship. On the side of the suitcase handle, there was a circular ring. Merely turning the ring could change the suitcase's exterior. For instance, it could transform from its current brown leather appearance to black velvet or animal hide in an instant, a remarkably convenient and discreet feature. The only drawback was that this function could only alter the suitcase's appearance and not its actual size. However, in Newt's own words, it was undoubtedly useful for escaping or during security checks. This made Harry ponder what Newt had originally used such a box for. Smuggling, perhaps? I should investigate. It seems there is a thrilling adventure story to uncover. Chapter 51. The construction obsession erupts in an unexpected Halloween, when Harry emerged holding a brown leather suitcase. Ron and the others stared at him wide-eyed, for they distinctly remembered the appearance of the suitcase that was currently resting at Hagrid's hut. The two were strikingly similar, with the only difference being that one was old and the other brand new. "Wait, Harry, your divination," Ron suddenly exclaimed. "It looks exactly like the suitcase from your earlier reading." "Indeed, you are correct, Ron," Harry turned to explain Newt. "I once performed a divination for myself, and this suitcase appeared in that reading. Now I finally understand its purpose." "A divination?" Newt inquired with evident interest. "You managed to foresee something so precise." "Well, it wasn't entirely precise," Harry sighed. "What I divined was how Professor Dumbledore would resolve my troubles, and then that box appeared in the vision, without context, leaving me puzzled for quite some time." "Ha ha ha ha!" Hagrid burst into laughter. "But Harry, even so, that's far clearer than something nonsensical like Mars or Saturn." "Yes, at least now you understand how it resolved your troubles." Newt patted Harry on the shoulder. "Make good use of it." "I will." "So, Mr. Newt also gifted you a box," Hermione said, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the suitcase in Harry's hands. "Does it also contain—" She gestured around them. "Indeed, although the scenery within this box is not as rich as Newt's," Harry joked, "and I must thank Professor Dumbledore. Otherwise, I doubt I would have had the opportunity to obtain it." "That's amazing." Ron and Neville suddenly high-fived, gleefully embracing one another. "We have a secret base now, Harry." A secret base. No boy could resist the allure of a secret base. Whether it be a treehouse or a burrow, the appeal was boundless. Meanwhile, Newt smiled as he observed their spirited excitement. The four of them spent the entire day within Newt's suitcase, only reluctantly emerging as curfew approached to the castle. Newt had already bid them farewell, exhibiting a somewhat brisk demeanor, unwilling even to stay an extra night at Hogwarts. As he was eager to depart for Dalia Island to return the five-legged creature. For Ron, Neville, and Hermione, this was undeniably disheartening news, as they had not yet satiated their curiosity. To them, Newt's suitcase felt like a treasure trove brimming with endless secrets. A mere half a day had barely scratched the surface. Alas, despite their reluctance, they could only watch as Newt departed. Ironically, the one who felt the most sorrowful at Newt's departure was not the three children, but rather Hagrid. When the trio visited Hagrid's hut the following day, he sighed heavily upon mentioning Newt's departure, as though it were a matter of life and death. It seemed that forcibly parting Hagrid from his large, fierce magical creatures truly felt like a matter of life and death. As for Harry, he was quite busy, so much so that he had even taken a leave of absence from classes, having not attended for 2 days. Were it not for his consistently excellent performance and his academic progress far exceeding that of his peers, the professors would not have granted him such a leave. The reason for Harry's preoccupation during these 2 days was, of course, the newly acquired suitcase. The application of wizarding magic in construction could indeed be deemed perfect, significantly reducing labor consumption and project duration. However, what if the project involved terrain shaping? If someone were to venture deep into the Forbidden Forest now, they would discover that a small hill by the river has vanished without a trace, entirely relocated into the confines of a box by Harry. At this moment, even if Newt were to revisit the box he gifted to Harry, he would be unable to reconcile the current scene within with the memories etched in his mind. It has undergone a remarkable transformation. Over the past 2 days, Harry has adeptly mastered the digging spell to a depth of 3 feet, the exploding spell, the softening spell, the hardening spell, the shaping spell, and the restoration spell. His proficiency is akin to that of wizards in the Ministry of Magic who specialize in managing accident sites. What was once grassy land has morphed into a marsh. Harry has diverted the original river water. Truth be told, he is quite curious about the river's source. However, upon following the water to its terminus, Harry almost bumped his head. He was moving too swiftly and collided directly with the edge of the box. The border of the box may appear boundless, yet upon touching it, one would find a solid wall. Ah, a mere illusion. The river seems to have emerged from a painting, materializing out of thin air, only to disappear at the other end of the box. Although Harry's current magical knowledge does not allow him to discern how Newt achieved this, he reasonably suspects that the river circulates in this manner. Now, one segment of this river has transformed into a waterfall. Harry elevated a portion of the terrain with soil he brought in, converting the source of the river in the corner of the box into a cliff, from which the water cascades when it reaches the edge, forming a waterfall. At the precipice of this cliff lies the very spot where Harry envisions constructing a house. While many details still differ from the images he divined, the overall architectural plan remains unchanged. It must be said that this is undoubtedly a laborious endeavor. Harry has been tirelessly working for 2 days, managing only 2 to 3 hours of sleep each night, and has made minimal progress. Notably, he even sought assistance from Professor Dumbledore. However, after merely half a day of work, Dumbledore had left, and when Harry returned the following day to the headmaster's office, he found himself unable to enter, as the stone gargoyle at the entrance announced that Dumbledore was not in the school. Well, Harry had to accept his absence. It is entirely reasonable for an elderly man to take a respite from strenuous labor. Fortunately, Dumbledore, renowned as the most powerful wizard of his time, managed to shape the general landscape of the box during his brief period of labor, allowing Harry to merely fill in the details upon Dumbledore's foundational work. Impressive, indeed, Dumbledore. Truly impressive. Harry also sought out Professor Snape, requesting his assistance in brewing several large cauldrons of plant growth and nutrient potions, which he intended to mix into the rain and distribute throughout the world within the box. After all, the soil inside the box, freshly turned, appeared dark and barren, devoid of any vegetation, giving off an aura of desolation. Nevertheless, Harry is confident that things will improve in due time. The process of constructing his own little world invigorates Harry, offering a sense of fulfillment far superior to the construction of a fortress in Dalaran, which cannot be carried around. Harry believes this novel experience would be difficult for even the most skilled mages of Dalaran to fathom. The delightful sensation of building his own territory drives Harry to work diligently, to the extent that when Hagrid entered the box to awaken him, Harry was oblivious to the passage of time. "Halloween!" Hagrid exclaimed. "Goodness, Harry, you nearly missed the enormous pumpkin I grew." "What?" Harry, fatigued, turned around in disbelief. Had Halloween truly arrived? Azeroth also celebrates Halloween, albeit in a manner distinct from that of Earth, as it commemorates the Forsaken's liberation from the control of the Scourge. symbolizing freedom and rebirth. Of course, Hagrid cheerily remarked, I know you're eager to build your new home, but you must not forget your friends. Come on now. Ron and the others are waiting anxiously. They sent me to find you. Unlike Harry, Ron and his companions cannot afford to skip classes for several days, forced to endure their envy of Harry while confined to the classroom. By the time Harry and Hagrid arrived at the Great Hall for the Halloween feast, the celebration was already underway. The professors had adorned the entire dining room with vibrant decorations. Floating candles emitting a green glow hovered in midair, while pumpkins and translucent ghosts adorned every corner, accompanied by numerous bats flitting across the walls and ceiling, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a low-hanging cloud swirling around the tables. A truly enchanting scene. Harry stealthily made his way to the Gryffindor table, bending low, and had barely taken a seat when Ron draped an arm around his shoulders. Huh, look who it is. Harry, you finally showed up. I thought you might have forgotten us, Ron said, a hint of jealousy lacing his tone. You've not been attending classes. Just holed up in your secret base all day. Sure, Ron, Neville cautioned softly. Don't speak so loudly. Someone might overhear. All right, Ron sighed. I wish I could help you. To be honest, I'm getting quite tired of classes at school. But you only mastered the levitation spell just before the end of class, and that was thanks to Hermione teaching you. Otherwise, it would have been even harder. Neville pointed out incisively. Never mind that, Neville. The fact is I did master it, and Professor Flitwick even awarded Gryffindor an extra point, Ron said, puffing with pride. Was Professor Flitwick only just teaching the levitation spell? Harry said, a touch of disappointment in his voice. That seems awfully slow. Hey, Harry, you must understand that not everyone is as bright as you, Ron protested. The pace of this course is already fast enough. Seriously, why don't you ask Professor Flitwick to let you join the Charms Club, like Professor McGonagall did? I did ask, but Professor Flitwick turned me down, Harry shrugged. According to him, he wouldn't consider inviting me into the club for at least another year. For now, I just need to enjoy my first year at Hogwarts. Well, that's not so bad, is it? Ron said nonchalantly. You can't push yourself too hard, Harry. I'm not pushing myself, Harry replied, looking around. Where's Hermione? Is she not feeling well? Not really. Actually, I think she is, Ron said, shaking his head. She got into another argument with that pansy from Slytherin today, and it's all because of you. Cough, cough, cough. True to form. Ron's remark nearly caused Harry to spit out the pumpkin juice he had just sipped. What on earth? Harry stared wide-eyed at Ron. What do you mean? Because of me? Ron's statement sounded ominous, as if something significant had occurred. Don't listen to Ron-esque nonsense, Neville interjected after taking a bite of his pastry. Haven't you been absent from class for the past few days? Well, today after Charms class, that pansy mocked that as long as you weren't around. Gryffindor wouldn't earned too many points, saying we relied entirely on you. Harry, you know Hermione's temperament. She can't tolerate that kind of talk, Ron added, shrugging. Besides, Hermione was the first to complete the levitation spell in class, and Professor Flitwick awarded her 5 points, so she fired back at her. And then what? Harry bit into a pie with a sullen expression. Then Ron, with a look of disdain, recounted Pansy's vicious remarks. First, she said that no matter how hard Hermione tried, she could never catch up to him. Then she criticized Hermione's long, unattractive front teeth, claiming she was always prattling on in an irritating manner. Oh, she even suggested that Harry, while pretending not to say anything, must secretly despise Hermione. You aren't just going to sit there and stare, are you? Harry inquired, his hand holding the juice pausing momentarily. He was taken aback to learn such things had transpired in his absence. He had initially thought his punishment for Malfoy would intimidate those children. Of course not, Ron replied readily. From the very day we fought side by side on the train, I knew Hermione was our friend. Although she does have her quirks that can be rather annoying, Ron said with a touch of pride as he patted his chest. Neville and I certainly wouldn't stand by and let that lioness pansy bully our friend. To be honest, Hermione doesn't really need our protection. Neville suddenly chuckled, adding, before we even stepped in, she had already pulled out her wand and given Pansy a taste of magic. Ron and I merely joined in afterward. Indeed. That was quite a blow, Ron marveled. I only heard later that it was called the stunning spell. Pansy was sent flying. Impressive. Harry nodded, continuing. So it sounds like you won, but where is Hermione? Shouldn't we be celebrating? Who knows? Ron sighed. By that time, Slytherin and Gryffindor were already embroiled in chaos. You know how it is. First-year wizards can barely muster any decent spells. You and Hermione are the exceptions. Most others can only manage a flicker of flame from their wands, so, in the end, it came down to fists. It was Professor McGonagall who eventually separated us. Recalling Neville, she deducted 20 points from both Hermione and Pansy and put all the fighters in detention. He added, since then, no one has seen Hermione. She didn't even attend the following classes. That's unfortunate, Harry sighed. Children at this age are sensitive. Perhaps Pansy struck a nerve with Hermione, causing her to break down. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the dining hall, silencing the previously joyous atmosphere. Harry turned just in time to see Quirrell stumble into the room, his face etched with terror, his oversized scarf askew. A troll in the dungeon. Quirrell gasped, leaning against the table, breathless. Without finishing his sentence, he slumped to the floor, appearing to faint. To be honest, it was quite peculiar. Harry had immediately activated his astral vision, clearly seeing Quirrell's spirit dimming dramatically, indicating he had genuinely lost consciousness. Yet another part of his essence radiated an unwavering light. What was he planning? A ruse? Was Voldemort finally going to make a move on the room on the 4th floor? Was the troll unleashed in the farthest dungeon to distract the other professors? Meanwhile, Professor Dumbledore had cast a series of piercing firework explosions with his wand, instructing the heads of houses to escort their students back to the common rooms. Percy is over there. Let us hurry after him, Ron said, his expression tense. I hope there's no danger. Wait, Harry suddenly halted. Does Hermione not know about this? Are you sure she didn't return to the dormitory this afternoon? Ron and Neville shook their heads in unison, looking somewhat dazed. She wasn't in the dormitory. We asked her roommates, and they had no idea where she went. Neville said, bewildered. We thought she would come back on her own. It's all right, it's not your fault, Harry reassured his friends. You should follow Percy back. And what about you? Ron asked. I need to find Hermione first, Harry replied, casting a glance at the divination room before he bent down to weave through the crowd. However, he had barely made it a few steps when he heard chaotic footsteps behind him. Turning around, he saw Ron and Neville trailing closely. We're not leaving you behind, Harry, Ron exclaimed, his voice raised. If Mum found out I abandoned a friend in danger, she'd detan my hide. Exactly, Neville added, stammering a bit. My grandma would too. Chapter 52, Voldemort's Trap, and Peeve's entry into the fray. All right, then stay behind me, but remember to hide if we encounter the troll, Harry said, thinking quickly. He wasn't concerned about Quirrell obtaining anything from the 4th floor room. After all, it was merely a trap room, and Dumbledore would ensure Voldemort did not succeed. Right now, finding Hermione was of greater importance. This was no time for idle chatter. Under the austere conditions, Harry hastily completed the divination ritual, eager to discern Hermione's current whereabouts. And the matter he sought to divine was not about a distant future. Thus, the water screen revealed Hermione's image with remarkable clarity. I knew it, Ron exclaimed at the first sight of the vision. Even knowing it wasn't the time for laughter, Ron couldn't help himself, as the image depicted Hermione sitting on a toilet, her face buried in her hands, clearly crying. Without a doubt, Harry's previous divination on the train had come true, and Ron found humor in the fact that, despite knowing the outcome, Hermione still chose to weep in the restroom. You better not laugh in front of her, Harry admonished, giving Ron a disapproving look. Or you can forget about borrowing her homework. It's fine, Ron replied, grinning widely. You still have your homework. His declaration was essentially a commitment to laughing in front of Hermione, and not just softly, but with gusto. It seemed Ron had already sealed his fate. Harry pressed his hand against the stone basin, causing the vision to ripple and distort, pulling away from Hermione and becoming blurry and shaky, as if it might shatter at any moment. Fortunately, the external scene remained somewhat visible, starting with the sinks outside the restroom, then the corridor beyond, and eventually the courtyard. Suddenly, the water screen burst forth, splattering Harry and his companions with droplets. Where's that? Neville asked, staring blankly at Harry. The basement, Harry responded, a subtle expression crossing his face. The divination image had only shown the courtyard after ascending, meaning Hermione was currently in the basement. What are we waiting for? Ron exclaimed, growing anxious. Don't forget what Professor Quirrell said. There's a troll in the dungeon. We need to hurry. Ron was right, but also somewhat mistaken. Calm down, Harry said seriously, pulling out some herbs to ignite a green smoke and reciting the incantation once more. What else are you divining? Ron asked, bewildered. Don't we already know where Hermione is? The basement harbored more than just Hermione. Harry, shaking his head slightly, recognized that some matters were not appropriate to disclose to Ron and Neville. His concerns lay with Quirrell and Voldemort. Although one could deduce that Quirrell orchestrated the situation to lure the other professors into the basement, thereby facilitating his own infiltration of the 4th floor chamber. It was utterly foolish to gamble on the enemy's actions. As the saying goes, if one can glean information through divination, why not utilize it? Once again, the smoky veil of the water curtain materialized, and this time, Harry sought to divine the potential dangers lurking in the basement should he choose to remain passive. The answer initially presented by the water curtain was a troll. Not merely one, but two trolls, their faces vacant and seemingly embroiled in a violent dispute among themselves. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. In the vicinity, there were shadows cloaked in black robes, their faces obscured. Had Quirrell and Voldemort enlisted additional accomplices? But hadn't Professor Dumbledore mentioned that Voldemort was in a state of utter destitution? Would he dare to summon his former followers? How had he managed to find them? Or had Quirrell resorted to hiring them? What substantial incentive could possibly persuade dark wizards to attack Hogwarts? Harry struggled to comprehend this, for according to Hagrid, the young witches and wizards at Hogwarts were essentially the treasures of the British magical community. Even if such wealth was acquired, it would likely cost one their life. Was a hasty escape from Britain the only option? At that moment, the two trolls seemed to have noticed a disturbance nearby, turning their heads in unison towards the small girl who had emerged from the room, none other than Hermione. One of the trolls scratched its belly and staggered towards her, raising the wooden club in its hand to strike down with ferocity. The water curtain shattered. Hermione, despite knowing that this event would transpire only after a span of time. Neville shouted in alarm. What should we do? Harry, stay calm, Harry replied, shaking his head. I've changed my mind. You two need to find Professor Dumbledore or Professor McGonagall immediately and inform them of the intruders in the castle. Quirrell has not detected this. And you? Ron asked, his anxiety palpable. I'm going to save Hermione, Harry stated succinctly. Trust in my abilities. All right, Ron and I will relay the message. At this critical juncture, Neville exhibited an unexpected steadiness. You'd better hurry, Harry, and be careful. And you too as well, Harry nodded. By the way, once you've informed the professors, return directly to Gryffindor Tower without any delays. Understood? No matter what happens or what sounds you may hear, do not stop. Understood, Ron and Neville replied, their faces etched with concern. The presence of intruders in the castle made them acutely aware that this was not the time for reckless adventure or frivolity. As Ron and Neville dashed upstairs, Harry made his way toward the basement. Hogwarts, a grand edifice steeped in history, boasted an extensive underground realm, complete with a dungeon area. It was no mere flat expanse, but a labyrinthine network of passages that could shift at any moment. Although Harry knew that Hermione was currently in the girls' lavatory in the basement, the area housed multiple such facilities, some of which belonged to secret chambers. Shortly after entering the corridor, Harry caught a whiff of a faint, unpleasant odor. Even from a distance, the stench was detectable, and he wondered how overpowering it would be up close, reminiscent of the Orcish dwellings or the lairs of ogres in Azeroth, places best described by their foulness. Fortunately, Harry's nose and composure had been well honed through experience, and he maintained his usual demeanor. He did not hastily advance in his quest to find Hermione, as he did not wish to inadvertently trigger an enemy trap. Thus, he employed the Sight Beyond Sight spell, a traditional shamanistic incantation that allowed the shaman to glimpse distant scenes and perceive stealthy thieves or druids, granting true sight. Before Harry, a hazy vision materialized, rapidly shifting in a manner that could only be described as bizarre, as he searched for the lavatories within the basement. Before long, he located Hermione. She was in a girls' lavatory on the west side. Simultaneously, he identified the intruders, two trolls advancing along the corridor towards her. For figures clad in black robes, moved with vigilance, contrasting sharply with the blatant presence of the trolls as they concealed themselves. Were they aiming to ambush the professors who approached to subdue the trolls? Harry pondered, opting to take an alternate route to approach these individuals from behind, planning a surprise attack. While centaurs were indeed gentle and benevolent, they were not saints or naive fools. They did not possess the same obsessive inclination for direct confrontation as orcs. Harry moved swiftly, soon positioning himself behind the robed figures, quietly drawing forth his shield and warhammer. Unlike the battles with centaurs, Harry understood that these intruders were unequivocal foes, compelling him to act decisively. He executed a series of fluid motions, honed through decades of warfare. Silently, he enchanted his shield with a spell known as Thunderstrike Barrier, imbuing it with the essence of lightning, enhancing his ability to conjure lightning arrows and chains, thereby inflicting secondary damage upon his adversaries. However, at this moment, he required the shield's contact to produce electrical damage. His warhammer also received the Fire Tongue weapon enchantment, ensuring that it would inflict fire damage upon striking an enemy. In this world, the greatest challenge Harry faced while casting shaman spells was the absence of the 4 elemental planes. In Azeroth, casting elemental spells involved drawing elemental power from the corresponding planes. This held true for both shamans and mages. However, such manipulation was unfeasible in the world where Harry was born. While casting storm elemental spells was manageable due to the omnipresence of air, fire, and water elements, one had to be cautious not to invoke lava, which entailed a combination of fire and earth elements. The earth elemental spells were the most perilous to wield. Even summoning an earth elemental would draw from nearby material. As Harry vividly recalled the incident where Aunt Petunia's house partially transformed into an earth elemental giant, causing its collapse. With this experience in mind, Harry was acutely aware that he was within Hogwarts Castle, whose walls and decor were fortified by magical protections. Otherwise, the rambunctious students would have dismantled it countless times over. For Harry, the spells he can currently wield are confined to the elemental powers of wind, water, and fire. To be frank, this presents quite a challenge, as the quantity of elements present in a given area within a unit of time is finite. It is not possible to draw upon the 4 elemental realms for an endless supply. This limitation implies that the number of spells Harry can cast is restricted, as is their potency. Fortunately, Harry is no longer merely a shaman. He is also a wizard. The tranquil atmosphere of the basement seemed to lull the 4 individuals into a false sense of security. Seizing the opportunity, Harry held his breath and conjured a lightning arrow. The cerulean bolt of electricity pierced the air with a piercing crackle. The figure in black robes became aware of the commotion behind him. But by the time he turned around and spotted Harry, it was already too late. The speed of lightning traversing the air is approximately 300,000 kilometers per second. Unless one is prepared in advance, the average human reaction time is insufficient to respond. The black-robed wizard struck by the lightning arrow fell to the ground, curling up and convulsing, emitting a faint scent of singed flesh. Kill him. He is just a child. The fall of their comrade seemed to have little impact on the others. A figure, presumably the leader, bellowed furiously, raising his wand and unleashing a flurry of spells toward Harry's last known position. In an instant, the corridor seemed to exhale smoke. The red light of the curses struck where Harry had stood, but none found their mark. After the lightning arrow hit its initial target, Harry refrained from casting further spells and quickly enveloped himself in a shield. Lightning shield. Within Hogwarts Castle, the Earth Shield was deemed too destructive for use, leaving him with the only option of casting a lightning shield designed for absorbing damage before retaliating. Unlike the enchantment of a typical shield, the manifestation of the lightning shield was far more dramatic. 3 swirling orbs of electricity appeared around Harry, accompanied by a continuous crackling sound. For the duration of the lightning shield, any attacker who dared to strike Harry would suffer the backlash of the electric orbs. The spells wielded by the wizards were indeed formidable, yet they bore a fatal flaw. They must hit their target to be effective, meaning the lightning or light spheres emitted from their wands must make contact. Harry suspected that if an agile rogue or monk were to navigate through a barrage of curses cast by the wizards, they could dance through the onslaught unscathed. Harry, however, was not blessed with such graceful agility, but he possessed a shield. Behind the protection of a shield, Harry attempted to rush toward the wizards, only to be astonished to find that these dark sorcerers harbored the same intent, seeking gaps to charge at him. This behavior was entirely contrary to the customary conduct of wizards, as if they were not wizards at all. Avada Kedavra! A blinding green light streaked through the air, crashing against Harry's shield with a resounding clang. As a curse that directly severs the soul from the body, the killing curse is indeed lethal to living beings. However, it causes no harm to inanimate objects. Well, it would be inaccurate to say it inflicts no damage. At most, it shatters. But then again, what does it matter if something devoid of life is broken? How much effort must the killing curse exert to claim the life of a shield? If it were to shatter, so be it. It was of little consequence. The shield merely tilted slightly, its edges crumbling. The electric orbs surrounding Harry were stretched and elongated, transforming into a bolt of lightning that arced toward the source of the curse. Yet this time, it dealt no effective harm. As it was about to strike the black-robed wizard, a translucent shield flickered into existence around him, briefly glowing before absorbing the lightning. There was no time to retaliate against the wizard persistently casting the killing curse, for another black-robed sorcerer had already charged directly at Harry. Remaining calm, Harry merely bent his knees slightly and raised his shield to absorb the onslaught of the wizard attack. Truth be told, the sensation was less akin to withstanding a human's blow and more reminiscent of bracing against a beast's assault. The Thunderstrike enchantment he had imbued upon his shield not only enhanced lightning elemental spells, but also inflicted lightning damage upon any physical contact with the shield. As expected, the charging wizard instinctively let out a scream of agony upon being electrified. Harry, not allowing him to suffer for long, slightly withdrew the shield and swung his hammer into the wizard's chest. The intense heat of the fire element seared the garments at the wizard's torso, leaving a noticeable indentation in his breastbone, marked with a charred imprint. Suddenly, something whizzed through the center of the corridor with a rush, creating a gust of wind, before crashing violently against the corner, producing a cacophony of clattering metal. It was a suit of armor scattered across the floor. Just as Harry was about to continue his pursuit to eliminate the threat posed by the wizard, he had to duck urgently to avoid the armor that had suddenly been hurled in his direction. Upon raising his head, he noticed that the two trolls at the forefront had taken notice of the commotion behind them. One of the trolls had casually seized a suit of armor from the corridor's sides and flung it towards Harry. "Oh, good heavens! I feel like I'm about to shatter," exclaimed the armor's helmet. It wasn't that it was about to shatter. It had already done so. This suit of armor had once been whole, but now, thanks to the troll's strength and the impact of the fall, its pieces lay scattered. Only the mouth could still articulate words, as the visor opened and closed as if it were speaking. Wait, it seemed that it wasn't the armor that was speaking. Suddenly, a head popped out from the helmet, followed by arms, a torso, and 2 legs. How such a large figure could fit into a helmet the size of a human head was a mystery, but somehow it managed. "Battle! Peeves! The castle is under siege!" Harry shouted, recognizing this unexpected visitor. Very small in stature, with a broad face, large mouth, and bright round eyes, dressed in vibrant clothing, complete with a tie and hat, and with shoes that had long cracks exposing his toes. This was Peeves, the poltergeist of Hogwarts. Chapter 53, Harry versus Voldemort. The reason he was referred to as a poltergeist rather than a ghost was that while Peeves could phase through walls like a ghost, he possessed a corporeal form, capable of interacting with objects at will. His greatest pastime involved careening through the corridors, drawing everyone's attention with his shrieks, and then playing pranks on anyone he could see. "Oh, you mischievous little imp," he floated in mid-air, shaking his finger and saying, "I can catch you." Bang! Peeves' words were abruptly interrupted, and he was sent spinning through the air like a ball, nearly losing his hat in the process. All right, intruders? You've angered Peeves," with a furious expression. He pressed his hat back onto his head, and, without further ado, darted through the ceiling above. In all honesty, after witnessing Peeves vanish in a flash, Harry was left momentarily dumbfounded, though he had not anticipated that the impish creature could vanquish the enemy. He could nonetheless rely on its unique nature to hinder foes and create opportunities for a decisive strike. After a series of spells, the elemental power in the corridor had begun to wane. The actions of the imp even seemed to momentarily bewilder the two adversaries still standing. As the sounds of their titanic struggle echoed throughout the hall, one giant attempted to advance while the other blocked its path. The intensity escalated abruptly. Shatter them to pieces. Shatter them to pieces. Shatter them to pieces. Shatter them to pieces. One of the dark wizards raised his wand and relentlessly shouted at Harry. It was as if he could only cast this one spell. Crimson curses flew in rapid succession down the corridor, leaving shattered holes in the walls. Yet Harry showed no signs of retreat. He held his shield before him, crouching low, and advanced towards the dark wizard with the swift grace of a serpent. Although a shaman, he now resembled a warrior. The elemental forces were indeed lacking at this moment. The incessant barrage of shattering curses had rendered his shield pockmarked and battered. To be fair, the quality of the shield, forged by fairies, was commendable. It had yet to be breached, despite the numerous dents adorning its inner surface. The dark wizard sought to leverage his maturity and superior magical power to subdue Harry, intending to pierce the shield and slay him. However, what astonished Harry even further was that even when he used the fallen wizard, who writhed in agony on the ground after being struck by his warhammer, as a makeshift shield, the dark wizard continued to cast curses mercilessly, targeting the very wizard he had employed for protection. Were they not comrades? There was no mercy to be found, as the spells unleashed were all lethal, shattering curses and others that Harry could not identify, but which bore immense destructive potential. Within mere seconds, the wizard he had shielded had entered a state of near death, his back a bloody mess, devoid of even the strength to scream. Lightning bolt. Once again, Harry summoned the weakened elemental forces, swinging his warhammer to unleash a bolt of lightning, which was once more repelled by the translucent shield. Yet, everything unfolded as Harry had anticipated. He momentarily set aside the warhammer, drew his wand, and with a flick, transformed a piece of armor that had been scattered upon colliding with the corridor wall into a wolf, which immediately sank its teeth into the dark wizard's ankle, followed by a swift death roll. The anguished cry interrupted the wizard's spell-casting rhythm. Seizing the moment, Harry charged forward, hurling his shield, which spun and struck the wizard on the head, causing him to stagger backward, and Harry deftly caught the rebound of the shield. He had now closed the distance to the wizard, the war hammer ablaze with searing flames, and struck. Boom! The wizard fell in response. Corrupt flesh and bone. A cold, detached voice suddenly whispered in his ear, and Harry barely had time to raise his shield in defense before he felt an unusual burning sensation radiating from it, prompting him to hastily discard it. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. As Harry watched, the shield that had accompanied him for only a month appeared as if submerged in a corrosive acid, emitting a hissing sound as it rapidly twisted into a mass of blackened sludge, rendering its metallic form unrecognizable. Dark magic. This was undoubtedly some form of dark sorcery, far beyond the common shattering curses. Gripping his war hammer tightly in his right hand and his wand in his left, Harry remained vigilant, observing the dark wizard. Unlike the three others, had only cast 3 spells from the beginning, 1 Avada Kedavra, 1 Protective Shield, and this recent dark magic. Although he had not cast many spells, each one was executed with a lethal precision that ensured the victim would not have to contemplate their fate. Yet, apart from that, this dark wizard merely stood there, watching Harry battle his companions, offering no assistance or support. Oh! A pained groan came from Harry's feet. It was the wizard who had initially been struck by the lightning bolt. He had awakened from his comatose state following the shock. Harry realized that these wizards possessed a far greater physical resilience than he had anticipated. They exhibited a natural resistance to the harm inflicted by magic, allowing them to recover swiftly from unconsciousness. However, it mattered not. Harry would ensure he returned to slumber. He lifted his foot and struck the wizard's head, opting not to kill him for the sake of potential interrogation. Though Harry remained cautious, the dark wizard made no move to intervene, allowing him to incapacitate the other. I assumed you were allies, Harry inquired. Or would you have some peculiar rule that only the last one standing can claim the prize? Ah, brilliant thought. The dark wizard suddenly chuckled hoarsely. I could tell you were different from those mediocre beings. They would never conceive of such a splendid idea. Much like the worthless ones lying on the ground, dying here would be the pinnacle of their existence. You never intended to escape, Harry said gravely. Who are you? You seem quite knowledgeable about me. A suspicion began to form in Harry's mind. No, it could no longer be called a suspicion. He had once again perceived the familiar chaotic hues through the astral perspective. Voldemort. But why was Voldemort not possessing Quirrell? Had Dumbledore's intelligence faltered again? Why do I say again? Voldemort had gone to great lengths to divert the professors. Was it not to seize the treasures within the trap on the 4th floor? Why was he here, as if he were awaiting Harry's arrival? Who am I? Voldemort suddenly laughed darkly. I recognize your kind, Harry. For those who wield the power of prophecy, your intentions are always remarkably clear. As he spoke, Voldemort raised his wand and waved it. Immediately, a girl emerged slowly from the adjacent restroom, Hermione. Her gaze was vacant, as if she were soulless, devoid of her own sight. She stepped outside, turning to face Harry. Taking a deep breath, Harry forcefully suppressed the surge of fury rising within him, replacing it with reason and calm, mastering his anger like a true warrior. Are you not enraged? Voldemort's laughter rang out, chilling and sharp. Fear not. I merely guided the memories of this mudblood. As long as she remains here, you will instinctively rush to this place, such is the nature of your kind. I have much to share with you, Harry, but I fear we may not have the time for such heart-wrenching revelations. It was as if he were afflicted with schizophrenia. One moment, he was conversing amiably, and the next, Voldemort bellowed his incantation with a fierce intensity. Crucio! 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 He even unleashed a relentless barrage of the unforgivable curse. Harry was tempted to inquire whether Voldemort had mastered only a single spell. Ha 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 ha! Voldemort was cackling maniacally, fixating on Harry's evading form. I concede that the spells you have concocted possess an intriguing aspect, yet they remain merely interesting. Crucio! It seemed more akin to a variant of a weather charm, lacking the scope and power of true meteorological magic. Given your current state, you appear unable to sustain even a continuous release. You are feeble, Harry Potter. Crucio, what your soul magic? Why do you not unleash it for me to witness? His ire seemed to escalate with each utterance, and Harry discerned that Voldemort's mental state was rather unhinged, his emotions fluctuating uncontrollably. For instance, at this very moment, you ought to abandon those feeble, uninspired charms and embrace the boundless mysteries of dark magic. Suddenly, his incantations shifted. Spells of black, red, and purple, colors that exuded hostility, whistled through the air, striking around Harry and the objects he had transfigured for cover. Each curse was distinctly different from the last, as Voldemort appeared to be showcasing the pinnacle of dark magic, targeting not Harry, but rather wreaking havoc upon the subterranean expanse of Hogwarts. Harry could see the wall opposite him, suffering under the weight of the curses. Now, in a dire state, coated in a viscous purple substance that bubbled incessantly, emanating a nauseating stench. Voldemort's spells came faster than the last. Yet his voice grew increasingly faint. Through his astral vision, Harry perceived the spirit of the wizard Voldemort possessed rapidly deteriorating, teetering on the brink of death. It became glaringly evident that Voldemort was draining every ounce of vitality and magical prowess from his host, exchanging it for a fleeting surge of power. Behold, this is power. An inexorable force you can never defy. Only with immense power can one achieve anything. Only this power can bring forth the damned. Peeves! Voldemort's shout morphed into an enraged roar, cursing alongside Peeves' raucous laughter. Come on, bring it on. How dare you provoke the great Peeves? Take this, water balloons, ink bottles, chalk pieces, and oh, where did that spider come from? Never mind, just take everything. Harry peeked out and saw Peeves, burdened with a large sack, incessantly pulling out items to hurl at Voldemort. His entire collection, it seemed. Enough! Voldemort roared in furious exasperation, lifting his gaze towards Peeves, only to have his vision obscured by a flash of pink. Harry observed clearly that it was a pink women's panty that Peeves had extracted from his sack and tossed carelessly, its origin a mystery. I will kill you. As Voldemort snatched the object obscuring his view, his face flushed crimson upon realizing what it was. He howled in rage, raising his wand at Peeves, only to have the mischievous spirit evade him, vanishing along with his sack, leaving behind only the sound of wind and muffled laughter. This was the essence of mischief, prankster, invisibility. An escape, all executed seamlessly, a hallmark of Hogwarts trickster. Well done, Peeves. Harry couldn't help but admire him, for Peeves had bought him invaluable time. When Voldemort finally recalled his purpose and turned to face Harry, he found Harry clutching a white wooden totem inscribed with cryptic symbols and language. Unlike the totems crafted by hand to express sentiments during rituals, the totems employed by shamans in battle were formed from the earth elements on site. Their designs and meanings bearing a singular interpretation hastened to my aid. Consequently, totems used in combat could not be pre-made, as their creation would trigger their power and summon aid. One could hardly allow elements to arrive only to find nothing awaiting them. Elements have their tempers too. Furthermore, as he was in Hogwarts, Harry had even conjured a piece of wood from his dragon hide pouch, demonstrating the extraordinary skill of a 20-year seasoned shaman. I originally did not wish to resort to this. Voldemort. Harry raised his voice, declaring, for this would be rather nightmarish for Filch. What do you mean? Voldemort replied, bewildered. You cannot possibly intend to defeat me with that stick? Silence was his only response, or rather, Harry's answer lay in abruptly plunging the totem into the ground, forcefully embedding it into the stone corridor. Silence. Nothing happened. Voldemort even glanced around warily, yet truly, nothing transpired. I may have overestimated you, Voldemort. Harry spoke, raising his wand once more, his face still marked by irritation from the mockery. For what sounds did you make 11 years ago? Suddenly, Voldemort turned his head. It seemed he heard a resounding rumble from above, from the walls. Indeed, from the very pipes buried within Hogwarts, as if torrents of water were surging forth. Moreover, from the washroom adjacent to the corridor erupted a series of explosive sounds. Whether pipes burst or faucets failed, it was unclear. Indeed, this world lacks the convenience of the 4 elemental realms. There are no fierce winds or raging flames in Hogwarts dungeons, and even the earth element cannot be summoned at will. Yet, there exists one element in abundance: water. Hogwarts, perched on the cliff's edge beside the Black Lake, houses the Slytherin Common Room at the lake's bottom, where one can gaze upon the scenery through the dungeon's windows. At this moment, Harry stood within a classroom in Hogwarts depths, where pipes of various sizes crisscrossed throughout the castle. Hiss! Splat splash! No longer was it the sound of water under pressure. It was a deluge pouring forth, torrents breaking free from the pipes, rapidly spreading across the washroom floor. Harry had planted a reinforced water element totem, its purpose to awaken and summon the nearby water elements, including those from rivers and seas. Is that all? Watching the water surge past his feet, Voldemort could not help but laugh. This is the magic you rely upon? You think to defeat me with such feeble sorcery? To defeat the great Voldemort, who has even conquered death? Make no mistake, Voldemort. Harry flashed a mocking smile. You are the challenger. Me? The challenger? Voldemort's already unstable mental state seemed to waver further, as he roared. Then let us see for ourselves who the true challenger is. Avada Kedavra! At this moment, all of Voldemort's initial plans and intentions to lure Harry away from Dumbledore's grasp had completely slipped from his mind. He was consumed solely by the desire to kill Harry and inflict upon him excruciating pain. A blinding green light streaked down the corridor. Yet Harry did not attempt to evade it in the slightest. For before him, an immense figure composed entirely of flowing water had abruptly materialized. A water elemental giant. In Chapter 54, Harry valiantly confronts Voldemort, though not with a decisive blow. Unlike the earth elemental giant, which possessed human-like legs, the lower half of this water-based giant was a swirling torrent, rapidly spiraling upwards, as if it were perpetually siphoning water from the surface beneath, sending waves splashing. Its upper body bore a humanoid torso and head, complemented by robust arms and hands. Initially, Harry could be seen through the translucent form of the water elemental. But as it swiftly absorbed the water, it seemed as though the liquid within it was compressed and congealed, rendering it opaque, now resembling the dark, murky waters of the Black Lake. Continuous currents of swirling water cascaded from the elemental, splattering in all directions. Its towering stature nearly reached the ceiling of the corridor, effectively obscuring Harry from Voldemort's sight. The green light of the killing curse, upon entering the water elemental's form, seemed to vanish without a trace, leaving Voldemort bewildered by the extraordinary spectacle before him. He had never encountered such magic, so fundamentally alien in its principles, processes, and origins from any magic he had known. However, there was no doubt in his mind that this was indeed a manifestation of magic. No Muggle could conjure such a being. To Voldemort, it was evident that the source of this summoned creature was the water of the Black Lake, as he could even see fish swimming within its form. But how could this be? A mere first-year wizard, no matter how gifted, was limited by his physical development and magical capacity. How could he possibly draw forth the waters of the Black Lake and create such a monstrosity? And now, the creature stirred. It merely raised its right arm and waved towards Voldemort, unleashing a torrent of water arrows that hurtled towards him, prepared for the unknown magic. Voldemort deftly dodged the water projectile, only to be astonished when he saw it strike the wall behind him, creating a dent the size of a fist in the already magically reinforced walls of Hogwarts. The destructive power of this magic rivaled that of some lower-tier dark arts. Yet Voldemort was certain that this was not dark magic. It was simply the rapid and forceful projection of water from the elemental. Before he could further contemplate the implications of this unfamiliar magic, the water elemental launched its next assault, an ice spell. A distinct ring of ice rapidly expanded outward from the elemental, freezing the water around it into solid blocks. This was a magic with a friend or foe recognition effect, designed to immobilize enemies within a specific radius. However, it faltered. From Voldemort's wand erupted a torrent of crimson flames, which transformed into the shapes of birds amidst the inferno, clashing with the spreading ice ring. In an instant, the originally cold water was vaporized into scalding steam, as the flames conjured by Voldemort possessed an astonishing temperature and malevolence, voraciously consuming everything in their vicinity: oil paintings on the walls, statues positioned nearby, even the very plaster of the walls. Yet the water elemental refused to yield. It raised its arms, commanding more water pipes to burst forth, as torrents of Black Lake water surged from the ruptured pipes and washrooms. Geysers of water, thicker than the embrace of 3 or 4 men, shot forth from the elemental's hands. Should Voldemort be struck by this deluge, his corporeal form would be reduced to mere pulp, rendering any attempts at casting spells utterly futile. As the icy water met the flames, it rapidly heated, turning into billowing steam. The temperature in the corridor soared, creating a sauna-like atmosphere, with white vapor obscuring visibility. Although the view was shrouded, Harry distinctly heard a scream. It was Hermione's voice. A surge of anxiety flooded through him, besides Hermione's terrified cry. He recalled the roars of the trolls. He had not forgotten that 2 trolls were in her vicinity. Harry sensed the flames were unnatural, as if they were insatiable. As long as there was something to burn, they would never extinguish, even if they devoured water, a natural enemy of fire. Ha 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 ha! Voldemort cackled. Do you see, Harry? This is the power of dark magic. The creature you so painstakingly summoned is utterly ineffectual against my flames. Given just a little more time, it could consume all of Hogwarts, reduce it to ash. The howling wind swept past, and even the fiery beast conjured by Voldemort could not catch the figure darting through the chaos. It was Harry, encased in a layer of ice armor. Bestowed upon him by the water elemental as a protective shield, Harry dashed forward with remarkable speed, a movement reminiscent of a charge. Voldemort was taken aback, instinctively halting his fiery assault to conjure a shield for himself. But Harry's target was never him. Sprinting past Voldemort, through the fog of steam that clouded his vision, Harry glided across the ice-slicked floor with graceful fluidity. At that moment, the water elemental's form began to dissipate, seemingly merging into the surrounding lake waters, transforming into a tumultuous wave that surged towards Voldemort with the potential to engulf the entire corridor. Harry's concern for Hermione intensified, especially now that he had realized the true power of the flames. He could not bear the thought of her being in danger behind Voldemort, who would not hesitate to let the flames harm her. As Harry raced forward and caught sight of Hermione, he saw her kneeling on the ground, her face a mask of terror. She appeared paralyzed by fear, struggling to rise and flee, but her legs buckled under her, forcing her to inch backward in a desperate attempt to distance herself from the two looming trolls. One of the trolls had already noticed Hermione, scratching its disproportionately small head with a foolish grin as it raised its wooden club, preparing to bring it crashing down upon her. Elemental impact. The corridor, now brimming with water, wind, and fire elements, coalesced rapidly around Harry, even tearing a chunk from the wall beside the lavatory door. After all, as the saying goes, the concrete element is also an earth element. In such dire circumstances, when lives hang in the balance, the protection of the castle is but a trivial concern. The four elemental forces coalesced and struck with great force upon the monstrous creature's head. Unlike spells devoid of true weight, the elemental impact, imbued with the essence of earth, possessed formidable power, causing the creature to stagger. Yet, even so, its massive wooden club merely veered off course, narrowly missing Hermione's head and crashing down towards her body. Hermione instinctively shielded her head with a scream. In that final moment, Harry leaped forward, his form transforming into a translucent spectral wolf, and with a powerful grip, clutched Hermione by the waist, propelling her to safety. For Hermione, the world spun chaotically in an instant. The overwhelming force at her waist rendered her utterly defenseless, akin to a rag doll being flung about without any means of resistance. Upon regaining her footing and reopening her eyes, she beheld a semi-transparent blue wolf lunging at another giant, engaging in a monumental clash that reverberated through the corridor as the wolf brought the creature crashing to the ground. Hermione noticed that the other giant had lost not just its head, but even the flesh around its neck had vanished without a trace, blood seeping from the charred remnants as the colossal body slumped down lifelessly. Throughout this ordeal, the girl's screams had not ceased, and now she desperately thrashed in the water, finally managing to evade the fallen corpse of the slain giant. Ugh, this was her first encounter with such a gruesome demise, and Hermione couldn't suppress her retching. Yet, for Harry, her reaction was a sign of relief, as it indicated her safety. Compared to the formidable Voldemort, vanquishing these giants posed little challenge for Harry. The ability to wield magic rendered wizards far more threatening than these seemingly physically powerful creatures. For Harry, the true menace of the giants lay in the foul stench they emitted, which was overwhelmingly repugnant to a beast like a wolf. That said, as a battle-hardened shaman, Harry had encountered far worse. Ogres, boars, demons, and the myriad of places he had adventured through, including the depths of various sewers, rendering the giants a mere nuisance. He even seized the smaller giant's head, yanking it from its body before landing atop the fallen giant's carcass, discarding the severed head and turning his gaze back to Voldemort. All of this unfolded in mere seconds, as Voldemort had only just ensnared the water element, now surging like a torrent on the far end of the corridor. When he turned, Harry had already dispatched two giants, fixating his predatory gaze on him. "Is this the soul magic you command?" Voldemort's voice rumbled with low amusement, as if he had regained his composure, finding the situation intriguing. "Come, Harry, let me witness the true strength of your soul magic." Without uttering a word, Harry let out a low growl. The next moment, Avada Kedavra! A blinding green light pierced the corridor as the fiery beasts conjured by Voldemort lunged forth, their claws poised to strike. Harry felt the searing heat approach. Swiftly dodging the deadly curse, he surged towards Voldemort. Then, all curses are undone. A resonant, ancient voice echoed throughout the corridor as a visible orange aura rapidly expanded from the ground, diminishing the fiery beasts and causing them to recoil in fear. Even the golden shield surrounding Voldemort flickered before vanishing without a trace, fulfilling the spell's literal promise that all curses would be terminated. As Harry reached Voldemort, the once menacing flames had extinguished completely, and a massive wolf's paw came crashing down. Its razor-sharp claws tore through Voldemort's form. A shrieking shadow escaped from beneath the black cloak, howling in agony, while Voldemort cackled maniacally, leaving no parting words before vanishing into the floor below. A flash of blue light illuminated the corridor, and the great wolf dissipated, leaving Harry standing on solid ground, gazing at what could only be described as a corpse, though perhaps that term was too generous. It had disintegrated, as the phrase suggests. The body that Voldemort had inhabited had dissolved. No flesh, no bone remained, only the black cloak floating in the torrent of water that now engulfed the corridor. Swaying as a viscous, tar-like substance seeped from it, mingling with the flowing water. Staring at the place where Voldemort had vanished, Harry beheld Voldemort's soul for the first time. Indeed, it was his soul, not some new dark magical entity or shadow creature, merely a fragment of his essence, reduced to the remnants of his head. On that fragment, Harry witnessed Voldemort's agony. Beyond the intrinsic pain stemming from the fragmentation of his soul, there were also the wounds inflicted by Harry's spectral wolf form. In transforming into the spectral wolf, Harry's attacks not only tore the flesh of his foes, but also inflicted damage upon their souls. Yet, these were mere post-battle reflections. What resonated with Harry was the familiar state of Voldemort's soul fragment. It evoked a deep familiarity. For during his time in Azeroth, Harry had encountered a soul fragment emanating a pitch-black glow, not elsewhere, but on his very own being, precisely at the location of his scar. As a naturally gifted shaman, Harry had discovered the existence of that soul fragment only when he first embraced the elemental forces and temporarily transformed into an elemental ascendant during the initiation ritual. There had been no further developments beyond that point. Unlike Harry, who had traversed far along the path of the shaman, that soul fragment seemed devoid of awareness. Utterly ignorant of the shamanic way, the so-called ascension ritual was, in essence, the transformation of a shaman's corporeal form into an elemental form, effectively constituting a new elemental being. During this process, both body and soul undergo an elemental baptism, and only those shaman adept in the essence of the elements can successfully complete the ritual and attain the elemental ascendant form. Fire, air, and water are but three of the forms available to the elemental ascendant, which are not limited to the four primary elements, but may also include frost, mercury, and quintessence, among others. For Harry, this was merely a means to acquire new power to safeguard Azeroth. However, for the soul fragment within him, it signified one thing alone: death. Throughout the entire ascension ceremony, Harry was acutely aware of the fragment of soul hovering above his head, perceiving its existence with clarity. He watched as it was shattered and obliterated under the infusion of elemental power, leaving not even a trace of its essence behind. There were no dying words, no farewell. Harry was utterly bewildered as to why such a fragment resided within him, or whose soul it was that had been carelessly discarded. His own soul, after all, was remarkably whole and healthy. Yet, the question that had haunted Harry for so long was finally answered. He had never anticipated that this fragment might be an infinitesimal part of Voldemort. It was so minuscule that it could not even retain a semblance of consciousness. Voldemort could not have severed a portion of his own soul to implant it within his enemy, and thus, it could only be the result of an accident, an unforeseen incident that transpired during that murderous night 11 years ago. This sudden revelation left Harry's emotions in a state of turmoil. As the mist dissipated, the familiar incantations of Dumbledore echoed behind him, accompanied by the sound of many footsteps disturbing the water surface. Soon, a thick fog enveloped the corridor, obscuring their view ahead. Good heavens! Harry heard Professor McGonagall gasp sharply, astonished by the scene before her. Is it him? Harry queried, turning to Dumbledore. Indeed, Headmaster, he replied, scanning the faces of several professors. It is precisely as you suspect. He has laid a trap here. Voldemort. Chapter 55, Hermione's Embrace and Voldemort's Condition. For Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, and Severus Snape, the sight before them resembled a hellish battleground, unmistakably marked by a struggle for life and death. The two fallen giant corpses were particularly striking. One was decapitated, its head missing, while a mass of stone, now cold and solidified, crackled with lingering arcs of electricity nearby. The other giant's head lay some distance away, grotesquely detached from its body, with a portion of its spine still attached. A torrent of blood gushed forth from the neck, where no plug could be found, flooding the corridor and staining the water at their feet crimson. As Professor Snape urgently waved his wand to clear the giant's remains, he spotted Hermione seated weakly in the bloodied water, her lower robes soaked in crimson, tears streaking down her face. In truth, Professor McGonagall was immediately alarmed, casting several diagnostic spells upon Hermione before finally exhaling in relief. Once the giant bodies no longer obstructed their path, the professors were confronted with a scene that was, frankly, better left unseen. The restroom door and the walls on either side had vanished, revealing a gaping void. All visible pipes within the restroom had exploded, still spewing forth water from the Black Lake. To say the exposed pipes were a sight to behold would be an understatement. Even the concealed pipes embedded within the walls had burst, leaving behind shattered fragments, and fish swept into the corridor, along with strands of aquatic vegetation. Fresh from the Black Lake, the fish flopped about on the ground, splashing water in every direction. In this corridor, now transformed into a marshland, the only figure visible was Harry, standing resolutely with his wand in one hand and his war hammer in the other, while a reformed, towering water elemental loomed in the distance. Is it him? Dumbledore's gaze fell upon the dark magical marks and scorch marks left on the walls, posing a question that lacked context. Yet, he knew Harry understood precisely what he meant. Yes, Headmaster, Harry replied, turning to affirm Dumbledore's suspicions. It is indeed a trap set by Voldemort. Harry, Snape suddenly hissed, his voice low, only to revert to his usual impassive demeanor. Arrogant and reckless, you presume yourself capable. Do you not? He appeared ready to rush to Harry's side, but restrained himself. In all honesty, Harry had never witnessed Snape speak to him in such a manner. Such words were usually reserved for Ron. Good heavens! Quirrell rushed down the stairs, and upon seeing the corridor's devastation, he emitted a cry of despair. Collapsing onto the giant's corpse that Dumbledore had moved aside, covering his face and weeping softly, clearly terrified. Casting a glance at Quirrell, Harry then looked at Dumbledore. Professor Quirrell collapsed, and we brought him to the infirmary. We've been together since. Harry's gaze met Dumbledore's, who shook his head slightly. I believe we need to have a conversation. A private one, Harry stated with a stoic expression. Indeed, I share that sentiment, Dumbledore affirmed. I am safe, Professor Snape. Harry addressed him. If you're concerned for my well-being, I appreciate it. Additionally, among the fallen wizards here, there should be some survivors. Could you please check? Concerned? Snape's lips curled in disdain. Mr. Potter, I assure you, such narcissism is unwarranted. No one is concerned for a reckless giant. He had to take several deep breaths to suppress his impulse to continue. Glancing back at the still weeping Quirrell only heightened his agitation. Stepping through the water, Snape complied with Harry's suggestion and examined the fallen dark wizards. Stowing away his war hammer and wand, Harry raised his hand, extracting the totem embedded in the floor. In the next moment, the pipes that had been gushing forth water from the Black Lake ceased their tumultuous flow, although water still trickled out. It was merely a natural stream, no longer a relentless torrent. Even the colossal water elemental vanished, exploding into a burst of water that fully integrated into the flowing liquid on the ground. How dare you, Mr. Potter? Professor McGonagall exclaimed, gripping her wand tightly. Her lips pale, her voice icy with fury. This is not a danger you children should endure. Why could you not, like Mr. Weasley and Mr. Longbottom, leave matters to the professors? You should be enjoying the warmth of the common room, conversing by the fire, not in this dreadful place. Professor McGonagall was clearly distraught and infuriated. Harry had never seen her so incensed. This is a trap, Professor McGonagall, Harry reiterated. A trap Voldemort has set for me. I fear I must ask you to examine Hermione thoroughly, as she was under Voldemort's control when I last saw her. I am uncertain whether this magic may pose lingering dangers. What? McGonagall momentarily set aside her lecture, quickly pointing her wand at Hermione. Previously, her spells had merely assessed for physical injuries or dark magical harm. This time, her examination would focus on mental and memory-related concerns. Her memory had been tampered with, and Professor McGonagall nearly ground her teeth as she uttered these words. Although there were no gaps in her recollection, the notion of retreating to the washroom in the underground classroom had been forcefully implanted in her mind. As for the rest, I cannot discern, Professor Dumbledore. As you are aware, the traces of the Cruciatus Curse are nearly impossible to detect. It's all right, Minerva, Dumbledore said gently. We merely need to observe for a while. If no one continues to cast the Cruciatus Curse upon her, the effects of the spell cannot endure indefinitely. That is all we can do for now, Professor McGonagall sighed. In matters of the magical world, Harry placed considerable trust in the judgments of Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall. At that moment, the water in the corridor had risen to such an extent that it threatened to engulf his shoes. Harry waded through the water to Hermione's side. How are you feeling, Hermione? Do your bones ache? Harry half squatted beside her, his inquiry primarily concerning her ribs, which had recently been nipped by the spectral wolf he had transformed into. Though Harry believed he hadn't exerted much force, the situation had been quite urgent, and he was uncertain whether he had inadvertently bitten Hermione. After all, wolf fangs can be rather sharp. Everything that had transpired today felt surreal for an 11-year-old child. Hermione had had a confrontation with Pansy Parkinson from Slytherin during the morning S-Charms class and had stormed out, furious over Professor McGonagall as punishment. Indeed, Pansy's words had provoked her deeply, leaving her profoundly saddened, almost to the point of panic. However, she had not been so distraught as to hide away in the washroom of the underground classroom for the entire day. After all, she believed she had several friends who would speak up for her. Then, amidst a nauseating stench, she had groggily regained consciousness. As Hermione timidly exited the washroom, she was greeted by two grotesque trolls, reeking of foul odors. A terrifying wizard cloaked in black was confronting Harry, who was contending with the chaos of exploding pipes and surging water, the monstrous torrents threatening to consume everything in their path, and the horrifying flames that seemed intent on incinerating the castle, alongside the massive wolf lunging at him and the slain troll. To be honest, everything that had transpired today exceeded the limits of what Hermione's mind could comprehend, and it was only when Harry, a familiar presence, came to her side that she seemed to regain her ability to speak. "Harry," she exclaimed with a voice cracking in distress, wrapping her arms tightly around him as she sobbed, Thank you. Thank you for saving me." It was hard to imagine where Hermione found such strength. She clung fiercely to Harry's neck, burying her face in his shoulder as she wept loudly. Harry, feeling a momentary tension in his body, eventually relaxed and comforted her by patting her back. Observing this scene, Dumbledore wore a beaming expression, and even the air of concern surrounding Professor McGonagall seemed to dissipate somewhat. Just then, Snape appeared to have finished inspecting the dark wizards, and, upon returning and seeing Hermione and Harry locked in an embrace, his gaze softened momentarily, only for a fleeting instant before fury took hold. "It's the werewolves," Dumbledore stated, his voice tinged with uncontainable anger. "Thank goodness the full moon has passed. Otherwise, there would have been 3 rampaging werewolves in the castle tonight. Are they also under the control of the Cruciatus Curse?" Dumbledore inquired. "As much as I wish to say otherwise, they indeed are," Snape replied grimly. "I have reviewed their memories, and these individuals harbor a deep-seated hatred for wizards. Someone informed them they could earn a pretty penny, only for them to discover upon meeting that they were to attack Hogwarts." Snape scoffed. "Even werewolves aren't foolish enough to fall for such a ruse. They attempted to flee, but it was too late. As for the subsequent events, you all are aware." "Is that so?" Dumbledore nodded. "Then at least in this matter, they are innocent. Let us take them to the hospital wing, restrain them, and have Madame Pomfrey keep a close watch." "I find that unnecessary," Dumbledore said, his tone suddenly upbeat. "Thanks to our illustrious Harry Potter's actions, I do not believe these werewolves require any further intervention. I must clarify that I only incapacitated one at the outset. The rest were effectively dealt with by Voldemort," Harry said, attempting to soothe Hermione's distress. His tone hinted at a certain exasperation, suggesting that Snape was likely still angry, as such remarks would typically be directed at Ron. Just moments ago, when Voldemort unleashed the fiend fire, it instantly incinerated one of them. The flames spread so swiftly that not even a scream escaped. "Regardless, you defeated 4 dark wizards invading the castle and protected your fellow students," Dumbledore proclaimed, raising his voice. "For your just actions and indomitable courage, Gryffindor earns 50 points, Harry." As for now, Dumbledore turned to Professor McGonagall and asked, "Would you kindly escort Hermione to the hospital wing, Minerva? And you all, I believe the castle requires a thorough inspection." "Of course, Professor Dumbledore," she replied. When Dumbledore became serious, no professor could refuse his requests. Soon, only Harry and Dumbledore remained in the corridor. As the two of them were left alone, the atmosphere in the corridor turned far less harmonious, even bordering on hostile. It was hostility emanating from Harry. "I believe I must congratulate you, Harry," Dumbledore said softly. "You have vanquished Voldemort and protected your friends. Your father and mother would be proud." "Perhaps," Harry replied, turning to Dumbledore with a serious expression. "You violated our agreement, Professor Dumbledore, and you have neglected your duties. Had I not appeared tonight, I shudder to think of what fate might have befallen Hermione. Voldemort would have cared little for her life, would he?" "I'm not seeking to excuse myself, Harry," Dumbledore explained. "In truth, Voldemort awaited only 2 individuals tonight, one being you and the other me. I believe that regardless of which of us was present, Hermione would not have been harmed. But I am merely a student at Hogwarts. I am neither the headmaster nor the lord of this place." Harry inhaled deeply. "So why not eliminate Quirrell? You should have succeeded tonight, right? You obtained the information you desired." "In fact, not at all, Harry. I understand your anger, but please refrain from using the word kill. It carries a weighty connotation." Dumbledore's expression turned somewhat nuanced. "In any case, one of my professors appeared to have been overly diligent, he intercepted Quirrell, preventing him from succeeding. Who? Harry inquired. Professor Snape, Dumbledore replied succinctly. However, I do believe I owe you an apology for that, as well as an apology to Hermione. But rest assured, she will not be harmed at school. Do you recall the events of your first day at Hogwarts? Dumbledore explained. From the moment you arrived by boat along the Black Lake until the Sorting Hat placed you into your respective houses, the entire process constituted a grand magical ritual designed to protect young witches and wizards from fatal harm throughout their 7 years at school, even if manifested through mere coincidence. Is that so? Harry scoffed. If young witches and wizards cannot suffer fatal harm at school, then pray tell, how did the ghost in the girls' washroom on the second floor come to be? She was a student of Hogwarts, was she not? At her age, she should have still been a student at the time of her death, correct? Myrtle, you say? Dumbledore nodded, acknowledging the validity of the question. Indeed, Harry, I find myself equally perplexed by this matter. Myrtle's demise is entwined with a case from decades past. I, too, pondered this question earnestly in my search for answers, yet I have never arrived at a conclusion. Dumbledore reflected, saying, I recall my initial conjecture. There were 2 possibilities regarding Myrtle's death. One was that the castle had suffered an attack or damage, resulting in numerous students being harmed, thus rendering the ritual's magic insufficient. Clearly, the castle was not under siege decades ago, leading me to consider another possibility. Dumbledore shrugged and remarked, the ritual may possess a flaw. Is there a means to circumvent the ritual's protection against students? These are merely my speculations. Just conjecture, Harry reiterated. Oh, Harry, I have been the headmaster of Hogwarts for decades, Dumbledore humorously replied. You can scarcely imagine the sorts of chaos that underage wizards conjure each year. I can assure you with utmost certainty that the ritual is functioning properly. Otherwise, Hogwarts would have long been shuttered due to parental protests. Dumbledore's assertions were so compelling that Harry found himself at a loss for rebuttal. He had witnessed firsthand the incredible power and destructive capability of magic in this world, be it through extraordinary transfiguration or various charms, and he knew that Hogwarts students were at an impulsive age, with conflicts and brawls occurring among the houses. Without a tangible safeguard, one could hardly predict the mischief these students could unleash over the years. So, does that mean Quirrell must remain? Harry's resolve to eliminate Quirrell was palpable. Rather than dwell on Quirrell, Harry, I am more intrigued to hear your views on Voldemort, Dumbledore inquired. You have faced him directly this evening, have you not? He is left with but a fragment of his soul, Harry asserted. Is this the price he paid for surviving the killing curse that rebounded upon him 11 years ago? A fragment of his soul? Dumbledore's surprise was evident. Indeed, his soul now comprises little more than his head. Everything else is gone, Harry elaborated. Moreover, I believe I have inflicted damage upon his soul. Voldemort should be even more weakened now. Dumbledore's expression grew increasingly grave. It seems you have arrived at a conclusion? Harry raised an eyebrow. Should we then eliminate Quirrell? Merely a hypothesis, Harry. One that lacks certainty. Dumbledore gently shook his head. I fear I may need to consult some texts to ascertain this matter. When I have a definitive answer, I shall inform you. Chapter 56. Dumbledore's Boundaries and the Excited Trio. What Quirrell? Oh, Harry, Dumbledore sighed. At the very least, I can assure you that when the troll appeared, Professor Quirrell was within my line of sight the entire time. We cannot execute someone without evidence. Is that your self-imposed boundary? Harry retorted. Voldemort, if all goes as expected, is possessing Quirrell. Those dark wizards and the troll were unleashed by him. He is a professor. He had the opportunity. I would argue that Quirrell is also struggling, Dumbledore calmly replied. He was once my student, and I believe he deserved a chance at redemption. Thus, silence enveloped the corridor, broken only by the sound of water dripping from a ruptured pipe. There may not be another opportunity, Dumbledore mused, and after a long pause, Harry sighed. Should Voldemort or Quirrell pose any further threats, I shall insist on eliminating him, even if you oppose or become furious. This evening, I feel I have earned the reward you promised. Of course, Harry, Dumbledore nodded. You undoubtedly deserve it. Your actions have surpassed what one might expect of you, and I must express my gratitude. You might also owe thanks to someone else. Harry turned to survey the empty corridor. Peeves, are you still here? No response came. It seems he has truly departed, Harry remarked. However, during tonight's battle, Peeves did prove helpful, effectively diverting Voldemort's attention. I cannot dismiss his contributions, but since he is no longer present, Harry's words were abruptly interrupted by a sudden burst of laughter as Peeves emerged from the corridor's ceiling, incredulously proclaiming, Little Harry was just speaking of Peeves. Indeed, it is you, Harry nodded toward Peeves before continuing to Dumbledore. I believe that everyone who has safeguarded Hogwarts deserves a reward. What do you think, Headmaster? Dumbledore's expression appeared momentarily perplexed. Peeves, then? Very well, Peeves, Dumbledore sighed deeply. As headmaster of Hogwarts, I am grateful for your assistance. What reward do you desire? Peeves wishes to attend the feast. With a knowing expression, Dumbledore nodded as Peeves joyfully somersaulted in midair, exclaiming, Peeves is going to the feast. Very well, very well. Dumbledore rubbed his temples and said, I grant you permission to attend a feast this Christmas. But you absolutely must refrain from tossing rotting food or dead mice in the dining hall. Nor can you stuff pastries down anyone's collars, flip tables, or push everything off the table. In short, any behavior that would disrupt the feast is strictly prohibited. Is that clear? Of course, no problem. Peeves readily agreed. Even performing flips in midair while shouting, Peeves is going to the feast. Observing Peeves' eager demeanor, Harry felt a hint of amusement. It was his first realization that Peeves was not allowed to attend the festive banquet, yet Dumbledore's subsequent restrictions suggested he had learned from past experiences. Forgive my stinginess, Harry, Dumbledore finally said with resignation once Peeves had departed. I must confess, there are reasons for my actions. I suspect as much, Harry admitted, feeling a twinge of guilt. I hope the students attending this year's Christmas feast do not hold it against me, as he did indeed contribute. Those who perform commendably should be rewarded. Even sorcerers receive accolades for safeguarding Azeroth. After all, a mere poltergeist should pose no issue. Now, there remains one final question. What shall be done about this place? Harry surveyed the surroundings, noting the traces of dark magic, the ruptured pipes, and the damaged walls. Considering Mr. Filch's workload and state of mind, I initially aimed to control the scale of the battle. The corridor and several nearby classrooms are entirely flooded. Looking around, one could see numerous fish and aquatic plants swept in by the water, creating a disarray. Voldemort is hardly an easy adversary, Dumbledore cheerfully remarked. If you have no further inquiries, you may return to the common room. Harry, your friends have likely been worried about you for quite some time. As for this situation, I shall take care of it. Is that acceptable, headmaster? Harry inquired. Of course, Dumbledore jested. Honestly, Harry, this is infinitely easier than relocating a small mountain into a box. With a faint chuckle, Harry chose to ignore the comment and departed. When Harry returned to the Gryffindor common room, he found it rather empty. Ron and Neville were seated by the fireplace, anxiously awaiting his arrival. Upon seeing Harry, they both let out a sigh of relief and rushed towards him. Are you all right, Harry? Where's Hermione? I'm fine, Harry replied with a smile. Hermione is spending the night in the hospital wing. Don't worry, she wasn't hurt. It's just a precaution that she can't come back yet. What happened afterward? Ron inquired eagerly. Did you encounter the troll in the dungeons? What about those intruders? We wanted to go down with you, but Professor McGonagall sent us back. You were right to stay. Harry shook his head. Voldemort possessed one of the intruders. Compared to that, a troll is trivial. Ron and Neville froze, as if doused with a bucket of ice water, shivering violently. Voldemort. Ron stuttered. Is that true? Absolutely. Harry affirmed. Voldemort is physically dead. He can only inhabit others in a fragmented soul state. Oh, Harry, please don't say that name. Ron shivered again, unable to contain his plea. What happens to the person who is possessed? Neville asked curiously. The person I saw tonight met a gruesome end. There was not even a body left, just a puddle of black liquid, Harry said, looking seriously at his friends. We'll discuss more when Hermione returns. For now, if I ever urgently ask you to return to the dormitory, or do something specific, I hope you'll heed my request and refrain from taking any unnecessary risks, all right? Ron and Neville exchanged worried glances, swallowing hard. Okay, Harry, the night wore on, and the three of them didn't linger in conversation for long before choosing to wash up and retire for the night. However, for Ron and Neville, the evening felt particularly torturous. On one hand, they desperately wanted to hear more about the events of the night, while on the other, they were filled with dread at Voldemort's presence. Thus, when Harry emerged from the dormitory the following morning, he found Ron and Neville sporting dark circles under their eyes. As they stepped into the common room, they spotted Hermione, who also bore dark circles, sitting in a chair. She seemed to have been waiting for quite some time, and as soon as she saw Harry and the others, she stood up and hurried over. Without uttering a word, Hermione rose on her tiptoes and embraced Harry tightly, seemingly oblivious to the gazes of other students in the common room. Thank you again, Harry. You saved my life. The words had likely been echoing in Hermione's mind all night, and she spoke in a breathless rush. Oh my. I can't even imagine how heartbroken my parents would be if something had happened to me last night. What would I do? Thank you. Really, thank you. Hermione's embrace was fierce, as if she had spent the night in fear and worry. She had left the hospital wing before dawn and had been sitting in the common room waiting for Harry and the others to wake. As Harry gently patted her back to soothe her, He could feel her begin to cry again, her tears soaking into his shirt. He noticed that the older students in the common room had begun to take notice of the scene, with a few mischievous ones even whistling. Leading the pack were Fred and George, those two brothers. It seemed the events of the previous night had not yet circulated throughout the castle. All right, wipe your tears. Let us step outside to talk. If we stay here any longer, more people will come out and see us, Harry said quickly to Hermione, considering her bashful nature. The four of them burst out of the Gryffindor common room amidst a chorus of whistles, especially Hermione, who upon realizing the current situation, blushed and dashed ahead. Without pausing, the quartet made their way to a secluded corner by the Black Lake and settled down. To be honest, Ron and Neville were quite anxious. They were eager to know the specifics of the previous night's events after having been restless all night. Was it just my imagination? Ron asked, a bit confused. It seemed like a lot of students were staring at you on the way here, Harry. I mean, they've done that before. But that was back at the start of the term, wasn't it? In the initial days of school, Harry had attracted the attention of other students wherever he went, which had left him feeling quite anxious. I don't know, but someone was indeed looking at me. It doesn't matter. There are some things you need to know, Harry said, considering the safety of his friends. He felt it was imperative they no longer lived in ignorance within the castle. Do you remember the forbidden corridor on the 4th floor that Dumbledore mentioned at the start of term? Harry stated directly. Quirrell is a servant of Voldemort. He wants to enter that room to steal something. I hope you can keep this secret and avoid Quirrell as much as possible while at school. Harry dropped this bombshell, leaving the other three completely stunned. To be honest, they would rather believe Snape was a servant of Voldemort than accept that the timid, cowardly Professor Quirrell was in league with him. Then shouldn't we hurry to tell Professor Dumbledore? Neville stammered. Dumbledore already knows, Harry explained. In fact, the room on the 4th floor is a trap set for Quirrell. Dumbledore allowed him to remain in the castle to confirm certain matters related to Voldemort. Please, Harry, don't say that name. Ron shivered and couldn't help but interject. So, did Quirrell actually say that the trolls and intruders were let in by him? Harry nodded. Unlike Dumbledore's usual style, Harry believed that even children should not be kept in the dark, especially when it came to matters of danger. Young children often exhibit remarkable curiosity and bravery, which is precisely why they must be made aware of the seriousness and peril of their situation. Just as in Azeroth, even a young child knows which places are dangerous, what actions to take, and which to avoid, as well as how to control their curiosity and then assign quests to adventurers. However, if, after being informed of the risks, one still chooses to act recklessly, then there is little that can be done. Harry articulated Quirrell's dangers clearly, omitting only the fact that Quirrell still harbored a fragment of Voldemort within him. He recounted everything from previous incidents to the events of the previous night to Ron and Neville, including the assurances he had asked them for, which he also requested Hermione to confirm. So, the boat ride to Hogwarts and the Sorting Hat ceremony was actually a magical ritual? Hermione said, incredulously. I can't believe such magic exists. Well, I find it quite reasonable, Ron said slowly. You must understand that the magic mastered by older students is beyond what we first years can compare to. Remember what Fred and George said? High school students were dueling spells in the corridors a year before we enrolled. Indeed, without protection, who knows what calamities might ensue? Neville concurred, particularly when multiple spells converge. Every year, St. Mungo's Hospital sees a plethora of such patients. Therefore, Hermione, there's truly no need for you to express such profound gratitude, Harry reflected. For as long as the effects of the magical ritual persist, you shall remain shielded from fatal harm. However, Professor Dumbledore did mention that the magical ritual would manifest in ways that might seem coincidental, and you are that very coincidence. Harry, Hermione insisted, or rather, the ritual believes that if you do not appear, I would meet my demise. You effectively saved my life. Following the events of the previous night, Hermione appeared to have developed an even deeper conviction in magic. You could transform into a giant wolf. Harry, is that also transfiguration? Just as Professor McGonagall demonstrated in our first transfiguration class. Are you an animagus too? Hermione's eyes sparkled with excitement, nearly glowing. Hey, mate, you didn't mention that. Ron exclaimed, momentarily forgetting his worries about Quirrell. Transforming into a wolf. How cool. A giant wolf, no less. When Harry briefly recounted his battle with Voldemort, he glossed over the details, merely stating he had fought Voldemort. Now, he found himself enduring a sense of embarrassment as Hermione narrated the entire combat episode in the underground corridor to Ron and Neville. Truth be told, Harry hadn't anticipated that his confrontation with Voldemort would appear so, thrilling to Hermione. Indeed, thrilling. A kind of excitement that lingers in reflection. The inexplicably emerging waters of the Black Lake even burst through Hogwarts pipes, the torrents forming a giant that devoured everything, and the flames, along with the gargantuan wolf, larger than 2 adults, perfectly satisfied Hermione's insatiable curiosity about magic. That was not an animagus. Harry clarified to his inquisitive friends. It was a spell of a shaman, allowing me to transform into a spectral wolf, a sort of spiritual magic, not transfiguration. That is incredibly cool, Ron exclaimed in genuine admiration. Do you think I could become a shaman? I too wish to transform into a wolf. I believe we could take strolls in the Forbidden Forest together. What do you think? Then you must study diligently, Ron. Harry chuckled, well aware of Ron's aversion to studying. The knowledge a shaman must master is no less than the curriculum at Hogwarts. To his dismay, Harry soon heard Ron's lament. He truly despised studying. And that spell you used to defeat the troll? Neville gestured animatedly, his face alight with longing. The one where Hermione said you demolished the wall of the restroom. Along with the flames. Lightning. Yes, Ron echoed, realizing, it seems you were rather lenient with the centaur that day. I mean, at least you didn't use that spell to blow the centaur's head off, like you did with those trolls. I bear no deep-seated grudge against the centaurs. Harry shook his head. It was merely a minor conflict stemming from differing views on divination. The battle was certainly not fierce to that extent. Frankly, I would be eager to impart my divination magic to the centaurs, so they could clearly demonstrate the future to those being read, preventing them from leaving with resentment. Harry stated earnestly. That might prove quite difficult, Ron humorously replied. After all, according to Hagrid, it's not that centaurs cannot explain what they foresee. They simply choose not to. Chapter 57. Hermione's Invitation and Rita's Report. Well, that can't be helped, Harry shrugged, when I eventually spread the shamanic path. Wizards will be able to divine certain matters for themselves, and will no longer need to seek the centaurs. Oh, that might take quite a while, Ron grinned broadly. Fortunately, we can still come to you when we need divination, Harry. This lad seems to imply that learning is impossible, a feat unattainable in this lifetime. Rather than seek out Harry, I would prefer to study independently and master the art of divination. Hermione shook her head, stating, Ron, you cannot follow Harry for eternity. This is the essence of ambition. No worries, I trust Harry will assist me, Ron replied nonchalantly. And Hermione, you may have forgotten, even Harry's divination requires talent. I suspect that even if he selflessly teaches others, the number of wizards who could ultimately master would be quite limited. Speaking of which, Harry, what aspect of your divination has yet to be fulfilled? Ron suddenly realized a pressing question. It should be that of Quirrell, right? Hermione's prediction also came true. She indeed hid in the underground classroom and cried. I did not hide and cry. Hermione seethed, each word punctuated with indignation. Harry can attest. It was Voldemort who manipulated my thoughts. Yet, you did walk alone after being punished by Professor McGonagall that morning, Ron remarked incisively. His mind particularly sharp at such moments. And didn't Harry say? The Dark Lord merely planted a thought, without altering her mind. Hermione began to breathe rapidly, and suddenly, she straightened her posture. You've never fought a Niffler? Hermione looked down at Ron with a disdainful expression. I was bitten by a billywig. Ron retorted, equally irked. I was levitated, all right. Of course, I stood no chance against that Niffler. Ha! You almost cried when that Niffler took your canute? Hermione scoffed, her disdain intensifying. I did not cry. You have no idea what those few nuts meant to me. You were struck by a Niffler, Hermione reiterated. Merlin's red underpants. Can we please not discuss the Niffler? Ron said, somewhat overwhelmed. Of course, Hermione suddenly revealed a sweet smile. Your trousers fell down. Oh my goodness! Ron exclaimed loudly, utterly defeated. That day's humiliating defeat at the hands of a Niffler had become his most potent psychological trauma of late, an insurmountable obstacle. Even Newt's apologies dragged along by that Niffler had proven futile. Gloating as she observed Ron collapse onto Neville, appearing thoroughly vanquished, Hermione suddenly recalled something. Right, Harry. Turning to Harry, Hermione's face flushed slightly, her gaze darting about. I was thinking, as a gesture of gratitude for saving me. I would like to invite you to my home during the holidays. My parents would be most appreciative. Should Ron and Neville come along as well? I believe we should be friends, shouldn't we? As a quintessential British individual, one typically invites others to their home only in the context of a closer or more trusting relationship. This cultural nuance exists even among children. We certainly are, Ron readily replied. Honestly, I've never been to a Muggle's home before. My dad would be envious beyond measure. This red-headed brother appeared so excited that he could hardly wait to visit Hermione's home. Indeed, Hermione, Neville chimed in. I will be delighted to accept your invitation. That is splendid, Hermione exclaimed joyfully. Shall we set it for the Christmas holidays? My mother's cooking is quite exceptional. You will undoubtedly enjoy it. Christmas holidays? Ron froze momentarily. I suppose I'll be staying at school during Christmas, along with Fred and George. I'm afraid I can't, Neville said awkwardly, scratching his head. I have to spend the holiday with my grandmother. His voice dwindled to a near mumble at the end, becoming almost indistinguishable, yet his meaning was clear. Well then, let us wait until summer vacation, Harry suggested, meeting Hermione's expectant gaze. That way, Ron and Neville can join too. I should be staying at school during the Christmas break as well. Harry hoped to immerse himself in books during the holiday. Summer vacation? Hermione appeared somewhat disappointed, but she nodded and replied, All right then, I'll wait until then. Is that Hagrid? Suddenly halting her speech, she pointed to a figure approaching along the lakeside, who seemed to be waving. It was indeed Hagrid. Quickly waving back in response, Ron and Neville stood up and walked over, while Harry intended to follow but was pulled back by Hermione, leaving the two of them behind. Is there something else? Harry asked, puzzled. Well, am I really that annoying? After glancing at Ron and Neville, who had already walked far away, Hermione stammered, I always chatter incessantly, and I tend to take out my frustrations on others when I can't measure up to you. Harry understood. The girl had been affected by Pansy's words. No wonder Hermione seemed different today. Of course not, Harry asserted. You simply possess a strong character. A friend of mine is even more intense than you when it comes to her beliefs. She is incredibly persistent. She? Hermione asked, somewhat taken aback. That is all in the past, Harry replied, shaking his head. In any case, don't let Pansy's words get to you. She ISN to your friend. And her remarks are undoubtedly laced with malice. There is no need to take them to heart. Is that so? Hermione took a deep breath. Well, never mind. Let us hurry over. What? Harry reiterated, there are two types of people I dislike the most. Those who only speak half the truth, and the other type. Never mind. Hermione shook her head vigorously and exclaimed, Let us go. We can't keep Hagrid waiting. That would be terribly rude. As she said this, Hermione strode away, and Harry sighed before following her. Hey, Harry, are you coming? Hagrid called out, his voice booming. The Weasley twins came to find you. They said to let you know to meet them at the Quidditch pitch. It must be about me joining the Gryffindor team. Ron exclaimed excitedly. You know, Hagrid, the Quidditch season is about to begin. The first match is against Slytherin. That's indeed vital, Hagrid said, shaking his fist seriously. You must ensure they are thoroughly defeated. I will, Harry smiled. Remember to come watch my match. Of course. Hagrid laughed heartily. Do you want me to take some photos for you as a keepsake? Let us skip the photos. Harry shook his head repeatedly. So I'll head over now. Go ahead, Harry, Hagrid said with a grin. By the way, I Haven T congratulated you on being in the Daily Prophet again. I must say, you are undoubtedly the star of the year. Harry paused in his tracks. The Daily Prophet? Oh, right, Hagrid sighed. What happened in the Forbidden Forest got out. Damn it, those reporters can't keep their mouths shut. Hagrid rambled on, pulling out a slightly crumpled newspaper from his pocket. There's no accompanying photo this time, was Harry's first reaction. To be honest, if the Prophet's reporters could produce a picture of him confronting the centaurs that day, he would be utterly amazed and would suspect that wizards were using some form of magic to spy on him. The report began with a submission from a wizard to the Daily Prophet, followed by the journalist Rita Skeeter personally investigating and interviewing several wizards who had witnessed the events in the Forbidden Forest. We must acknowledge that the boy who lived, perhaps we can no longer call him that, shows signs of being extraordinary from the day he was born, possessing powers far beyond those of other wizards. We must also ponder whether the mysterious downfall of the Dark Lord 11 years ago was mere coincidence or an inevitability. What secrets does the savior of the wizarding world conceal? Nonetheless, we must concede that our savior has certainly vented our frustrations against the centaurs, as the Daily Prophet has received numerous submissions from wizards due to their appalling attitude, especially since they have charged a hefty sum while providing unsatisfactory answers. It is hard to imagine that the one who spoke justly and punished those centaurs could be a mere first-year student, as the author noted. Some wizards are simply born extraordinary, endowed with exceptional wisdom and power. Simultaneously, the author raised a pertinent issue. Does this incident imply negligence on the part of the Ministry of Magic, particularly in their dealings with centaurs and merfolk? Have they turned a blind eye to the rights wizards should possess? As Harry set the newspaper down, he finally understood why the stares from others in the corridor fell off today. You paid her for this? After briefly skimming the paper's contents, Ron looked up at Harry in shock. Goodness, some of the praise she gave you, I could scarcely have thought of myself. In a fortuitous encounter, a prodigious talent was discovered, lauded as a warrior, and deemed unmatched in strength. Huh, You know you usually sing Harry's praises, Hermione retorted sharply. But I'm only stating the truth. Ron protested, exasperated. I've never told a lie about Harry. Can that be considered wrong? Merely stating the truth cannot be deemed incorrect. Hagrid nodded, though he appeared somewhat troubled. However, it is curious. This does not seem like something Rita would write. Especially since she hasn't even met you, Harry. Actually, it's quite simple, Harry said, folding the newspaper and handing it back to Hagrid. For the wizarding world outside Hogwarts, I am not the focal point. What truly matters is Professor Dumbledore. The Daily Prophet should be regarded as the official newspaper of the British wizarding community, right? Harry continued. So this essentially reflects the Ministry's stance. I suspect they wish to curry favor with Dumbledore. That makes sense, Hagrid scoffed. Fudge is utterly useless. He only became Minister of Magic last year thanks to Dumbledore's backing. In reality, he lacks genuine support. So that is why the Ministry and the Daily Prophet are so eager to praise Harry? Hermione surmised. They want Dumbledore's approval. Given his immense reputation both in the British wizarding community and internationally. Precisely, it's also why Dumbledore refuses to take the position of minister, otherwise. Fudge would never have been appointed, Hagrid shrugged. That is not entirely accurate, Harry shook his head. We have too little information from our current position to make such conclusions. I'm heading to the Quidditch pitch. Do you want to come along? It is indeed difficult to fathom that it was Ron, Harry's staunchest supporter, who uttered the word no. He shook his head and said, I wish to preserve this surprise until the first match. I am confident that Harry will lead Gryffindor to victory. Observing their training beforehand would only diminish that sense of anticipation. His reasoning was so sound that it was almost uncharacteristic for Ron. Even Hermione was swayed, resulting in Harry being the sole attendee at the Quidditch pitch. He was indifferent to this arrangement. Today, the Quidditch stadium seemed to be exclusively occupied by the Gryffindor team, with only a handful of them present. Apart from the ever-familiar Weasley twins and Wood, there were 3 others engaged in practice. It was only when Wood noticed Harry's presence that he blew the whistle, signaling the players to descend. You're here, Harry exclaimed with exuberance as Wood rushed over for an enthusiastic embrace before turning to Harry and saying, Allow me to introduce. This is Harry Potter, whom I trust you all know. Indeed, Wood, we certainly know him. More familiar than my socks, I dare say. Perhaps even more than my horn. As soon as Wood finished speaking, Fred and George erupted into playful banter, pressing their hands to their foreheads, and Harry realized that both wore headbands adorned with horns. In the next moment, 2 resounding bovine sounds erupted from the headbands. Harry felt a rush of blood to his head, and the veins on his forehead throbbed. Hey, Harry, stay calm. Please stay calm. Amid the laughter, Fred quickly clarified, it's the headbands making those sounds, not the horns. Don't get it twisted. The laughter grew louder. Fred's explanation resonating with a hint of desperation. I'm not mistaken, Harry gritted his teeth. You two are truly clever. Such little tricksters. Let me introduce myself. I am Angelina Johnson, a chaser for Gryffindor. A girl with a sleek black ponytail approached Harry, extending her hand. You have no idea how many times Wood has sung your praises in front of us. To be honest, he could be quite annoying. Hey, Angelina, Wood protested. You can't say that. I'm a captain. I require an air of authority. I assure you, I won't let you down. Harry replied as he shook hands with Angelina and the other 2 members, Katie Bell and Alicia Spinnet, also chasers. They were all splendid individuals. Or at least those chosen by Wood would possess agreeable personalities, fostering a harmonious team atmosphere. The Gryffindor Quidditch team was quite small, lacking substitutes, which meant that when Charlie Weasley graduated last year, the team was left shorthanded. This predicament had left Wood, now captain, with a head full of worries regarding recruitment. Honestly, Harry, we truly need a skilled seeker. Before you, Charlie was our seeker, and he performed admirably, Wood said as he draped an arm around Harry's shoulders. I still stand by my assessment. With your build, it would be a shame not to have you as our seeker. But the choice is yours. Wood flashed a broad grin. However, before you choose your preferred position, I believe you might need a new broom. We cannot have you competing against Slytherin on a school broomstick. Indeed, I believe I've seen enough. Harry couldn't help but comment. Even if you all huddle closer, you still wouldn't be able to conceal what's behind you. It's time to concede. As Harry chatted with Angelina and the others about Quidditch, Wood, Fred, and George stealthily made their way to the locker room. It wasn't long before the 3 of them returned, each of them squeezed closely together. No matter how hard they tried to hide it, they could not obscure the object behind them. It was undeniably elongated, wrapped in brown paper, mostly cylindrical, with one end being slightly thicker. There was no doubt about it. It was a broom. All right, Harry, I thought we could surprise you, George shrugged. No longer concealing the broom, Fred presented it to Harry. Go on, unwrap it. Wood urged with a smile, you're going to love it. Without hesitation, Harry tore through the brown paper, revealing the sleek broom beneath. The wood was a rich tawny hue, and it felt astonishingly smooth to the touch compared to the school brooms used in flying lessons. It was almost inconceivably light. "Isn't it beautiful?" Wood exclaimed excitedly. "This is the latest model, the Firebolt 2000, with a handle made from heartwood, boasting the fastest speed among all flying brooms. Nowhere near what the Nimbus series can compare." After a moment, Wood leaned in closer to Harry and whispered, "I don't want to take credit. Harry, this broom was actually a gift from Professor McGonagall. Remember to keep it under wraps. This might be the first broom she's given to a student in many years." Professor McGonagall? Harry was taken aback. He had not expected the usually stern and fair professor to gift him a broom. Was it due to his renown in the magical world? Or had her desire for the Quidditch Cup reached an unbearable crescendo? Regardless, this was indeed a gift, one that could be considered a breach of her principles. Perhaps she had already broken them when she arranged for Harry to join the team as a first year, given that ordinary students could only sign up in their second year. All of this was for the sake of Gryffindor claiming victory in the Quidditch Cup this year. True to Gryffindor's spirit, even the older members embodied that same essence. "Rest assured, Wood," Harry declared solemnly, "I shall deliver a decisive victory for Professor McGonagall. This year's Quidditch Cup will undoubtedly be ours." To Harry, it felt as though he had been entrusted with a richly rewarding mission, having even received his reward in advance. The cow wouldn't default on its debts. "That is splendid." Wood beamed genuinely. "Indeed, Harry, that is splendid. But Wood, why did you only gift Harry a broom and not us?" Angelina jested from the sidelines. "If you can knock Flint's head off with a bludger, I'd gift you one a heartbeat." Wood retorted before turning to Harry. "Go on, Harry. Take it for a spin and show them your prowess." "Show them," he shall. On that day, every member of the Gryffindor Quidditch team witnessed something that remains indescribable. However, from Captain Wood to each player, as they concluded practice and headed to the dining hall that evening, they all bore expressions that declared, "We are assured of victory." Their demeanor undeniably piqued the curiosity of many. Yet when others inquired, they refused to divulge any details, simply stating, "We are certain of our win," which was rather infuriating. No one enjoys being kept in suspense, yet everyone relishes the opportunity to keep others guessing. Such is the delight. As the Quidditch season commenced in the first week of November, the weather turned frigid, enveloping the surrounding mountains in a shroud of gray, blanketed by ice and snow. Even the waters of the Black Lake became chillingly cold. When Harry visited Hagrid for a drink, he found Hagrid clad in a long fur coat made of moleskin, wearing rabbit fur gloves and enormous beaver skin boots, appearing thoroughly prepared for the winter. This had become a sort of leisurely pastime for Harry and Hagrid, who would sit together, sipping drinks and engaging in light-hearted conversation during their idle moments. At times, they would indulge in Hagrid's homemade brews, while at others, they would enjoy the mead Harry brought, which was hardly a challenge for him, given his ample fortune of gold galleons and his own domain. It was poor Ginny, however, who had to flit about with the package bottles. For Al, this task proved somewhat challenging. Perhaps it was Harry's adept demeanor while drinking, or perhaps the memories of their previous venture in the Forbidden Forest, but Hagrid had largely ceased to regard Harry as a young, naive child in need of protection. As they lounged by the fireplace, Hagrid would regale Harry with amusing anecdotes from the past years, tales of happenings within the castle or humorous incidents from the Wizarding World. Harry, in turn, would share some of his adventurous exploits, although logically, they often seemed incongruous with his age. Nonetheless, Hagrid was utterly convinced by Harry's narratives, especially intrigued by the peculiar creatures and unfamiliar places mentioned within them. In Hagrid's eyes, Harry had undoubtedly experienced a fantastical journey unlike any other, as his self-proclaimed shamanic abilities and various talents were unprecedented among wizards. Hagrid was unfazed, believing Harry to be the next Dumbledore. And for a wizard capable of leading an era, anything that transpired in their life was hardly surprising. "Honestly, Harry, I never imagined you would choose to become a beater." Hagrid slurred. "James was a chaser for Gryffindor. But what will become of the Weasley twins if you're a beater? I've never seen a pair of beaters with such remarkable coordination as them. They're practically like two bludgers in flight." "George wanted to be a seeker because he lost a bet to Fred," Harry replied, taking a sip of mead. "Fred and I tried to coordinate during practice and found we had a decent synergy. At least, it can't be worse than before." "Is that so? That's good to hear." Hagrid chuckled, patting his belly. "But honestly, Harry, this weekend is the Gryffindor versus Slytherin match. You must be cautious. There are countless ways to commit fouls in Quidditch, and those Slytherin students never care about the rules. They seem more intent on knocking their opponents off their brooms." Hagrid continued with a huff. "Moreover, during the lead-up to the match, you'd best avoid accepting anything from others or walking alone in the corridors. You seem not to have to worry about that, though." If any Slytherin students wished to ambush you to prevent you from playing, they would be the ones to regret it. Ha ha ha. As Hagrid laughed heartily, slapping his knee, Harry couldn't help but interject, I didn't expect to be lectured even here. You don't understand how tense Ron and the others are right now. Hermione even borrowed a book on Quidditch through the ages from the library and recites various foul rules at me daily. My goodness, I feel like my head is going to explode. Hagrid burst into even louder laughter. Despite Harry's protests against his friend's excessive anxiety, Ron and the others had their own opinions, particularly Hermione, who worried that Harry might commit too many fouls and face penalties. However, Harry felt her concerns were somewhat unwarranted. For the most severe punishment in Quidditch was merely a penalty shot. Even in the event of injuries, no substitute players could take the field once the players were confirmed. That lineup remained until the match concluded. Only in cases where the Seeker could not catch the Golden Snitch after several days of play would substitutes be allowed to replace the exhausted players for a brief respite. To be candid, Harry believed that Quidditch held an inherently primitive quality. Perhaps it was due to the severe lack of recreational activities for wizards. As the day of the match approached, a fervent atmosphere filled the castle from breakfast onward, with nearly everyone discussing who would triumph in the upcoming game. Even Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, who were not participating that day. Harry overheard various opinions, some believing it was merely another victory awaiting the great Harry Potter, while others, particularly Slytherins, mockingly suggested that Gryffindor would need someone to hold a mat beneath Harry to prevent him from falling. To be truthful, although Harry had not intended to hold back, he felt even more resolute in his decision now. While he generally possessed a calm and kind disposition, he had never claimed to be a saint. He was just an ordinary bull, and he had encountered many minotaurs who had turned to piracy or allied with demons. By 11 o'clock, nearly the entire Hogwarts staff and student body had gathered in the stands of the Quidditch pitch, with many students bringing binoculars. The seats rose high into the air, yet remained challenging to discern the details of the match. In the locker room, Harry and his teammates donned their vibrant red Quidditch uniforms. How could we possibly lose? Wood declared with a serious expression, addressing his teammates. We simply cannot lose. I ask you, how could we lose with Harry in the game? Hey, wait a moment, Fred interjected, raising his hand in protest. Did you forget something? Ah, good point, Wood nodded, acknowledging the importance of every player, even with Harry as their secret weapon. No, not that. George shook his head vigorously. It's your speech at this crucial moment. We've been waiting for this moment. Fred chimed in, then turned to Harry to explain, all of her speeches are etched in our memories. We were on the team last year. Shut it, you too. Wood snapped, clearly annoyed. I owe an apology to the previous me who thought you two might actually have something worthwhile to say. In any case, Wood boomed, this year's team is undoubtedly the best Gryffindor has seen in many years. We will win. This year's Quidditch Cup will belong to Gryffindor. Oh, for the tribe. It was hard to believe that such battle cries came from Fred and George. Hearing them shout this out, while everyone else echoed Wood's rallying call, made Harry clench his fists. To this day, Fred and George sported a pair of horns atop their heads, and not just them. Even the other players had donned horns and headbands at their urging. Are you really not joining us, Oliver? Fred extended his hand in a gesture of defiance, questioning whether it was truly necessary to be so cold-hearted. My goodness, just be quiet. Wood sighed deeply before placing the horns atop his head. Victory is assured. The gate swung open with Wood as captain, leading the charge into the Quidditch pitch, while the Slytherin team entered from the opposite side. The seats surrounding the entire Quidditch arena had risen, encircling the field, and were filled with a throng of spectators. Harry could hear the jubilant cheers of the crowd, many calling out their names. To be honest, this sensation was quite familiar to him. However, in previous instances, he had not been engaged in a friendly competition with his opponents, but rather in a battle to vanquish or eliminate them. Perhaps friendly was not the right term. After all, it was the quintessential rivalry between Gryffindor and Slytherin, and merely standing face-to-face ignited an unmistakable tension. When Wood shook hands with Slytherin's captain, it felt as though they were trying to crush each other's hands. Both exerting themselves to the utmost, their faces flushed with effort. It was only when Madame Hooch wrapped their hands apart that they finally released each other. Madame Hooch issued a stern warning to both teams, urging them to compete with fairness, transparency, and a spirit of camaraderie. However, Harry felt that hope was rather slim, given the long-standing animosity between Gryffindor and Slytherin. The whistle blew, and 15 broomsticks soared into the sky, with Harry being the fastest among them. A testament to the exceptional performance of the Nimbus 2000. The audience erupted into enthusiastic cheers as students fervently waved their flags. As Harry flew past, they chanted cheers and roars that nearly caused him to tumble from his broom. A mere glance revealed that most of the Gryffindor students were adorned with horns, some even sporting matching headbands. As he sped by on his broom, they excitedly pressed their headbands to produce sounds, rallying behind him. Even as he passed the stands of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, the supportive shouts persisted intermittently. "Hello, everyone. This is commentator Lee Jordan," boomed a voice from the highest point of the stands. Harry recognized him as a friend of Fred and George, sharing a certain camaraderie. Well, Harry meant to say they were of a similar ilk, or perhaps more accurately, birds of feather. Angelina Johnson of Gryffindor swiftly seized the quaffle, showcasing her exceptional skills as a chaser, and she was quite enchanting as well. "Jordan, my apologies, Professor." As a friend of Fred and George, Lee was under the watchful eye of Professor McGonagall during the commentary. It was fitting that the professor, a staunch admirer of Quidditch, occupied the prime commentary booth, even forcing Professor Dumbledore to sit aside. Angelina was racing toward the goal with the quaffle, and she passed it. A splendid pass. The ball found its way to Alicia Spinnet, who had been a reserve player the previous year. Oh, the ball was passed to Johnson again. Wait. Two Slytherins were closing in on her. Good heavens. Lee Jordan leapt his feet, thumping the table and shouting, "Harry Potter! It's Harry Potter! Merlin S. Trousers!" He just knocked Graham Montague off his broom. In full view of the crowd, a student clad in Slytherin green plummeted from a height of several meters like a kite with a severed string, crashing to the ground like a piece of bird droppings. Madame Hooch hurried to his side to assess his condition. The atmosphere in the stadium intensified, with the spectators not only undeterred by the fall, but their cheers growing even louder. Many were chanting Harry's name, and soon the cacophony coalesced into a unified roar. "I do hope Montague is uninjured. I hope he is fine, but until we know for certain, I must declare that this is absolutely not a foul." Even Madame Hooch didn't blow her whistle, because Montague was knocked off his broom by a bludger. Lee Jordan exclaimed excitedly, "What a brilliant strike. Harry, absolutely stunning. A counterattack with a bludger. For those who may not be well versed in Quidditch, allow me to explain. This move involves a deft swing of the bat to strike the bludger backward, a feat of considerable difficulty. Extremely challenging, because when you're flying forward, it's hard to aim at an opponent behind you. Yet Harry managed it. Splendid work. Despite Slytherin losing one of their beaters, the match continued. And Gryffindor seized the opportunity to score 2 goals, both counting. Lee Jordan exclaimed, "Poor Montague. He was trailing Harry, hoping to knock him off his broom. But instead, he stirred the slumbering lion. The Minotaur King. After inspecting Montague, Madame Hooch signaled, 'Let me see, wonderful. Montague is severely injured and cannot continue the match.'" Lee Jordan burst into laughter. "I am delighted to announce that Slytherin will now have to continue the match with only 6 players. Jordan," Professor McGonagall growled, her feline demeanor evident. After all, as a commentator, Lee was expected to maintain an impartial stance, which was rather challenging, to be honest. For despite Professor McGonagall's best efforts to suppress her excitement, it was evident on her face. Slytherin was down to 6 players, while Gryffindor had 7, giving them the advantage. The Quidditch Cup was beckoning. All right, perhaps I'm not that overjoyed. Let us continue the match." Lee Jordan spoke rapidly, clearly indicating that after Harry had knocked Montague off his broom, he had become the target of Slytherin's ire. "Look, Marcus Flint is charging at Harry. He is accelerating." A collective gasp arose from the Gryffindor stands, plunging the already cold November air to an even lower temperature. "That's a foul." Lee Jordan angrily swung his right fist as though striking Flint in the face. Marcus Flint, the Slytherin captain, had deliberately collided with Harry, but fortunately, Harry's reflexes were remarkably quick, executing a textbook sloth grip on the broom. He moved with an agility that belied his stature. Outrage erupted from the Gryffindor stands, while the Slytherins responded with whistles. In any case, it was a relief that Flint's despicable and loathsome intentions had been thwarted. "Jordan, in a failed attempt at murder. Jordan, I remind you." "Well, Professor, I meant that Harry is indeed quite capable, which allowed him to evade a potentially fatal attack. It's clear our Minotaur King is angered. He has suddenly accelerated. Look, Harry is speeding toward the bludger, rolling." Lee Jordan suddenly let loose a string of expletives and yanked the microphone out of Professor McGonagall's reach, shouting loudly, "This is blatant murder." Slytherin beater Lucian Bull swung his bat directly at Harry's head. "He should pay for this." Madame Hooch blew her whistle. "Good. Gryffindor has been awarded a penalty. But to be frank, that hardly suffices." The words of Lee Jordan echoed the sentiments of all the Gryffindor students, their collective voices a cacophony of anger, with Dean Thomas vociferously demanding a red card for Bull. Alas, in Quidditch, such penalties are non-existent. To be honest, even Harry himself was somewhat taken aback. The blatant strike with the bat aimed at someone's head was shocking. However, from the Slytherin stands, such actions seemed to provoke no concern whatsoever. The notion of friendship first, competition second, was utterly fictitious. Slytherin harbored no interest in such ideals. Regardless of their opponents, victory was the sole ambition of Slytherin. Whether their methods were unsportsmanlike or not, it mattered little. They were indifferent to the opinions of others, for all that mattered was triumph. Slytherin only revered victory. As Gryffindor scored a penalty, the quaffle was now in Slytherin's possession. Flint seized the bludger and passed it to Aaliyah, who relayed it to Belle. Oh, Fred executed a bludger shot. A perfect hit. One could only wish to break his nose in jest. Suddenly, Harry accelerated. Was he about to throw a punch? No, it was merely a Transylvanian feint. Belle fell. Ha ha ha. He lost grip of his broom. Ha ha. Lee Jordan erupted in laughter, clutching the microphone to his chest, turning his back to Professor McGonagall to prevent her from seizing it. Forgive me, Professor. I genuinely feel remorse. Can you see my guilt? Ah ha ha. He simply could not contain himself. Following Montague, Belle descended like a kite with a severed string, first colliding with Fred's bludger aimed at him, then through blurred vision. He misread Harry's feint and fell from his broom in a panic. I was wrong, Professor McGonagall. Please, allow me to commentate. It is my lifelong request. Clinging desperately to the microphone, Lee Jordan shouted hoarsely, my grandmother visited me in a dream last night, insisting that I must commentate this match. I beg of you. Lee's grandmother's dream appeared to hold weight, or perhaps it was his desperate outcry that swayed her. Regardless, after delivering one last stern warning, Professor McGonagall permitted him to continue wielding the microphone. Back to the game. We can see Madame Hooch escorting Belle off the field. Good riddance. Lee, his voice nearly hoarse with excitement, exclaimed, I must seriously question whether Harry has mastered an entire compendium of Quidditch tactics. His previous move was utterly unblemished. Allow me to elucidate for the newcomers. The Transylvanian feint, first seen in the 1473 World Cup, involves a deceptive maneuver aimed at the opponent's nose while soaring on a broom. However, as long as one does not actually strike the nose, it is not deemed a foul. Truth be told, executing such a hit while both parties are on racing brooms is remarkably challenging. Lee Jordan, with a cheeky grin, continued. Slytherin is now down to just 5 players. Good heavens, let's congratulate Gryffindor for seizing control of the field. The score now stands at 70-20 in favor of Gryffindor. The atmosphere in the stadium had transformed into a fervent celebration, while the Slytherin section remained desolate. The other sections, including those occupied by Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff students, resounded with cheers. On one hand, Slytherin's tactics were hardly endearing. After all, their team had consistently embodied a win-at-all-costs mentality. Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff were not without their own teams, and they too would soon face Slytherin. Most importantly, this match was undeniably more thrilling than the usual fare. Such a spectacle had not been witnessed in years. So intense, so passionate. Slytherin's captain, Marcus Flint, appeared nearly ashen, helplessly watching as Harry struck a bludger with great force, which subsequently careened into his seeker, Terence Higgs, knocking him off his broom. The poor lad could scarcely utter a sound before plummeting to the ground, and for Slytherin, this was undoubtedly the final straw. The stands erupted into pandemonium. Students leapt from their seats, mingling in the crowd, their voices rising to a fever pitch. Lee Jordan laughed uproariously, slapping his horned head, and in the next moment, a tremendous roar emanated from the microphone, a cacophony reminiscent of a bull mixed with a lion's roar, courtesy of Fred and George's clever mixing. Truly, it was a spectacle of a bull-headed lion. Slytherin's defeat was all but sealed, for their only hope of a comeback lay in their seeker catching the golden snitch for 150 points. Yet, regrettably, their seeker had been rushed to the hospital wing. The remainder of the match devolved into a jubilant celebration for the other 3 houses, as Slytherin's dwindling 4 members could barely withstand Gryffindor's relentless assault. George, even in no rush to catch the snitch, merrily perched on his broom, watching his teammates score time and again while relishing the sight of Harry and Fred driving the Slytherin players in all directions with the bludgers. Amid Flint's increasingly numbed expression, Slytherin's roster continued to diminish. Despondency is a contagious ailment, and it appeared that the remaining Slytherin players had surrendered. Even their broomstick maneuvers had slowed. Yet, no sympathy was bestowed upon them. Each time a bludger knocked a player down, the stands erupted with exuberant cheers, the audience exuding an almost frenzied enthusiasm. Professor McGonagall attempted to quell the excitement, but ultimately relented, allowing a faint smile to grace her lips. As for the Slytherin stands, they were largely deserted, likely as their students opted to vacate to the castle early. Many were too disheartened to even move. As George dove to capture the golden snitch, Flint remained motionless, watching his keeper, Miles Bletchley, fall from his broom, struck by a bludger. The entire Slytherin team was reduced to him alone. The crowd in the Quidditch stadium fervently chanted Harry's name, and amidst this uproar, Lee Jordan rose with a microphone, his hoarse voice piercing through the clamoring throngs. For without such a declaration, it was uncertain whether his voice would be drowned out. This is beyond the capabilities of a mere young wizard. Harry should represent Hogwarts in professional matches. He would astonish the entire world. Whether he would truly astonish the world remained uncertain. However, Harry returned to the Gryffindor common room as a hero, having been lifted aloft by the crowd since dismounting his broom. It could be said that the other houses of Hogwarts had long been waiting to see Slytherin humbled, in the face of such an emphatic victory over Slytherin. As Harry was carried back to the castle, even the Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff students participated in hoisting him for a portion of the journey. A swift group of Gryffindor students awaited in the common room, where they had magically adorned the space in scarlet and gold decorations. As Harry was ushered through the door, his gaze was immediately drawn to a sheet hanging prominently in the center of the Gryffindor common room. The provenance of this sheet remained a mystery, yet it displayed a continuous loop of Harry employing a Transylvanian feint against Slytherin's seeker, Bell, culminating in the moment when Bell tumbled from his broom, with Harry smiling at the spectacle while skillfully twirling his bat. To be frank, had he not witnessed this scene, Harry might have felt indifferent. However, being subjected to such relentless replay in the Gryffindor common room filled him with an acute sense of embarrassment, especially amidst the cacophony of jubilant cheers, occasionally punctuated by the exuberant roars of the twins, Fred and George, who had apparently been imbued with the spirit of both a bull and a lion. As for Harry, he had long since ceased to concern himself with Ron's audacious brothers. Let them revel in their exuberance. Moreover, after today, he doubted he could stifle the enthusiasm of his fellow Gryffindors. Let them be bold. Everyone was a formidable force, and that was commendable. For the students of Gryffindor, today was undeniably a day of celebration. It did not take long for Fred and George to orchestrate the entrance of 2 barrels of butterbeer into the common room with the flick of their wands. No wonder Harry had not seen them earlier. They had taken a detour to Hogsmeade via the secret passage. Even more students had ventured to the Hogwarts kitchens, procuring an array of delectable foods from the house elves, including roasted meats and fine wines, rendering the Gryffindor common room so boisterous that one had to raise their voice to be heard over the din. Harry, say a few words. The students, now gathered back in the common room, urged him on, with Fred calling out from his perch on the chandelier, "Our lion-hearted king. It must be you." At last, the raucous common room quieted, and Harry, unceremoniously placed on the table, surveyed the scene. To be candid, he struggled to maintain his composure upon spotting Professor McGonagall among the throng, a cup of butterbeer in hand, standing at the entrance and regarding him with a faint smile. "I'll only say this," Harry began after a moment's thought. "This year's Quidditch Cup shall surely be ours. And now, let us drink to the Gryffindor warriors." Oh! The moment Harry's words echoed through the room, a deafening cheer erupted, as if the very ceiling of the Gryffindor common room might lift off. Raising his cup towards Professor McGonagall, Harry felt a sense of accomplishment in his task, a resounding victory, without imposing any restrictions on the jubilant students. Professor McGonagall nodded slightly at Harry before gracefully exiting through the common room door. Once she departed, the students felt utterly liberated, with some upperclassmen even bringing out a small oak barrel from the dormitory, insisting that Harry sample the potent fire whiskey from America. This beverage was regarded as a lifeline among American wizards, remaining unbanned even during the Prohibition era. It not only packed a punch, but also incited raucous laughter upon consumption. Truth be told, Harry had developed a fondness for certain wizarding delicacies and libations, each possessing its unique charm. From the conclusion of the Quidditch match until dusk, Harry found himself perpetually surrounded, with admirers clamoring to shake his hand or share a few words. Lee Jordan's remarks following the match had ignited a fervor within the students. They surrounded Harry, extolling his remarkable flying skills and accuracy as a chaser, and, of course, indulging in jests at Slytherin's expense. Nevertheless, the predominant theme was encouragement, with many asserting that he ought to pursue an audition for a professional Quidditch club, perhaps even representing England in the Quidditch World Cup in 4 years' time. Young students, after all, dared to dream, and for them, such aspirations were not without precedent. They spoke of a name well known among Quidditch enthusiasts, Victor Crumb, a student from Durmstrang Institute, another prestigious European magical school, who had garnered a place on the Bulgarian national Quidditch team, due to his exceptional prowess during his time at school, and was rumored to be participating in the upcoming World Cup. The World Cup felt distant, yet the students rallied around Harry, unanimously urging him to consider joining a professional Quidditch team, though opinions diverged sharply regarding which club he should choose. "Kentmere Harriers, Harry, you simply must join this team," exclaimed Seamus Finnegan, nearly bursting with excitement. "It's our very own Irish team. Darren O'Hare has captained the Irish national team 3 times, and the eagle head formation employed by all chasers is his invention." Seamus's fervor for the Kentmere Harriers was unmistakable. However, Ron had a different opinion. "Oh, come off it, Seamus. Harry should undoubtedly join the Chudley Cannons." Ron finally squeezed his way into the crowd and proclaimed loudly, "No team boasts a more illustrious history than the Chudley Cannons. They claimed the League Cup championship 21 times. What? The last time was in 1892? Seamus retorted, unwilling to back down regarding his favorite team. "The Chudley Cannons are dead, Ron. They've been dead for nearly a century. The era of the Chudley Cannons has ended." Ron was momentarily flustered. Yet the Cannons' lackluster performance over the past century was undeniable. Even their once heroic slogan had been altered to something akin to "Let us keep our fingers crossed," which, to be frank, was rather embarrassing. Upon hearing of the altered slogan and the Chudley Cannons' checkered history, even Harry had to concede that the team was indeed in a precarious state, as if they were desperately trying to salvage their reputation. Chapter 60, Voldemort's Thoughts and Quirrell's Transformation. Thus, the room was filled with Ron's muffled arguments, a long string of chants about the invincibility of the Chudley Cannons, their long history, and their 21 championships. However, the more Ron spoke of the Cannons' glorious past, the louder the laughter from fans of rival teams became. Ironically, Ron's own confidence began to wane, and by the end, he appeared despondent, his face shadowed with a pallor of defeat, and his words became increasingly incoherent. Such is the nature of competitive sports. Victory stands as the sole measure of success, while defeat is often forgotten. People remember only the champions, neglecting the runners-up, unless one is particularly skilled, yet perpetually falls short due to unforeseen circumstances. The notion of friendship first, competition second is a fallacy. Once players step onto the field, their singular desire is to win. Nobody aspires to lose. The only evidence of a team's prowess lies in their achievements. Absent that, no amount of fan support can rectify the situation. The Chudley Cannons, having lost their spirit, were beyond redemption. Amidst the fervent discussions surrounding which team Harry should join, he watched the lively scene unfold with amusement. If Harry initially joined the Quidditch team, due to Professor McGonagall's assignment, he has now discovered the sheer joy of the sport. He relishes the exhilarating sensation of soaring through the skies and engaging in fierce competition, which invigorates him and prevents him from languishing in the tedium of a peaceful wizarding life. It is human nature to yearn for excitement. During his time in Azeroth, Harry often pondered why endless threats loomed over his existence, why wars seemed perpetually unending, and why the peace between the Horde and the Alliance remained so fragile. Yet, upon returning to a tranquil environment, he finds life rather dull and lacking in thrill. Harry has genuinely begun to contemplate the prospect of joining a Quidditch club. After all, compared to the students, those adults who dedicate their lives to the sport would undoubtedly possess greater expertise and formidable skills. The speed would be unmatched, the competition more intense, and the professionalism heightened. If the sentiments expressed by his companions hold true, there are precedents for such endeavors, which could also serve to enhance his influence within the magical community, laying the groundwork for the future establishment of the Earth Circle. Reputation within the magical realm can indeed translate into power and status. For instance, some retired Quidditch stars ascend to positions within the Ministry of Magic, and the most renowned even vie for the role of minister. Harry believes he may require such prestige and charisma in the future, which is not a source of shame. After all, a hero ought to stand at the forefront to lead and protect ordinary people, a lesson he had already grasped during his time in Azeroth. "Harry, you can't be seriously considering joining a Quidditch club, can you?" Hermione finally squeezed her way to the front of the crowd, her tone earnest. "I've been contemplating it. I find Quidditch quite enjoyable," Harry replied thoughtfully. His response only fueled the excitement of those around him, who fervently began promoting their favorite teams. "Harry, today we've scored 340 points for Gryffindor." Fred and George, each clutching a mug of butterbeer, jostled into the throng, one on either side of Harry, laughing heartily. "We lead Slytherin by a whopping 270 points. Cheers! Let's raise a toast." Quidditch matches are immensely popular at Hogwarts because the points earned directly contribute to the House Cup, intricately linked to each house's standing. Today's match concluded with Gryffindor triumphing over Slytherin with a score of 340 to 70, meaning Gryffindor gained a significant boost to their points tally. giving the children newfound confidence when facing deductions. Absolutely. Harry, George exclaimed excitedly. You won't believe what Fred and I saw while bringing back the butterbeer, Professor McGonagall chatting with Snape. Ha ha ha. Fred chimed in with laughter. Oh, you should have seen the look on Old Bat's face. He genuinely appeared furious. I swear. Flint is in for a rough time ahead. Professors inevitably compare their respective houses, whether it be for the House Cup or the Quidditch Cup. 4 young witches and wizards just transitioning from the Muggle world into the Wizarding realm. The fervor surrounding Quidditch can be perplexing. For instance, when Gryffindor struggled to secure the House Cup or the Quidditch Cup, Professor McGonagall would often skirt around the topic of Snape. The twins' revelations further ignited the lively atmosphere in the Gryffindor common room. For all Gryffindor students, nothing could be more gratifying than witnessing their house triumphing over Slytherin, especially at the expense of Snape's chagrin. The mere thought of their head of house gaining a moment of glory in front of Snape thrilled the children to no end. Harry took a sip of butterbeer, feeling a bit resigned. He had indeed advised Snape, yet the man showed no signs of change. The twins seemed determined to ply Harry with drink, incessantly seeking reasons to pour more butterbeer into him. Fred even cited Ron's earlier boast about his grand adventure in Newt's suitcase as grounds for accusing Harry of not being a true friend for not inviting them along. Truth be told, this small amount of alcohol could hardly intoxicate Harry. It would merely leave him feeling bloated. However, since it was a celebration, Harry welcomed all that came his way. Butterbeer, indeed a low-alcohol beverage, could still lead to inebriation when consumed in sufficient quantities. As darkness enveloped the castle and curfew approached, few remained standing in the Gryffindor common room. Those who had indulged were gradually escorted back to their dormitories, leaving the once chaotic room in a serene hush. While the atmosphere in the Slytherin common room remained uncertain, it was clear that the Gryffindor quarters were filled with joy, and one could only surmise that Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff were faring similarly well. Even days after the first Quidditch match, Harry continued to relish the attention he received wherever he went. After all, Hogwarts hosted Quidditch matches annually, but it was rare for a match to culminate in such a singularly impressive performance. In Wood's words, this match could even be etched into the annals of Hogwarts Quidditch history. Yet more astonishing than Harry's impact was the transformation of Professor Quirrell, who, since November, had begun to resemble a competent defense against the dark arts instructor. Apologies, he finally appeared somewhat like a qualified professor. Quirrell set aside his tome, Dark Forces, a guide to self-defense, and no longer merely recited textbook content. He introduced supplementary material and even incorporated practical exercises into his lessons. This final element allowed students to forget their grievances towards Professor Quirrell from earlier in the term. As the upper-year students who attended Quirrell's revamped first class emerged, this shocking news swiftly spread throughout the castle. Within a couple of days, everyone learned that Professor Quirrell had finally emerged from the shadow cast by the Romanian vampires. Though he still retained a rather potent scent of garlic, he was indeed much improved. Even Harry, a first-year student, found his classes increasingly engaging. For example, during Halloween, when the troll had invaded the castle, Quirrell used it as a case study, discussing the creature's vulnerabilities and foolishness, while also instructing the first years on how to respond should they encounter a troll in the real world. Trolls, as magical creatures, are notoriously dim-witted. Even the slightest noise would capture their attention, even if it were merely a stone tossed their way. Their weakness lies in their small heads, which are considerably more vulnerable than any other part of their hulking bodies. Next, I will teach you a new spell, the stunning spell, Quirrell announced with a smile. Unlike his previous stammering and timid demeanor, the Quirrell who had emerged from the vampire shadow was not only humorous and engaging during lessons, but also exuded a unique charm, albeit only within the confines of the classroom. Once the class concluded, the students were astonished to witness Professor Quirrell revert to his previous timid demeanor, a sight that ignited a wave of sympathy among many, who believed he was enduring pain and discomfort to impart his lessons. However, to Harry, Quirrell's pallid complexion was a stark indication of his frailty, a sign that he had taken yet another step down the path toward death. I must concede that this spell poses a challenge for most of you. It is likely that you will only truly master it in your second or third year, Quirrell murmured, his gaze fixated on Harry, who sat in the back of the classroom. Yet, we all know that some individuals are exceptional, capable of surpassing their year and mastering spells that their peers cannot. This was no mere insinuation. It was a blatant declaration. And as Quirrell spoke, the students turned their attention toward Harry. In stark contrast to the expectant students, Ron and the others felt a surge of anxiety under Quirrell's gaze. Unlike the oblivious majority, they were acutely aware of Quirrell's true identity as a servant of Voldemort. What should we do, Harry? Hermione whispered urgently, instinctively clutching Harry's arm, her palms clammy with apprehension. Not only Hermione, but Neville shared a similar tension, perceiving every one of Quirrell's actions as suspicious and perilous, especially now that it was overtly implied that Harry was entangled in some sinister plot. Harry's in danger. Harry? Quirrell's voice softened. We all know you vanquished the troll that invaded the castle on Halloween. Would you mind coming to the front to demonstrate for us? I could temporarily serve as your opponent, perhaps seeking to satisfy the students' curiosity and calm their restlessness. The events of that fateful Halloween night had indeed circulated, albeit omitting the mention of the 4 intruders aside from the 2 trolls. The students only knew that Harry had triumphed over the trolls and rescued his friends from their clutches. Sorry, Professor, Harry said, patting Hermione's hand to signal her to ease up. If memory serves, the disarming charm is a curse that impairs the target's vision, classified among the dark arts. I believe this spell is somewhat advanced for first-year wizards and exceedingly dangerous. Quirrell gazed at Harry for a few seconds before shaking his head in disappointment. For the remainder of the class, he refrained from mentioning the demonstration or the disarming charm, focusing instead on other subjects. When the bell finally rang, Hermione, Ron, and Harry bolted from the defense against the dark arts classroom at breakneck speed. As Harry turned back before exiting, he noticed Quirrell's intense gaze fixed upon him. No, that was not Quirrell. As Quirrell watched the trio vanish from view, he lowered his head. Master, he muttered, his voice devoid of the earlier confidence and ease, now laced with undeniable frailty. Silence, my servant. Voldemort's voice suddenly pierced the air behind Quirrell's head, sounding even weaker than Quirrell himself. Obey my command, and find an opportunity to reach the hidden chamber on the 8th floor without drawing the attention of others. Voldemort's voice diminished to a whisper, requiring Quirrell to hold his breath to comprehend. There were certain truths Voldemort would never disclose to Quirrell, that his current state was the weakest he had been since his failure and demise 11 years prior. Even more so than when he had been clinging to life in the Albanian forest, parasitizing a rat. Voldemort had come to a harrowing realization. The boy from the Potter family had indeed mastered advanced soul magic, the immense, translucent wolf. Its claws had not only torn apart the flesh it had possessed at that moment, but had also shredded his already fragmented soul. The agony and weakness that ensued ignited Voldemort's fury, leading him to despise the sensation of the wolf's claws falling upon him, as he was once again drawn perilously close to death.